Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Riley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
2nd and 7. Shaheed in motion, play action car, middle screen. Kamara 50. right at the 45.
That's a
Outrunning
touchdown.
everybody, 40, 30, 10, touchdown.
It's a touchdown.
Listen to the Who-Dats.
Brad Sham, Babe Laufenberg, with the call of Packers 2.0. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby live with a sobering Cowboys Monday on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We got Peyton Russell in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. How did this not feel like Green Bay in the playoffs?
Well, there's a game this week. That's
Okay.
about the only way.
That's good.
That's it. Because other than that, there's a whole lot of similarities here. They got gashed in the run, just like the Green Bay game. The quarterback was able to come up with some third down passes, just like Jordan Love was. The quarterback was largely untouched, and the defense. The offense was. Look, the offense in the Green Bay game put up a lot of points. The offense in this game scored on a lot of drives, but it didn't matter, and it wasn't enough. There's a whole lot of similarities here. I mean, this was an embarrassing assert your dominance type football game from the Saints.
They were better defensively against Green Bay. That's how it was different.
Better defensively?
Todd Archer had the tweet yesterday. So in the wild card loss, the Packers scored 27 points, had 13 first downs and 217 yards while going 5 of 6 on third down in the first half against Dallas. The Saints had 35 points, 14 first downs, over 300 yards of offense, and converted every third down opportunity.
Because the Packers had a pick six.
They had short fields they were working with a lot of times. This was just New Orleans going, we'll take the ball down the field on you every single time. We're not worried about it. And we'll do it in 4 plays.
And literally, the word literally jumped out to me yesterday. You literally could not stop them on every single Alvin Kamara rushing attempt. You literally did not have guys around him within a 5 or 6 yard span. They literally scored on every single possession, and you were completely, literally helpless defensively.
Mm-hmm.
Like every single time, like automatic. Like it was a video game until the fourth quarter, and you finally got to stop.
Kamara rushed for 115 yards yesterday. He had 6 yards per carry. What was his long carry of the day? It replayed in snacks when I told the guys this yesterday, but what was his long carry for the day?
17?
15 yards, which means he was just consistently every time going for 8 yards every time you handed it to him. Like it's not like he was gashing it or like skewing the numbers. He was taking the ball and 8 to 10 yards every single time. Mm-hmm. It's not a problem.
Cows
That's right,
lose,
Randy.
cows stink. And it didn't matter. It was up the middle. It was to the edge. I mean, he got the corner so easily. It was really just a demoralizing game. And it started from the beginning. For the very first drive, that set the tone. That first drive just set the tone for the entire game. And they were like, oh. That was because it wasn't like, they did a big chunk play. I mean, there was a chunk play, but it was mostly just bam, 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 the whole way down the field. And the Cowboys got the start at the 20. It's not like, they kicked it into the end zone. It was an original touchback. I mean, that was a long field.
Every single thing that you felt and said about Mike Zimmer with glowing praise after the Browns game is the total complete opposite. For the Mike Zimmer fans, like Bobby and I assume Brian brought us, you felt fantastic. Today you look terrible. Today you look awful. And Mike Zimmer looked like he saw a ghost. In fact, though, it wasn't a ghost. It was just a protege, or it was someone that worked with him a long, long time ago. Clint Kubiak destroyed Mike Zimmer. And Choppy, during the defensive coordinator search, you did not want someone who had been around a while, just someone young, someone with new, innovative ideas. So you got a big win yesterday, as a lot of Tolos were saying. There's a reason that Mike Zimmer did not have a job. Enough with these old, outdated schemes, whatever you associate with an older coach, as you wanted someone younger. Yesterday, that makes you question everything and go back to appreciate Dan Quinn, or at least compare him to Dan Quinn with the Packer loss.
And Dan, they were like, Dan was fine. There was nothing wrong with Dan. He
did a nice job.
He did a really nice job here. He got a head coaching job. Of course you're going to take it. It's not like they wanted Dan out, although they may have wanted Dan out, right? Some
people did.
So, everybody runs their course at some point. But, look, I mean, I think Mike is still a good coach. I don't think he's a bad football coach. I had the preference of let's just get fresh ideas and hear young ideas. We've seen the same thing over and over and over again. And, I just wonder how Mike, who's been in this league forever, was going to handle the offenses as they continue to progress.
I don't think fresh ideas is the problem, like with Zimmer. Zimmer's generally pretty forward-thinking. Zimmer does a lot of different things that are on the cutting edge. He's somebody who is, I think, a really good defensive coordinator. Yesterday was bad. I think yesterday was an example of why you saw Dan Quinn run the defense the way he did over the years, where it was just Dan Quinn got here, and he's generally been pretty static throughout his career, but he's done some disguising and done some different things with his safeties over the years that he didn't do here. Where he's like, I have to have Marquise Bell play linebacker. I have to have this guy play here, this guy over here. This is not his strength. Damone Clark doesn't seem like he reads things very well. I need to have everything just get you into position before the snap, and I'll show you what the coverage is going to look like. That's fine. You can have that advantage because I'm going to have the advantage of knowing my guys are not going to bust the play because they're going to know exactly what they're supposed to do, and if they execute, they'll be better than you, and we'll win that way. So that's a very conservative approach, but you don't get gashed for big mix-ups and communication issues. And the Cowboys have had communication issues a lot lately. Mike Zimmer is one of these guys who says, no, I'm going to show you 3 different looks before the snap, make you think it's 3 different things. The problem is that if you've got players who don't communicate very well or who don't read things very well, they may think they're in the wrong coverage by the time the ball is snapped. And then you've got massive issues and massive busts. And you have trade-offs here. You have certain things that you give and take when you go from somebody like Quinn to Zimmer, who likes to really disguise things.
The Saints scored 47 last week, 35 in the first half, tied for the most that the Dallas Cowboys have ever given up in a half. They started off 5 for 5 with touchdown drives. The 11-point deficit, the most that the Cowboys had faced since Week 16, 2020, against Philadelphia. Choppy, the Saints scored 3 touchdowns in their first 12 plays.
Is that good?
3 and 12. That is very, 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 very good.
I thought, going.
Very.
This is what, when you're getting beat like this, you look for anything. So when it turns to the second quarter, I'm like, oh, you know what? They're going the other way. Maybe this is going to stall their offense down. Okay, and of course it didn't because 2 plays later, you had the screen to Kamara.
Mike McCarthy on the game, the embarrassment, and the loss after.
You need adversity games like this. You definitely don't want to ever perform like this. They played well. Give them credit. But yeah, I think like all of us, we're disappointed with our performance today. But the true reality is we'll take the film tomorrow. That'll tell the complete story. And there's no burn the tape. I'll sit here. So we don't. That's not the way I've ever operated. So we will take a hard look at it. Because we all need to learn from it. We got a new defensive staff, and this is the first time we were on cloud 9 last week, and now we got punched, and no differently offensively. We did not handle the adversity part of it to keep pace with the way the game was going. So, and more importantly, our young players they need to learn from this experience. So that's where we are, 1-1.
I don't put this game on Mike McCarthy yesterday at all. That's absurd to say that at the beginning. You need games like this. No, you don't. You don't. You had your game like this against Green Bay or whatever last year. You don't need games where you have no idea. I don't care. You don't need games where you look like you have no clue where you're going. Or you don't need games where it's we don't look very physical today. You don't need that. That's a ridiculous statement. That's coach speak trying to spin what is just an absolutely awful game. You can't justify anything about that.
Coaches also, we've always said this. If you get Nick Saban out there and they have a bad performance and they win, that's always his favorite thing because he can coach like crazy the next week. Now, is it different for professionals? Absolutely. But we've said that before.
New team, but some of the same traits as Broadus and Zach talked about in the post-game show. Jerry Jones talked about it with the K&C Masterpiece. They cannot play from behind, front-running bullies, and then physicality. Someone comes in here, punches you right in the mouth, like McCarthy said, and you fold up. And I was hoping with Mike Zimmer and a rougher attitude and some of the linebacking changes that it would not be the case in terms of the physicality and getting pushed around. That was, all I care about from the tape watchers is the run defense evaluation after this. Where was Micah Parsons? Where was Tank Lawrence? Where was Overshown? Howard Diggs and the rest of the secondary in terms of run support? That's what I want to know, and that's what I want Mike McCarthy to replay over and over and over when it comes to this team's film sessions. Jerry Jones, what concerned you the most about Zimmer's D?
Fundamentally, I think that their outside runs were the thing that got my attention the most. They did seemingly walled off our linebackers and were able to not get the inside pursuit. And with that, I'd say that in a nutshell. But that's not really what this is about. What this is about is this is early. The big lesson here is you can get to thinking you've got it figured out way too early in the game. We're 1-1, and we've got to learn, and this group right here has got to learn from what they experienced out there today.
And what we talked about on Friday, knock with the jinx, the reverse jinx, the shanks, this team handles teams at home, especially when they are favored. They handle them, and this has not happened in a long time in the regular season.
No, but based on the cheering, that was kind of a Saints home game, so that didn't really...
Bobby, how many Saints fans were there as they held a parade afterwards, a marching band in the parking lot?
Hang on. Who travels with a tuba? Who does that? That's not normal. Who travels with a tuba? There was 2 tubas on the street. Who travels with a tuba or a French horn? I mean, who does that?
I mean, that's just New Orleans, right? Like you walk around, like anytime you go out onto the streets of New Orleans, there's like random parades and people playing brass instruments and stuff. I don't know. It's like a third. This is probably something roughly a third of the crowd was Saints fans. I mean, it was a bunch. You could hear, it was not too deep into that game before you're hearing "Who Dat" chants really, really loud.
What was it like in the locker room?
Everybody always is super mad when they get the doors blown off like that. Eric Kendricks was, I'll give credit to a couple guys who I think were ready to stand up there and talk and take every question. Eric Kendricks was like that. CeeDee Lamb was like that. A couple other guys talked but I mean, they were clearly just not about it, not having it. But I mean, Kendricks had said yesterday when talking about it, he was like, yeah, this is something that you don't just forget about this game. You need to spend the next 24 hours really meditating on, like, what the hell did you put out there today? And, you know, he said this was a really good piece of humble pie. This reminds us where exactly we are and what we need to fix. And so I think that overall it was a lot of anger, a lot of pissed off. But, like, what do they do with that? Is that pouting or is that upset with yourself and wanting to get better?
Does Mike McCarthy see and feel the similarities between this and the Packers playoff loss?
Well, I don't think, the last time we played here has anything to do with it. I understand the convenience of the criticism, and obviously I'm on the other side of it. So, but yeah, I think, we've had changes on defense. Some of the changes we made was to put the emphasis on the run defense. Was not evident today. I mean, no doubt about it. They got the ball on our perimeter, time and time again. And they're, in the second level. So we need to play much better. I need to coach better. And, you never want to play that way, especially at home.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. 190 rush yards and touchdowns on their first 6 drives to start the game. It was like 11 on 8 out there, and we have to break it down even further to Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Crown. Star Down, excuse me. Brought to you by Crown Royal. Let's pick the Cowboys apart just like the Saints did next on Sean and RJ. But first, let me go ahead and get you set up with GimmeTheVin.com. Now is the time to sell your car, your truck, or exotic. Gimme the VIN is buying, and the car market is crazy, y'all. If you're thinking of selling your vehicle, you better do it soon. Prices may never be the same. At GimmeTheVin.com, selling
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Stay connected and protected. Visit hackersuck.com to learn more. IT is about trust.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
First down, Prescott back, good block from Steele over the middle, pass is intercepted at the 35-yard line as Jalen Brooks fell down. And running around, it's Paulson Adebo, and he's running to the right now, to the 45, to the 40. Adebo right to the 30, got Prescott turned around, and Prescott and Zeke Elliott tackling.
And that's when I knew it was over. I know it's going to sound naive. Many of you with the crystal ball are going to say much earlier than that. You're just hanging on to hope. After CeeDee Lamb scored his touchdown, I was like, all right, we got a shootout. I think Kevin Burkhardt said that on television. That was the radio call on your home of the Cowboys. Sean, RJ, and Bobby, thanks to the 6 a.m. Club representing strong on YouTube, Twitch, and the fan cam. But this is Jalen Brooks stumbling and being at fault for the interception that Dak Prescott threw. It was 28-13 at this point. If you can score a touchdown, you're fine. If you can get points via field goal, okay, you're still within striking distance.
And you get the ball.
The interception before the half, a 45-yard return. Derek Carr sneaks it in, 35-13, game over. But I still had hope that this was going to be a shootout, back and forth. Carr will cool down. He'll make a mistake. Micah Parsons will show up. They'll get a third down stop. They'll get some type of stop. Mike Zimmer adjustments at halftime to try to stop Kamara, but I still had hope up until that interception. That was the final nail and over for me.
That was it. That was it, because that was, you had, like you said, you'd say you score there, it's 28-20, 28-16, and then you get the ball, and they do get a field goal, so it could be at best 28-23, and you've got a dogfight, because the Saints aren't going to sit there and maybe not run the same kind of offense they did on that first drive. That first drive out of the half.
First half.
The first drive out of the half. That, to me, was far more embarrassing than any of the drives in the first half, because you had a chance to go in and reset. Okay, you were back to the drawing board. Hey, guys, you get 16 minutes at halftime. You knew what they were going to do. They were up big. They were up by 20, and you still couldn't stop it, right? I mean, it is now maybe at 35-13 with 11 minutes to go in the third quarter is too early to start taking the air out of the ball. But they did. And that was like an 8-minute drive. And to me, that is the biggest star down of the entire day, is that one drive. That one drive you could sit there and you can do an entire coaching lesson on that one drive. Tackles getting blown off the ball, not being able to set the edge, not being able to stop anybody. If they wanted to pass, they could. I mean, they had everything going on that one drive, and it took forever. It was an 8-minute drive, and they scored it.
And that is when they finally, I think this is the drive, they finally got a third down stop. Jordan Lewis penalty.
Yeah.
3rd and 9. Oh my gosh. Way too many times recently I've been watching Cowboy games and I'm like, man, I'd be so thankful for one stop. Again, the word literally. Just one stop. I tweeted, give a standing ovation if they get one stop. And we're talking about this into the second half, midway through the third quarter. Can you just get one for any type of glimmer of hope? And then Kamara scored his 4th touchdown. As the Saints just continue to pour it on.
That 4th touchdown, that was when you could tell the defense is like, we're not making a play today. Like, I mean, he ran right into traffic like 3 different times and nobody brought him down. It's like, tackle the guy. Like I understand he's really difficult to bring down. He's a bowling ball. When he's in that much traffic, knock him over. Just make a play. And they weren't doing that. Like, I mean, linebackers were late to the ball all day. The defensive tackles were bad. I watched back some of the game, just the TV copy last night, and Linval Joseph was awful. He was just putrid in this game. And the defensive tackle play was not very good, which is going to affect the linebackers, but the linebackers were late. And Damone Clark was not very good. Eric Kendricks was not very good in this game.
Let's get to Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Crown Royal, the official whiskey of the National Football League. And you said something last night, and then in the commercial break, explain the snap disparity between Damone Clark and Overshown, 41-18.
Yeah, I'd love to explain it. I don't understand it. Damone Clark played 41 snaps. Maris Leofau played 39 snaps. DeMarvion Overshown played 18. So DeMarvion Overshown was essentially, out of the guys, you exclude the guys you bring in and blowout time like Nick Vigil and Israel Mukuamu. Overshown pretty much played the fewest snaps of any rotational defensive player.
Try and explain it.
The only thing
matchup wise would make Zimmer be like, all right, Overshown out here against these guys will not work.
You wouldn't want him out there with Kamara there. You wouldn't want. He's too fast. You wouldn't want him out there.
He's your lightest linebacker. So I don't know. They're worried about him being able to, against a guy like Kamara and against a physical game, they're worried about him coming off blocks. That's the only thing I can think. But even still, I think that's silly.
Like, is there a chance his knee was like just tight?
Maybe. I don't think so though. Like, because I asked around from people last night, like, is he hurt? Is he banged up? And everything I heard was like, nope, no, he's good. So to me, it was more about, it seemed like it was just a matchup thing. Because it was, and I guess it's just they felt like he is like we talked about. He's a thinner linebacker. He's not as stout as Leofau. He's not as stout as Clark or Kendricks. And so the only thing I could think is this is going to be a power run game, and we don't want him getting, moved in there because he's a little lighter.
Who else is on your star down list?
Everybody. So I had put it in my email last night. This is a game where you could honestly put 30 players with star downs. So instead, I pulled up the roster while I was sitting up there at AT&T Stadium doing my email, and I just looked, and from player number 1, literally wearing jersey 1, all the way down to 99. I just went down. I was like, let me pick out the ones who are the absolute worst as I just go down the list. So very top of the list, number 4, Dak Prescott. And I know, like Brian said in the postgame, that he thought,
here we go,
Dak kept them in a lot of this game. I thought Dak was really timid early, and then it was reckless late. And to me, there was never the right balance. He didn't strike the right balance with a lot of the stuff that he was doing at the line of scrimmage. But I will say, did you notice what Brady said during the game? I think it was like during the second quarter, where he essentially said what we were talking about at the end of last week. He's like, this is not Mike McCarthy's offense anymore. Like, this is Dak runs the offense.
Yeah.
So that's
and
improvement.
the offense was not good enough or consistent enough. And so if Dak is running the offense, that falls on Dak.
I don't. It felt like there was a lot of Scott Linehan yesterday. I mean, I can't tell you the amount of passes that were thrown to stationary guys coming back towards the line of scrimmage.
Very different. I don't know what they were trying. I don't know if it's just they were.
Did you see that too? It just seemed like they were all coming back towards the line.
I don't know
of
what they were doing with the offense yesterday. There was stuff in there that we don't see consistently there. They were running Zeke outside. They were running Deuce Vaughn inside. They were throwing like these quick like smoke routes to Kevontae Turpin to try. I don't know if it's just they felt like this team's too physical. We can't win between the tackles, so we got to get guys in space. But man, there was a lot of just quick throw. All right, let's try and put it out here on an island and see if they can make a play. They almost called this game early on like scared of the physicality.
Look, I thought that Dak was better yesterday than he was against the Browns, and I think he was better yesterday than he was against the Packers in the playoff loss.
Sure.
There's a reason that we all just said we felt like before Jalen Brooks calls the interception, the Cowboys kind of still had a chance because the offense was scoring. Now, the big problem, and I feel like deja vu talking about this last year, red zone finishing, right? All the Brandon Aubrey field goals. You did not have Jake Ferguson out there. That speaks to a weapons issue, wide receiver depth, Dak not making guys better, but I'm not ready at this point at 6:29 in the morning to get into the Dak Prescott fight with those who just want to continue to blame him at the same level as Mike Zimmer and the defense, because I'm not going to accept that. Again, not great. I like what you said about reckless late, but they scored on their first 5 drives. They scored on their 4 out of their first 5 drives, something like that.
Oh, Dallas did.
Yeah, Dallas. Yeah. So the offense was matching. And then the Jalen Brooks interception, I thought, ended it all.
I guess I look at it like this. You got field goals your first 2 drives because you couldn't execute when things got tight. That's a problem to me. And then on the touchdown, that's CD made a play.
Yeah.
And so to me, it felt like that's 1 touchdown, and it felt like kind of a fluky CD going all world against 2 defenders kind of thing. So to me, it's like the design didn't do enough.
Yeah, but what was Dak doing bad up until that? Like the Zeke underthrow, this one almost drove me crazy on social media. I stayed away from replying, but he got hit. He had pressure. That's why the throw to Zeke came up short in the right flat. Like, and I think Brady was even a little bit unfair. Like, you just got to make that throw.
I'll be really interested to see when Seth Walder gives us the motion numbers this week, because I think that was another problem. Dallas was way too static this week. They were too willing to just, all right, let's line it up and go. They didn't do a lot of motion at all.
Dak Prescott, were you surprised with how the Saints picked apart y'all's defense?
Yeah, it's surprising, but it's the NFL. Hell, I'm thinking it'd be nice to be doing that on our side of the ball more than I'm worried or critiquing our defense. Obviously, that's a good team. I mean, Alvin Kamara's looked damn good. Derek Carr put the ball where he needed to. That offense is rolling right now. I mean, we're 2 games in, but I'm not naive to their stats of, or whatever it was, the 9 straight, and then they walked into this game and continued on that. So, I mean, credit to the play caller over there, to that team of coming out, being ready on a noon start, and, it made it tough on our defense, which made it tough on the whole team. So I'm trying to get there with our offense.
Cam just said it on Twitch. The Saints finished their drives. Dallas did not. Sean, wish I'd watched the same game you saw. Their offense was fine early on. It just was. Like I know you want them to score and end result in every single touchdown, but it was a back and forth game early on in this one. It was 21-13.
They were putting points on the board.
They were down 8. They weren't finishing with touchdowns. It was 21-13. And then they were on the way to try to score before the half, and the interception ended the football game. I'm not going to sit here and praise Dak in the second half, but this was not as bad as the Packer game when it felt like he was choking.
The Packer game was worse.
I remember saying that. I remember watching throws, thinking like he's shriveling. He's crumbling. I didn't feel that yesterday.
Still below AT&T standards. So when they're at home, this was the lowest scoring game they've had at home in over 2 years. So it was still very underwhelming.
Who else is on? Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, part of that, though, is like, the Saints did control. I mean, the clock was controlled by the Saints for a large part of this game. Like, they basically lost the entire third quarter on one drive.
Yeah, in the third quarter. But I mean, before that, there was a 9-second drive in there. There was a 2-minute drive in there. They were scoring quick early.
There's no doubt about that. Look, I don't want to give this guy a ton of a star down, but because he did have the most pressures on the team. But there's no way Micah could look at this game and thought that he had a good game. I mean, he did not even show up in the stat sheet at all, hardly. He had 3 tackles, which again, Carr only had 16 dropbacks, so it's not like you're going to get a ton of pressures there. But when they did, except for the Shaheed touchdown, blatant hold on Micah, blatant hold that they missed. But other than that, I don't even think I heard his name.
I saw some leadership. He was in a lot of those sideline huddles, and afterwards, he was defending Mike Zimmer like it was Uncle Dan Quinn. To me, quote, it had nothing to do with the scheme. I thought Zimmer called a pretty good game. At the end of the day, I just believe we got outplayed. Whoever played on that field, everyone didn't play to 100%. That's just me being accountable and saying the truth. We all got to play better.
Per next gen, his get-off time of, 0.99 seconds was the 5th slowest of his career. Whatever the hell that means.
Yeah.
That's that's snap of the ball. So basically, if it's
like a pop time, catch a pop time.
Yeah, I would have to look at. I would assume that means he is about a second. He's not moving until about a second after the ball's been snapped.
Let's take some calls
in this game. Yeah. 5th slowest of his career.
Let's take some calls. Let you unleash. I can see it boiling on social media, fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Let's just go ahead and do it. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 for your Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Crown Royal, the official whiskey of the NFL, next on Sean and RJ. But, man, you may be waking up this morning dragging even more. Maybe you stayed up late last night to try to go ahead and clean your football palate by watching some other teams play. You need to head on over to the Low T Center. The Low T Center is here. New patient appointment booking is available at lowtcenter.com. They believe healthcare should be convenient, friendly, and catered to you. Your health assessment will consist of 2 quick visits, each one lasting less than an hour. They respect your time. They need to go ahead and get you back to being yourself. Other people have said, after having what was pretty much a lifelong relationship fail, I started to analyze how I was living. How are you doing in the gym? How are you doing with the energy levels? The Low T Center is reinventing men's healthcare. So stop on in, tell them you're a Tolo and that Sean for the Fan sent you. lowtcenter.com is the website to go ahead and make your appointment. lowtcenter.com, reinventing men's healthcare and fixing that issue of low testosterone for you.
Coming up in the next Gag Nation, it'll be a Cowboys Monday. And at 3:40, Broadus will break down the tape from the game. Of course, 4:20 on Monday, CY joins us talking Rangers with him, talk about his new contract and more. Nation 2 to 7 of the Fan.
Racetrack's here for whatever gets you going. Like when you've been working nonstop, on the road and on the go like you do it for a living. 'Cause you do. Then there's the company softball game. Boom, you're there. Walking the dog. Pow, he's a happy boy. Coffee with dad. Definitely gonna make that happen. You've got it in the bag. Just one quick stop at Racetrack, and you're still the favorite son. Because you've always got time to share a coffee with someone special. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2024 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
We know where. Maridoe Golf Club, Dallas. We know when. September 20th to 22nd. But who will be Live Golf champions is anyone's guess. Will Crushers GC retain their crown? Will an underdog team surprise the field? Will Dallas native DeChambeau hit a drive off the DJ booth? At this party, anything's possible. So come join us for golf, beats, fan zones, street food, and music from a
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Game 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
And here's Carr under center. Play action. Back. Steps up. Hit as he throws deep to the middle to Shaheed. Caught it over the top of Donovan Wilson and strolls in for a 70-yarder.
The calls have exploded already on the D&M leasing hotline. That's what that type of loss in game calls for. You to unleash here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, your home of the Cowboys. 877-881-1053. Fan replay brought to you by Ciroc Vodka. What happened there, by the way? What happened there between Malik Hooker and Donovan Wilson? Is that Hooker's main responsibility? It looked like they were playing zone, passed off, and it looked like Wilson was there first, and then Hooker was playing catch-up, or was it vice versa?
I'm going to have to ask about it, but the way the coverage, that just looked like two deep safeties, and he ran through the zone and was just, they were not,
fast.
He was it looked like they were not anticipating how fast he was going to get there.
After that, Derek Carr was averaging 22 yards per attempt with a perfect first half rating. Not first quarter, it was longer than that. Perfect first half rating.
At the end of the first half, New Orleans was averaging 12 yards a play.
Woo!
Which is absurd.
He only had 11 completions for 243 yards. Like that's high. Hit a 99.4 QBR. That's out of 100. Like QBR doesn't get the 99.
But like I think he had too few attempts to even qualify for the leaderboard this week.
Let's let the Tolos go off. Leroy in Dallas. Leroy, you're first up on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, boss.
Hey, thank you guys so much. I appreciate you getting me on first. So I've called in numerous times. I've been through this years and years. I'm pretty young. Didn't see a Super Bowl, really seen it. But this is the same year, same thing we've been going through. Dak cannot throw the ball and lead it to anybody. Dak threw a ball and almost got CD's head taken off. When you got two guys on the sideline having a conversation, neither one of them is smiling, that means they're both down in the dumps. Same thing goes for the defense, man. This is just great that they're doing it now. It's like an early onset. It's better that they did it like this instead of having a 3-game win streak going on for us to get all hype on this train. But I guarantee you later on in the season, they'll probably go on a 5, 6, 7-game win streak, and then we'll be back on that train. But again, Dak can't do it, man. He doesn't have the cojones. He doesn't have that leading ball to lead a man down the field. He did it about 3 times. Leffler got short for about 3 touchdowns, man. It killed me yesterday. He killed me.
Thanks for the call. Man, people want to take it to 4. And when I fight back against it, it makes it sound like I'm saying he played well, but I'm not. I'm just saying 1, 2, and 3 have to start defensively. It just has to. I even got pissed off at Bobby yesterday.
I could tell
for texting. Something wrong with this offensive scheme, the routes, and I don't want to hear anything in the first 90 minutes of this show that doesn't have to do with Mike Zimmer. Who's my guy? Who's our red wine buddy on the beaches of Oxnard, California, and is going to sit there and make me look really, really stupid advocating for him? First, second, third.
You must have hated Brady then yesterday.
Go ahead. People were talking about Brady's commentary of Dak. You think Brady ripped and took Dak apart?
No. I felt like he was defending Zimmer quite a bit.
Okay.
Because he kept saying, look, if you're in 3rd and short, like he can't. They're either skipping. The Saints are either skipping 3rd down altogether.
Yeah.
Or they're getting into 3rd and shorts, and Mike can't dial up his unique packages, which may be very true.
Yeah.
But
it's your fault that you're not even in a position to be able to dial up these packages.
That's the other side.
Your defense is getting shredded. That's
embarrassing.
That's humiliating for Mike Zimmer. I'll say I know Mike, his family, they may be listening and everything. I think he's a straight up dude. He's not going to run from it. It could piss him off. He got a little sensitive in Minnesota, I think, with the play-by-play guy. That is not what he's here for. That was Dan Quinn-esque in a big moment. That was the same old crap. And they look spineless, soft, and like they were not playing with 11. And I mean, anyone else that disagrees, including Mike Zimmer, is not looking themselves in the mirror telling the truth, and I think he would.
Not playing with 11 as in it looked like they were only playing with 10 guys, or it looked like Micah Parsons wasn't even playing in this game?
None of them. I don't even care about Micah Parsons. Like, Trayvon Diggs, I texted Bobby. I'm like, how is Diggs as a run defender? Because I'm not seeing... The New Orleans Saints decided at one point in this game to run to the left. We're running behind our left tackle and left guard. There's something over there, and they're not going to provide any fight back, any bounce back. And emasculation. That's what it is. I've been talking about the hot noise in this run defense for years. Babe Laufenberg, this is an L for you. And I'm going to remind you Thursday at 8:40, hopefully not another trivia L, as Babe came on before the year, and he was like, who cares? It's run the football. Who cares? That's why. Yesterday was another reminder of why run defense matters, because you get the life taken out of you, and everything about your manhood and your spine questioned and challenged. And we've talked about this on this show over and over and over and over again when it comes to that discussion. Jay in Fort Worth, you're up next. Jay, go ahead.
I think one of the things we probably need to take into consideration is the 12th man. What I saw back in last week with Atlanta, and now it was clearly evident with the Dallas games, people were selling their tickets off. If this is a home game, be there. If you're America's team, be there. Support the team. It just seems like everybody's given up, and they're not showing up to the important games, which is every game.
Well, a couple things work against that, right? Bobby can speak to this more. He goes to all the games as our Cowboys insider, but New Orleans is close. This is a destination place to come. It happens with San Francisco. It happens with Chicago. It happens with your Pittsburgh and your Green Bays of the invasion that comes in here. People circle this. It's like me going to Vanderbilt. Yeah, I'm going to see my godson, but I picked the Alabama game. Like I want to be... that's like something you circle on the calendar. Is it going to be Alabama? Is it going to be Texas? Hey, honey, let's take a road trip. Let's try to hit an NFL stadium. Let's go ahead and make that drive to Texas. AT&T.
Yeah, also, it's like a lot of Saints fans live here.
A lot of New Orleans residents
live here.
Like Katrina, people who moved after Katrina moved here. There's a lot of people who this is where they live and make their money. And
this has not been any different from years past, and the Cowboys handle themselves as a favorite at home almost every single time.
Detroit had a lot of fans here. We were at that game last year. They had a lot of fans here. The Bears always bring fans. The Packers always bring fans. The Steelers, the Niners. There's a lot of teams that always bring a ton of fans. Raiders, they always bring fans.
And you know
here.
what? Let me add one more thing, Jay. And I think y'all already know this, so I'm just repeating it. I don't think Jerry cares.
No.
Jerry doesn't give a rat's ass if it's 70-30, if it's... Yeah, would he prefer if he could circle it? He just wants to fill it up. That's the first thing they said at training camp when we're like, where are the fans out here in Oxnard? Why isn't anyone showing up? Do you know how fast everyone re-signed up for season tickets? We blew everyone away. We lapped the field when it came to season ticket re-signs and those PSLs being paid for. Are you kidding me? They just want it filled.
I just had to look this up after you mentioned the Saints deciding to run it over to the left side. No team in the NFL has run the ball over left end more than the Saints this year. And I'm sure a lot of that was from yesterday.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Brandon in Dallas, you're up next on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, Brandon.
Hey, I appreciate the call. I appreciate you answering the call. I'm a Tolo, so I love the show. But I just want to say one thing. You know, the Dallas defense did not show up. The offense did not show up. They just really got beat down. And it's going to be even better when the Ravens make them 1 and 2. Swat.
That's right. Not the most finesse matchup coming up on Sunday with the Baltimore Ravens coming to town. Squaw. We go from Baltimore to Pittsburgh. Brian is in Pittsburgh. You're live on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Brian.
Yeah, Sean, I hear you, and I understand when you say the defense, the blame of the rank got to go 1, 2, 3 defense, but we can't let Dak off the hook. The quarterback is important to set the tone of the game, the style of the game, the defense. Their morale depends on him. We have these expectations of him before the contract. Now with this contract, the control of the offense, he's got to be better. And this team is frustrated. He talked about in that cut that you played, New Orleans, 9 straight games, they come in, but then they talk on the other side of their mouth, Green Bay game was last year. It's a different team. This team's all over the place. Being in Pittsburgh, I don't even know if I can show my face at Acrisure Stadium in a few weeks. It's disappointing. I'm 40 years old. And I'm tired of this game.
Thanks for the call, man. Look, can we all acknowledge, though, that the pressure put on the offense by the defense was suffocating? You feel like you have to score a touchdown every single time to match.
Well, when they score at every drive, you have to match it. Yeah, so absolutely, there was a lot of pressure on the offense. But, I mean, look, that's what it's the NFL. I mean, that's what's going to happen. There's a lot of teams. Now, they're not going to score 35 and a half.
Not 6 for 6 touchdowns.
They're not going to go like that. Yeah. So the defense needs to do a better job. But, I mean, the offense absolutely could have finished off some drives and given the defense a little bit of an opportunity to maybe get a stop.
If they score a touchdown on each one of their first 5 drives yesterday, they're losing. They're losing the game if they do that. Like, I mean, and so that just shows you how difficult it was. Dak was not great. That was the first star down I gave today. Dak was not great. And because Dak really is control of the offense, now he shoulders all of that. He shoulders when things are stagnant and how things are operating. That's on him now because he's taking control of that. And so I think Dak wasn't good enough yesterday, but it also was like,
I mean, they scored 16. They scored 16 points in the first half.
That's fine. You score 16 points in a half.
You're on pace for 32.
Yeah,
come on now.
You're fine.
And I'm not attacking you, Bobby.
You can't tighten. And I think
I'm not saying he was. Sure. I'm not saying he was good.
Sure.
But this was not Dak versus Green Bay, and I think he was better than I think he was better than they were against Cleveland. You scored 16 points in the first half. You scored in your first 5 drives. That's good. This just in. That's good. Xavier and Grand Prairie, you're up next here on Sean and RJ.
Good morning, fellas. Good morning. I just wanted to say, man, I got 2 comments and a question. My first comment is that the game between the Green Bay game was worse and this game was worse, so let's not sugarcoat. Both of them games was worse. And Mike McCarthy seems real delusional to me. You know what I'm saying, on this game that just happened and the players that's playing in it. And then my question is, can y'all please ask Jerry Jones to stop drafting Michigan players? Because every Michigan player that we done drafted done became a bust. Let's be real. Taco Charlton, and I'm starting to think Mozzie Smith, I don't even see him on the field no more like that.
Starting to think. A lot of people are making fun of the Cowboys with Linval Joseph in your last second. Thanks for the call, man. Your last second defensive tackle pickups, that's all true. They did try to draft someone to help. Did he play? Is he on the field?
Yeah, no, he was on the field. He was blocked into the ground several times. I saw him on the field. But no, Jordan Lewis, Michigan player who's pretty solid. And I will say this, the lone star up I did have in my email was Luke Schoonmaker, outside of Brandon Aubrey. Luke Schoonmaker I thought actually was fine yesterday.
The one-handed catch? The one-handed lefty catch?
6 catches yesterday. He made his plays when he was called on.
The following people had more tackles than Mozzie Smith yesterday? Zeke, Dak, Lamb.
That's not great.
Is that good? I don't know.
All right. We're going to go around the rest of the NFC East, around the NFL, and then right back to the Cowboys during the commercial-free expressway. Going to try to get through it together here on Sean and RJ as the Cowboys Monday continues. Let me go ahead and send you on over to an awesome event. You've been trying to think of what to get Dad for his birthday or that big event that's coming up, maybe an early Christmas present. How about sending him to the home? Does this sound cool? Send him to the home of the World Series champs to go and share.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Darnold under center. Play action to Jones. Back to pass. Bosa picked up. Deep shot. Jefferson. Yes! Caught at the 50. Heads one to the 40. Cuts back to the 25. Heads to the right. He's trying to outrun the Niners. To the 5. Touchdown! A 97-yard touchdown from Sam Darnold to Justin Jefferson.
What makes yesterday sting even more in Arlington? That early battle. I'm always paying attention to NFC seedings, home field, and you lost an opportunity against the San Francisco 49ers, who lost to the 2-0 Minnesota Vikings, and my future coach of the year, who I fell in love with during the Netflix show, or Netflix, as Mike Tyson would say, who was at AT&T yesterday. 23-17 Vikings over San Francisco with Sam Darnold.
Man, this is there was a couple of losses around the league yesterday that were eye-popping, and I think this one was probably number one or one of. I mean, I'll tell you, it's the one I'm going to remember the most because I bet it. Dominated college football in the degenerate picks, 4-1.
Nice.
Turned around, went 1-4 in the NFL. 2-4, because I had the over yesterday. But against the spread, I was 1-4. This made no sense. The spread made no sense to me. I thought it was too low. And for San Francisco to go in there and Minnesota really to do that to them, that was stunning because it's Sam Darnold. And I don't know, is Sam Darnold the next Geno Smith? Right? Because it's always someone's going to be it. Some quarterback who had a rough start to their career that was drafted high is going to turn out to eventually realize what we all thought they had. It just was going to take 7 years. That's what happened with Geno.
Tannehill.
What?
Tannehill was that way.
Tannehill did that. Geno's a nice quarterback. Not great, but he's a nice quarterback.
Yep.
And maybe that's Sam Darnold. I mean, maybe there's a couple other guys you could throw in there that could be that, but I mean, looks like after 2 weeks it might be him.
Minnesota leaves this game worried about Justin Jefferson with the quad. Jefferson did say, I'm not seriously injured, and how great is this dude? I think I passed on him in fantasy. I think I took like Amon-Ra over him or another receiver. And I'm like, Sam Darnold, they're not going to get him the football. And he's still going out there and being a bad man. So the San Francisco 49ers lose. Cowboys can't do anything with it as they fall to 1-1. And then you get your next opponent in one of the stunners of the day.
Jackson takes off up the middle. He has the 50 and the 40, still on his feet at the 30. He laterals it back to Justice Hill near sideline at the 30. Keeps the play alive. He dumps it. It looks like it was forward. There's the flag. It's still loose. Raiders bat it down. They're about to fall on top of it. And this ball game is over. The Raiders come to Baltimore, and they beat the Ravens 26-23 in a massive effort here on the road.
Wow. In Baltimore, the Raiders with Gardner Minshew go in there, and the Baltimore Ravens are 0-2 for the first time since 2015. Ravens, Cowboys, Sunday on this radio station. How about this one?
How about that?
It's almost like Lamar Jackson isn't very good. Look, I mean,
really
the Raiders scored on their final 4 possessions of this game. It just all of a sudden clicked into place for them.
Devontae had a clutch touchdown at the end of this one as well. And Justin Tucker missed again.
Yeah.
He will not be the best kicker on the field this Sunday.
No, he won't be.
No, he'll be the third best kicker when he's in the state of Texas. He'll be the third best kicker in the state of Texas after what Fairbairn's been doing for the Texans these first 2 weeks, where he's made 6 field goals of 50 yards.
By the way, that feels like and seems like everyone. I would love to hear a study on 50-yard or longer field goals through the first 2 weeks compared to the last 10 seasons. I would be willing to bet NFL kickers are blowing the past away. Everyone from 52 on is the new 32.
We had that stat last week. Let me get it. I'll pull it up real quick.
Everyone is hitting.
Yeah, so the Ravens, you've got to be concerned if you're Baltimore in terms of this has been a top 5 defense for the last 8 years or whatever it is. This is how the Raiders finished the game yesterday. These were their second half possessions. 7 plays, 45 yards, 7 plays, 46, 7 for 49, 9 for 54, 6 for 23. Just like methodically moving down the field and draining clock. And it's just Baltimore. They should have beat Kansas City. They should have beat the Raiders yesterday, but this is massively concerning if you're the Ravens.
All right, so here's your kicker set. In week 1...
I don't totally agree they should have beaten Kansas City, but we can get...
You don't think so?
Look, I
thought they were better
felt like they
for
were
most
playing
of the day.
catch-up, kind of, throughout
at the end,
day.
because they were down by almost 2 scores, right?
Yeah, at the end, but I felt like throughout the
Early
game,
on.
they were more consistent and were moving the ball pretty
And
effectively.
Kansas City could easily be 0-2. Kansas City could. Here's your kicking stat from week 1. The 30 kickers combined to hit 19 field goals from 50 or more, the new record for a single week. That was last week. And then, Fairbairn and Chris Boswell both hit 3 from beyond 50. First time in history, 2 kickers pulled that off. So now we'll figure out what the stat is for this week because we're going to add those in.
Inside the NFC East, Filthy plays tonight. Monday Night Football is taking place. You're going to be able to see it on your regular old ABC or ESPN. We'll get into that. Filthy, Monday Night Football, the other game in the East.
From 30 yards out for a win. Seibert, 2 steps to the left. Way asks if he's ready. Tyler Ott is the snapper. Way turns, gets the snap. It's down. Kick on its way. It is up, and it is good! Washington wins 21-18!
Come on, Bram Weinstein. It's like Dawson doing a tease there in that play-by-play. This game was hideous. The Giants lost their kicker. They didn't have a field goal kicker. Malik Neighbors had a big day, but a big 4th down drop. And the Commanders, speaking of kickers, he hit 7 of them.
7.
As Jaden Daniels and Dan Quinn get their first win together.
The Giants become the first team in league history to score 3 touchdowns, play a team that did not score a single touchdown, and lose.
Say it again?
First team in league history to score 3 touchdowns.
They scored 3 touchdowns?
Yeah, they
had
missed
18 points.
They missed 3 extra points.
They missed the field goal, and then they had their two-point conversions that missed.
So, first team to score 3 touchdowns and lose a game to a team that did not score a touchdown.
Washington didn't score a touchdown and had 10 penalties in this game. And they said, but the biggest thing, they controlled the clock. They had the ball for 38 minutes in this game. They rushed for 215 yards.
Woo!
We'll talk about it at 8:40 a little bit. This was week 2 again. Running the football was back, and Washington was one of the examples of it.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. By the way, Jaden Daniels in that game, 23 of 29 for 226. And someone made the Florida State joke. The DJ and DJ Ukulele's name must stand for Daniel Jones. So 2 insults right there towards Florida State and the Giants quarterback who ended up with a QBR of 63. Neighbors, though, 10 for 127 and a touchdown. The game of the day in the AFC and maybe the NFL?
A 51-yarder officially to try to win it by Butker. 25-23 Cincinnati. Placement is down. Butker's kick. Leg through. It is high enough, and it is good! Kansas City! Harrison Butker, another clutch kick against the Bengals. And the Chiefs win it at the buzzer. 26-25. And the Chiefs go to 2-0 on the year.
God, I was praying against Butker for so many reasons. I just wanted the memes and Twitter and the internet to destroy him if he missed that kick. But he's money, and the Chiefs rewarded him with a new contract. Harrison Butker hits the game winner as the Chiefs survive. How about their first 2 weeks in terms of opponents beaten with Baltimore and Cincinnati? The Bengals are 0-2. And Jamar Chase losing his cool in this game. Really bizarre. That Joe Burrow fumble was weird to me. I'm like, wow, they just really moved on calling it a touchdown. I feel like I didn't get a good enough replay of that.
Romo said, no, there, it's out. It's out. He said it real quick. He said it real quick.
Did he?
You hope it's just a cramp.
No, Romo's getting killed for a ball that Pat Mahomes skipped, McNabbed, and he's like, he did that on purpose. He's such a genius. He's so brilliant. He underthrew the receiver on purpose to skip the ball into the ground there. But 26-25, Chiefs are 2-0.
Yeah,
Mahomes threw for 151. That's it.
That's it.
It's the fewest passing yards he's ever had in a game where he's played the majority of the snaps.
Look, Cincinnati has, for some reason, they play them tough. They always do. They always do. And they just can't. They're 0-2 for the 5th time in 6 years under Zach Taylor.
Whoa.
So Burrow has lost. Burrow is 1-9.
They should do the reverse. They should fire Zach Taylor and then bring him back in week 3.
Yeah, Burrow is 1-9 in weeks 1 and 2, in the 5 years. But I don't know what it is. Like, do they not prep the team in training camp, or do they just always play solid teams the first couple weeks? I mean, they didn't play a great team last week. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean,
what's going on?
They got ripped off here. They should have won this game.
That was the right call.
No,
it was late.
To me, when it is 4th and 16 and he's scrambling and he's essentially throwing up a Hail Mary, that's one of those kind of contact goes out the window to me. It was ticky-tack. I thought it was dumb.
Oh, you're having a problem with the
I have a massive issue with a scramble drill, like Hail Mary throw. Kansas City's always going to get bailed out. This, to me, that game should have been over there. To me, when you're in 4th and 16 and you're scrambling around and you're just trying to make something happen, contact kind of goes.
I agree in general, but I did think that was the right call. Like, he didn't even let him jump. It was clear contact.
Yeah, I thought it was a flag.
That wasn't ticky-tack.
We don't call it on the Hail Marys, though, and to me that was the field version of a Hail Mary.
That's fair. I disagree, but I think it's fair.
Was that wasn't thrown up into a group?
No,
it was a 4th and 16 scramble and kind of toss up.
Yeah, I think you're wrong. All right, Bobby's AFC Super Bowl representative, winning an ugly one last night.
Caleb Williams gets the snap. Caleb Williams in trouble. And Daniil Hunter can't get him down. Williams escapes to the right, throws downfield, and intercepted by Lassiter. Runs upfield, 45, and he's out of bounds inside the 45-yard line. The rookie with his first INT.
I guarantee you Caleb Williams doesn't have a lot of nail polish left on this morning. They beat his ass. Oh my! I felt bad for him.
7 sacks.
I felt bad for him. Will Anderson, everyone else, man, they battered this poor kid. They beat. There was some physicality in this game. Things got tested. It was an ugly, ugly game. But D'Amico Ryans and that defense end up beating the Bears 19-13. The Bears should be 0-2.
What a beautiful throw from Caleb Williams on 4th down. When they really needed a play there on that final drive. Just beautiful, throwing it about 20 yards away from anybody into the sideline.
And him and Sandler last night, he was trying to trigger Jared over Caleb.
I did.
USC fan.
He claimed he didn't, but it was a little methinks he doth protest too much. He was too much like, you're not going to draw me off sides, but he was clearly drawing off sides. I mean, this is just... Honestly, Chicago's defense was really good in this game. They did a really good job controlling Houston to the best of their abilities, but man, this was just... But they cannot protect Caleb Williams.
No.
And a lot of I know one of the narratives that's come out of this is, hey, a lot of that improvisation stuff you did, that's not going to fly as a plan nearly as frequently here in the NFL for you. And it hasn't yet.
Well, no, and also the pass to the right side where there was a couple of Texans were there to pick it off. I mean, look, in the Pac-12, that very well might be a catch. But I mean, these guys are professionals. Like, it's a different. The speed of the game is different, and that's why you've seen the rookie quarterbacks in part. That's part of the reason they have 0 touchdown passes.
It's like playing Utah every week.
Guess who finally got his first win?
Rodgers under center. Braylon Allen Malone set back. He takes the handoff, runs right, has a crease to the 15. Stiff arm, freeway, 5, goal line, touchdown. That's a Jet touchdown.
This was an ugly one. Jets radio with the call. The Titans were actually up 10-7 at halftime, and the Jets win 24-17. Aaron Rodgers with 2 touchdowns. It was a pretty sick play between he and Breece Hall, and Robert Saleh can breathe a little bit at 1-1. Jets win. Aaron Rodgers gets his W.
Yeah, and he was fine. Again, it's nothing that was super spectacular or anything else. I think that so far Aaron Rodgers has been good the first couple weeks. I wouldn't say that he's
okay.
I think he's been good. He's given him a chance to win.
He was. I would not say come near the word good in the opener.
I think for a 40-year-old who is coming off an Achilles, he has operated better than I would have expected. And I think that there's at least room for he could continue to get better here.
877-881-1053. Back to the Cowboys' embarrassment on the home of America's team during the commercial-free expressway here on Sean and RJ. Did the Cowboys' kryptonite just get them all over again? As soon as I heard this coach was from that team, I was like, okay, game over. As it continues to be the Cowboys' kryptonite, back to your takedown of the Cowboys after this. And this is Frankel and Frankel. Did the football team just make a bad weekend even worse because you got involved in a car accident? People losing their minds out there, probably listening on the radio. You got your drunk drivers over the weekend as well. It's time to get Mark, Scott, and Gene voted the best personal injury lawyers. They're chosen by the people and feared by the insurance.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Go to Andy! 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Just an outstanding first possession for the Saints, who are first and goal at the 5. Straight I formation. Carr will hand the ball to Kamara, coming on the right side to the goal line, pushes through a tackle and scores. Touchdown, New Orleans.
Brad Sham with the call in your home of the Cowboys. That was their 10th straight scoring drive with Derek Carr at quarterback after what they did against the Carolina Panthers. Olave versus Diggs early on that drive, and it ended with Alvin Kamara in one of his 4 scores as the New Orleans Saints humiliate and destroy the Dallas Cowboys 44-19. This is the commercial-free Expressway here on Sean, RJ, and our Cowboys insider back from the stadium, Bobby Belt. This was the earliest that I think I can ever remember switching a Cowboy game. I switched it with 5 minutes left.
Oof.
As Cooper Rush came in, and I was like, I'm not going to miss the red zone finishes. I'm not going to miss that. The Cowboys last year, with all their home games, trailed for 44 minutes and 41 seconds. All of last year, they topped all of that yesterday. Already have trailed at home more this year than all of last year.
Well, it was 60 minutes, right? They didn't lead for at all. Well, I guess they were tied for, a few minutes in the first drive.
Yeah, so
Oof.
they were, it was, outside of the first 4:10. But, the 44 minutes where they trailed at home, because there's 8 home games, so that means they trailed for less than 10% of their time at AT&T Stadium last year.
Cowboys had 25 pressures last week against the Browns. They had 3 in the first half. Brian Broaddus tweeted, Saints' execution and scheme have been impressive. They don't respect you on the edges, and they don't respect your corners. And early on in this game, when I just heard this, and I thought it set off a very, very fascinating discussion between you and Bobby, when I heard Clint Kubiak and then the association with Kyle Shanahan's coaching tree, I was like, oh no. Oh God. Is the kryptonite going to hit the Cowboys again with any type of San Francisco type offense or design? Because what Clint Kubiak did to Mike Zimmer, he could have put Mike Zimmer in an NFL coaching home yesterday. That's what Clint Kubiak did to his former boss. They were together in Minnesota. So I guess that means he's not from the Mike Zimmer tree, but how much San Francisco was there, and what the Saints are now doing, or is that just a fun little media tidbit and mention?
It's
Gary Kubiak's kid. Gary Kubiak, very fine offensive mind throughout his days.
Yeah, it's very heavy concepts that are being run in San Francisco, like that whole tree. So
I know they're doing more motion.
Yeah, so McVay, Shanahan, LaFleur, Mike McDaniel, Kevin O'Connell, they all kind of have come from this same sort of thought process. That in large part was kind of led by Kyle Shanahan. And if you look at, for instance, in week 1, the only team, New Orleans ran 2 tight end sets, the 3rd most in the NFL. They were behind San Francisco and Miami, Mike McDaniel and Kyle Shanahan. The motion, they were behind San Francisco, and it was San Francisco and McVay. They were under center, the 2nd most in the NFL, behind only San Francisco. And you see a lot of the run concepts, a lot of the deep crossers, things like that. It's very similar to a lot of the stuff that Shanahan's been doing.
Mike McCarthy on how surprised he was over what they were doing.
I don't know, shocked. You compete in the NFL. We've been very good at home. The numbers speak for themselves. you don't ever want to lose a game, let alone lose like that. But it can happen to anybody in this league, and frankly, you'd rather happen early. So I'm dishonest when you guys ask me what I think of the other team. Maybe I should just bullshit you like most other people do. Sit and throw candy out there. But I thought they were a good team coming in there, and I thought they played well. If you watch the last 8 games of their season and what they played last week, so I mean this was a challenge, and we got to worry about ourselves. We can't worry about what other people think or say, or what comes out of this. We need to just stay true to the football part of it, stay present, and work on this. So we got a lot of work to do.
What did you think, RJ, when you heard Shanahan tree, and did you immediately think, this could be a Cowboy kryptonite?
I rolled my eyes. Look, it's not because of it's not the Shanahan tree that I'm rolling my eyes at. Okay. Because it's very obvious. McVay, LaFleur, McDaniel, O'Connell. They all
Taylor.
come. Yeah, they all come from Kyle Shanahan. But we're also ignoring that Kyle Shanahan comes from Mike Shanahan. And I literally. Here's my issue with Kubiak. Giving Clint Kubiak, who basically all Kyle Shanahan did was fart in his general direction. He started coaching under his dad in the NFL, Gary. That'd be like, your kid going to the NFL or the major leagues and then somebody saying that some coach who had one session with him in high school gets the credit for this. Like, it's his kid. He very clearly comes from the Gary Kubiak tree, who very clearly comes from the Mike Shanahan tree.
Okay.
So, to me, there are 3 trees. There's the Parcells, the Bill Walsh, and then the Mike Shanahan. It's just like anything else. Everything stops at the age of 27. Wherever you are in life, whatever music you listen to at 27, whatever clothes you wear at 27, it all stops. So, for somebody who is 27 years old, there's a Mike Shanahan coaching tree. For me, an old man, I'm sorry, it's Kyle Shanahan. For me, an old man, it's Mike.
And he was in San Francisco for 1 year.
1 year. And that's my problem. That's my problem with Kyle Shanahan. People just love to just throw all this credit. He's great, but people throw credit at him that doesn't deserve it. This did not, the Mike McDaniel and the other guy, he deserves it for them.
Started at A&M, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Offensive quality control coach. Then Minnesota with Mike Zimmer. Kansas City for a year. Denver, Vikings, Denver, San Francisco, and now New Orleans. Is he a big, hot name like Slowick in Houston or the Detroit offensive coordinator?
Yeah.
Was this a hot name thought to be like a next guy?
Yeah, because, obviously he comes from a really deep, rich football family. Gary Kubiak had a lot of success, as an offensive coordinator. Honestly, had success with the Texans and the Broncos too as a head coach. And so, Gary Kubiak has been somebody he was brought in. I think it was, who was the John DeFilippo? Was he the one who got fired in Minnesota? Who then Gary Kubiak was brought out of retirement basically to be the coordinator there in Minnesota. But he obviously comes from that family. Gary Kubiak's sons, Klein Kubiak, he's a scout for the Cowboys. He's done some coaching. Clint has been a guy that was thought of really well in Minnesota. Has worked under Brad Childress, Mike Sherman, a bunch of different people. But the reality is that when you look at it, it looks like San Francisco, what they do. And so the influence is clearly there.
Yeah.
All right, hit us up with more of your calls. And Pepe, tell the Tolos how they can go off on the Odyssey app as well.
Yeah, guys, it's real easy. Look, you just open up the Odyssey app, go to 105.3 The Fan. And then when you click on that, you'll see a little small microphone feature. You click on that as well, and then you can record up to a minute-long conversation or just a voice message, and then leave your name and where you're from, and we'll play it back on the show.
Jerry Jones afterwards, extraordinarily disappointing. We will correct this. We will improve. Blah 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 blah. Same old of hey, it's just a lesson and a reminder. Everyone's good in the National Football League. So go ahead and hit us up if you want with the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. We have other star ups, star downs that you wanted to get to, brought to you by Crown Royal, the official whiskey of the NFL. My star ups that I had, Bones kickoff, Aubrey. I thought the pass protection was okay early on, and then I was I wanted to hear the review from you and Broadus and the film watchers about the guards, because it felt like internal pressure was disrupting Dak Prescott and really getting to him. I thought I was going to have a nice start for Rico Dowdle, despite the running game numbers. And then the third downs to start the third quarter, and I was like, okay, Zeke with that shuffle pass. That was a stroke of luck for the Cowboys. Tolbert's adjustment for 39 yards. Dak's fumble that got luckily recovered by Jalen Tolbert. So those are my only star-ups on the day.
You know it's a bad day when your star-ups are all like concepts. Like their third downs at the beginning of a quarter. Like that tells you what it was bad. You can't even name a player. It's just like concepts and ideas.
There's not a it's the concepts. Real quick, one more note in the star down-ish. Not an ish, it is. So somebody had brought pressures. I think it was you that said three. They had like three. Micah, somebody had three pressure, whatever.
I did.
You did. So as a team, they only had 6 the entire game. That's 35% pressure rate. 4th lowest in an NFL game since the start of last year. They got nothing. And that's the one thing you have to do to Derek Carr, right? That's the thought, right? You got to get in his face. You got to pressure. Kind of like Jared Goff. You got to pressure him.
John Owning from PFF, friend of the station here, he had leading up to this game, he had issued some concern that he thought there was some smoke and mirrors about their week 1 pass rush, because he's like, Watson just does not get rid of the ball, so it causes for a lot more pressure and for a lot more issues like that. I mean, I think honestly, I'll go start and I'll watch it.
And
again.
by the way, just to let you know what Cleveland did, because Derek Collins listening, he's like, "Where's my Browns love?" 18-13 over Mike Bassick's Jacksonville Jaguars. 13 points for the great Trevor Lawrence at home as they renamed the stadium after him.
Yeah, because it's Everbank Field, which is a bank. Thanks. So he did a kind of a collab with them. So he's like endorsed by them, and they put a TR in front of it. Now it's called Trevor Bank Field. Clever. It's clever. Clever on Everbank's part.
Yeah, that's very clever. It's
clever
total
bank.
simp.
It's
total simp behavior. I mean, look, there were all sorts of tie-ins. He wears the number 16. Trevor Lawrence, because he threw for 16 yards in the first half of this game.
18-13, the Browns get a win on the road. You had your other star downs?
Yeah, I mean, Tyler Guyton was not good in this game. And I think that, look, there's going to be a little bit of a grace period.
Big Tyler Guyton fan Gavin Spittle. We have show meeting today. He doesn't like when you're critical of the rookie.
There is going to be there's going to be a little bit of a grace period for a lot of these rookies. Cooper Beebe, Tyler Guyton, Kalen Carson. Carson was not good yesterday either. Carson was bad. But Guyton, I think, when we talked about Ndoga was still in the running for the tackle position potentially, you saw why, like yesterday, because you still saw, as talented as he is, as high as his ceiling is, there were penalties. It was missed assignments. They don't communicate. He and Tyler Smith have got to figure out communication on twists, where it's like when they've got 2 rushers twisted on, like, they've got to be more in sync with that, because I don't think Tyler Guyton is totally in lockstep with Tyler Smith, and that causes some issues for them. But he completely whiffed on Zeke's first carry of the game, a block that ultimately got Zeke wrapped up. That could have gone for more. Guyton was not very good yesterday.
All right, some of the things off the field before we get to best and worst of the weekend. Well, it's not truly like football game action, but it was still associated with the Cowboys game. Whoever came up with this audible that they picked up on Fox.
Easy. Yeah. There you go, Kim K. Yeah, there you go. Like that.
Kim K. Kim Kardashian's got to play in the Cowboys playbook. How about that?
And how about the whole thing starting with easy? Of course, I took to Twitter to figure out how people tried to decipher this, like Connor Stallions. This must be a tush push. Is this the play to let the whole D-line run through? So the Kim Kardashian jokes were flowing yesterday with the Cowboys offense putting in an audible call.
So easy Kim K was not just commentary about her.
I mean, we've seen, teams will do random audible calls. Like Brady would do random ones. I mean, all these guys they'll just pick some celebrity's name and use it.
What would you want to include in your audibles, Chop? What would you be like, I've got to include this in my cadence somehow? Hawk Tua?
Yeah, Hawk Tua. How Hawk Tua is not one this year.
Somebody's got to throw that in, right? We're going to get that at some point. Somebody's going to go Hawk Tua. And it's got to be Tua when he returns to the field.
When, when. Yeah, somebody's got to do a Hawk Tua this year.
By the way, speaking of Tom Brady, and Jared Sandler's like really invested. He's like, I'm doing Rangers. Tell me how Brady's doing. Is Brady much better? I want Brady to be really good.
At least one announcer is.
Tom Tom Brady was so much better.
Yeah.
So much better this week. I don't even have like a humongous mistake or a hiccup. He was quick. He was a lot more decisive. He didn't say anything. I'm still waiting for like that early Romo prediction or observation or like blowing my mind with an X's and an O. Like, hey, if they do this, look for this. This could happen. That's not happening. But the improvement I thought from Tom Brady compared to Cowboys Browns was so obvious.
Do you notice yet the fact that he's not allowed in the production meetings? Like, do you think that's where it comes from, is the lack of prediction?
Oh, is that starting now?
Yeah, I don't think he can be in them. I don't think he can.
That would do a
As
lot
a Raiders owner?
for his inability to, like, not recognize plays, but detail what they want to do. But I'm sure, like, there's only a limited number of plays you can run.
I mean, I feel like they might tell them in those things, or we like this player, or here's where we might bring out a crazy trick play. That's what I feel like that Nance or Romo may unveil. Like, they told us this could be coming, Jim.
Sure, like when Mike Tirico last night is talking about the Bears and he goes, Gervon Dexter, they're really excited about it. It's like, okay,
That's from that.
Tirico, somebody told Tirico that like, here's some guys that we think are really good this year that are making a leap.
And then Tom just goes down on the field with Jerry. Like, he's in the last 2 weeks, they give him a Tom Brady football. You know, they roll out the red carpet, and maybe he just picks up some of the information right there. But I don't know. I think that's a good question for a broadcaster who we can get on. Like, how much do you actually get that you don't say or that you slip in to the call? But I thought he was much, much better compared to the first week.
They obviously think they get a lot in those meetings. Otherwise, they would have let him in.
Well, I mean, there is that. I also think, here's the other thing. Much more polished, much better. There's just going to be only so much that I can stand, like, his voice, I think.
His voice is the...
What's wrong with his voice?
It's not powerful.
It doesn't sound like a play-by-play guy or an analyst.
It's
like,
not,
Aikman's got the,
Yes.
like, you know, the delivery down. And Brady just sounds a little like, yeah, you see here, we got this. So, like it is very, like, Midwest, Wisconsin. Like, it's
just not a booming, deep voice, which I like to hear, but... I mean, it's more about the points, too.
The best part of yesterday's absolute embarrassment was a caller in the postgame show on the Dallas Cowboys radio network.
All right, let's go to Bayless in Houston. Bayless, what's going on?
Hey, y'all, just want to say thank you for taking my call. Also, I have to say this. Bobby Belt is an idiot. He ruined the morning show, and that's all I got to say. Thank you.
There you go.
Thanks, Bayless. I appreciate it, dude. All right, let's go to Jim in Round Rock. Jim, what's going on?
Crap, I nearly swallowed my gum on that one. Poor Bobby.
Poor Bobby.
Poor Bobby.
Bayless, shout out to you in the armpit, man. That was fantastic. Calling in. Bobby Belt ruined the morning
show. We had Tolos giving us shirts over the weekend about you.
Sorry for Bobby.
Sorry about Bobby.
Yeah.
It's just... You are a treat. You are a treat. I do enjoy you around.
Look, it is a name or it was a take that was totally fit for a guy whose name is Bayless and who lives in Houston. So
was there a point that you think you made that he was reacting to on the post game?
No, I think it was. I hadn't come on the post game yet. I hadn't even been on there yet, and so I came on after that, and so it was. I mean, I think I just I make some people mad sometimes.
Laura in Grapevine, you're next up on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, Laura.
Hey, what's up, guys? Been listening to you all for a really long time. Sean, I agree with you. This game was not about Dak. I think we forced a punt in the fourth quarter, so to put this game on Dak or to have that be your first criticism makes no sense.
Thank you.
I know there were a lot of offensive difficulties yesterday. It was hard seeing Kamara do what he was doing, but to see on the other end our tiny little guy out there running the ball was pretty rough.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the defense, what's really hard is, do we not make in-game adjustments? And what do you think the game plan was going into it? And are we ever going to stop the 49ers? Ever? That's what I think is actually going to deem us having a successful postseason, if we can beat the 49ers in the postseason. And anytime we see anything related to the 49ers, we just seem to fall. I don't understand. What about Micah Parsons? Should he have been more in the middle of the field? Is that going to be other teams' game plans moving forward? I just don't understand. So, anyways, thanks, guys.
Thank you. Great call. What was the defensive game plan? What knocked Zimmer off course so early? And why didn't anything change, adjust, or shift? I mean, that has to be asked to Jerry Jones tomorrow with us at 8:30. how did you get that stunned by whatever they did? Maybe it was just player execution. Maybe you don't think you have the horses. And why couldn't you fix anything? Because Mike Zimmer got...
It looked like he had no answers.
He got run. He got lapped.
Looked like he had no idea how to fix anything.
At what point? And I mean, I'm not saying this is the case, and I'll have a better idea when I watch it back today. But like, when do we factor in the idea of like, at some point, like players got to make the plays though? Like they've just got to be better at what they're doing. Like they may have been in position, or like schematically, it may be like Malik Hooker's got to turn and run quicker on that ball down the seam.
When I don't see people within 5 yards of a defender, I'm going to blame everyone. I'm not going to let Mike Zimmer off the hook. Like, you didn't get pressure. You didn't do anything. You didn't get pressure. You didn't stop the run. You weren't close within any targets. It was clear that what you went into the game plan with, and I don't like to sit here and pretend to be X's and O's guy. I leave that to the others who watch the tape and understand the intricacies more. But sometimes it's not difficult to be like, your game plan belongs in the toilet. Like, light it on fire. You got worked every single which way. And it wasn't even close. I'm talking Emmitt Smith, Great Wall of Dallas running lanes and separation from no one being around. My goodness. Christian was up next here on Sean and RJ. Christian, you're live on the home of the Cowboys during the Expressway.
Thank you guys for having me. You know, you guys have touched on all the points, such as like not being able to stop the run. But I forgot about DeMarcus Lawrence. I mean, seeing him out there, and then also Michael Parsons. I guess my question is like, why are we not really making any adjustments, right? And we're going to have Dak for however many years, right? Like, he's locked in. But now, like, why not talk about Mike McCarthy? You know, I saw the game with the Bengals and the Chiefs, and just really, you know, their team was kind of putting Pat Mahomes behind, you know, with flags. But it seems like the coach and the quarterback were able to make adjustments, and we struggled to do that. So I don't want to keep harping on Prescott forever. Like, it is what it is. But now it's like, Mike McCarthy, what are you doing? That's about it. Thank you, guys.
Thanks for the call, Bobby. I'll answer your question specifically. When do I start blaming the players? When I see, like, clear and obvious missed tackles. When I see a corner that's there and should have made a play in the screen and should have made a pass breakup. When someone's there to make the play and they clearly don't do it, then I'll really blame the player. When no one's even close and it looks like 11 on 8, Mike Zimmer's got to be thrown into it as well.
But isn't it, like, I mean,
are you like trying to defend Zimmer?
No, I don't think it was a great game by any means. I'm just saying that when you look at the idea of this is, like we talked about earlier today, this is something that Quinn tried to guard against. Like, when nobody's in the vicinity, a lot of times that's a bust. Like, that's a player who didn't understand what they were supposed to be doing. Now, Zimmer's got to know his players.
Exactly. If Mike Zimmer doesn't believe that football intelligence-wise they're not up to speed enough in order not to have humongous busts and assignments, that's Mike Zimmer's fault.
Well, and I think Mike Zimmer got here and looked at a number of different guys on the defense and said, this isn't good enough. And that's why you saw them add 12 veterans in 2 weeks to the defense, where it's like, swap this out. Can I find some higher IQ guys? Can I get this and that? This is the result. Here's the thing. We spent all offseason talking about this team is worse than the one that was on the field the last 3 years. Like, they didn't replace anything. They let all this stuff go out the door.
Yeah, and part of this blame right here in this discussion has to go to the front office too.
Sure.
Yeah.
We all know your run defense was an Achilles heel and a problem. What did you do about it? Well, we're getting Overshown back. Well, he played 18 snaps yesterday compared to Damone Clark. You didn't do anything with your safeties. You're counting on Mozzie Smith to go ahead and get better. Don't tell me about the old guys that you brought in at the very, very end before the season started at the end of training camp. What else did you do? How else did you address it?
Yeah, no.
Kendricks, a guy who let's be fair, appreciate his personality, weekly guest on the Gag Nation. That's not any type of big time pickup. That's a guy who's been around forever. Let's just throw him in the mix because he played with Zimmer in Minnesota.
Better than what they had at linebacker last year, but yes.
What'd he do?
But clearly,
what a bar.
I'm saying it is better than what they had last year. It's clearly a guy that's on the back end of his career, though. And I mean, somebody who played well in week 1, but was late getting to the ball a lot yesterday. And that's, you know, where his athleticism is slipping. He's going to have to get to spots quicker because he's reading the play faster. Like, it's going to be, the margins are going to be really thin there.
Great message from Mike, who DM'd me regarding Overshown and the Clark snap counts. I think the reason for the disparity, Dallas played a lot of base defense with 3 linebackers on the field, Leofau, Clark, and Kendricks. Overshown rarely has played in base, including in the Cleveland game. Needs to be a starter. Clark needs to be on the bench unless there is an injury. In the Cleveland game, Dallas played far more nickel due to the personnel the Browns had on the field. I think this is a terrible reason because we haven't seen Clark make an impact play during his entire career. So thank you for the message. Mike, with some football insight. Back to the game. We got over 1,000 right now on Twitch and YouTube. Thanks to the Tolos for turning it on, leaving it on. Let's figure out if the Cowboys made your weekend better or worse.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend. Was it already bad? Best and worst of the weekend. And Peyton Russell and what he's wearing is going to start us off. I don't even think he told us Friday. Or
No,
he didn't tell us last week where he was going, what he was doing. We got Troy 2.0 over here.
Troy 2.0.
No,
Troy 2.0.
Bobby,
You did not tell us anything.
You listen the most, Bobby.
You told us you were going to be
I'm going to go
out.
back. Don't make me go back and find it.
You didn't. I don't think you said it last week. I think you mentioned it like 2 weeks ago that you were going to a Tech game coming up. But I don't think you mentioned last week when you were what you're leaving.
No preview, no like, all right, here's what I'm going to do in Lubbock. What do you guys know about Lubbock?
Yeah.
What is there to do in Lubbock? You didn't say anything about it.
I think
How do
I
I get a
mentioned
rash
it.
up
I think
there?
I quickly mentioned it. But you're right. My bad. But
So that's what you did? You took off Friday and drove to Lubbock?
yeah, well, so Mackenzie's parents went up there. It was Dad's weekend for a sorority. Her sister's up there as well. So we went up there with her parents, so I didn't have to drive. But yeah, we went up Thursday afternoon, Thursday evening, early evening.
Wouldn't you have rather driven than have the parent car ride that long up and back?
Me drive, my gas? No.
Oh, okay.
No, that's a 6 hour
car.
That's a 6 hour car ride with rush hour from Rockwall. So
May as
no.
well be putting queso in that engine.
I think we almost hit 2 deers on the way there, though.
That would be deer.
2 deers?
2 deers ran right across the highway.
Deer.
2 deer.
2 deer? You don't say deers?
No.
I'm saying deers.
Nobody has. You learned that at 5 years old.
What's plural? You don't put S's at the end of them?
Not on deer or like moose.
2 deer? 2 deers? Whatever.
Geese.
2 deer. But we avoided them, and the drive, was awful, obviously, because it was late and I was tired. But
how long?
It was about 6 hours. When we stopped for dinner, but if you don't count dinner, it was 6 hours. So we got there around 11:30 at night. And the drive was awful, but I had no expectations going into Lubbock. I thought it was just a field with some houses and then a big campus right there. But Lubbock, I gave you credit. It's a livable city. There's nothing around there.
Livable city.
But people can live there. People can live in Lubbock. But yes, the reason I went was because my girlfriend Mackenzie, she went to Texas Tech, and UNT was playing up there, my alma mater, which I don't represent anymore because of how much they embarrassed me Saturday. Lost 66-21. Went to the football game, and I was repping the mean green with my polo and got embarrassed badly.
And that led to what this morning?
So that's why I'm wearing a Texas Tech Patrick Mahomes jersey right now. Me and Mackenzie made a bet, because for her job, it's college day on Mondays, and so if UNT had won, she would have worn a UNT shirt. UNT lost, so she was like, "You have to wear Texas Tech jersey." And
so sad. I've seen this story so many times. The girlfriend starts controlling who you root for, what you do. It's normally the guy to the girl, those of us who have hand and control, like Sarah. All of a sudden, it's like she went to Knoxville. All of a sudden, she loves Peyton Manning, and it's happening with reverse for you. And then you make up these cute little lies, like, "Oh, we made a bet. We made a bet to go ahead." So first, you stab UNT in the back, and the Longhorns either got stabbed first or they are on deck, and you got to sit here and blame it on your little bets.
House divided sign.
Yeah,
I think we've got enough evidence at this point where we need to stop referring to Peyton as a Longhorns fan on the air.
Yeah.
Whenever we're talking about Longhorn stuff, he just said, like, forget even for a second that he just said, "I went to go watch my UNT Mean Green." That was his team, so that's who he's claiming, and that's who he's claiming to us here on the air. Everywhere else with Mackenzie, he's claiming the Red Raiders and Chimmy's margaritas probably, and everything
really
else
good.
in love. Yeah, I knew you went to Chimmy's. I knew it.
What else did you do, or what else was there to hit around there?
We went to one place that was a popular place that we were referred to, Spanky's, right off campus. It's they're known for their fried cheese. I didn't know that going into it, but apparently they have great fried cheese there if you want fried cheese.
Did you order it?
No, I didn't know until after.
Hey, I went to this great place. They said they have the best pizza in the world. What'd you get? Meatball sub.
No,
I went to Hurtado.
Yeah.
I went to Hurtado.
Yeah.
I got the kale salad.
No, I did not know that till after the fact, by the way. We were just told to go there, so So I
they're
went
not
there, got a
famous for
burger,
it.
and yeah.
They're not famous for it if you went into the restaurant, sat there the whole time, and had to leave to find out what they're famous for.
We checked out the Prairie Dog Farm, went there. A lot of prairie dogs all over the
Bob,
place.
best and worst of the weekend.
Shout out to a couple Tolos I ran into at the game, and they mentioned they're big fans of the morning show, unlike
You're welcome. Thank you.
old Skip Bayless in Houston. So shout out to Sean, who I bumped into on the field, and Tom from Colorado. And whoever, as I was walking to the locker room, yelled from the Miller Light Club or whatever there, below the belt, and I don't know who they were because I couldn't see them because they were tucked in the back there. But went and saw the new Transformers movie on Saturday.
Where?
In Grapevine Mills.
No. What
AMC.
time? Yeah, baby.
So
That's all he cared
about.
Jaime, our promo guy, had like passes to go see a screening for it, so he had asked us if we wanted to go, and so I was like, "Yep, sure, I'll take it." So this has now opened up Addison's eyes. It was a great movie, by the way. Fantastic. It's the Into the Spider-Verse to Spider-Man of like these kind of movies. So it's like an animated movie, but it's really, really good. But Addison now has felt the special screening lifestyle, and she's decided she wants to do movie reviews on YouTube. So now she's like plotting out like these are all the different movies I could review, and like this will be the different like regular segments that I do and everything else. And so now I'm having to help her gather stuff together so she can start reviewing movies, because she wants to do this all the time, go to movie screenings and have the special access. Worst of the weekend, Laura got strep throat. Yep,
coming around.
Yep, which is great because didn't you have it in your house
Luca
recently?
had it.
So Kristen almost got arrested, I think, because on Friday she takes her to the urgent care. She had missed school, and they're like, yeah, she's got strep. So obviously with strep, the sooner you start antibiotics, it's 24 hours. It's the most critical one to kill contagiousness, because within 24 hours, you're not contagious after you start antibiotics. So Kristen told them, call it in here, call in the prescription here, because you're about to close. They're like, yep, we'll get it in. She's like, all right, please make sure you get it in, because I got to start her on antibiotics now. She's had a fever today. And so she goes to pick it up, and they're like, yeah, it never came through. And Kristen is convinced that they just wanted to get the hell out of there and didn't bother to push it before they closed, because it was close to close time. So she called back Saturday morning. It was about 18 hours after the fact before Laura was able to start her antibiotics, but she called it, and she like read them the riot act.
You should have recorded it.
I wasn't there for it, but I got the call immediately after of her just going like, these MFers. And she was furious. She's like, it's just people cutting corners. It's people wanting to leave. It's not called. And they said, well, we just, they're like, we're calling it in now. It'll be there. And she's like, that's not good enough. I don't want to hear about you calling it in now. I know you're going to call it in now because I'm telling you to, but you were supposed to do this last night.
Choppy, best and worst?
The little man had a pair of pick sixes in his flag football game. Back-to-back drives.
There you go, Jules.
Yeah, and this is the week after the coach said that he can't.
Wish you were covering Shaheed yesterday instead of those two.
Who knew that I was the sire to Sauce Gardner? Who knew that, right? But
You're Cromartie.
Cromartie, you're absolutely right, absolutely. But then the downside of that is also part of the worst of the weekend, is that youth sports is really getting in the way of football, because this game took place during the Tennessee game. Now it was 71-0, so didn't really need to miss anything.
Yeah.
But then Luca had baseball on Sunday, and I'm watching half the Cowboy game on a cell phone. It's just not. It's no way to live. It's no way to live. Tolo John played on the other team, gave us some shirts.
Well,
drove all the way from Wichita Falls. They were from Wichita Falls. So the worst is this, the youth sports just gets in the way of all your football viewing.
877-881-1053. Let us know what you did best and worst of the weekend. That's also the number to call. More Cowboy calls, because y'all were so good in the 6 o'clock club. 877-881-1053. Yo, what are they doing at running back? Someone on the show had brought up
2.7. That's what they're doing.
Deuce Vaughn. Where are all the Zeke fans? What are they doing at running back? And the rest of RJ Choppy's blame game for yesterday in Arlington. Next on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
But let's get you over to Zero Res. Get that carpet clean way, green way, a Zero Res way. The RJ Choppy fan special.
Arlington and her studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Prescott in the gun, back and looking, well protected, deep to the middle, and the ball is intercepted at the 30-yard line. Intended for Lamb, and Tyrann Mathieu stole it right back.
The first pick was not Dak's fault. The second one was. Good morning, Metroplex. Humiliation, Green Bay 2.0. Here on the home of the Cowboys with Sean, RJ, our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Carter running things live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I guess I'll save my Deuce Vaughn question for 8:40. Bobby wants to focus on passing versus running in today's NFL. So I'll throw the Cowboys run game into Below the Belt and kind of tell him what to do during his own segment. But I do want to know, is Deuce Vaughn just not good? Like, seriously, I'm rooting for the story. I'm rooting to be right based on last year's preseason. Like, what is going on with Deuce Vaughn? Because, Bobby, I think you gave us the tidbit a few weeks ago. Don't be surprised. It seems like Jerry Jones wants Deuce Vaughn to succeed and thrive, and nothing is happening when he's getting the football. Now, normally I'm thinking in my own head, that's all offensive line. Running back knows where to run. If there's a hole and Deuce Vaughn can get to the second level, this guy can actually break one. The most breakaway ability in that running back room, but he never gets anything, and I want to know why. Maybe we'll get to it more at 8:40 because we have more of your calls, your Odyssey messages, and RJ Choppy has his options with the list of Cowboy blame game.
All right, here are the culprits, Sean and Bobby. Culprits are Mike Zimmer, Mike McCarthy, defensive line, Dak, Micah, and Lamb. And I put CeeDee Lamb on there because
you wrote something very harsh in your email last night.
Do not let that 65-yard touchdown fool you, okay? He broke 2 tackles because he didn't even break them. They were bad tackling attempts.
Yeah.
Other than that, he had 3 catches for, 15 yards? Or 25 yards, so 8.
And,
yeah, I mean, they took him away.
And they were missing Lattimore.
Yeah.
Like, the Cowboys, I'll take that trade-off. Cowboys going to miss Jake Ferguson? Okay. They're missing Marshawn Lattimore? Okay.
Yeah, so you're going up against Kool-Aid. Great name. Mm-hmm. Good player, but young. And generally players take some time.
And flawed, even coming out of school, was flawed.
So, I mean, look, his numbers, I don't believe match the game. That was not a game, and this is now 2 games where he was not great in week 1. He wasn't bad, but again, it was not great. And this one, kind of the same thing.
I thought he's the very least.
Very least of their worries.
I had a Tolo. By the way, the New Orleans Saints, Tom Brady kept talking about their physicality. I mentioned last week how Dennis Allen gave Tom Brady fits. Probably him and Spagnuolo gave Tom the biggest fits during his career. He kept talking about how tough and physical they were. I don't know if a team could have timed out more punishing hits than the Saints did yesterday to the Cowboys. And, I mean, it was highlight reel hits, and they were clean. And one of the ones was on Lamb, and I had this Tolo being like, I can't stand the way. Why can't CD high point a ball or be like Dez Bryant? Yo, man, and I'm not trying to trigger Dez or his exes or everyone on top. CD Lamb's a better football player and better receiver than Dez Bryant. All right? Stop. Okay, so maybe he doesn't have the same jump ball ability. That was a perfectly timed crack in the end zone. So for any Dez stuff, stop. Stop with Dez was here. Dez Bryant was done. Finished, fried, finished at the end. Stop comparing CeeDee Lamb to Dez Bryant. They're totally different players. CeeDee Lamb's better than Dez Bryant.
Dez is more physical.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, Dez
was a more physically gifted player. CeeDee is a better receiver.
He's a tactician. It's just completely different. Like CeeDee's a much better route runner. Dez was a freak. He was a physical freak.
Zion.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
He's kind of like Zion.
Yeah, I mean, like he was just a physically ridiculous receiver. It's just he didn't play the position the same way.
But CeeDee your number one of the blame game is D-line?
D-line, they got embarrassed. They got blown off the ball at every spot. The defensive tackles got nothing. I mean, you get defensive tackles not even showing up on a tackle box score. They had no answers for anything that the Saints offensive line was trying to throw at them. And then I put Zim the blame. And the Brady comments just keep sticking in my head that he could not dial up anything on third down because they were never in third and long, which is partly Zim's fault.
Yeah.
Because you didn't get him off the field. But then again, the players, what blame do the players play for not having in third down? And Zim famously said in that article where the Minneapolis Star-Tribune from a couple of weeks ago, when he said, do you want to address the team after you got fired? He goes, hell no, those are the guys that got me fired.
Yeah.
Right? So coaches, players, Jimmy's and Joe's, X's and O's, which one it is, it's chicken and egg. I think the D-line was the one, that was the number one reason. If you asked for the number one reason why they lost this game, defensive line was, completely embarrassed in this thing. Emasculated.
Out of the names you gave, I would rank it D-line's 1, Zimmer's 2, Dak is 3, Mike is 4, McCarthy 5, CD 6.
I think that's pretty much how I would do it, too.
However, whatever order you want with defensive personnel and Zimmer. Easily, clearly, top 2. 1 and 2, and far distant third with anything else.
What?
And Dak Prescott is not 3.
You don't think so?
No. They scored on 4 of the first 5 drives. They were on pace to score 32. They scored 16 points in the first half. That's a very good
13.
first half. What?
It was 13, right? It was 28-13?
At
35-13.
35-13.
35-13.
They scored 16 points at halftime.
16. Yeah, no, Sean's right. It's 35.
They scored 13 points in the second quarter. Okay? I'm not going to let people change the thoughts of football in general. He was not good in the second half. It was a terrible second interception. He got screwed on the first one. Their offense was they weren't totally matching because they need to be better in the red zone. They need to finish with touchdowns. But if you score 16 points in the first half, that's good. I'm not going to let people, because you hate Dak Prescott's guts, change that. No one, I don't care if it's Brian Broaddus, Jerry Jones, Mike McCarthy. 16 points in the first half is fine.
It's fine. It's fine.
And it might be more than fine.
Well, 32 for the game
you scored 32 in the season. You're leading the league in points.
You probably are.
Brandon Aubrey's on pace to break the NFL record in field goals right now. To me, that's Dak's got to be better when they cross the 40.
He was fine.
He hasn't been.
He wasn't good. He was fine though.
Yeah.
I don't think Dak was necessarily a problem.
I'm not saying he was good.
Yeah.
He was better than the Green Bay game, no doubt. He looked like he was choking. Visibly, it looked like he was shriveling up and throwing the ball into the stands in the Packer playoff game. That was not the case yesterday. They have to finish.
What's happening?
But he's not
here?
third.
What's happening here when I'm taking the anti-Dak side and you're having to hold up the mantle?
I don't know.
See, you're doing this though. You're doing this just for just to say
you're trying to be balanced.
You know what you're doing? You're doing a Bill Belichick at the end of half or at the end of a game. You're trying to skew the analytics
onto Baltimore.
That's what you're doing. You're trying to skew the analytics here.
Let's get to Jeff and Keller. Jeff, you're live here on Sean and RJ.
Boys, I'll be honest. This phone call would be going totally different if my Lions didn't do what they did yesterday. But I'll tell you this much. I can't believe I'm going to say this. Relax. If you were to tell me 2 weeks ago, Baltimore and Cincinnati be 0-2, that Minnesota with Sam Darnold seeing ghosts beat San Fran, Dallas got blown out by basically a new concept, new team up in New Orleans.
Raiders, Ravens.
Raiders, Ravens. And the Chiefs didn't look that great. Houston damn sure hasn't looked that great. They've had to struggle against two bad quarterbacks and two lousy teams to where they're at. A lot is said about players in preseason. Detroit's game loss was coaching. When the Cincinnati and Baltimore are 0-2. I don't know if these coaches are season ready yet. Coming out of preseason. It's with choppy noses. Every college football Saturday, there's one Saturday where it's nothing but carnage, and I think that this was it. As much as I dislike the Cowboys, there's no way that score was indicative of those teams.
What a call from Jeff.
Yeah, he's spot on there because it is early and none of these teams really know who they are yet, and this is the product of a lack of preseason, right? You're just you're figuring out who you are, and he's right about the college thing. There is that Saturday every year. It's Carnage Saturday.
Jeff is a Lions fan. This is Nate in Detroit on the Odyssey app. Nate, you're next up on the Fan.
Hey, how y'all fellas doing? This is my first time calling.
Thanks for calling, man. Thanks for listening and calling.
Yeah, my question is, Coach, and I've been a Cowboys fan since '75, and I remember when Jerry Jones first bought the team, he fired Tom Landry. My question is, do you think they need to hire a new, more younger, innovative coach on offensive defense?
Yes.
Because it seems like these older coaches, the Shanahan coaching tree, they can't even handle it.
Thanks for the call, Nate.
Look.
This is what you wanted for the defensive coordinator. And Bobby, before the question is being completed with the phone calls, already talking about it, yes, for the offensive side.
Look, I mean, I think, younger elite coaching is what everybody really wants, except for Jerry Jones. This team has operated, and they did. We made fun of this back in 2016. They operate under the same philosophies they operated from in the 90s. Guess what they won with? Value the running back, value the linebackers. I mean, this team drafted. I mean, how many linebackers did they drafted the first round over like a 6-year stretch, or high? Not even first round, first and second round over like the 10-year stretch. They just operate differently. That's the way it is, and we kind of have to get used to it. When Mike's not the coach anymore, they're not going to hire some assistant from Kyle Shanahan's coaching tree because Jerry doesn't want to train on the job.
I'd put Jerry and Steven up here on the list of blame game over Dak Prescott because this is the defensive personnel you have. We know what their weakness is. We know what their Achilles heel is, and you didn't do anything to solve it. Now, they're going to try to say Mozzie and Overshown need to take steps. Yes, that's true. You get Diggs back, but we know they didn't really address anything with the meat of their defensive line. You had a year to be already worried or evaluate Mozzie Smith. Now, you can't have everything, but this was your number one weakness, I thought, as a football team. We all thought. It's just not cool to talk about the running game anymore in today's new school NFL. It can still zap the life out of you and crush and break your spirit. That's always what happens to this football team, especially when they get punched first. They fold. Ryan and McKinney. Ryan, you're up next on the D&M Leasing Hotline.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. I have a couple things. First, with Dak Prescott, I see through the past few years, he doesn't know how to read defenses.
You know, he finished second in the MVP last year, right?
Yeah, I do understand that, and one of the big reasons why is, number one, he's in one of the worst divisions in NFL.
Fair.
So that pads a lot of his stats.
Okay.
Two, they play really well at home.
Yeah.
And the teams that they played were
not
below
studs
average.
over 500.
Yep. They were bullies.
Yes, exactly. So that's why he played so well during the regular season. Second, with the playoffs, I just think he's too overwhelmed.
He reads defenses like you talk on the phone with a call. We got to run, Ryan. I'm sorry. I had to get that joke in. I thought it was a funny joke, and we're up against it. But look, there's two ways you're going to go about this. All right? Yesterday's game, do you want to isolate it and keep it to that, or do you want to win your overall point? Dak is politics. Dak Prescott is politics. Fair as F T-shirts being made because I can be very objective, and I am very objective. I can isolate and keep it to one thing versus the grand scheme of things. Do I think Dak Prescott is going to win the Cowboys a Super Bowl? I do not think that. Can they? If everything lines up perfectly, yeah, I think there's a small possibility. So that's the bigger discussion. Do you want to win your bigger discussion argument, or do you want to be like, you know what, my candidate, they were wrong in this moment? Or do you want to, what about you, and redirect every single possible thing so that you win the grand scope of why you are on the left or on the right or in the middle? And anyone who wants to blame Dak Prescott or have that be the first words out of your mouth for yesterday, you just want to win your argument. That's all it is. You want to make it a political fight. You do. There's no other way to look about it. You cannot go outside of Mike Zimmer, the defense, the personnel given. You can't take it to the quarterback for yesterday. You can't. You want to do it for the Green Bay game? Fine. Maybe let you have that. But not yesterday.
That's not a fine. That's a definitely yes.
The other football team cannot have their first stop. You cannot stop them for the first time in the fourth quarter and then talk to me about the quarterback first. You want to make an overall argument? Well, I have this father-in-law discussion that I have every single week? Fine. You want to zoom out and get mad that they paid him? Fine. Not yesterday. You can't do it yesterday first. He's not good. Not very good. But he's not one or two. Come on now, y'all. Speaking of politics, a second assassination attempt on President Trump. And were you able to watch everything you did on your TV that you actually paid for? That's next. Also on the home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak your hair a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on the 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at karsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And the pitch swung on, and a high drive hit to left center field. That's hit well into the wind. Back at the wall, Leody Taveras, it's out of here. Mitch Garver hits one through the wind, a 3-run homer. It's 3-0 Seattle in the first.
Rangers get blanked 7-0 yesterday. No one cares about that. We don't care. All we care about is Jacob deGrom and maybe a little bit of Max Scherzer as deGrom debuted on Friday night.
He did, and I was pumped. I was excited to watch him. This was something that it was one of the few things I had left to look forward to with the Texas Rangers this year.
Well, you're young, Bob. Oh, with the Rangers.
And he is, there was, everything was on display, I think, that reminded you that deGrom is really impressive, and he's still that guy.
Like a 99.
The velocity was really good. The movement was good. The ability to just kind of command the strike zone, put the ball exactly where he wanted. That's all great. It was a little bit concerning when you look at some of the exit velocity numbers, some of the nerd numbers. So the hardest hit ball that deGrom gave up against 115 batters last year before he got hurt was 108 miles per hour. It was a home run by Shea Langoliers. On Friday, he had balls that were hit 108.1, 108.2, and 112.1. So he gave up 3 batted balls that were hit harder than anything he gave up in that month that he pitched for them previously. So hopefully it's just some bad luck or just some rust. But, I mean, when you talk about heading this game, Scherzer, same sort of thing. He returned this weekend. His 2 hardest hit balls of the season came against the Mariners, and it's not exactly like the Mariners are the exit velocity kings that everybody's just all over the way that they hit the baseball. But both Scherzer and deGrom got hit harder in this game than they have recently.
I wonder, that's because the velocity was there, if the ball is flat, because his spin rate might not be where he wants it to be. Just because it's going the same speed doesn't mean the spin on the ball is the same, and that spin obviously increases movement. And I wonder if the ball was just a little flat first time out.
Obviously, it's one start, so you can't compare it to data across the rest of the Major League Baseball. But his average exit velocity in this game was 94.5 miles per hour, which would be the very bottom percentile of all of Major League Baseball if that kept up.
Really high, especially for him. So that makes me think that something just isn't there yet. And that's part of why it's important.
He said his legs were trembling. He was so nervous.
I mean,
gave himself, I think, like a C. I think that was his own grade.
Well, I mean, look, if you go 3 2/3, you strike out more than a strikeout an inning. Slightly more. And you don't allow any runs. I mean, that's you put that in the win column.
Yeah, I was encouraged by it. Every game in this series, by the way, up until yesterday, ended 5-4.
Yeah, they did. And I'll be interested to see his how his bullpen goes. If there's any kind of soreness there, what he feels like, because 2 Tommy Johns is not easy to come back from.
He had 5 balls that were hit over 100 miles per hour. 4 of them were off the slider.
Oh, and then Scherzer was able to go ahead and get back out there. He went 4 innings, gave up 5 hits, 2 earned, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. ERA for the season for Max a 3.95. Jack Leiter making an appearance with 4 innings himself. He gave up 3 hits and 2 earned to have the ERA sit at 9.55 for Jack.
Scherzer was, out of the 3 starters we were watching in a row there, Kumar, deGrom, Scherzer was the one that I felt the least good about. Where I was like, okay, it's clear we're getting near the end here for Max Scherzer.
Yeah.
All right, were you able to watch everything you wanted this weekend as our resolution came, RJ Choppy, with DirecTV?
It did come with DirecTV, and that was great. It happened, was it Friday? Friday night, I think it was the day it happened.
Or
Saturday
like
morning. Yeah, Friday. But I was absolutely able to watch it. I was able to watch everything I needed to. Didn't have to worry about switching. Didn't have to worry about learning how to do a new remote. Didn't learn about any of that stuff.
Yeah.
Because I could stick, but with overpaying for DirecTV. I'm a creature of habit.
How did this get solved? I know you did a lot of reading on it. I didn't have the energy.
I think what happened is DirecTV realized that they were not going to win this thing at all because they've been averaging 1.5 million subscribers per year as a loss. At last check,
they've been losing 1.5 million.
They've been losing 1.5 million. At last check, they only have about 11 million customers left, which seems awfully low. If you asked me how many subscribers does DirecTV have, I would have said, I don't know, 100 million? I would have no frame of reference.
Yeah.
50 million? No idea. 11 is not the number I would have thought. And a couple of years ago, in 2021, in July of 2021, right before it spun DirecTV off in a deal with private equity, AT&T said it had 15 million subscribers remaining. So it's lost 4 million since July of 2021. And how many of those were in this? ESPN knows that they are the ultimate position of power. There is not a channel that is in more demand. Like, they can charge whatever they want because they own the rights to basically every league. And if you're a sports fan, you have one of two options. You either get ESPN or, through your cable provider, or you buy the app and you pay, whatever it is, $100 for the year, $10 a month, whatever it is. So that's really what happened is DirecTV was like, we're not going to win. We are not in a position of power anymore.
I took the advice of Bobby Belt and Jesse Holly, and I did sign up for YouTube TV.
The free trials?
The free trials. And yesterday, I canceled. Took me about 4 times. And they all intentionally make it a pain in the ass and very difficult for you.
Was it hard for you?
Oh, yeah.
Because it's like, for me, it's a portal. You just go in there, you click one button and confirm, and it's done.
Have you canceled YouTube TV?
Yeah, I've put it on pause or canceled it completely a few different times.
Well, maybe
on a free trial you don't have a portal yet.
Oh, that maybe having to do with the free trial. That may be the issue.
So, look, if it was just me, maybe, but my wife, she got the favorites set up. We got the DVR for the shows. She knows the channels now. We're already switching over to something new with the DirecTV stream. So the price hasn't gotten out of whack yet because I'm still like a new customer with a new address. So and laziness all factored in. So I was happy this came to an end.
I was too.
And I'm still with the satellite.
Yeah, I get
kinda.
I don't love it on when I have to use it on a like a Roku or an Amazon Fire Stick because I like the remote. But it's fine. It's fine for me, and it's not crazy expensive. So is it worth an extra $10-15 a month to not have to worry about switching? I don't know. Maybe.
Another assassination attempt on Donald Trump as he was golfing yesterday, and the Secret Service noticed an AK-47 sticking out of the bushes. They apparently fired about 4 shots towards the guy. He got in his car, took off. They eventually got him, and he is in police custody. Another 3-namer.
Yeah.
Do they all go by 3 names, or do they just identify them as that? So now it's
they identify them as that, so there's no confusion as to it could be there could be 2 Ryan. His name is Ryan Ruth or Routh. There could be 2 Ryan Rouths out there, and they use the middle name to to differentiate. It's crazy. This is now this is 2 in 2 months.
Yeah.
And I mean I don't know. Is this going to stop? Or is this just kind of the world we're living in right now?
He apparently did not tell the authorities anything. Like he was completely quiet. And in fact, it was David Ehrenberg, the state attorney for Palm Beach County, told CNN yesterday the guy knew enough to stay silent. He did not apparently speak to officers. He was calm. So it looked like a person who has done this before, not necessarily this crime, but someone who has had repeated interactions with law enforcement.
So his son did an interview, and his son did say that he has had run-ins with the law before, not like major crimes, but done stuff.
Not assassination attempts.
Not assassination attempts.
Jaywalking.
He stole some bubble gum. Yeah.
But I mean, does this guy last 2 weeks?
What's that? Does he last?
Are they gonna keep him quiet?
Oh, well, apparently he was making a lot of he was very pro-Ukraine with social media stuff. And, there's some who criticize Trump for not saying he wants Ukraine to win the war because he's boys with Putin and that whole thought that's out there. Mm-hmm. So they're theorizing that was one of the things that pushed him over the edge or set him off because he wasn't pleased with President Trump and his take on the war. But this is another attempt. Now, Elon Musk is in a little bit of trouble. He deleted a tweet he sent out saying, Oh, so no assassination attempts on Biden and Harris with a thinking emoji.
Oh, well, that's not good.
No,
that's not what you want to see.
But that's where we are now. You can come out and say that the other side and things that they've said are either trying to kill me themselves, they're like setting it up, or the things that they have said, the rhetoric is getting putting my life in jeopardy. Again, people are way too comfortable and have been calling someone a racist, and now you can just come out and say what you said got a bullet whizzing by my ear. Or you just like somehow set it up yourself. You try to get me killed. And people are just comfortable with it. That's where we are today. Whereas, that would normally be, back in the day, a pretty serious allegation and something you shouldn't say, that you tried to get me murdered and assassinated and killed. And now you can just go ahead and throw it out there.
It's, what are the, so this guy was also in a commercial 2 years ago.
What?
And he was in a commercial for Ukraine. It's like one of those, like, the propaganda commercial, whatever it's called, Azov, and then the first guy was in a BlackRock commercial. Well, these are these actors.
So what you're saying is for any possible third attempt to study,
just study all commercials, all commercials from like 2020.
John Wilkes Booth was an actor. This is maybe this is a thing.
Really? So that's the story. Yesterday, my brother texted me this, and I was like, "What?
Yeah,
like, is this blowing up on the news?" Like, I
heard it from you.
Yeah. I was like, what the heck is going on? So a second attempt.
Man, I'm getting panic. They're about ready to clean the windows, and I keep seeing like stuff flying down here like ropes. Somebody's about to rappel down the window. It's
as
freaking
we're
me
doing
out.
this story.
Yeah, it's freaking me out.
You want to ask the guy if he's got 3 names out there?
I should. Yeah, just open up the blind, just start knocking.
Did the passing game make a comeback in week 2 of the NFL season? And is Deuce Vaughn just not very good? That's next in Below the Belt with Sean and RJ.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
2:54 left, second quarter. Saints lead 21-13. Second and 10 at the Dallas 13. Carr under center. Handoff Kamara left side. Look at all the room. 5-yard line. First down. Did he get in the end zone? Touchdown Saints.
Oh, baby. Is the running game back? It certainly was for Alvin Kamara and the New Orleans Saints yesterday as the Cowboys got their asses kicked 44-19 at AT&T Stadium. And we just got some breaking news about the running game across the NFL. Isaac Pacheco heading to IR is what ESPN was saying up there, Sean?
Yep.
So Pacheco is out now.
Which
they're
IR?
gonna have to go find. They're gonna have to go find another. Nobody running back to rush for 5 yards of carry for him and cover over all manner of sins when Patrick Mahomes plays as bad as he did yesterday. So that's what you got there. All right, so we talked about, and this is Below the Belt, sponsored by A#1 Air. So thank you to them. We talked last week about the idea of is the running game making a little bit of a comeback, and how passing attacks have not been nearly as prolific in some of the recent data sets as we've seen over the last 10 to 15 years. In week 1, we had just 2 guys that went for 300 passing yards, and that was the fewest in a week 1 since 2005. So we're talking about basically a 20-year low. If you look at the TNF game and then the slate of games that have been played already, there were 3 players. There's just one Monday night game left to play. There were 3 quarterbacks that threw for over 300 yards on Sunday. So again, way down. One of those guys who threw for 300 yards was Jared Goff, who went for 304 on 55 pass attempts, which is not efficient at all. Not at all able to do that.
Ice his arm, man. Jeez.
So running has been the main avenue of success for a lot of the teams that have won early on this season. So there were 3 teams that averaged 140 yards rushing per game last season. During this week 2 slate already with 1 game left, 10 teams went for over 140 yards. Some of the numbers were like ridiculously off the charts. Chargers rushed for 219. Saints were 190. Packers got 261. Washington had 215. In fact, through 2 weeks of the season, there have been NFL teams, there have been 4 performances of 300 net pass yards or more. So one of those 300-yard passing games had a sack in there that brought their net passing yards below 300. There have been 5 games of 200 rushing yards. So teams now are starting to run at a ridiculously prolific level. We're on pace right now for 63 games of 185 rushing yards from NFL teams. Last year there were 42.
Wow.
Good. I'm happy about it. I know it makes RJ sick, but I kind of like when you get big reversals and trends. I don't know if this is an actual trend, but the league did everything they could to screw over defenses. And really to go away from run games. And it's not good for the Cowboys because this is their weakness and has been their weakness, but the league keeping it alive for the first 2 weeks.
You have me pegged wrong here, sir. It does not make me sick. I am all about efficiency. That's all I care about.
Oh.
And if the efficiency of the running game has changed and improved, then I have no problem taking a look at that. It's still boring to me, and the only thing it'll do for me is it'll just cause me not to watch. But other than that, yeah, I'm just all about efficiency.
No, and I mean, this is where you're seeing teams. It's not just like we talked about yesterday with New Orleans. Alvin Kamara's longest run was 15 yards. It's not like he broke a 40-yarder in there, did anything else. This is like teams are having a lot of success just methodically moving the ball 5, 6, 7, 8 yards at a time running the ball. Last year, it was actually the Ravens led the NFL in rushing at 156 yards per game. That was the absolute top of the level in the NFL, was 156 yards. If you look at these first couple weeks of the season, the NFL teams are going way over that consistently. There have already been 14 games of 156 rushing yards.
Maybe it's, no physicality in training camps and off season hurting run defenses. I don't know. Discussion for another day. But it's hard to, completely judge the Cowboys run game yesterday because they were getting their ass kicked and destroyed and embarrassed and humiliated and emasculated and all the above. But they ran for 68 total yards. Zeke had 6 for 16. Rico, I thought, got off to a decent start. He had 7 for 30. But Deuce Vaughn, I want to talk about Deuce Vaughn. 4 carries, 11 yards, 2.8 with the average. His longest run was 4 yards. Week 1 against Cleveland, 1 carry for 4 yards. You had heard Jerry Jones in an interview, Bobby, that you kind of took note of. I think it was on this station, bring up Deuce's name, and you had said, I think they might want to, they might be trying to force Deuce Vaughn involvement this year. And at no time in the regular season can I ever remember Deuce's abilities getting loose. He had the epic preseason last year. And I am just automatically thinking when a running back doesn't break any, he's not getting any holes. But is there something to Deuce's vision or his game? And yesterday I tweeted and I asked, is Deuce Vaughn just not good? Because he never breaks free for anything. And I got 132 comments back to me on X. Here's some of them. I think he's not suited to the league. Too small. Our offensive line also is not good enough. Leaning towards O-line, not making lanes. You can't get in a rhythm being constantly pulled after one play. That from Tolo Matthew.
That's a big one for me. There's I think the 3-headed monster is too much. They need to shrink it down to 2 because you can't get into a rhythm. Now, maybe there's no rhythm to get into because these guys' rhythm isn't any good because they're not very good as a whole. But there is 2 things. You could hit the hole. You could be given a hole by an offensive line, but you hit it too fast, right before it opens up, or you hit it too late.
Yeah,
because you're slow. But there is such a thing as being too quick to the line of scrimmage. I don't know if that's the case. I haven't studied it enough, but for 4 carries, that's a sample size that just isn't there.
Tolo David, he's just too small, can't break a tackle. Nice story, but just not an NFL player. Another Tolo, enough with the story. Bring up Dalvin. Dude, he's 4 foot tall. WTF do you want him to do? What are you seeing? What are you hearing, Bobby?
So I think yesterday was confusing to me. I don't know why Zeke was getting all the runs to the perimeter. Zeke was getting runs to the perimeter. The couple carries that Deuce got, everything was inside.
Yeah.
Which was a little odd to me.
Total opposite.
Yeah, they were doing some stuff on offense yesterday that I didn't I've not seen them do, and I don't know why they were. I don't know if it's just, hey, we got to figure out some way to kind of combat this and respond to what defenses are doing to us physically. I don't know if it was just some sort of change up trying to throw curveballs, but Deuce So Deuce, getting into a rhythm, that's important, everything else. There was one run there, I think it was his second carry of the game, where he had a lane, and he ran into, like, the offensive lineman blocking somebody, where it was just, I don't know what he saw or why he wasn't able to jump cut quickly enough to get out, get to the hole. But he runs into the offensive lineman, gets wrapped up. His big problem has always been as soon as a defender gets hands on him, they're concerned that he's not going to be able to break that he's going to go down. They're not going to get any yards after contact. He's got to be in space. He's got to be. We would think it's nuts if you're handing off stuff to Turpin to then run in the interior. Yeah. And
Christopher Smith said that they're running him in the middle, not trying to get him in space. Seems like they should be doing the opposite.
They got to use him more like Turpin, like they would if he was a running back.
I think it's also important to remember he was a 6th round pick.
Yeah,
like he's a 6th round running back.
Pacheco was a 7th.
Right, yeah, but I think that you're talking about
one 7th round good player doesn't mean it applies.
Yeah,
you're a 6th and a 7th round pick for a reason,
right? But like
98% of the time,
we don't see the great running backs today aren't like first rounders anymore.
I know. I'm saying I think we're surprised when a 6th rounder is really good. We're not surprised when a 6th rounder isn't Isaiah Pacheco. Like to me that's kind of reasonable expectation. Now here's the thing: a lot of people felt like Deuce would have been a. I think talking to most evaluators, the idea was if he were 4 inches taller, he would have been a 2nd, 3rd round pick, probably. But he still had long speed questions. He was not like a big long speed guy. He's an agile, like joystick type of runner. And you talking about this made me remember. It's like, let me go reach out. I know we did a segment right after the draft last year where the segment, it had come up the question of, was Deuce Vaughn a charity pick? Like, did the Cowboys pick somebody who nobody else would have picked? And so I wanted to jump back and look, and I was like, I asked people outside of Dallas, what did they think of him and if it was a charity selection? And I got 3 replies back. One personnel guy said, definitely not a charity selection, change of pace back with vision, athleticism, and a solid pass catching skill. He went in the right range. Another guy said, had him in the 5th round. He's got incredible change of direction, quick mental processing, zero fear running inside, incredibly tough. Plus pass catcher, the size limits how much you can have him on the field, though. Sometimes a bit too eager to bounce it outside instead of letting things develop in front of him. And then the most negative review said he was late day 3 for me. Had some backs I liked more that didn't get drafted. Love the elusiveness, but size and athletic limitations are just too significant for him to contribute in a meaningful way. Not for us, but went around later than I thought he would. So that last review sounds like the player we've seen.
He averaged 6 and 5.5 yards per carry his last 2 years of college. And that includes 50 catches and 40 catches in those 2 years for 9 and 9.5 yards per reception. He was a draftable player. And if he was a charity case, that's not
wasn't.
Great. He wasn't. But, he wouldn't be the first. Mike Piazza was. He went to the Hall of Fame. He was 64th round or whatever. It happens.
I think he has I'm not ready to just completely write him off. I think there's a way that he can contribute because some of the elusiveness is really impressive. He is very quick. He's very agile. You got to use him in the right way, though. Yeah. However that is, and I know Brian Schottenheimer was working on, we talked about it at the end of last season. He's like, hey, I want you to start running some routes. Work with Brandon Cooks. I want you to start learning how to contribute in doing some stuff maybe from the slot. Find different ways to use him, that's fine. But, man, the way it can't be is not, let's have Zeke with his 4.7 speed at 29 years old, run everything outside, and let's try to put Deuce on the interior. I don't know what was going on there. I think that he can be a contributor. He's never going to be a full-time back because there are just natural limitations there.
So if Dak calls the plays, is that Dak's fault for running them inside?
That's not a ha-ha thing. I said today, I think Dak is, that's why I think Dak is largely responsible for a lot of what happened yesterday. I think Dak was in control of the offense, and I don't think it was particularly good. I don't think they were in plays consistently enough that were going to take advantage of what New Orleans had in front of them. It wasn't a good day for him, period. As somebody diagnosing things pre-snap or, in terms of some of the reads that he had. Now, I think to the point about Dak throwing the interception, there were a lot of people crushing the second interception he threw, which it was an awful throw. To me, it's 11 minutes left in the 4th. You're down 20 points. That's the time to throw that to see if you can make something happen. To me, I don't care when you're down 20 if you make a stupid throw to try and get some of it back.
Me neither.
And so some of that criticism I thought was a little bit over the top. To the Dalvin Cook question, I do think we're getting close to being able to. There's our window washer. I do think we're getting close to seeing Dalvin Cook getting an opportunity to be active for these games.
I hope so.
I hope he's got the quickness. I hope he's good enough.
I don't care. It's better than it can't be worse than
they
what
need
they
to
already
make a
have.
trade. They need to make a trade. That's what they need to do. They need to go find somebody who a team has a surplus of running backs, and they need to make a value trade.
Well, the Chiefs might be on the phone with them right now.
Yeah.
And San Fran. I mean, San Fran doesn't need it, but
Right, San Fran's got their guy right
Let
now.
Trey Lance run the ball for you, you know?
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franco and Franco Injury Attorney text line on your home of the Cowboys. I got crushed yesterday by a lot of Twolos, not on Twitch, but on Twitter. Did the Cowboys really have the worst loss of the day? That's next on Sean and RJ.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Jackson takes off up the middle. He has the 50 and the 40, still on his feet at the 30. He laterals it back to Justice Hill near sideline at the 30. Keeps the play alive. He dumps it. It looks like it was forward. There's the flag. It's still loose. Raiders bat it down. They're about to fall on top of it, and this ball game is over. The Raiders come to Baltimore, and they beat the Ravens 26-23 in a massive effort here on the road.
Final hour, Sean, RJ, and Bobby on a depressing Cowboys Monday. Here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. That is what TOLO stands for. Nick Eatman, also in Arlington, like Bobby Belt. He will join us at 9:20. We'll crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece at 9:40. Cowboys get worked and embarrassed 44-19. Jerry Jones will join us tomorrow at 8:30. So their next opponent, the Baltimore Ravens, had a really, really bad loss yesterday as well. And this set up a poll question that I put out, and I got a ton of reaction, and I got destroyed by some Tolos. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. What I asked was, who had the worst loss of the day in the NFL? Kind of a crazy day. Shout out to Detroit Lion Jeff, who was like, hey, relax, breathe, look at what has happened in the first 2 weeks. Here are my options. Cowboys. Ravens lose at home against the Raiders, which you just heard on Baltimore radio. San Francisco loses to Sam Darnold and the Vikings. And then I threw Rams Cardinals in there as well. 1,800 Tolos voted on this. 77% voted Cowboys. Not only did 77% say the Cowboys had the worst loss of the day, I also had many who said, this is a stupid question. I expect more out of you, Sharif, or many saying, I don't. This is even dumb. It's not even a contest. And that surprised me. It surprised me. Now, sometimes I throw out questions just to do like a social study, and I know that we're in the Cowboys market. I get that. But I was expecting some of the homers to maybe vote a different way. But more importantly than that, I was expecting a little more football education in considering the other options, and that did not happen. Maybe I'm the moron. I doubt it. But let me explain myself. The Saints are a better team than the Raiders. And the Saints, this is even before this past weekend. All right, I'm not going to be, act like know-it-all guy and be like, I think the Saints can make some noise in the playoffs now. That is going to be a national talking point. Going into the year, I would think, the Saints could win like 9 games. The Raiders are not going to win 9 games with Gardner Minshew. The Saints have a better quarterback and a better football team than the Raiders. Right? That game was in Baltimore, and the Raiders won. I know the Cowboys scoreboard had a much greater disparity, but you also have to factor in a lesser team in Vegas winning the game. The Vikings, if the Cowboys lost to the Vikings, and San Francisco, that wasn't a fluke loss either. Like Minnesota was more in control in that game. If the Cowboys lost to Sam Darnold, we're losing our minds here in DFW as well. San Francisco, yeah, they were missing McCaffrey, who's now on the IR. They still had, one of the surprises of the week, and now a running back who many people now know the name of. They were not missing other people. And then the Rams, all I heard about was Hall of Famer Matt Stafford and the Rams this offseason. They got cowboyed by the Arizona Cardinals, who we all figured was a worse team, no doubt about it, than the Saints. So,
yeah, they got some injuries. That's their excuse, right? They got 2 O-line guys down, and Puka is down as well. Look,
I was just surprised. I'm not surprised that the Cowboys led the vote. I'm surprised that it wasn't a little bit closer.
Break it out like this. I'll give you these 5 quarterbacks because these 5 all won, and they all beat quarterbacks that are better than them. So ranked it. Where would you put Derek Carr in this list between Darnold, Mayfield, Kyler, Gardner, and Carr? At best, Carr's the best of the bunch. At worst,
he's behind Kyler, maybe behind Kyler and Baker.
Yeah, so maybe third. But it's certainly not. He's certainly appreciably better than Gardner and Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
Like, it's not even close. Like, Derek Carr's a legit starting quarterback in this league. Sam Darnold is a starting quarterback because J.J. McCarthy got hurt. And Gardner is one of those guys. He's like Ryan Fitzpatrick. He's going to get jobs because teams need quarterbacks.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I could easily make the case that Derek Carr is better than Mayfield or Kyler. I can make the case the other two are better than him or they're about the same. The point is, like, the Cowboys, it's not the worst loss because they lost to a better quarterback. Like, Derek Carr played, he played fine. He didn't have a ton of pass steps because he didn't have to.
Well, he was awesome early.
Yeah, but he's better than Sam Darnold. Like, San Fran's embarrassing. And he's better than Gardner Minshew. And Baltimore losing at home like that, a team that was in the conference championship game last year that was a 1 seed, it's a tough loss.
So how would you stack these up? Again, the poll question was Cowboys loss was the worst of the day, Ravens at home against Vegas, San Fran against the Vikings, Rams Cards.
San Fran's the worst. And then
that only got 7% of the vote.
Yeah. And then the Ravens loss is worse.
Ooh.
And then the Cowboys.
Okay.
Because they were home.
Yeah.
And then the Rams.
So Cowboys third worst loss of the day.
Yeah.
Bob?
Yeah, I mean, so a lot of it'll come down to, like, which is worse, like getting drubbed by a team you think is decent, or like losing close to a team you think is bad.
Yeah.
And so, like, I mean, that's kind of what this comes to. I think Baltimore's loss is the worst of the day. Because to me, it's like you're in control of that game. There's no reason for you to blow it. Like, they were up 10 with 10 minutes left. Like, you should be able to kill the clock, have your defense get into control. The Raiders shouldn't have been able to just march down the field the way they did.
That's true. My reason I put San Fran is because San Fran was like never in that game. They were down like 10 early. They were just never in it.
They got back a little bit. So I would go Dallas next is the worst. San Fran. So here's the thing. San Fran was an impressive victory from the Vikings. That's not sustainable what Minnesota did. Like, Minnesota hits a 97-yard touchdown pass. Like, there were big chunk plays. Their defense was still leaking yesterday. Mason was 20 carries, 100 yards. Brock Purdy was still pretty good for most of the game. Deebo Samuel had 110 yards. They sacked him a ton. Minnesota had the ball for 23 minutes. Like, I think it was not fluky, but I think if they play that game again, San Francisco probably wins it 9 times out of the 10. So to me, that was just a little bit more fluky. Minnesota's at home. They deserve a lot of credit. I think Kevin O'Connell's clearly a great coach at this point. Like, he's rising up the list of stud coaches. But Dallas, then San Francisco, then the Rams. But I mean, the Rams game was pretty much the Cowboys game. It's just the Rams were on the road. And then obviously they were missing guys. Cup, by the way, was seen leaving the stadium in a walking boot. So now he doesn't have Cup or Nakua.
Shocker.
By
the way, get in your phone calls here. It'll be our final segment for phone calls. We also have some Odyssey app messages with your star up, star down here on Sean and RJ, brought to you by Crown Royal, the official whiskey of the NFL.
Man, and the Kevin O'Connell you mentioned, he clearly is a really just a tremendous coach. And that is the depressing thing about the Cowboys is that I know they will never make that hire. They would never do that because Jerry does not want to.
They will at OC.
With OC they will, but never a head coach because Jerry doesn't want to train on the job. Same thing he said about Lincoln Riley, which I'm fine with. I'm fine with that. But, they would not have taken the chance on Mike McDaniel. They would not have taken the chance on Sean McVay or even Kyle Shanahan or anything like that.
Which I do want to point out because you say we never give you credit, Sean. I'm going to give you credit. You were the first one on the Kevin O'Connell bandwagon on this show, and that you're.
Well, I just said I personally liked him. I didn't know if he was going to be freaking turn Sam Darnold around. I'm not going to take that credit. But there's Bobby, very giving today. Chris in New York on the Odyssey app. Let's see what Chris had to say after this embarrassment.
The problem is not Dak. The problem is not CD. The problem is not Mike McCarthy. The problem is not anything other than those two clowns running this organization. Jerry has morphed into Grandpa Simpson before our very eyes. He gives us the same static, dopey quotes. Yeah, we're going to get better, whatever. And Stephen is his father's son. Nothing changes with this team.
Did they cut off right there?
It sounded like it.
Okay. I love the accent.
I did too. I love the he's his father.
And then we got Tom in Jersey. Let's see if Tom can follow up here live on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, Tom.
Bobby, RJ, Sean, how we doing today?
What's up? Don't ever say Bobby's name first.
So I just wanted Yeah, just wanted to touch base on a few points, and then I actually do have a question for Bobby. One, all these calls about Dak saying he lost the game or he's not it after the $60 million signing. I mean, I don't hear anybody questioning Jared Goff or Lamar Jackson or Brock Purdy after throwing 1 or 2 interceptions and losing yesterday to what we thought were going to be potentially below 500 teams, even though it's still early in the season. The defense is really the culprit here. Mike Zimmer has to do a better job. And I've watched one play yesterday where I think it was a play action with Carr, and Micah was coming up on the right side and just gets stonewalled by Alvin Kamara. And he wants the richest contract as a non-quarterback in NFL history. I mean, we got to do a better job than that. And, Bobby, I have a quick question for you. It's more of advice. I have a buddy, Steve Tags, who pretends to be a Cowboy fan, but I think he just secretly hopes that they lose, and after every loss or bad play, I get phone calls or texts saying Dak's not it or he bashes the team, but then the following week he wants to book a trip to Dallas to see them live.
Yeah.
Any advice before I drive into the middle of the desert and leave him in the middle of nowhere?
Thanks, Tom.
Look, I mean, I personally would think that would be enjoyable to bring him down here and just watch whatever polar extreme he gives you. That can just be entertainment right there. But to the point about Dak and criticism around, like, yeah, it's not always consistent because it is the Cowboys. Nationally, it's not going to be consistent because the Cowboys are the good will always be the good will always be positioned as it's great. The not good will always be positioned as it's a disaster.
Right. It's a teenager. It's a teenager who can't control their emotions. When it's good, it's better than this, and it'll always be good. And when it's bad, I don't see a way that it could ever be good again.
Jason in Dallas. Jason, you're up next here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto.
Hey, I just got a couple questions for Bobby. One, is there something that they can do to kind of help Dak out? Because at this time, I just feel like there's no run game to help Dak be able to be what he needs to be. And I just feel like there's another question I can't see it in the game, but does Bobby see anything where Dallas is trying to, like, change up the way they do things instead of just doing the same thing throughout the whole game?
Yeah, I mean, Dak can be the biggest help to Dak. Like that, to me, when I look at running game is not going to be good this year. Like that's kind of what it is. I would guess
I blame the front office for that.
The run blocking, I would guess, will get better because you have young players. Young offensive linemen typically do progress throughout the season. Young offensive linemen tend to finish the year better. It's not like you got to wait a year. They tend to progress as the season goes along and they get a rhythm. So that'll get a little better naturally from that point. But in all reality, you're just going to have to lean on Dak being the $60 million quarterback that he wanted to be and making those sort of pre-snap reads and doing things like that. And yeah, they do change some stuff up. They'll tweak, they'll adjust. Yesterday, like I said, the offense was a little different schematically. I don't know what pushed that, but yeah, they'll make adjustments as the game goes along.
Andreas in Dallas, you're next up here on 105.3 The Fan. Go ahead, boss.
Good morning, Sean, RJ, and Bobby. I just have one question about the defense. Last year's team, we did well against sub 500 teams, and then against the better teams, we just got blown out. And then this year, start off great against Cleveland. We don't know if Cleveland's going to be good or not. And then different coordinators, but do we have the right personnel in defense? Did we overrank this defense like we did last year early on and midway through the season? That's all I have.
No, I can answer that. And we didn't I don't think we overrated the defense. I don't think any of us went crazy after the Cleveland game. And we know that personnel-wise, at least at D tackle, is a literal and figurative humongous problem.
It's a hole. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, I mean, look, I think a lot of people fell into the Cleveland trap because we were asking the question, was it the defense or was it Deshaun Watson?
Yeah, but
we didn't sit there and say, oh my God, this is
I don't
the
think
steel
any.
curtain.
I don't think any. But no Tolo. Yeah, we might have overreacted to Mike Zimmer as a team. No Tolo was like, this is a true contender. This is not a contending championship type win. Right?
No. We were like, okay, is Cleveland really good or Deshaun just awful, right?
Yeah.
That was a lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, look, the New Orleans game was clearly concerning. Cleveland game was a lot better. Baltimore will kind of, I think, be your tiebreaker early for, like, what is the reasonable expectation for this? If they're just as bad this week as they were against New Orleans, you've got a serious issue with your defense.
And look, I like Lamar, and push back on your he's a running back thing, but if he does, like Derek Carr's a better passer than Lamar Jackson. Like, I don't think anybody's going to argue that one. But if he does a lot of what Derek Carr did to this defense, throwing the ball, now you're in a different situation.
How much accountability was in the locker room after the beatdown? Nick Eatman was there from DallasCowboys.com. He's next on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get you over to K-Post.
Yeah, what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at KarsForKids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
2nd and 7. Shaheed in motion, play action car, middle screen, Kamara 50, right at the 45,
That's a
outrunning
touchdown.
everybody, 40, 30, 10, touchdown.
It's a touchdown.
Everything was. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby on your home of the Cowboys. We are now joined by Nick Eatman, Cowboys insider from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. The column is up on the website. Saints ran every stop sign. At what point in this first half did you start to feel shocked about what was happening?
The second touchdown, the second one, the deep ball, right down the middle of the safeties. That one, not the first one. Everybody seems to have a successful first drive. Even the Browns did that, and they scored. But the second one, just going deep like that, I thought that was like, all right, well, you could have a problem here.
Nick, what happened to Mike Zimmer's defense?
They couldn't tackle. I mean, that was the number one thing. They just absolutely couldn't tackle. And then. There was so much talk about getting this defensive tackles and the beef inside, and it was like, all right, we'll just run on the edge every single time, just right on the edge. And they had no containment. They were going right at the corners, the linebackers. Every linebacker I saw at some point just getting thrown around. I mean, the thing that was odd to me was this looked like the first game of a season when you don't practice. You don't play a lot in preseason. You're not that physical. But this team was very physical in the Cleveland game. They were the ones kind of bringing the wood, had a lot of big hits. Secondary was hitting. But in this game, they were the ones kind of getting manhandled around, and that was surprising for a Week 2 game.
Why did Overshone only get 18 snaps?
I don't know that. I'm not sure. I don't. Zimmer obviously doesn't talk after the game. He'll talk today, so that'll be good to hear that. But that would just be speculating to think that that maybe he's not. Maybe this is a situation where they are still kind of limiting him. I wouldn't think so, but that could be it. Or he's just not the guy that they feel like needs to be in every down in the scheme. I can't give you that answer. I don't know that.
Nick, one of the things we've been, spending the 3 hours this morning so far doing is kicking around the idea of like, how are we power ranking the blame here? Where do we look at and say this was the biggest problem, or this position group was the biggest problem? How would you rank like the top 2 or 3 biggest issues or areas of concern coming out of this game?
Well, I don't think they can run the football at all right now, and that's where I always kind of think that that's where it begins to me. And then I think it's 1A and 1B, depending on your style of football that you like to watch. Is it offense or defense? But, there's defensive guys that'll say, well, if you can't stop the run, you can't win. And then there's others that say if you can't run the ball, you can't win. Either way, they couldn't do either, and that was the problem. But so I would kind of rank both of those at the top. Because that is the formula for teams that are beating the Cowboys last year, playoffs, and then even throughout the season, and then this game. I mean, when you're running the ball right at will, the Cowboys can't do anything about it. And then they're not on the other side. They're not running the ball as well. I mean, they moved it, but when you get inside the 20, they couldn't score. Dak's back there trying to throw. He's getting sacked, fumble. He misses Zeke in the flat, but a lot of it is the first and 10 of the 15-yard line. You need to be able to run the football, and we weren't sure after Cleveland what they had, with the running game, but it looks a little bit more clear now because they just couldn't run it, and they're throwing. It seemed like they were forcing things out there, trying to force Deuce and Rico, and that just wasn't working either.
Was this worse than the Packer game, the same, or better?
Well, it's better because there's a game, Sunday. Yeah. So I think that's the better part. But
the performance,
it was but and I know Dak said that it would be a waste of time to compare the two, and I get that point. When you're on to a new year, it's different. He's got a new contract too. I mean, everything's different now, but I do think that it was similar in the way that your expectations for the game, you just weren't expecting that team to come in here and you didn't think Aaron Jones was going to look like Barry Sanders. You didn't think Alvin Kamara was going to look like Barry Sanders.
Yeah.
And you definitely didn't think Derek Carr was going to look like, and then name any quarterback you want. That 158.3 had a perfect rating for a while. So
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com here on the Fan. What was it like in the locker room? Sorry, Choppy.
Yeah, I mean, there were little, dazed, I guess you would think. I mean, I think there was a lot of surprise. There was no finger pointing that I heard, but just surprised with that game. But still, kind of the vibe was a week 2 vibe, and Jerry kind of had the same thing as well. It's not a panic button type thing because it's very, very early in the season and bad days happen. I think bad day was what I heard a lot out of different players. You had a bad day. It happens. Let's pick up the pieces and see what they do this week. But, I mean, if you think that their focus, will be stronger because of, they lost this game, I can't imagine what Baltimore's is going to be being 0-2. So it's going to be a desperate type of game, I would think, for both sides.
Nick, how would you grade Dak overall in this game? That's one of the other things we've been talking about today is how much is Dak graded or responsible for some of the struggles yesterday? What would you give him?
Yeah, I would think you would be in the C- to D+ range, really. And the reason why it would be there is because, I mean, you're asking him, you are not a balanced team. They're not balanced. They can't run it efficiently. So you're asking them to do everything, throw the ball, do all of that stuff in the red zone. And again, and if you're listening and you're like, oh, $60 million, I mean, that's out the window at this point. I think we got to stop with that. Yes, that's what they're paying for, but you're still paying for I mean, Mahomes needs Pacheco to run the ball too. I mean, you need a balanced attack. You have to have that. So, but then again, he's got to hit that CD over the middle. And then whose fault that is, I'm not sure. But I know it's his fault for not getting that ball to Zeke there. And he had, in the flat, he had pressure, but still, you've got to be able to. Zeke's wide open. It was a perfectly schemed play, probably a touchdown or at least close to a first down down there. But he had some bad misses.
To give Dak though a C- D+, that just, I don't know. It just seems like.
What do you got him at?
Well, not a C- D+. I mean, they did score. They did score a ton of drives. They just settled for field goals, right? They were on pace for.
I was thinking
32 points.
I was thinking C- at best. You would go better. I mean, there is a second half to the game.
There is. Yeah. I mean, I would do. I mean, C+. I don't know. C- just seems like C- to me in today's world. That's like a fail.
Well,
they did lose by 25.
Hey, trust me when I tell you that C- is not a fail. Okay,
Arkansas.
Yeah. I mean, believe me, even in college, I mean, but you get worse than that. No, I just think that, and you're right. I mean, when you can't ever stop them, and Dak said it. I mean, when your defense is not stopping them, then you have all the pressure is on him to go and do things, because it's not going to be the running game, and it's going to be Dak. But I do think that they missed some opportunities to score down there, and it has to go on him as well. So, all right, we can stay in the C range, C-, but I mean, I just it wasn't good enough. I mean, that's that thing. Everyone loves grades except for the players. Except the players and coaches. I've never seen more. You get more reaction out of coaches and players when you do things like when you put an actual letter grade on something, like in a magazine or whatever. I mean, Jason Witten only called me one time in his entire career, and it was because of a grade that was put in a magazine that I didn't even do.
What?
But it was funny. Oh, yeah. It was like an end-of-the-year grade or whatever, and he didn't like the fact that that we had a grade that was like a C+, and Martellus had like a B-.
So how did that phone call start?
I don't remember. It wasn't as pleasant as I thought. I was like, oh, Jason Witten's calling me. Excuse me, guys. And then it was just like, yeah. It was probably more like, who does the grades? So it was like, oh, yeah. But coaches too. Coaches, they no one likes that because it's one of those things that we all relate to. Every one of us can relate to that. We know that what an A, B, C, D, and an F and an I mean, and maybe this is more of an I for this whole team on, because that's what week 2 is. It's incomplete. But man, as far as yesterday goes, it was it was an F overall for the team because you never stopped them. You never stopped them when it mattered, and they couldn't keep up. And you're right, Choppy, that they were moving it, they were keeping up. With the yards, just not with the points. They just weren't matching.
Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com. All right, Nick, so you mentioned the running game, how it's not going to bail him out. We're getting a lot of questions on social media and the fan text saying, when is Dalvin Cook going to take the field for this team?
I would think 325 Sunday. 325 Sunday against the Ravens. Why not? You're trying Deuce out there, and I just didn't understand that one. I didn't understand the forcing him, it seemed like, in the offense, but not in the kick return game where they just keep kicking it to Wanye Thomas. And it's like, I don't understand that. And then him interpreting would flip sides, and then the kicker would be like, all right, I kicked that side, and I'm just kicking at Wanye Thomas. And I don't understand why you don't have a running back, a guy that can actually see the lanes, and he's used to having the ball in his hands. And you want him in open spaces a little bit. I don't know. But then again, the problem wasn't what they were doing with kick returns. The problem was the fact that they kept having kick returns. That was the problem.
Well said. Thank you, brother. We'll talk Wednesday.
All right. See you guys.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Let's crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece. Maybe we can talk about some Rangers pitchers to make us feel better. That's next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
First down, Prescott back, good block from Steele over the middle, pass is intercepted at the 35-yard line as Jalen Brooks fell down. And running around, it's Paulson Adebo, and he's running to the right now, to the 45, to the 40. Adebo right to the 30, got Prescott turned around, and Prescott and Zeke Elliott tackle him.
That wasn't the highlight we were supposed to come back with.
I want to know something.
We were supposed to come back with Ezekiel Duran's one hit that the Rangers got yesterday.
leave here for a week. Who told these guys this was a playoff game?
Jeez, Mike. Oh, that's good.
That looked like January. That looked like January Cowboys football.
Is it weird to y'all seeing, like, I know it was plastered all across ESPN this morning, and it was like, breaks Cowboys 16-game home winning streak. And I'm like, but not really, right? Like, I know they're saying in the regular season. But yeah, this is the second straight
Did you guys build this up as a playoff game and I didn't hear about it?
It's like how we don't we're not going to include like home run stats from the playoffs. Like I get it, but yeah, we just all watch them get their ass kicked.
Let me start reading you my text that I got from Mike yesterday. Starting at
Is it sorry I can't come on?
I hope you guys
that was
will
Friday.
listen starting at 10 o'clock anyway.
2:19 p.m. You think the Cowboys come back? I didn't reply, and then I was like, all right, 2:36, I wrote back, yes. And then Mike wrote, opportunistic. I blame the offense today. You only needed 45 to win. Remember, the Rangers start in 20 minutes. And then,
don't read the next.
I'm not reading it. I look out for you. I don't know why, but I look out for you.
How'd the Rangers game go?
And then he wrote at 6:56 p.m., Cowboys are a road team in 2024. Now, are you suggesting road playoff team? They might not make the playoffs. Sure.
What? Well, they're 1-0 on the road.
That's a good point.
Now, Mike, you are coming in here talking smack, and you're wearing that stupid color while your Jacksonville Jaguars are 0-2.
I'm a Chiefs fan.
You can't. Okay, that's what I thought.
At least Trevor Lawrence is honest in the press conference.
What'd he say?
We suck.
He said that?
Yeah, he did. He said right now, and he pretty much said the last, I can't remember, 7 games or 8 games. He's like, we're horrible. So at least he's not trying to, say something that they're not. He's at least honest. And
they went 14-4, and then I think like 2-9.
Ooh.
Right? And that's a brutal stretch.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, we will talk with Stephen Jones today.
yeah. Hey, I'll tell you what. Do you feel like
what's going to be your McDonald's order, Mike?
I don't know, Frampton. Do I feel like what?
Do you feel like they just did? Do you feel like if you watch the whole game, they just didn't execute?
Yeah.
You gonna ask Steven that?
I want to ask him. What did you think about the team's execution to see if he'll go old school Tampa Bay Bucks?
I'm in favor of it.
Or just ask, do you feel like the team got executed?
I want Corey to ask if he's embarrassed.
Just have Alec hit the drop.
Corey, are you angry or lifeless
Are you embarrassed,
this morning?
Jerry?
Were you angry yesterday, I should say?
I was angry early. I was telling Kevin, my son plays his first real football game today for 7th grade football.
Oh,
baby.
And the coach had just sent out all these links, and I'd just gone over zone blocking with my son because he's a guard. And I'd just gone over outside zone and inside zone with him. And I was like, let's watch this game because the Kubiak family is known for that. And Carter's just sitting there going, oh, man, he was so good at this and this. And I was like, yeah, they're just destroying them. The defensive line looked like they had no clue what the game plan was. Like,
They
no
were learning
clue at
along
all.
with Carter.
It was 4 yards. I mean, they were getting 4 yards out. They should have gotten a legal man downfield in like every play. That's how far down their offensive line got.
So
just on a general push.
I'm like, what the hell? I mean, it felt like the defensive front didn't have any answers. So that's the 10-20 segment is 2 games, 2 blowouts. Which identity is the Cowboys after these 2 blowouts? Because one of them, maybe are like, there it is. And understandably, Kevin, it might be that their identity is exactly the same as it was last year. They can blow out bad teams, but not compete with the good teams.
They're the gatekeeper of the NFL.
Yeah, we just found out the Saints are a good team.
Yeah, they are.
Did we find that out?
Yeah, the Cowboys are the measuring
gatekeeper.
stick. We know Cleveland's not. We know at the end of the year, Cleveland will be at best 9-8. And we now know that probably New Orleans is going to be, I'll say at least 10 wins or better, because the Cowboys usually, if they're healthy, if I'll give them like the Arizona game last year, even though I still don't think they should have lost to Mr. Dabalina, but
Mr. Dabalina, Mr. Bob Dabalina.
But I would say that most times, 90% of Cowboy games, they will tell you who's a good team in the NFL and who's not by the result of the game that they played against them.
Who do you think had the worst loss yesterday? I put this poll question out and I got roasted for asking a stupid question.
Everyone thought it was the Cowboys, when in reality,
could be Baltimore, could be San Fran.
Baltimore's pretty high up on that list, I feel like, from yesterday.
I had Ravens, San Fran, and Rams as options, along with the Cowboys.
I'll say here's what would scare Cowboy fans. That look like the Dallas Cowboys that you're scared to death about.
Yeah.
I think for San Francisco, because I heard you guys do this segment, I think for San Francisco, yeah, it was a bad loss. But they're so concerned of, can we win the Super Bowl? Because they've been so close that a regular season loss in Minnesota without their best offensive weapon, they can kind of write it off and say, hey, look, at the end of the season, we're going to have our 11-14 win somewhere in there. We have to prove that we can get back to the Super Bowl and win that stinking game where you saw the Cowboys. And I think for a lot of Cowboy fans, you're like, oh, crap, that's the Green Bay game. Oh, crap, that's how we play. It feels like when things get a little bit tough, if we get down, if the Cowboys get down by multiple scores early, it's a forfeit.
Yeah.
And you just kind of look at it and go, oh, no, that DNA is still there. It didn't go away in the offseason. So I think that's the scary part of the loss yesterday is the DNA showed back up.
So you rewatched it today?
No, I've not gotten to the rewatch yet.
Okay.
No, I will do that this afternoon.
When did you turn it off, if you did?
I did not.
You didn't?
I probably should have, but I did not.
When did you stop paying attention, though? Because there's a difference between turning it off and just leaving it on and walking around.
Probably when the backup QB comes in, then I'm like, okay.
Time to start doing some
and
laundry.
And then they get a completion straight away, and I was like, hold on.
Yeah, when Cooper Rush stepped on the field, that's when I was like, all right, I'm going
Red Zone.
Going to do some other things. Right? Yeah, Red Zone is exactly where I turned my attention to after that.
Michael, was the Mariners series the highlight of your TV broadcasting career so far?
It was awesome that you got Rocker and you got DeGrom back. So that was really cool. Obviously, they have 2 more. Each of them have 2 more starts the rest of the year. But yeah, that was really fun. And I will say especially the Rocker game because you just don't know. And it's one game. But in that one game, he did make major league hitters look silly. Like to compare it to, let's say, Chichi Rodriguez or something like that. Like, yes, he was very successful. In his
he just nickel and dimed you.
Yeah. But
Gonzalez or Rodriguez?
Gonzalez. Whoever he is.
I think of the golfer, yeah.
But when you watched Rocker, you saw domination. And talking to people the next day, they were like, hey, there's a cutter there that still needs to be developed and through confidence, right? He doesn't feel confident throwing against major league hitters yet. And he's so short into his rehab process. He's throwing only 60-something innings in the last 3 years. So he already knows how to pitch without pitching. That's very impressive. Cool. And so they believe that the changeup, I think he threw 2 of them. I think he threw 2 in the game. One he threw 50 feet. The other was for a strike. But there's that to develop too in the offseason or throughout next year. So to see just a 2-pitch pitcher dominate through 4 innings. Now, the Mariners for the season are not a good hitting team. For the last 15, 20 games, they are a good hitting team.
Especially the last 4.
So they got Edgar Martinez, and gosh, believe it or not, when you teach guys to stay inside the ball, if the ball's pitched away, hit the ball away. If there's a single available, take the single. We can't hit a home run on a pitch that's not a home run pitch. If it's a home run pitch, get your best swing off, because that's the big deal in today's game. They tell every hitter, we want to see your best swing. Every time you swing, it has to be your best swing. Yet you're like, if it's in the dirt, just give me your best swing. But I can't hit that ball. Just swing it your best, And so, and I know I'm being very generic there. I'm going to extremes, but I think Edgar Martinez becoming the hitting coach and saying, well, let's become a hitter, not a swinger, has really helped them out.
What'd you think of DeGrom?
It was solid. If I'm comparing DeGrom to DeGrom, like if I'm comparing Jacob DeGrom to Mets Jacob DeGrom, well, that's not the same guy yet. We're hoping that it becomes that. But if he pitches like that, let's just say he pitches like that the rest of his career and stays pretty healthy, gives you kind of 25 starts a year, so 75 starts in the next 3 years. I'll take that. That's still a really good pitcher. Is that Jacob DeGrom of 2019? No. But that would still be a really good pitcher.
It's amazing to me how casual he makes 98 miles an hour look. How easy with movement. I knew I wanted that ball to be right there, and that's exactly where I put it at 98. I'm good.
It sucks that this rotation seems like really fun now.
It does, yeah. With 2 weeks to go,
and it's over.
Yeah,
they had one hit yesterday.
Well, Kevin predicted next year Rocker's going to be the opening day starter.
No, that's not what I said.
And DeGrom will be the second day pitcher.
I think they only hit one ball 100 miles an hour or harder. I think only one ball in the whole game.
Yeah, I'm
saying yesterday in the game.
I wonder if DeGrom's spin rate was low though on those sliders.
So DeGrom, he had a
let's try watching it.
So
DeGrom you can't tell spin rate by watching it, Sean.
DeGrom had 3 balls, Mike, that were hit harder in this game than he had given up all of last season in that month that he pitched.
Okay.
And 4 of the 5 hardest hit were his slider.
What do you think his 1 to 13 sarcasm is going to be today? His sarcasm level.
2. I think it's going to be a 2, and it's going to be a lovely show.
Already.
And everybody should tune in for fair Cowboys coverage.
It's happening next. We have Jerry Jones tomorrow at 8:30.
How do you think that's going to go?
I know how it's going to go. It's going to be a lot of selling, flushing what happened, and selling.
Could you, whenever he says that, could you ask the follow-up question? Isn't this a game that maybe you should linger on and learn a little bit more about?
You can ask Stephen first.
Settle down just a little bit.
Yeah,
okay.
We'll ask him at the end of the day.
The KM.
Never mind, 13.
The K&C Masterpiece next on the Fan.
Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland, Corey Majors, the returning famous Mike Bassick.
God, I had to sign so many autographs when I got home at midnight last night.
I bet you did.
I did. I actually did because they sent them through the mail.
Oh, okay.
I thought you were saying that like you got off the plane and people were waiting for Mike. That'd be awesome.
Nobody was waiting for us at the airport.
And then, of course, Alec Medford. Now, I get it. People are upset today. They want to be mad. I get why that is. But I have one bit of positive news for you to start off the show.
Thursday when we're at the ballpark,
yes,
Kamar Rocker's pitching.
Okay, that is positive news. Other positive news. With a final score of 44-19, the New Orleans Saints defeated the Dallas Cowboys. But more importantly, for the 1,086th time in NFL history, that, my friends, is scoregami, Corey.
That is.
We did it.
Thank you, Lucy.
That's how you block an extra point.
Negative scoregami right there. That's a good question. If they would have made that extra point,
not a scoregami, I don't think.
Scoregami. Wow.
That's huge.
Well, thanks a lot.
That's when the defense stepped up.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
For special teams doing that.
Now, I guess we should get into the rest of the game.
All right.
Sean asked the question. You gave an answer. I kind of threw mine out there. When did you know that the Cowboys were done yesterday? And then my side question, I know this is a tough question, was there anything you actually liked?
I can answer that first. The move that CeeDee Lamb put on the defender to get the touchdown. Aside from that, Kevin, no. Maybe a Jalen Tolbert reception. He had a couple of
they went back and got the fumble.
He got a couple of difficult grabs yesterday that I was very impressed with. And yeah, the hustle play to get back and get that fumble, which should have never happened in the first place.
Sure.
But yeah, those were the only two things I think throughout the entire game. Because, I mean, from the get, man, you were like, okay, you're from behind, you're having to chase. All right, we got a field goal. And then it was just all downhill continually. So, yeah, Kevin, it was a tough game to look at and say you were pleased about anything that you can look for and say it'll go further this week. So, no, man, nothing. It was miserable. It was miserable. It was embarrassing. It was awful. It was ridiculous. What other words can you come up with for how bad they played
preposterous?
yesterday? Preposterous. Keep throwing words out there, Mike.
All right,
Disappointing as hell.
Yes, yeah, I agree with that. I'm going to go ahead and throw out cut number 6 because I still foolishly, I always hope that something magical is going to happen in a sporting event. So the Cowboys are down 41-19. There's about 12 minutes left. They finally made a defensive stop as my wife had been teaching, and she goes, so what's going wrong in this game? I go, I need to double check, but I'm almost positive the Saints have only had the ball 6 times, and they have 6 touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
So finally, we stopped a touchdown. The offense has got the ball back. I'm hoping for a miracle. And then this is when I knew the game was over.
First down, Prescott back, good block from Steele over the middle, pass is intercepted at the 35-yard line as Jalen Brooks
All right,
fell
you can
down.
cut it off because he's going to make a lengthy return. Now, by no means am I saying that Dak cost you the game. Everybody knows the defense cost you the game, and they were terrible. But I was still holding out magical hope that at 41-19, we could score 3 touchdowns, get a 2-point conversion, get it to overtime or something like that. And when that happened, I was like, okay, well, it's not been our day all day, and this just cements that we're done. We're going to lose. And so it was that play. I still had hope until then.
Kevin,
just probably dumb.
I went to look at the Panthers and Saints game. This is their possessions. Touchdown, field goal, touchdown, field goal, field goal, touchdown, touchdown, field goal, touchdown, punt, punt. So they did the exact same. They made the Cowboys look like the Panthers this week.
That's not good. I saw the Panthers
So there's
yesterday.
750 people right now on YouTube listening to us.
And they're grumpy as hell, I bet.
Thank you. Were there, this is my question, and maybe you guys don't remember. On Monday, when the Cowboys destroyed the Browns on Sunday.
Yep.
Do you think there were 750 people on YouTube, or do you think more people come to YouTube like nationally?
I think
to
it
hear
was just a touch under that. It was actually pretty
right around
close.
700
Yeah,
or so?
it was pretty close to start things off. But that is a really
You got the Mike
that's a really
Bassett
good
bump
question.
today.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
I'm back, guys.
Yeah.
There you go. And then for the 214, this is a whole other thing. I heard it was almost like a Saints home game. One of the notes I made is, at best, it felt like a neutral site game.
You can go to Alec Medford on that. Like, I think every text, Alec, you sent yesterday because you were at the game was that thing was absolutely booty for Cowboys fans.
Yeah, it was rough because I walked in, the traffic was insane. So I walked in right as the Saints scored the first touchdown of the game, and I couldn't see what was happening right when I walked in. So I assumed we got a turnover, we scored. No, it was a Saints touchdown, and every time they scored, deafening who dat chants. Just all over the stadium. It felt like you said, at best neutral site.
Yes.
It felt like a road game.
Yeah,
it really did.
And I could definitely see that because there were plenty of times where, and you see this a lot with Cowboys games, usually, though, it's to our advantage, where you'll see a penalty called against the home team and you'll listen to people be like,
well, that Cleveland game, how many times did we point out that we felt like that sounded like a home game at times?
I'm not trying to be disrespectful or hurtful. Did that change a little bit when the Hurricane Katrina displaced a lot of people into Texas?
I think you're dead
and
on.
So a lot of Saints fans that lived in the New Orleans area in 2006, do I have the year right?
I think that is correct.
Moved to Houston and Dallas and other parts of Texas because their homes were destroyed,
And
their
that's how CeeDee
communities were
Lamb got to
destroyed.
Houston, yeah.
And so
I think that is a very, I never thought about it like that before.
But like, I'm just wondering, over now it's been 17 years, 18 years, is that a lot of them decided to just stay here.
And you could
live
start
here.
like next generation Saints
and
fans.
so there's, I think, a lot more Saints fans. Not that there weren't Saints fans before Hurricane Katrina in Texas or in Dallas-Fort Worth, but I think that it has expanded through that displacement because of the destruction Hurricane Katrina did.
I think that is a fair point, and I understand some of the other texts that are coming in right now. I'm just going to read you a couple of them. Again, I'm not saying this is where the blame lies for yesterday at all. For the 682, dude, we have a $60 million QB who isn't elevating S. And then another, man, there are a lot of texts from the 214. Kevin, you're right. It's mostly the defense that failed miserably. But if our field goals were touchdowns instead, I think we could have had a fourth quarter comeback. Now, that is a side conversation that we can have.
We can talk about that at some point.
Yeah, at some point. But, Mike, you brought up something fascinating off air, talking about the percentage of people who, I think it's on both sides, honestly, who are like, I'm ready to blame Dak no matter what. And then there's other people, and I'm just going to mention his name because I have a lot of respect for him. I think David Hellman has a wealth of football knowledge that is tough to beat, especially when it comes to the Cowboys, but honestly, the entire NFL. He said something yesterday, and I'm going to paraphrase, and he was projecting, I'm already frustrated with people trying to blame this on Dak, which I think is fair. But then he goes, when he's had almost a superhuman effort today. And that's where I'm like, no, don't be the other 20%. Because it feels like there's 60, maybe I'm off a little bit
That
more.
are sane?
That are like in the middle.
Yeah.
You know, but I feel like there's 20% on either side that no matter what happens, Dak does no wrong. And no matter what happens, it's always Dak's fault.
I wonder if for David Hellman, because does he still work on the Ocho show every once in a while?
I
haven't seen him on there.
Okay, I didn't know if it's because he
I think
had
he's
to
doing more writing now.
debate with LaShawn McCoy, who is no matter what, right?
It gets you more entrenched in your ideas.
He's insane, because I said, before we went on the air, I said, what if I did this today? And not that I'm playing a role, but I was like, what if I just kept doing this for 4 hours and just said, they held him to 44. He's $60 million. Can't he get to 45? We're just asking for 45. We're not asking for 50. And if I just kept doing that, but I said, I think there would be 20% of our audience that would eventually agree with me.
Yeah.
And I'm not doing that because I don't believe that. Do I think Dak had a superhuman great game? No. Did he have a bad game? No, he didn't have a bad game, but I do think I think there's a point, but I won't go as extreme as this. Yes, you would like to see more touchdowns. And yes, you didn't score enough points, but you can't ask somebody to score 45.
That's true. The only thing I was going to point out, if the defense would have eventually got it together, which they didn't, there were absolutely 2 passes that Dak underthrew that were touchdowns. They were both touchdown passes.
Overthrew a touchdown, too.
But the receiver had to stop up and go back. And then what happened on both of those drives? Field goals. So that cost you 8 points right there. I would have loved to make the argument that, those were game changers. But then when the Saints keep scoring touchdown after touchdown after touchdown, I'm not going to say that. Both things can be true. I wish Dak would have hit those 2 touchdown passes, but we're probably still going to lose because of the defense anyway.
There were also 2 passes from Dak that floated a little too long and allowed safety or cornerback to get to the spot and absolutely kill the receiver.
One of those was CeeDee Lamb.
And if I'm the receiver, I'm looking at my quarterback going, come on, man, you got to set me up better than that. Like you're this far into your career. You can't have that happening to me. And Kevin, on the front of Dak, he's responsible for this offense. From what we understand, at some point last season, he told Mike McCarthy, I don't want you calling the plays anymore. Let me do this. Throughout the entire game, Tom Brady pointed out how great of a field general he is at the line, changing things, pointing here, getting everything set up. So if he's the one that's in control of the offense, he has to take some of the blame for how the offense looked if he's calling a play and it's going for 3 yards on a run to the right.
If you're a new listener, thank you for listening, because, Corey, I'm just going to expand on what you're saying here. I am not a Dak fan. I'm not a Dak hater. I think he's a good quarterback. Okay, I think where most of us stand.
I think he's a good quarterback, too.
He's a good quarterback. Now, I did get to watch some of the Kansas City game as the Ranger game ended in Seattle. It was on a television. We're waiting for the bus to go to the airport and everything. I'm getting to watch quite a bit of that. Mahomes and Dak should never be put in the same category. They're not close to the same quarterback. But watching that game, Mahomes didn't have his best game of the year.
Yep.
Mahomes struggled at times. That was a battle. His teammates on defense picked him up. They made some big-time plays. They got a fumble from Burrow. They returned it for a touchdown. That counts as 7 points for you. It's weird, but at the end, it counts for 7 points for your offense. When it says how many points does your offense score per game, that counts as your offense scored a touchdown there. It's a weird stat, but that's just the way they count it. So Dak didn't have a great game yesterday. He's a good quarterback. I agree with somewhat of the standard of he doesn't elevate you to a level you need to be at, like the way Patrick Mahomes can in playoff games, and we've seen him do that. But yesterday, Patrick Mahomes, in a weird way, had a similar game to Dak, but his defense stepped up and was able to create turnovers and slow down Joe Burrow. And the Cowboys, if Dak isn't having his best game, against another team that has some offensive weapons and stuff, at times it seems like the Cowboys struggle to help out Dak if he's only leading you to field goals.
And another thing, because this seems to be another thing that's popping up, I completely agree that I think Micah Parsons was blatantly held on that Saints second touchdown. Like, I thought it was blatant. And then there
was a blatant face mask, too, that didn't get called.
I thought they got jobbed on those calls for sure. But I'm going to say multiple things can be true. I thought they got jobbed on a couple of calls that I don't know how that would have impacted the game. If you can go back and say, and Micah would have gotten the quarterback, maybe he would have forced a fumble. Like, there's a lot of things. I have no idea. But I think that's fair. I think Dak having some struggle throws is fair, and I think the defense being just terrible most of the day. I think all of those things can be fair things that you say.
When you read the Hellman thing and it said superhuman, I thought he was just saying that he was as a human as you can get. Like, he was the most human. Because he didn't look like I am an NFL quarterback. He looked like a very human football player out there. But man, I will be critical of Dak and the offense, yes, and I think that's fair. I think the other part, though, is if I'm going to take the pie and say, where does the blame pie go? 10% Dak for me, 90% defensive line. That defensive line got pushed all over the field. That offensive line for the Saints, their blocking was brilliant yesterday. And Mike Zimmer had no clue how to stop it. He didn't have a single – they looked like they didn't work all week on stopping this type of offensive system. And that being said, The way that the Saints are playing, count on them being in the playoffs at the end of the season, because that running scheme, that offense right now is good enough to go along with a very tough defense for what they have.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's keep the Cowboys content going. Corey brought this up. You've had 2 Cowboys games, 2 blowouts. So which team do you think the Cowboys actually are closer to being? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by Ciroc Vodka and the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Just an outstanding first possession for the Saints, who are first and goal at the 5. Straight I formation. Carr will hand the ball to Kamara, coming on the right side to the goal line, pushes through a tackle and scores. Touchdown, New Orleans.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where the Cowboys get absolutely worked against the Saints, and they lose 44-19. Small consolation. It was a scoregami. But
it's no consolation.
Okay. Tiny iota of a consolation.
If you're a fan of scoregami,
and I am,
then you're okay with it.
I mean, I'm not okay with it.
If you're a Cowboys fan, you're still nauseous.
I'm not okay with it. I'm
sick.
just like a tiny, tiny bit. That's nice.
Just one game. It's a long season, the longest season of all sports.
Mike, no, he's right. No, I think you're right about that. Like it is game 2 of the season. Not the longest season in sports.
Yeah,
it is
we'll
game.
hear that at noon.
It's game 2 of this season, and you have a win and a loss.
Yes.
The season isn't over based on that. Like that's a reality. And I know somebody's, there goes Homer Corey. No, that's just the reality of football. Like you every week you have a new opportunity to change it. But more than anything, you have to change your identity of preparation, your identity of physicality, your identity of what your mentality is when you go up against any opponent. You don't take them lightly by any means. You go in there and you stick it to them. The Cowboys aren't the stickers, though. The Cowboys are the ones that get stuck. That's just over the last, 5 years now, it's felt like any time they've gone up and against an opponent that's better, their identity is to just ball up and say, we're done for the day. We don't have an answer for you. And I don't like that part of it. So, yes, there is plenty of time in this season, and even, Kevin, plenty of time to still go 4-1 in the first 5 games over this stretch.
It's going to look significantly tougher, but you're right.
But if you show up with that kind of game plan and
attitude?
effort, I don't even want to call it effort. It didn't feel like effort. If you show up that way again, you're going to be out easy.
And I'm not disagreeing with this at all, but this just makes no sense to me as a strategy. From the 6-8-2, the defense had no idea how to deal with the motion before the snap. If there was motion, the defense lost their assignments. If that's the case, that is a shocking indictment of Mike Zimmer, because we talked all week about how much they had upped their not only play action, but their pre-snap motion. We talked about that again and again and again. And we're not on the team or in the league. So if we're able to notice that straight away, point it out, surely the defensive coordinator who's been in the NFL and has forgotten more about football than I'll ever know is all over this. But it did seem like that defense was completely lost at times.
It is another thing to add to it is new coordinator with team that you're like, okay, we kind of know the skill set of some of these players. What is the skill set of this coordinator? How are they going to play it? The film was one game against the Panthers. That's what you had to work off of. Other than going back and, maybe Mike Zimmer should have known a little bit better considering that guy was on his team as a coordinator for him at one point. Maybe he should have known a little bit better. But that a little more growing and teaching your team throughout this season will be very helpful. But I don't think you have on the defensive line, I still don't think you have the body, the mentality, the ability to stop something like that.
Now, I don't think you're going to like either one of these texts, but I'm going to try to give you something that's nice. From the 214, at least something good came up yesterday. I used the Tolo Prize Picks code, bet $20 and won $500. And then from the 682, I was at the game thanks to y'all's ticket giveaway, but there was no home field advantage. How the hell does that happen? And I don't know who you want to compare this to or whatever, but I hope Sean and RJ ask Jerry tomorrow about all the fans from New Orleans that were in there, because it seems like that's something that would particularly bother him.
He said many times, Kevin, only 7% of fans have ever been in a stadium.
I've heard.
But he's also said many times he's happy that the NFL is popular. Like that's the reality is I don't care how the fans get there. I just want the fans to be able to get there. So if it was one of those, you're expecting him to be this is furious. my city against your city. Don't let anybody into my city's stadium. That's not Jerry Jones. And I would say it's probably not a lot of the owners who want to fill that stadium up.
So, to your question, I understand the people who are saying, I think they are both teams. Like, they're an unbelievably world-crushing team when they're front running. I get that. Yesterday kind of made me wonder if they're closer to the Saints game. Not to say that they're going to get destroyed all season, but I mean, like, are they closer to 8-9 than 10-7? Just my thought is a couple of things I worried about. You now have one offensive touchdown in the last 6 quarters. Now, I understand that the Browns game was over, and maybe that worked into the mindset. We talk about that all the time with the players, but look at the way things fell apart. The Cowboys were 6 of 13 on third down. That's fine. You're going to take that. 1 of 3 on fourth down. 0 for 3 scoring touchdowns in the red zone. And that's the part that is so freaking agitating to me. And then if I could use a weird like Rangers analogy where sometimes we feel like they turn every pitcher they go up against into prime Clayton Kershaw, I felt like they made the Saints defense look like that yesterday with Demario Davis wrecking shop, Alontae Taylor smashing through the point of attack and getting into the backfield again and again and again. And Carl Granderson got a sack and a half, and they had 7 pressures. I felt like they made players that they're not bad players by any means, but I thought they were like, hey, these guys are all going to make the all-pro team, right?
Sometimes you can make things very simple to make it very easy. I'll give you the Rangers and the Cowboys, and I'll compare it, and it's going to be very simple. If you are a George Kirby, if you throw over 50% fastballs, and you like executing at the top of the zone or just above the zone, the game's over. The Rangers cannot handle people that pitch that way. Yeah. It's over. What do the Rangers take advantage of offensively? Slider pitchers. Guys that love throwing the ball in the mid to high 80s with slider spin. Those are the guys they like hitting off of. So if you want to know when are the Rangers possibly going to have a good offensive game, usually it will be against that. Now, Cowboys, this is very simple, but it's obvious for, like Corey said, about 5 years now. If the team likes playing a little bit of smash mouth football, a little bit of bully football, and they get up by 2 scores early, the game's over.
Yeah.
It's the Cowboys do not like they don't like coming from behind. So honestly, you want the team to defer. In a weird way, you want the team to defer so the Cowboys could possibly get up 3-0 or 7-0 to start the game, because then it becomes tougher to get up by 2 scores early. If that team gets the ball first and they score a touchdown, and then you score a field goal, and then they score another touchdown and they go up 14-3, the game's over. It almost doesn't matter who you're playing. It's a simple scouting report, and every team knows it. If you get up early, 2 scores on the Dallas Cowboys, and you've established a little bit of a bully mentality, they will quit.
Honestly, that's why I think we should never defer. Like, I know conventional football wisdom is you win the toss, you're going to defer. I always want us to take the ball because I'm like, man, that scoreboard, and I know scoreboard will affect many players and many teams.
Well, that 10-point swing, though, Kevin.
It seems, that surely worked out in this game. But it seems like it has a disproportionate effect on the Cowboys in terms of 7-0 can feel like you're down 17-0 and vice versa.
One of the ways that I would say to try and figure out the question that you were trying to answer here, after two consecutive blowouts, 1 win, 1 loss, which team is this Dallas Cowboys team? And welcome your 877-881-1053, your comments there and on the Twitch and YouTube.
YouTube's busy today.
It is busy. I love it. I will say, let's take what happened in both games. Kevin, you just pointed out the red zone miserable. Yeah. Cowboys seem to be in a very bad place there. And last year, early in the season, they were in a bad place there as well. It would seem you were saying, hold on, we saw these ways that Brandon Cooks was getting open in the red zone. Broadus in the post-game shows just pointing out, in Oxnard, we watched all these different ways to get him. Where was that in the red zone this week? The other thing, too, that is consistent in both of these games is your running backs are bad. You don't have a running game to hang your hat on. Your running backs are bad. Rico Dowdle, okay, you're a backup running back. Deuce Vaughn is starting to look like you're playing him all wrong. You have no clue how he's supposed to be played. And if you want to run Ezekiel Elliott to the edges and Deuce Vaughn in the middle, you have no clue what your team is. You have no clue what your personnel is capable of. Because Zeke can't get to the outside and turn that corner. And there's no cutback lane for him right now because you're dealing with a rookie offensive tackle and a rookie center. I'll be honest, I thought your offensive tackle wasn't great this week either.
Fair. Can Zeke be quick enough to cut it? If there is, can he cut into that cutback lane?
No, he can't. Look at Alvin Kamara yesterday. Alvin Kamara runs that perfectly. He knows exactly where his cutback is in this. This is Arian Foster had the same great successes that Alvin Kamara had because of the same running scheme. And Kamara yesterday, once he sees the cutback lane, boom, he hits it and he's gone. And Zeke can't do that if he has that kind of hole that opens up. But even getting around the corner to the edge, he's not going to be able to get it. So if you're saying to yourself, which we thought yesterday, Jerry told us before the game too, there's a difference between saying you're committed to the run and actually being committed to the run. The Cowboys decided yesterday, we're going to be committed to the run early in the game. And then they found themselves down 21-3. Like they found themselves down so quickly, they were like, oh crap, we got to figure out what to do here. But being committed to the run without a good running game is bad. That's bad for your entire team because it's not going to set up any of the things that the Cowboys could have done successfully yesterday. Kevin, I told you what the plan was. Yeah. You run the ball enough, those safeties are going to crash down. And they wanted to plan that way. They knew that plan would work. But then they were down by so much that they couldn't even, they were like, we can't even run the ball anymore. Safeties could stay back. And if you're going to play that kind of game, if you're going to say, okay, we're going to let the safeties play back, then you have to be perfectly clean. You can't have holding calls. You can't have those stupid mistakes that put you behind the chains. And that's what happened all day yesterday. The Cowboys were a Charlie Chaplin show of calamity.
Ooh, I like that. Yeah, 21 carries for 68 yards. It was rough. And even last week, I know you can look at it as a whole and be like, hey, 25 for 102. But when you were watching it, it didn't feel like a particularly captivating run game. I know CeeDee Lamb looked pretty solid, but
you're banging up against stuff,
It's rough, and now I hope that Dalvin Cook has Alvin Kamara left in him. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you know what?
Well, that's a weird way of saying it.
It is a weird way of saying it, but Mike, you texted me yesterday and you asked if Zeke was hurt, and I said,
honestly, because I didn't know, because I'm following it. They have the Seahawks and Patriots game on, which makes sense in Seattle, and so I'm following it on my phone play by play, and I'm like, did I miss something on Friday or Saturday?
And no, it was. Here's what I feel, because the way it looked, I feel like they were starting to prepare you for, it's going to be Dalvin Cook starting Ezekiel Elliott as your backup. He's going to be in on third downs to protect for pass situations, but that's where Ezekiel Elliott, like, that's all he can really do at this point. And Jerry kind of understands that too. The Cowboys understand that. But to have a running back that can actually hit the hole and go once he gets there, you're praying right now that it's Dalvin Cook. Otherwise, you're having to spend some of your assets for next year in the draft.
Do you think that they were intentionally lying to us, the Dallas Cowboy fan? Or do you think it only took them one game to go, oh no, we were wrong on Zeke?
I think it's the first one. And the reason why is it's not fun to be like, hey, do you see how many first or second highest paid players in the league we either have or are going to have? So we're going to have to cut corners at other positions. Like, that's not a fun thing to say, but instead you can be like, do you remember how great Ezekiel Elliott was? Whoo, he's back. And it was weird because we talked with Jerry last week and he said, don't judge him by his last year in New England. And I'm like, well, hold on. The year before that, you judged him and cut him.
Mm-hmm.
So what exactly is the reason? And so I think...
And then they benched him, at least to start the game.
I think they were lying. Yes, I absolutely do.
And this team is still desperately in need of a second playmaker. CeeDee Lamb is fantastic. You got to find a second playmaker if you want to be an explosive offense.
Because I keep thinking it could be, or I want it to be Cooks. It's not. Like, thus far, it's just not.
Nope.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You guys want more football?
Let's do more stuff.
Go into it. What was the most impressive team performance or surprising result of the upset-filled NFL weekend? But the Cowboys will still get some play there, too. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Murray's looking for him. Pressure coming. Got away from Verse. Still on the move. Still on his feet. Throws to the end zone. It is caught by Elijah Higgins for the touchdown. Magic from Murray.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I have a feeling that the Cowboys will probably come up in this segment as well. But what was the most impressive team performance or maybe even surprising result of what felt like an upset-filled weekend? Maybe week 2 is too early because you're like, you think you know what these teams are, but not really. I'm going to throw out Kyler Murray. 17 of 21, 266 passing yards, 3 touchdowns, also ran 5 times for 59 yards and had a perfect, if not unstable, 158.3 passer rating. It was incredible. They beat the freaking crap out of the Rams.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
41-10.
What was your favorite part of that then? The Marvin Harrison got involved in the game to start things off?
I'm sure the NFLPA, I don't know, fanatics might not have been thrilled about that, but I did like seeing him get more involved.
Yeah, no, it was, and I think I need to make sure about this real quick. Did you see the statistic on his first half?
No.
Here, I got it for you right here, Kevin. Marvin Harrison Jr. is the first rookie to have 4+ receptions and 2 receiving touchdowns in a first quarter since his dad, Marvin Harrison did it in 1996. In fact, Harrison Jr. had more receiving yards in the first quarter in week 2 than his dad had in any single game as a rookie in 1996.
It would have been cool if they played the Chargers, because I'm assuming that was Jim Harbaugh throwing him the ball.
Oh, dude, that
Maybe
would've been
so.
I don't know. I'm just
that would have been really cool.
So yeah, Marvin Harrison Jr. getting involved, but yeah, Kyler Murray looked fantastic in this game, and maybe they found their stride. Maybe last year, Kevin, the injury, he was still recovering from all of it, and he is completely back, and he'll never get hurt again.
Okay, I hope that is the case. I like Kyler Murray a lot. Now, that's my answer. Where do you guys?
The Rams
go?
losing that one that bad, or
them just getting crushed by an Arizona team that all of a sudden now I'm like, oh, okay. What do you got?
Especially that being a division rival like that. Now, and I understand the Rams too shorthanded in a lot of areas. Offensive line, they had some injuries in a lot of different areas. And is Cooper Kupp ever okay? Is always the question for him.
Yeah, now it's Puka Nacua, okay, man. It's going to be out even longer, it sounds like.
But yeah, Kevin, I think that was my, aside from the Cowboys, that was the one that I was looking at too.
See, because I really thought you guys were going to go cut 17. I want to play this one for you. I want you to picture this, if you can, while it's happening. An NFL official who is not only keeping up with, he is outpacing the San Francisco 49ers defensive backfield, which almost led to a screen situation. He had to hold up for a second. Listen to this.
Darnold getting messy, going deep, and he's got Jefferson. He's got Jefferson. It's a foot race downfield with Brown. Shifting gears, getting a block. That's 6. 97 yards.
97 yards. Sam Darnold threw the ball from the end zone. I mean, I know he didn't throw it all the way to the other end zone, but he threw it from in his own end zone. But this NFL official, you got to watch a video if you haven't seen it. He is smoking the two 49ers defenders, which probably explains why Jefferson was like, I got this. And at one point, he has to slow down because Jefferson is looking to use him for a screen through the other two defenders. It is pretty impressive.
127 total yards for Justin Jefferson on that play. Because he went all the way to one sideline and then came all the way back to score the touchdown. It was a 97-yard touchdown with, I guess, is that 30 extra yards of running to go into it. Kevin, that is a very impressive win by them. Sam Darnold had one significant mistake, and it was near the end zone. He threw that interception to Fred Warner, and it was bad. Like, it was just a bad throw right over the middle. Fred Warner was standing right there. Aside from that, though, Sam Darnold was pretty damn good on a lot of different fronts, and the Niners looked lost on offense. They looked like they could not get anything truly going on their offensive end.
And especially when you hear the news about CMC going to injured reserve. I'm not saying like the Vikings are ready to dominate because they beat a terrible Giants team in the first week. But remember, they did thump them good. Like, they didn't eke that victory out. And they just beat San Francisco. So if you're the Vikings sitting at 2-0, you got to be like, hell yeah.
It's also one of those situations when you're looking at the stats, you're like, how were they lost on offense? Well, when you got time to score, they were as bad as the Cowboys in the red zone. Like, they were miserable in the red zone yesterday too. I felt like they probably could have gone to Jordan Mason a little more in the red zone.
Okay.
And they were again, this is a second week in a row where Ayuk has had a ball like that he could have caught in the end zone for a touchdown, and he didn't. And there was a lot of talk about him in the offseason and where he would land. He lands back with San Francisco, and he hasn't been as helpful as they need him to be.
I'll tell you what, that play for 97 yards, here's what's more impressive. Muggsy Young threw the ball 26 times for 84 yards. So that one play for 97.
So bad.
Old Muggsy in Carolina, 18 of 26
It's
for
looking
84 yards.
It's
and
looking
averaged
rough.
3.2 yards per, I guess, average. Jeez. But he did throw a very catchable ball to the Chargers
other team. Yeah.
So that was good for him.
So
he threw it 26 times for 84 yards.
I was asked the question, Kevin, even before the show started.
Yeah, 3.2.
On the fan text, somebody said, Corey, were we wrong about Sam Darnold all along? And I said, either I'm wrong about Sam Darnold completely.
Oh, you best believe tomorrow it's coming back up, Corey.
Or I am completely right about Kevin O'Connell. So that we'll get into that conversation tomorrow then, because I think he's a really good coach.
Oh, wait, I forgot. Bryce did get to 90 yards because he ran the ball for 6 yards.
Look at
So
that.
How many
did get
times
to
did he
90
run the ball?
One time.
Okay, I really thought you were going to be like 8 times for 6 yards.
People thought it was like a bear crawl because it was so low to the ground.
I'll also, in impressive wins, Kevin, I'll give the Chiefs an impressive win.
Yes.
I
I did not think they were going to win that game.
They didn't look. I mean, Travis Kelce got 3 targets. He had 1 catch for 4 yards.
You think all those
Screw my fantasy team.
You think all those engagement rumors are
Maybe.
bogging them down?
Well, I don't think so. I think Cincinnati has played Kansas City enough. They're like, we're taking away their bread and butter, and that obviously does make things a little more difficult for them. The Bengals showed up. They were prepared much better than they were in the game against the Patriots. They weren't a lot better. And Kevin, do you feel like the Chiefs just get the benefit of the doubt a lot of times from the referees?
Sure.
That pass interference
The
was
ref of Chiefs, I know, is a thing that is out there in the world.
that pass interference late in the game was clearly a pass interference. He got run into. The dude goes up in the air. He gets run into. That's clearly a pass interference. There were a couple of other plays throughout that game that you were like, are you kidding me right now? And it went against the Bengals and for the Chiefs. And I think that's just a natural. They're the team that's the hottest team. Everybody loves them. They're going to get those. Everybody probably gets them, but it's stunk.
Do you prefer the Chieferese? That's not bad.
That might be work.
Yeah.
That might work.
Okay. Yes, I do think that sometimes they get the benefit of the call. But what I also think is the Chiefs consistently put themselves in a position where if they get a beneficial call, they can win the game.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that is...
Yeah. They know that they have a kicker that can kick the field goal when they need to. They know they have a quarterback that can get them into position to make that field goal. They know exactly what they're doing on that team.
I want to throw off cut number 19 because, man, oh, man, you look at the Chiefs the Chiefs are 2-0. They have won both of those games by the most razor-thin margin possible. But the team they beat in week 1 that I thought, hey, you can hold your head high. You're doing just fine. You lost by a foot or maybe even an inch. Then they had this game cut 19.
Madison, the running back. Madison takes the handoff, pushes forward and in. And a big touchdown off the Lamar Jackson INT.
The Ravens losing to the Raiders, and now the Ravens are 0-2.
Easy game this Sunday.
Holy moly. By the way, that line has shifted, at least early on. It looked like it was going to be a pick'em, and now I think the Ravens are favored by 1.5. At least that's what I saw late last night. I'll go...
we own the AFC North.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying, Corey?
Yeah. We're really good against the AFC North.
But
things go really well there.
The Ravens look like they're going to be a slight favorite in that game, but man, that loss to the Raiders feels... I wonder if that's going to be like a big kind of pivot point for their season. Not to say that they're going to fall apart after this, but I wonder if they're going to be in a position at 9-8-ish where they look back at this game and they're like, son of a gun.
Well, I'm with you on that. I'm also, look, the Cowboys had a loss that reminds you of what this team looks like in the playoffs.
Fair.
And the Ravens have had a start to the season that reminds them of what happens to, I hate saying this because I think we all like them, but Lamar Jackson looks like playoff Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
Where it's like, dude, can't you help us out here because you are very talented, this and that. But when it comes to, hey, we're down in the fourth quarter. And he's like, I like being up in the fourth quarter so I can use my legs and I can kind of run out the clock. And we have the Derrick Henry guy now. And you're just like, no, but so what happens is when we get down and you need to drive the ball down the field quickly. He's like, I can't do that. That's not my game. That's not my style. We have to play with the lead for me to be a successful quarterback. And so two teams are now going to play this Sunday in Arlington that both fan bases have been just blown up in the face on, like, this is what your team usually looks like when it's a playoff situation. And if you get down by quite a few points, Cowboy fans, you know your team loves to quit. And if you're down by quite a few points in the fourth quarter, Lamar cannot bring you back.
The K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's hear from our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, and also talk about the number one in the by God nation, Texas Longhorns. Next in the Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, let's turn our attention to our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
What the hell happened?
That was a blankety-blank show.
It really was. Now, Mick, I know you have to be professional, but when you're covering these things, even in your head, do you ever think, what the F was that? Do you even allow yourself to think such things during a game?
Of course.
Good.
Especially yesterday. My God.
So,
let's put it this way. And I don't know, all week long, what did we say about the Saints? Well, that was the Panthers.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
Well, now it's the Cowboys.
Yep.
Now, they may be something. I don't know. It's only 2 games.
I
right?
hope they are.
But the Cowboys, what a diabolical change from the first game to the second game, right?
Yeah.
It's hard to figure. And so we thought we knew. Well, now we don't know. I don't think we know either way, right?
Yeah.
But my God, this was going to, and we talked about it Friday, right? I think I pointed out that this was going to be the test.
Yes.
If they've solved their inability to stop the run.
Whoops.
Well, yeah. 190 yards rushing.
Specifically, your article entitled, Needing to Ace This Run Defense Exam. Now, Mick, the example that I used that my wife didn't totally love is it feels like they went to a frat party the night before, got super drunk, were hungover, and made it late to the exam.
Yes. I'm not going to even give them that excuse.
Fair.
And they tried their very best against the Saints' heavy run formations to, play 3 linebackers. Well, if the offensive line doesn't do a better job than that, their linebackers were getting picked off left and right because the Saints' offensive line dominated.
Yeah.
Yes, they were.
They tried going big, and we assume Mozzie Smith got bigger. They got bigger when they kept trying to play Linville Joseph and Jordan Phillips. Those 3 guys. Now get this, those 3 guys zeroed out on the stat line. Nothing.
Wow.
Not even an assist. So in 2 games, those 3 guys have 1 assisted tackle.
Oof.
Now, it's one thing not to make tackles, but it's another thing just not to hold down the fort. And the Saints figured out how to attack the edges, and they got there regularly because not only were those guys not holding down the fort, they were allowing, as I said, the linebackers to get picked off. And then what do you got? You got 200-pound cornerbacks trying to make tackles. And that's kind of no way to win games. And if you look at the tackle charts, the 3rd and 4th most tackles on the team were a safety, Donovan Wilson, and then Trayvon Diggs with 5, and Kalen Carson with 4. So, yeah, you got to do a better job up front, and they didn't hold down the edges, and that included Micah Parsons, by the way.
Yep.
And whoever they tried to put out there just couldn't do the job. And boy, that whatever you call the speed run to the outside with Alvin Kamara, who's, by the way, a handful.
He still got it.
Right?
He's got more left than I thought he had.
Yeah. And boy, does he hit that edge, in a hurry. But again, yeah, they failed the test. So now they passed 1, stopping the run, and got right back to where they were last year against the run in this game. And, I know the Ravens are coming in 0-2, but they sort of like to run the ball. So now what?
Yeah, and that's so it looked like Mickey, and as more and more that they didn't prepare for this type of running scheme.
But they knew. They knew.
It
They
just looked
talked
like they
about
didn't,
it.
though. They could have known, but they didn't. They couldn't beat anybody on that offensive line.
It was the same thing San Francisco did, right? It's kind of a knockoff.
Very
of that,
similar, yes.
That system. They went for 170 against the Cowboys, and they knew about how they were going to have to fill gaps and hold down the fort up front so the linebackers can make play, and they just didn't do it. And they knew going in this is what's coming, and they just couldn't execute it. And I think there's probably a cheap line in there about executing, right?
Yeah, there is. There
The old
definitely is.
Tampa Bay quote. Yes.
and so like you just pointed out, though, is now
And look,
Zimmer
you
has
know,
to fix that somehow.
Yeah, and the other thing is, so if you're selling out to stop the run, you know,
you're going to get beat over top.
Maybe you can, at least get some sort of pass rush. They sacked him once and hit him once. That's it. But again, when you're facing 2nd and 3 and 3rd and 1, and it's really hard to mount a really good pass rush when all they got to do is kind of throw a little out to Kamara and it's a first down. But again, I'm trying to find this. I don't know if anybody ever keeps it though, but it's got to be a record, right? 6 straight possessions to start a game scoring a touchdown.
It was unbelievable. My wife asked me, what's gone so wrong? And I said, well, the Saints have scored 6 touchdowns, and I'm almost positive they've only had the ball 6 times. And she's like, oh.
Do you realize, I went back, and if my math is correct, it took them 47 minutes of game time to finally stop them from scoring a touchdown. And it was a deflected pass for an interception.
Yep.
47 minutes. The Saints now started off the first game with 9 consecutive points or scoring on 9 consecutive possessions, and now add 6 to that. That's 15 consecutive possessions to start 2 games.
Unbelievable.
Scored, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Are they for real? I guess the Eagles will find out next Sunday.
Man, I hope so. I really want to see them get pounded into the ground.
How about those Saints fans? They know how to cheer.
Well, they were in the majority. I got a feeling. If I heard "who dat" one more time, it wasn't the Cowboys, though. I'll tell you that to answer their question.
Hey, to go along with that, because I've been desperately looking for anything even remotely fun about this game. Did you go hang out with Tom Brady, Jake Paul, and Mike Tyson before the game at all?
I don't know that I hung out with him, but I saw him there, and that all started at about the 50-yard line, way before, early warm-ups with the Fox crew out there and those two out there and whoever else was out there. And poor Brandon Aubrey was trying to back up to attempt 50-yard field goals, and they were in his way.
Right. How much do you know
Thank
about
God
Jake
for
Paul?
him. You asked for something good. 8 for 8 on field goals to start this season.
There you go. Yeah, well, that's the mark, Kevin.
That's impressive.
There's the positive. We got
There
something
we
going
go.
there.
And 4 of 4 from 50.
The jinx is in.
Mickey, side note, how many Jake Paul pay-per-views have you ever ordered?
0. How many will I order? 0.
Are you gonna go to the Mike Tyson fight?
After seeing Mike Tyson out there, nah.
Oh, he doesn't look like he's prepared for the moment.
Well, I don't know, but he's kind of shrinking.
I'm with you.
I think I thought he was taller than that, and it didn't look like, I don't know if he was 200 pounds. And he was having, his walking ability, and is he going to go 2 minutes in 8 rounds?
So what I'm hearing is Mick saying, take Jake Paul
and
in this fight.
the over.
Well, I don't know. I've never seen him fight either, like a real boxing match, right?
Well, whether or not that's
Does he get
actually
to use his
transpired is
feet?
debatable.
Does he get to use his feet?
No, he does not.
Right? Straight boxing. But yeah, I saw him. I was down there on the sideline when everybody was around him, and yeah. Yeah. The Cowboys got hit harder than he ever hit in the
Yeah, that's a great point. Mickey bringing the heat this morning. Thank you very much, good sir. We will try
fix it tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll regroup mentally and bring more questions for you.
Somebody
tomorrow.
asked me about it, and I said, I'm going to the ranch right now. I mean, the Star right now, try to fix this thing.
Awesome. Let me know what you get out of that. So I'm very curious. Thank you very much,
All
good
right,
sir.
take care.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Now, it kind of hurts me to do this.
Dude.
Let's go to cut number 22 because it's time to talk about the number one team in the country.
Split right is DeAndre Moore. Tight end is Gunnar Helm on second down. Handoff Weisner. Pulling it back in is Manning. Arch breaks a tackle. 50, 45 to the 30. Dare I say it? Say goodnight to it. 67 yards. Arch to the house.
Now, fun fact for you. What do you think was Eli Manning and Peyton Manning's longest run in college?
I think I saw this on ESPN.
16 yards.
I think it's like 12-7 or something.
15 for Eli, 13 for Peyton.
Oh, wow.
Arch Manning right there broke off 67 yards.
It's Cooper's son, though.
That's true.
So, and he was the best one.
He was going to be Cooper Kupp.
Yeah, he was the best one out of all of them.
It was an incredible performance, especially considering, and I know hopes are exceedingly high for Arch Manning, but when your quarterback gets hurt and then the new quarterback comes in and you're like, don't even worry about it at all. He scored 5 touchdowns
against quality opponent like Alabama, right?
It was UTSA.
All right.
And that is fair.
Okay. So they're all right.
Hey, but look, who did Georgia play? Georgia played Kentucky, and they won by 1 point.
Kentucky's a team that
they
everybody knows about.
A team.
Kentucky, though, has a whole state. They got to play a city.
Yeah, they got to play
Texas.
San Antonio.
That is a way to put it. Because of that, the Texas Longhorns, for the first time in 16 years, are number 1 in the country. Georgia's fallen to number 2, Ohio State at 3, Texas, most first-place votes, and number 1.
And co-candidates for the Heisman Trophy, I'm thinking, is what's going to happen this year.
I'm really glad that you brought that up. It's wild because it's just one game, and I know Quinn Ewers is on the sideline being like, hey, bro, like, ease up, you know?
At one point, it did look like he was going, why is Sark even scoring right now? What's he doing? Like, he's trying to run the score up on these guys. Stop it.
So in the span of this one game, with one injury against UTSA, Quinn Ewers went from being the Heisman favorite to 18-1. Arch Manning went from being 150-1 to 16-1. So now they're like, we think these quarterbacks are about equal in terms of their likelihood.
It doesn't matter which one. It doesn't matter which one. They're probably going to do it because they're that good. And the quality of play is right there for both of them. Great play calling. Again, Sark's in his bag, dude. He gets it. He's right there with it. But they have the talent across the board on that team right now. And they have 2 quarterbacks that look like they could play anywhere in the country and lead good teams to big victories. So this is a fun thing. If you're Sark, you're right. What? Hold on. Why are y'all laughing like this?
Some of this feedback, I get it.
The SEC made a mistake letting UT in.
From the 972.
That might be true, actually.
Kevin, A&M doesn't stand a chance against UT. Look, this is why I
saw that freshman QB. He
Really
ain't bad.
careful.
He's not bad.
See you later, Weg.
I was really, really outspoken about how we should have brought Texas back sooner. Like when they were in the dregs of their run of football, I was like, bring it back now. And then this is a fair question from the 585. I believe they do know the answer to this question. Kevin, help me out. I don't know college football at all. First time since 2008, Texas has been number 1. Surely the Aggies have been number 1 since then, right? Look, no.
Oh.
Have they been in the top 5 a couple of times? Yes. Do I think if there was a playoff that year that Johnny Manziel was a redshirt freshman, they would have won the national championship? Yes. But none of that happened.
Who was in the College World Series?
That's A&M.
And who won it?
Not A&M.
Not A&M. They didn't win.
But how many baseball championships does A&M have over UT?
Shut up, Mike. Why don't you not worry about that, okay?
What's the answer to that question?
It's not favorable
it's like
for
7-0
Texas
or
A&M.
something.
It's at least 5-0. I know that.
Hey man, look, if you're wanting to watch some good
But
Texas
before
football,
baseball was created, I bet A&M does have a championship that they say.
Hey, we won that one in 39 straight up.
and Mike, you've always said this about
before
college football.
World War II.
That's fair.
You want to know who the good quarterbacks are to watch in college football. Right now, Texas has two really good college football quarterbacks.
I'm really curious to see how that plays out because yours is week to week with the abdominal injury, and clearly they're not going to rush him back. But I'm curious when he's like, I'm good to go, and Arch Manning's like, hey, I've scored 14 touchdowns with like maybe one turnover. And then you're like,
Tomorrow's the Tuesday of college football.
That's right, Tuesday tailgate.
And so I'm going to ask you, shouldn't A&M just stick with that freshman over that Weg guy?
Agreed. Or Wigman. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Last name should be Hurt. All he is Hurt. And then when he plays, he stinks.
Yeah, he threw up on the field that one time.
Yeah.
That was
his
just like 2 weeks
I think that
ago.
was his second completion of the game.
Coming up next, it's time for the wanker of the weekend. Who is the best at being the worst this weekend, and why right now in this moment is it Mike? Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Commercial-free K&C? Delicious! Spend your lunchtime commercial-free. Afternoons beginning at 12:20 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
Hey there, folks. Want to tell you about our friends Mark and Scott Frankel at Frankel and Frankel. Look, if you or somebody else you know, loved one, gets injured in a car or truck wreck, I want you to go to the Frankels. And I want you to go ahead and get ahead of this thing and call them at 817 or 214-333-3333. Hopefully you guys know by now that an attorney after an accident like this cannot call or reach out to you directly or indirectly via third parties within the first 30 days. So if an attorney calls you, don't go with those people because they don't follow the law. Go ahead and call the Frankels. They've been helping out folks in the DFW in situations like this for more than 25 years.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
To setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And here's Carr under center, play action, back, steps up, hit as he throws deep to the middle to Shaheed. Caught it over the top of Donovan Wilson and strolls in for a 70-yarder.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I understand if you still want to say the Dallas Cowboys are the wanker of the weekend. It is tough to argue against that.
Weekend. They ruined the whole weekend for me, dude.
Hey, that's fair. From the 817, I'm clearly the wanker of the weekend because I thought the Cowboys would be magically something they're not after one good week.
Brad Sham yesterday, Kevin, at the end of the broadcast, he goes, well, at least they got it done early so you can go enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Over to you, Zach Wolchuk and Brian Broaddus. And I was like, that is hilarious. It was a good moment.
Because it's not really, right?
Did you guys tune into the Ranger game afterwards and watch after that game?
Yeah,
all of it.
We got one hit.
Mm-hmm.
Heck yeah. It's a big hit, man.
We set up, didn't we send up the minimum number of batters for the game?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's tough.
That is tough.
I mean, it happens very rarely in like a, like a no-hitter perfect game situation. Usually if you send up 27, that there was something. I guess it's historic because you did get a guy a hit and only sent 27 up. It's good.
Yeah. By the way, from the 214, bro, they held Micah so bad on that touchdown pass you just played right there. I did bring that up earlier, so I will say the officials were wankers for not seeing. That was a clear hold. The Saints didn't need your help offensively, okay? They were doing just fine on their own.
Brian Baldinger, by the way, Kevin, there was a moment that I texted you and Alec. And sorry, Mike, you were still out of town. I didn't want to bother you, and you hadn't texted me yet. So this was before the game.
Yeah, I texted you early.
Yeah, but it was before the game. I texted and I said, Micah 2+ sacks. Like I was because when I saw Fuaga had back tightness all week, and at the last minute they were like, all right, he's ready to go. And now looking at Brian Baldinger's tweet, the Saints are a left-handed team. Fuaga is the reason. 2 games, none, 0 negative plays. An absolute joy to watch. And he was one of my favorites to watch in college. And now here he is. He was part of the thing that made them look like the Cowboys look like a bad defense and couldn't get any pressure, man.
From the 214 Wankers of the Weekend, all the people that texted and called in saying the Cowboys were going to win by double digits. Whoops.
It happens.
They scored double digits.
They did.
Hey, you know how, Corey, you responded to my text? I'm just checking here. At 6:57, I sent Kevin 2 texts. He still hasn't responded.
Okay.
All right, here we
Mike,
go.
What do you want me to? I'm going to read those 2 texts.
Yeah, I'm okay with you reading it.
What do you want me to respond with? His 2 texts are, should the Cowboys have won today? ? And then his next text was, Rangers send 27 guys to the plate today, and the Saints go 6 for 6 on TDs. What am I supposed to say? Yeah, you know what, Mike?
It's
we
a question.
suck.
Yeah. Well,
that second one didn't have a question mark. There was no question on that.
How often do you?
And my answer, no, I do not think the Cowboys.
How often do you see a text from Mike and
They held
want
Micah
to throw the
Parsons.
phone?
It's a 50-50 proposition, and Mike knows it's a 50-50 proposition because he sends texts that he's like, well, I know he's not going to respond to this other than to maybe say F off or something like that, but I'm going to send it nonetheless.
Then, so you want to go ahead and make Mike your wanker of the weekend?
No,
for that.
because those A&M people were following up, and they're like, oh, wow, A&M made it to the World Series. What's their head coach gearing up for? Title defense this year?
Oh, man.
Knowing that not only did we not win the title, he left for Texas. I know what happened.
now you can root for both teams.
I will not.
Just root for sports.
Hey, would you guys rather lose like the Cowboys did yesterday? Or would you rather them, like it came down to a fourth quarter close game and you're like, son of a gun.
I'd rather have the close game. Here's why. Because yesterday I was bored watching the game.
That's a good
point. I was bored as the second quarter started.
Now, believe it or not, I'm going to go to soccer. Cut number 23. Is Liverpool the wanker of the weekend because, and I didn't make this name up, for the first time in 55 years, they lost at home to Nottingham Forest.
55 years in the waiting. Nottingham Forest win at Anfield for the first time since 1969. Don't you just love it when a plan comes together?
55 years they hadn't lost to Nottingham Forest.
But the sheriff showed up.
Yeah.
Friar Tuck.
And
Robin Hood.
Robin Hood couldn't
I know, but
handle it.
now I'm thinking of the animated movie.
That's the best
was
one.
it the lion that was the king?
Yeah.
But the sheriff of Nottingham was like it looked like a huge rat or like a big
Bear?
old bat. It's not quite a bear.
It was a good guy bear,
Here,
right?
look, Does that look like a bear, though? It looks
Little
like
Oh,
John.
yeah, no, that's a rat.
Yeah, he's
Little
a
John.
giant thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Little
the
John, thank
foxes
you.
were Robin Hood
Thank
and Robin
you.
the chick.
Maybe like a big old coyote or something. I don't know. He was fat, though. He was fat in the Sheriff of Nottingham.
It happens. Yo, Nottingham Forest is where Robin Hood lives. I get it.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way,
They play soccer there, huh?
for Zach in Frisco,
They just shot bows and arrows.
I want to let you know this is not the first or the second time I've heard this morning. Let's just preview the Dallas Mavericks and the Dallas Stars upcoming season. The first thing Mike said when he walked into the room was when the Mavericks started.
October 24th.
What was the first thing I said?
They're hosting the Spurs.
He just started going, beep, beep, beep.
I said no. I said Giannis is on the way.
Oh, yeah, that's a whole nother stupid thing. And then when we walk into the studio for Crosstalk, the first thing Mike tells the morning show guys is, hey, get ready. October 24th is when the Mavericks season starts.
Yeah, I didn't know. I left to go on a road trip. The next thing I know, it's January in Arlington here.
That was rough, man.
By the way, to your point, everybody who ran a graphic saying that this broke the Cowboys' home winning streak, you're a wanker of the weekend. No, it didn't. You all saw what happened in the playoffs. But
that was a home game?
It was. Last year, the Cowboys trailed for a little bit more than 44 minutes at home in the entirety of the regular season. In this game, I believe they trailed for 55 minutes and 50 seconds. So in this one game...
Was that bad?
Yes. They trailed more in this one game at home than they did in all of their home regular season games last year total. That's bad.
Thanks a lot, Kevin.
Oh.
I heard you guys. I was watching you guys on YouTube.
Oh, sweet.
While I was on the road.
Did we meow or anything?
No.
All right.
Is at one point the Cowboys, you guys, I guess it was you guys played off of Bobby Belt's number. The Cowboys since 2021, if they've been favored in a regular season home game, have won that game. Whether they covered the spread or not is a different situation. But so this is the first time since 2021 the Cowboys were a favorite at home in a regular season game, because we know what happens in the playoffs.
Sure.
And they lost the game.
Yeah, McCarthy's been really good against the spread whenever they're favored. They've been really good in those moments, except, as you said, playoff games.
Yikes. Now
they got it out of the way early.
You know what? I'll accept that for now,
See the
Mike.
optimism? They did the playoff game in September. They're like, let's wash this one down in September. So in January, when we're hosting that playoff game, we're going to be ready to play.
Mike, I'll accept that if you actually think going forward into the regular season and the playoffs, they've really got this thing down.
You want to know my honest answer?
Yes.
I already know they're losing.
I
in the
know
playoffs.
what your honest answer is, Mike.
The bed gets pooped all over in the playoffs. Come January, they got to get new sheets for the next year.
We could have been living with positive Mike for the rest of the year.
I was trying
and
to
you
be
told him.
positive, and then you made me tell the truth.
All right, you know what? Never mind.
That one's on you.
I want to go
Kevin.
back into my fog of optimism, Mike. Like, just give me the optimism. But see, even your optimism, you can't give it to me with a straight face. You're like, hey, you want optimistic? Man, they'll be lucky if any team gets this close to the Cowboys for the rest of the year. Like, you can't even
after
give
that
me
kind of loss.
reasonable optimism. You go way too far.
You just wait. They're taking it out on Baltimore on Sunday.
I agree. They should.
Baltimore's in trouble.
Two really ticked off teams. This is going to be a good game.
Yeah. Good luck, Lamar Jackson. If you think you're going to run on us with that Derrick Henry guy and you have another thing coming. The last time you played the Cowboys, I bet you didn't run very well against them.
Oh, my God.
And you know what?
Don't ask that.
How did they do?
They ran the ball.
Guys, is the Florida State football team the wankers of the weekend?
Those are wankers of the year.
Yeah, they should have never got that Clemson quarterback. He stinks.
They paid Memphis $1.3 million for the right to lose to them. And Florida State is now 0-3.
That guy's getting fired, right?
I feel like he is.
Was he the guy that brought in Clemson quarterback?
Ooh.
He had to, right? And I bet he paid him.
I don't know that answer.
I mean, they all
I'm
pay
sorry.
everybody, not illegally. I mean, I just think that they're like, hey, let's bring in this guy and give him $1 million to lose all the games.
I mean,
yeah, is this a good way to follow up whenever you're complaining that you didn't last year get into the playoff and then you follow up?
You want to be in a different conference.
If you're the person writing a check for $1 million for that quarterback, don't you void payments at this point? Like, don't you no, I'm not. No,
Yeah, you take your receipt
Let's just say let's just say it gives you time. You're not just writing a check immediately for $1 million for that quarterback. You've been writing like $100,000 like on a monthly basis. I'm like, I'm not paying anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I had one more quick college note I want to throw out there. Do you think Kentucky is the wanker of the weekend for punting the ball? So they're losing to Georgia 13-12. They're on the positive side of the field. I think they're at like the Georgia 47-48. There's a little bit more than 2 minutes to go, and they're like, you know what? I'm going to punt it. And they didn't get the ball back, and they lost. That feels like you're playing, I don't know what you're playing for. Go for the win.
Lose.
It's against Georgia.
Yeah, but they knocked him out of the one spot. You talked about that earlier.
Is that, you think
covered the
Kentucky's-
spread?
You think Kentucky's really fist pumping that today?
Yeah. See you later, Georgia. You're only going to be in the playoffs as the 2 seed.
Yeah, I get it, Kevin, but it was one of those field possession games all day. So it was and they hadn't done anything that made the coach feel like, hey, we can do this. So
I know their
get
defense
it.
played well, but
I get it. I understand that part of it. They were hoping that they could get better field position late there, but
And they knew Tim Couch wasn't coming back to take the last snap.
They're the only Kentucky quarterback we know of.
The fat one.
Oh,
Didn't the
yeah,
fat
Jared
one play there?
Lorenzen. He's no longer with us.
That's sad. Do you feel bad when you hear that?
No, I didn't kill him. Like, he's dead, but I had nothing to do with it.
That's a great point. Hold on. So are you telling me you only feel bad when people die if you had a direct action to it?
I don't feel good that he died, but I don't feel bad he died. I never knew the guy.
It wasn't
Somebody
his
just
fault.
died right now. Am I supposed to feel bad right now? I don't know. I don't know the person who just died right now. And now another person just died. And I don't know him either or her.
It's true.
Guess
Andre
what?
Woodson?
Another person just died.
That is true. We're the K&C Masterpiece. Right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Hey, Will Levis, the F are you doing? We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it'll be a Cowboys Monday. And at 3:40, Broadus will break down the tape from the game. Nation 2 to 7 of the Fan.
I want you.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
One pitch. Swinging a drive to right field. That one's back. Butler the track at the wall. That one's out of here.
Your one and only Rangers home is
Oppo Taco to end it.
105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
3rd and goal. Levis looking. Levis tripped. He tried to shovel it. That ball is free, and the Jets have it.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I believe that was the specific play that led to the most incredible quote of the weekend. But right now, let's say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Is that a new one?
What did he say in that very last part?
That was Cooper Rush.
Oh.
Here we go with it.
Here we go with it.
I like it.
Do you?
Did he say Kim K on that one too?
Yeah, I don't know. That was weird. Let's go to Brian Callahan, the head coach for the Titans, who, I mean, maybe you're a lip reader or maybe not, and you could still figure it out totally fine.
Will Clark's a lip reader.
After that play, Callahan is like walking off the sideline onto the field saying, "What the F was that?" Except he definitely did not, or excuse me, actually what he said was, "What the F are you doing?" And he did not censor it. It was very clear that he was very upset.
Did you hear him after the game?
Oh, no.
After the game, he was like, yeah, it was stupid. He's done it before. He shouldn't do that. It was a dumb play.
I was upset. It was dumb. It was the same exact thing he did last week, and he cost us points in the red zone. Woo!
So
if you're looking for him to backtrack it, not so much.
And there he is right there on our TV. He was just doing that same moment just now. So I guess if you've said that now, because it always feels like managers, coaches, they have to tiptoe all these things so that they don't offend a player and don't screw themselves over with relationships amongst players, because losing their trust is a big thing. Boach talks about that all the time. The trust of the player is the most important thing. So what happens here? Does the rest of the team go, yeah, Will sucks? And then they're like, what are we going to do? Because it feels like you lost hope on your quarterback.
Okay.
Well, he's got to fix it.
So this is one way to handle poor quarterback play. Carolina Panthers have a remarkably different way of attacking it. So Dave Canales, the head coach for the Carolina Panthers, was asked about how terrible Bryce Young was. And he said, Bryce is our quarterback. We're going to just continue to shore up and fix things that we need to fundamentally fix from a scheme standpoint. And then, this is the best part, all those things, these are valuable reps. These are all valuable games. We'll learn a lot from this game, and hopefully we'll take another step this week. So he was like, no, I'm going to give you the PC answer that I need to give. And then the Titans were like, the hell with it.
Mm-hmm.
That was dumbass play.
Yeah, my player's stupid, and I can't fix stupid players, is what he basically said.
I mean, hurtful.
Do you like the PC answer more, or do you like the honest answer?
I mean, I like the honest answer, but you have to balance it out, Mike. We've had this conversation many times. People want honesty, but we can't handle 100% honesty. I don't know if we max out as a society around 75%, give or take, but I sure as hell don't want people to be honest with me at all times, just on the key important thing.
I do got to give Calvin Ridley a lot of credit for that catch in the end, that touchdown that he had. Look at this catch right here that's happening right behind you. That was a dime by Will Levis, and then an awesome catch by Calvin Ridley. But aside from that, they did lose the game because of his last-minute moment.
You know, Mike likes it as all optimism. It's never negative
always.
Stuff because it's likes.
Mm-hmm.
But I hate when people say my truth. It's like they're saying, here is something that's not truth. It's not truthful at all.
Hear that? That is her
truth. But I'm going to give you my truth. And it's like, that's right off the bat. You're saying this isn't the truth.
Yeah.
It's only my truth, but not the real truth.
Yeah.
Like, this is the most stupidest saying ever. My truth.
It is the most stupid.
My truth is ever. A lie, but I'm going to tell you why I believe in it.
Now, we played you the Justin Jefferson 97-yard touchdown catch from earlier. He continues to do amazing things. He finished the game with 133 yards receiving, which honestly feels kind of disappointing if you got 97 yards on one play. But it was his 30th game already with 100 yards. That ties him with Randy Moss for the most ever through 5 NFL seasons. And this was the second game of the year.
For the Vikings?
Ever!
In the NFL?
Yeah, that's right.
It's impressive, man. He's a really good receiver. He's very good.
I would be willing to bet that he breaks that record. He's also now tied with Lance Allworth with 20 games of at least 125 yards receiving in his first 5 seasons.
Look, man, they feed him the rock. He hits big plays downfield. It's not like a bunch of short stuff that turns into big plays, but even on the short stuff that does turn into big plays. But it's downfield, man. He goes, he tracks, and then does a great job. But you saw it yesterday. He outran everybody, too.
He did.
I mean, he was just like, I'll see y'all later. And
He did.
It's just, he's almost impossible to stop.
Couple of injury notes for you. Chiefs Hollywood Brown is now, in fact, expected to need surgery and miss the entirety of the season. And you might have seen this yesterday and thought that's probably what happened. But Jets defensive end Jermaine Johnson confirmed that he did tear his Achilles yesterday in the win over the Titans. So he is out for the rest of the season as well.
Dang.
Let's go from that to Jamar Chase.
He's good at football.
He is, but he is also very upset.
Yep, he is.
So
Justin Jefferson's teammate at LSU.
That is true.
When Odell Beckham paid him to win.
I do remember that. So Jamar Chase said he's not planning to renegotiate a long-term deal with the Cincinnati Bengals this season.
Okay.
Per Adam Schefter. He says, the wide receiver says he believes he's been misled by the team during the offseason as he sought a new contract. So clearly we talked about he didn't care for the last contract offer. And I think he sees the writing on the wall as like his salary is still super duper low right now. But then next year with the rookie option, I think it's locked in at 21-1, something like that. And so you don't really have a lot of room to play with that money. And now he's probably like, fine, we'll wait till next year. And then you're going to be stuck.
That's interesting. I want to know who his agent is, and if his agent is like, "Hey, they're screwing us over," and very super trustworthy.
Sure.
Guy. I got to find out who his agent is real quick, just to make sure. I got Caitlin Aoki.
I think he does like
Alliance Sports.
That's
okay.
Steve Aoki.
That's
I can
Steve
already
Aoki.
tell where you're going with this.
Yeah, it's Alliance Sports.
He's like a DJ who his dad owns Benihana or something.
And he likes cards and all kinds of stuff. Yeah. No, I see where this is
How
going.
about in football news? Tom Brady was at a local card shop. Did you see that?
Yes, I did see that. Then I learned a lot about how that came to pass. Very fascinating behind the scenes dealings. But yeah, he was at.
Can you tell us about it?
Yeah, he was at Triple Cards in Plano.
Yeah, in Plano, next to you.
Tom Brady was near me.
He's rich. He goes to the rich areas.
No, that makes sense.
That is definitely the rich area of Plano.
Yeah, I bet he was where all the tables are. Hold on. No, it's not.
It's not.
No, it's not.
I mean, it's great if you could live
it's
out
still
there.
Plano.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about Aiden Hutchinson, by the way.
Still Plano.
As we remind you.
That's the bad Plano. That's their sign. When you drive in, you know,
still Plano.
It's still Plano.
It's still Plano. By the way, this football talk and vague residential discussion is brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you could shield your home? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com. Did you see the day of Aiden Hutchinson? He had 3 sacks and a forced fumble in the first quarter.
He's so good.
Per the Lions public relations team, since 1994, only 3 other players have ever had 3 sacks in the first quarter. And he ended the day with 4.5 sacks. What a day.
He made Goff's day miserable, and Goff struggled to enjoy anything throughout the day. But yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
he made
wait a second.
He made
might
Baker.
have. Maybe he was sacking
I'm
his
sorry.
own quarterback.
Goff had a miserable day anyway. Baker didn't have a great
Yes,
day, but Baker
that's
still
fair.
led him to the win along the way. But yeah, he made that a very tough day on Baker.
That is very fair. I thought it was an incredible performance by Aiden Hutchinson for sure. And then one more quick note for you. The Chiefs and Peyton Hendershot were fined for what happened last week. When you remember, Hendershot was inactive. He was standing on the Chiefs sideline. He pushed Roquan Smith after Smith had chased Patrick Mahomes out of bounds. The Chiefs were fined $100,000, which I'm sure is really going to hurt them. And then Peyton Hendershot was fined an undisclosed amount. for this. So
Not as much.
Former Dallas Cowboy, maybe still got a shot at the Super Bowl, but he also got
Like
fined.
Taco. He's going to taco his way to a championship.
Hey, the only taco I think
Hutchins.
about is that Oppo taco that Jared
Hitchens.
talks about in that promo. Gets me hyped up,
Yeah. Hey.
even though the season's over.
No. Hey. Magic number's 3.
To not be eliminated.
As long as there's a magic number.
Okay, I guess that's true. One more last thing for you. Did you hear the 49ers ask the Vikings about if they wanted to trade Justin Jefferson in the offseason?
Yeah, I did.
They're like,
nah, we're good. We're good. We'll see you guys early in the season.
True. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan.
If you're laughing, we're happy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Get Masterpieced anytime you want on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica. This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. $50 million doesn't get you what it...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is...
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're hoping to talk with Stephen Jones, Executive Vice President for the Dallas Cowboys, in just a minute. I wanted to go and throw this out there. This might be a fool's errand, all right? But the next segment, we're going to give listeners their opportunity to really crush this team. So I wanted to throw out, there were a couple positives when I still thought maybe you could win this game. Positive. Scooney making that sweet overhead catch on the first drive and getting a little bit of yak after that to get it going.
Does that make you feel like it's next man up in that situation, or he's doing other things whenever Ferguson's the main tight end?
Probably the second one, I think.
I thought he did an admirable job a couple different times getting some snags I didn't expect him to get.
And then I don't know if you want to credit Mike McCarthy for this or if you want to just credit the football awareness of Dak Prescott. They hustled up to the line for the quarterback sneak on 4th and 1. Again, going back to that drive. That's one thing that frustrates me. If you're going to go for it, you need to know straight away you're going to go for it and not be like, all right, I think we're going to go for it. And by now the defense is ready to go. But they immediately moved to the line of scrimmage. Dak immediately got into position where now all of a sudden the New Orleans Saints are like, okay, they're going to go for it. Now the ball's already been snapped and you converted the first down. I realize it was bad across the board, but I thought that was the kind of heads-up play that keeps a drive going in a game that maybe is on the line.
Yeah.
You know, like this game was not it, but maybe in a game that's on the line, clearly, you have a heads-up play like that and get a quick, easy conversion that keeps a drive going that could make the difference.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Those are things to take and put into the manila folder. And kind of go, all right, these are things that were good. But, Kevin, this entire week with McCarthy and Zimmer and everybody should be – it should not be an easy week at all for the players. It should be, I mean, one thing after another of this is going to get us beat. These are the reasons. These are the things we have to do better at. This is a teaching, working week because every player on the team should know we weren't good enough.
Yeah.
We were embarrassed. Like they were literally embarrassed on the field by their opponent. And that's not a good feeling for those guys.
Yeah, and I honestly hope you're right. And that's one of the things I know we were joking about Sean about, hey, ask Jerry this tomorrow when he was like, hey, we're going to flush it and move on. Like, is this not a game you want to sit on and be like, hey, when you think you're the Cleveland game, don't forget this game exists too.
Yeah.
And I really need you to be like prepared and to be able to answer for that. Do you guys want one or two more things that I did like from the game? Or are you like, hey, that's great. We lost by 50 million points.
Be optimistic, man.
I'm not optimistic. We still lost by 50 million points.
Mm-hmm. It wasn't 50 million.
It was less than 30.
Yeah.
That is a great point. It was less than 30.
I'm not going after this as an extreme negative. But last week, after the Browns game, when Broadus came in, he said the one thing that really was missing from that game specifically was the soul-crushing drive that told the opponent, you don't have a chance in this game. We've already put our foot on your throat, and then that extra point of, now watch this. And yesterday, the Saints did that. You come out of the halftime, and you're like, okay, let's rock this thing. And the Saints are like, we got the ball. And they take 800 minutes to finish that drive, and they finish it with a touchdown. It was plodding. It wore it down, and they're like, all right, you got a minute left. Good luck with that. And then you got the fourth quarter, and you're down by 700 points. So that's something that if you're going to be one of those teams, you need to look at that and go, that's what we have to get to.
I saw a positive following the game through play-by-play is the Saints scored a touchdown, and they took it away. It was like a 26-yard touchdown.
That is true. Now
but there's a man downfield.
They would rescore that touchdown anyway. So I don't know how much of a difference you thought that made, much like I don't know if you actually thought this made a difference whatsoever. But props to Jalen Tolbert. He made an incredible catch on what was an underthrown pass by Dak. It was the second of the day that should have been a touchdown. And then he came all the way back on the fumble and picked up the ball that eventually led to the field goal. Now, I was going to say, I'm not really saying that fumble is necessarily on Dak because I thought the offensive line, well, honestly, I thought both lines lost the line of scrimmage again and again and again yesterday. But I was really impressed with Jalen Tolbert, not only for that catch, but for getting his butt all the way back there and being like, let's go.
I think CeeDee Lamb, I'll just go ahead and give him some love, too, for that big touchdown play.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring to you Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Now, Jerry said after the game he was extraordinarily disappointed for the fans and that the team will correct this and they will improve from where they played out there today. Is that kind of the message that you want to echo to the fans?
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, I mean, this is the NFL, and we've all had these days. Certainly didn't see it coming. Very disappointing. But, at the same time, we've got a lot of confidence in this team. We got confidence in, Coach Zimmer. Obviously, that was a tough outing yesterday for the defense in terms of, how the Saints executed. And, hats off to them. They did the younger Kubiak did a real nice job there for the Saints, and they executed and, were pretty much flawless on their first 6 possessions. So, those are things that we've got to tighten up and got to go to work. And I'm confident that, that we'll get the job done. Mike's been in this league a long time and very confident in this football team, our personnel, and, we'll get out here and we'll correct things and make the adjustments we need to make and move forward.
Is there any concern? I know you're talking about the confidence with Mike Zimmer. Is there any concern that the last 2 times he was running his own defense, both of those defenses did pretty poorly statistically for the season? So can you tell us more about your confidence in Zimmer in particular?
Yeah, I just think in general he did a lot of work, not unlike some other coaches that sit out a year, and he knows this game well. He's been a very successful coordinator, a very successful head coach, and have all the confidence in the world that he's going to put these guys in the right spot. He did a great job the first week, and we just came up against a Saints team that's hot, and they obviously had a very successful outing to start the season, and we just got to continue to our players and coaches getting on the same page in terms of what we need to do to execute the defense and get the job done.
Stephen, it feels like we're going on a few years now of this team kind of getting punched in the mouth by, I don't know if you're going to say better teams in the NFL, but like kind of getting bullied a little bit. And I was kind of curious on how does a team change its identity in those moments and become the aggressor? Where do you think that starts?
Well, first of all, I'd start with, the Browns are, they're a really good football team, a playoff football team, and we went on the road and, we felt really good about it. Unfortunately, we didn't do the same thing at home. I mean, the narrative was last year we won all the games at home and didn't win on the road. Well, we just got to, find the right mix here and not only get it done on the road like we did against the Browns, but which is a great playoff football team. They obviously won a big game this weekend, and they play great defense, and we just got to, really get in here and execute. And that's what it boils down to. We've got a really good roster, and we feel like very confident in this team.
There was also a moment yesterday, Stephen, y'all got caught on camera. You and Jerry were sitting up there, and y'all kind of had this like look on your face. Y'all were stunned, just like the Cowboys fans out there. And I was kind of curious what was going through your mind. What questions were you and Jerry asking yourselves while you were watching this one?
Oh, I think, the whole team, I think from the coaching staff, players, we're around this team. We thought we had a great week of practice. It was certainly not something that we expected to happen. And hats off to the Saints. I mean, they did a great job. They were very prepared. And, obviously the younger Kubiak there, he's he's chip off the old block from Shanahan and, has installed a really good offense there. But there's no question we didn't. That was a surprise to us. We never saw that coming. But that happens in this league. I mean, they pay their guys too, and things can happen. The good news is it's early, and we're 1-1. A lot of football to play.
You were talking about Kubiak, and obviously Derek Carr played very well. I'm curious, how do you think Derek Carr played yesterday? And most importantly, kind of touching on what you were just saying, what do you think about the new skills that Carr is getting to show off with the new offensive coordinator?
Well, it's all, when you get on a hot streak like they are right now. I mean, I think they're sitting right on the record for most points scored in 2 weeks with 40-plus points, which is hard to do in the NFL. My hat's off to them. They're playing at a high level. They're utilizing their weapons. They got some real speed, and Olave and Kamara and Shadir. So they've got a group that's hot right now, and hats off to them. And they came in, they were more prepared, and they beat us very soundly.
Well, and you also kind of pointed out the Kubiak running game, the way that they play and everything. And do you feel like that's spreading more and more across the league and becoming more of a way that people run the ball and like to run their offenses? Do you expect to see that more this season?
Yeah, I mean, you're going to, there's that group. I mean, it's everybody knows who they are that came out of the, that Shanahan group with, which is McVay and McDaniels and, Kubiak, and, they're springing up. I mean, the Houston Texans, their offensive coordinators right out of that same group. So, obviously they're having success, and, we've got to continue to figure out the best way to stop that group. We're going to see more of that as we go. Now, that's not the only way people run the ball. There's people, will face a running team next week that doesn't necessarily run that wide zone scheme like the gentleman we just mentioned. But, something, that's the chess match you have in the NFL. Obviously, no one's pleased with, the results from yesterday.
After seeing kind of how, I know that y'all wanted to be committed to the run yesterday, it wasn't really working offensively, obviously, because you had to start running from behind. Would you expect to see Dalvin Cook in the backfield pretty soon?
Yeah, that's real hard to get your hands around, the running game yesterday. I mean, we were having to play from behind from the start. And but at the same time, I thought the backs ran hard, but we were in a situation where we were, as much as we were wanting to stay with the run. But, once you start getting down, 2+ scores, then it changes your game plan, and you're trying to play from behind and run your hurry up, and it's real difficult to judge a running game in a game like that.
Now, Jake Ferguson, we all know, is an incredibly tough individual. I know he, was getting closer to maybe making a go of it yesterday. How do you feel about his progress? Do you think he will be ready to go against the Ravens?
Absolutely. I mean, I think, as you said, he's a tough guy. He was real close to being able to play in that game. I thought Schoonmaker did a great job. I think he had 4 catches and, did a nice job filling in for him. And
he had
blocked
6?
Well, but hello?
I think he had 6.
Oh, did he have 6? Okay. He did 6 of them then, but he did a real nice job filling in for Ferguson. And, we want Ferguson back. He's part of the DNA of this football team. And I think the expectation is for him to be back.
All right. Excellent stuff. Appreciate the insight very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again next week.
Thanks, guys.
There you go. Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. Luke Schoonmaker, 6 receptions, 43 yards, both career highs for him.
He said something, Kevin, that I brought up early in the show, and he said they were caught off guard by the running game. They didn't expect that. They didn't expect that out of the Clint Kubiak game plan, and the defense got caught off guard by it.
I'm going to be honest. That felt like if Mike McCarthy gets fired at the end of the year, Clint Kubiak Kubiak, is going to be a huge guy on their list to interview.
Man, they love
that
him.
Sounded. Am I crazy? But I now have him somewhat on my list of, if this season doesn't go well, and there's a lot of season left, as Stephen pointed out. But it sounds like they have a front runner for the next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin, that's what I'm saying. You seeing this pop up, this plan pop up all over the league. He just pointed out how many different coordinators and coaches are involved in it. That's why I'm a little kind of surprised that they were caught off guard by it. Because this is a Mike Zimmer thing that he should have gone, this is kind of out of this tree, that we should be able to stop it this way. That's why I was saying the defensive front looked like they didn't practice for this all week. They didn't practice to stop this specific type of offense.
I know we have to go to break, but my question is do they have the talent to stop it?
I know. No, they don't.
Okay. Well, I mean, then we can smoke and mirror it up however we like. And
they gotta find better defensive tackles to be able to do it.
It looks like Mozzie crushed him. That was the run-stopping first-round pick that they've never decided to try to get, and they picked. Unfortunately, they tried. They picked the wrong guy.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to do a call-in segment, 877-881-1053. We don't do this very often. Now's your opportunity. Dallas Cowboys, no thank you notes. And also, besides the Jones family, I understand that's what people want to say. What would you change with the team or the organization? Let's see what we can actually maybe change. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
2nd and 7. Shaheed in motion, play action car, middle screen. Kamara 50, right at the 45.
That's a
Outrunning
touchdown.
everybody, 40, 30, 10, touchdown.
It's a touchdown.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Usually we go to the text, and perhaps we still will, but right now we're going to go to the phones, 877-881-1053. Who gets your Dallas Cowboys no thank you note? But also, besides the Jones family, what do you want to change about this team, about this organization? Let's kick it off with Chris in Duncanville. What do you got?
Gentlemen, I know you're looking for a no thank you note, but I want to thank the Cowboys because after this last season, I decided not to drink the Kool-Aid, and I have never slept better or laughed heartier at this debacle.
Oh, well.
Welcome to the club.
Yeah, okay, yes.
Duncanville's number 4 in the nation for football.
Okay, but wouldn't you be upset if I came in and laughed if they lost?
Just draft from Duncanville.
It helps your soul.
You're probably
like
right.
It just doesn't mean anything. So you're just like, it just is better.
I still care. I
do too.
If we get call after call of this is why you shouldn't care, I hear you. And that's why you shouldn't care. I still care. My older son still cares. My wife kind of cares because she knows that I care. Noah does not care. But I still care no matter how bad it's going. And I'm pretty sure I always will.
You going to tell Noah this is a Cowboys house and we root for the Cowboys here? Or are you going to let him do it?
And a Chicago Bulls house.
I let my older son think for himself, and he wants to go to the University of Texas.
So now
all
you're
right?
going to make sure that Noah
I'm going to
doesn't think for
indoctrinate baby Noah with Texas A&M stuff and let the rest of the chips fall where they may, okay? All right, let's go to Mitch in Fort Worth. Mitch, what do you got for us?
Yeah, I think my no for this game was just, Dak, right? Like, we paid him all this money right before the season. He made a lot of little mistakes. It reminded me a lot of some of the mistakes Will Levis has been making for the Titans the last few weeks. Biggest change we need to see is how Zimmer is going to stop the run. We're going up against a bunch of teams that love to run the ball, so we got to see how they're going to bounce back these next few weeks.
So that was quite the topic of discussion in our room in the break, of how Stephen said they had a great week of practice, but then they were surprised by, I guess, the game plan and execution, which I always go back to this, Corey. You've heard me say this like a million times. You and I were like, here's what's going to happen. Here's what they do.
We were at Shakerton's, and we talked ad nauseum about not only the play action and how much they run it and how useful it is, because that's part of that scheme, but also the type of running they were going to be doing and the way that Clint Kubiak has learned how to run the ball, that zone blocking scheme. And it just ate the Cowboys' defensive front alive. And again, it looked like they didn't even know. They didn't practice all week on how to stop that specific type of running style. And if that's the case, if you're preparing for Baltimore instead, hey, we're going to be more of a straight up approach, then you just gave this one away. All right, that's not the way that I'm going into it each week.
That's fair.
By the way, I do also love the concept of Will Levis, because he will leave us at some point.
Take it or will leave us.
Yeah, kind of like Michael Penix, And so I always like when the way the names are said.
Let's go to line number 5. This is Don in Rowlett. What do you got for us, or are you going to try to cheer us up?
Yes, sir. I've been a Cowboy fan for 60 years. I've seen a lot of ups and downs. But one thing I can sleep easy for right now is knowing Jerry's in charge. Because as long as Jerry's in charge, the Cowboys have done nothing. For 30 years, he's had a chance since Jimmy Johnson left, and he's crapped the bed for 30 years. I'll hang up and listen.
Look! You're going to be listening for a short amount of time. I don't have a good response to you. I can't tell you, hey, what about all of these marketing deals? Because I don't care about that. I'm glad that the Jones family is super duper rich. I don't care about that when it comes to how does it impact the football team. I want us to win games that matter. So I wish I could give a better retort.
Sounds like he wants Clint Kubiak to be the coach next year.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there's no way to change it. There's just not a way to change that. And they've been trying to figure it all out for all that time. And this is as close as I've felt it's been in a long time, being consistently over the last 3 years being good. And Kevin, this game they could go 12-5 by the end of the season and look back and go, that was another Arizona blip, just like the year before. But that's where this team is, where you're just like, man, you didn't expect that, and you're like, how? You get that question of how? And I'm not, again, to anybody that's trying to blame Dak for this loss, he didn't help it. It wasn't great. That red zone is miserable right now. This defense was the thing that caused this.
For sure.
Can I just say real quick, Dak can play better. I don't think the defense can play better. They can play better
Surely they can play better than what we saw.
I don't think they can play better against teams that run the ball well.
I can understand
Can they
that.
give up less points and that would be better? Yeah, but I don't think – I think that teams like this can dictate the tempo and flow, and they picked up people that nobody wanted in the NFL.
Yeah.
Like, I know I compare it because I cover the Rangers, but the Rangers have weaknesses on this team. that they're taking into the offseason. If they go out and get nobody, or they sign guys to minor league contracts to maybe make the team, and that's the answer to the problems, people are going to go, I don't think you answered your problems in the offseason. And then we watch game 2 and you go, oh, they didn't answer any of the issues. So as long as you have an Aaron Jones and Alvin Kamara, as long as you can do this, it'll be interesting to see coming up this Sunday. Like, I don't think they can stop this.
Yeah, that's you got a good point there, Mike, on the Mike Minor pickups here. You're like, okay, we can get some good out of you, but the rest of it isn't good enough to facilitate what that is. Like, you're thinking, hey, we got Micah, and then you go get some random guy to play defensive tackle, and he's getting beat, and he's getting beat up, and they're getting to the edge every time. And man, when you get out to that edge, if you see Trayvon Diggs and you're a running back, how good do you feel? How good do you feel once you see Diggs out there? You're like, he's not tackling me.
Him.
He's not going to tackle. He's going to do everything he can to hand tackle me, and that's not going to work.
You're absolutely right about that. All right, let's go to Quick in Dallas, line number 4, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Quick, what do you got for us?
Well, I'm just going to say I'm really, really disappointed about how the Cowboys played yesterday. I was really down. I was talking a lot of trash to all my Saints fans from Louisiana. But the one thing I will say that I would change is the offensive run, how we run the ball, the scheme that we use to run the ball. It looks so simplistic, and it looks like we can't get to that edge. And the defensive line, I guess they just did not want to come up and show up today or yesterday. And it's just sad to see that that's where we're going, and it feels like that's what we're going to be dealing with all year.
All right. Now, here's the reason why I really like that point right there, because that feels like something. I'm not saying with the personnel you have necessarily, but that feels like something you could attempt to alter. Because a lot of the complaints we get are about, this is why you shouldn't have paid Dak. I hear you. It's done. All right. Or this is why I wish somebody else ran the football team. I hear you, but it's not going to happen. So what I liked about that is at least that's something that you could attempt to modernize or change or whatever.
Yeah, and I was kind of curious. I was confused, actually, more than curious, that Stephen didn't give us a yes or no on Dalvin Cook. It sounded more like they were just going to go, look, man,
get your hands around.
We can't figure out, like, how could you really assess the running game after that? Did we even give Deuce a really good chance? Did we give Dowdle a good chance and a good enough chance to save, because we were so far down, so far behind, we had to just throw the ball around. So I can't answer the question on Dalvin Cook at the moment.
And by the way, if people are like, well, why didn't you ask about week 1? We did ask about week 1. After week 1, they thought the running game did very well. So the answer you're going to get is, as we discussed last week, we thought the running game looked really good when we needed it. We didn't really need it or couldn't really use it in this game.
Couldn't really use it for sure.
Yeah, I don't really know how to fix that part. All right, let's go to line number 7, Carter in Fort Worth. Carter, what are you bringing for us today?
Yeah, so I got 2 things. So I said it last year that the defense never shows up in big games. Everyone wants to talk about Dak. If you go look at all the big games they played last year, they crapped the bed every single time. Yeah.
All right. Sorry. It's a basic rule, and he said sorry.
Yeah.
But if you swear, there's a good chance you're going to get cut off.
Yeah.
He didn't do that on purpose, but he's not wrong. The thing that we dumped is not inaccurate, that the Cowboys ass the bed in games like this.
All right, I want another use of that phrase, a different use of it. What's another way to say doo-doo the bed without saying it? Because let's leave the bed out. What's another place where you could just totally mess it up? If we can come up with another one of those, I'd appreciate that.
We will work on that.
The other day, I was watching on a show, and I was watching Suits, and they said that, and Adrian goes, I'm tired of hearing that. They need to come up with a new term, and I was like, all right.
Okay, we will work on that. Let's go to Adrian in Arizona, line number 3. What are you bringing for us today? And you're not going to swear, right?
I'm not going to swear.
Kyler Murray time.
Oh, man. I was watching the game yesterday. The Cowboys defense was laughable, but I mean, they threw what they could at it, which I don't know how you get better from that defense. I just wish that they would make the offense better. I mean, last week wasn't super astounding from the offense. I believe they had 2 drives that were actually good, but
I think they need to throw more at the offense as far as getting points on the board. Then this defense can be a front-running defense like they always are.
Okay, let's talk about that for a second, because the Cowboys scored a touchdown to CeeDee Lamb, and it was awesome. How confident are you that, like, let's say CeeDee Lamb wasn't who he is, and he is just like, hey, 2 defenders, whoop, see ya, that they're going to be able to sustain the rest of that drive from about midfield and score a touchdown? Because I have to admit, I'm not super confident. We talked about this earlier. It's not the reason they lost. Dak Prescott absolutely underthrew 2 passes that were easy touchdowns. Well, easy for NFL people, not for me. But they were easy touchdowns because the receivers had created separation. I've seen people complain this morning about receivers not creating separation. Well, on those 2 plays, they created a damn lot of separation, and the balls got underthrown. And that cost them 8 points because they ended up getting field goals on both of them. I think that's fair. I would like to see the offense run more efficiently, and we talked a lot about the running game. I have no excuses for the defense yesterday. None.
By the way, lots of people texting in options, Kevin, right now. Cowboys soiled the sheets,
I like that.
crapped the couch, pooped in the kitchen.
Somebody said screwed the pooch.
The pooch.
I'm familiar with that expression.
Still not sure why you would ever do that. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to me. As Mike likes to use, they lost their water down their pants, if you will. So there's lots of different options there. Let's go ahead. There are a couple I don't know exactly.
Crap their Crocs.
Yeah, so racing stripes in our jocks. So there's lots of different options to rock with. Everybody keeps throwing Amber Heard out there. I don't know exactly what that means. All right, next to you, Kevin.
Oh, is that a thing that happened? Did she?
Yeah, I think
I don't know.
I think something happened.
I have to admit, I wasn't like locked in.
I wasn't
on the Johnny
either.
Depp.
Pretty sure
Amber
something
Heard.
happened in the bed. In that.
All right, let's go to Gary in Fort Worth. Gary, what do you got for us?
I think there's 3 things I'd like to change. First, the overall mentality. It's like they're not aggressive. They don't play angry. Seems like when they just get hit in the mouth, they just give up. And 2, the draft and develop philosophy. It's a good thing, but you still got to pick up those 1 or 2 big name free agents to help push you over the top. And 3, stop bringing the old guys in, coaches and players. Bring in the new guys, the younger guys that have newer philosophies, know how to scheme things up, and the younger DCs that know how to stop those philosophies.
Okay, agree. On that third point, specifically, I know he started talking about the DBs, but I've seen multiple people talk about it. There was discussion last year about drafting Roschon Johnson. Well, he's fallen down the depth chart. I bet you could get him for nothing. And so when people are like, well, what free agents were out there? You can still make some trades. And you've seen, especially leading up to the draft, you can get a hell of a bargain on a veteran that they're like, I value draft picks over this veteran right now, even if it's only a second-year player, that maybe they're like, you know what, we're not going to use him. If you think you can get something out of him, go for it.
Yeah. I totally understand their approach to it. It is a bargain approach to kind of, if you've done some bad contracts, it's the best way that you possibly can do it.
True.
They don't want to go out there and spend A money on what could be a B player, but a B player might be all you need. Especially in your defensive line, there's some areas where you definitely needed to invest. Oh, Kevin, I was watching Ed Oliver the other night, and I was like, good God, remember when I wanted to trade everything to go draft him up in number 9, and we couldn't get there. But the part of the line that we keep hearing over and over is front-running defense. Because they're good whenever it's pass rush time and it's time to go at the quarterback. But whenever it's time to be gritty and down and dirty, there's something missing. And I don't know if that's I think it has to do with the tackles. I think there's a part of being a defensive tackle. You're just nasty, dude. You're just one of those guys. You're a wrecking ball in the middle, and everybody feeds off that. You help the guys behind you. Hell, I mean, look at Kendricks and Overshown just getting blasted time after time because the guys in the middle weren't given any push. It's frustrating because, Kevin, last week we saw the Cowboys getting pushed all over the Browns' offensive line.
Yep.
And then this week it was the complete opposite where the Saints were just, as soon as they were off the ball, your defensive line was on their heels.
And this is where it's tough for stuff that Stephen Jones says versus stuff that we think, right? Because Stephen Jones says again and again, it's early in the season. There's a lot of football to go. And I hear you on that. I'm not disputing any of that, but I'll admit, as a Cowboys fan, I bring a lot of baggage into this season, and I'll probably bring a lot of baggage into the next season and the next season. So I understand the frustration of Cowboys fans who are like, I saw one great game, I saw one terrible game. I think it's going to go towards the terrible direction because that's what I'm conditioned for in the last generation.
Kevin, I just saw a thing that said play action rate for the Saints last year, 32nd. This year, first. 52.3%.
Could have heard that on our show last week because we were prepared.
Don't worry, we're getting Kubiak next year, it sounds like. Kubiak. Put him on the board.
We're the K&C Masterpiece where, I'll look it up. A lot of people have thoughts about Amber Heard, and they're like, don't try to kink shame her. I have no idea what you're talking about. I maybe will look into it. Maybe I won't. Coming up right now.
Oh, gosh, I thought we were going to a commercial break.
I know. I have to keep you on your toes. You've been out for a week.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. Before we go to Mike Likes It, can I add one thing?
Sorry.
Sorry, Mike.
No. I'm excited, man. This is a big Cowboy game.
I get a lot of texts. I see a lot of texts that come in that are like, we demand answers.
Yeah.
Don't let these guys off the hook. We demand answers.
Yeah.
They don't have answers.
They don't.
A lot of the time, they don't have the answer to the questions we're asking.
All right, so I wasn't here when Chris Young got his extension. I was with Chris Young.
I thought, no, he was in Japan. He was on his way to Japan whenever he got his extension.
During that show, we got kicked off the air 7 times. That's not an exaggeration.
Tough day.
And at one point, people were like, I'll tell you off air. I have lots of thoughts about that. But people thought maybe we were helping with the Chris Young extension the last time. And I was like, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, I know this. I don't know if Chris Young is going to turn around the 2024 Texas Rangers to another 90-win team or a 100-win team or a world championship team. I don't know. But I do know this because I know Chris. He is going to work tirelessly to try to. Now, there's going to be budgets. He might have to cut budget, which is going to make it very tough to make the Rangers better. But I know what his focus and goal is in his work life. And that's it. He doesn't have to deal with Dr. Pepper and Pepsi and Coca-Cola and Papa John and Jimmy John and all the Johns. Like, that's the only thing. And I know that he's smart, and I hate saying this, and I know this comes across as bad, and I know people that I work for don't like when I say this. I don't know if Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones are even smart enough to know how to fix it. I think they're smart enough to know, and I'll give this credit to Jerry, smart enough to know how to make money, billions of dollars off of sports and off of football and everything like that. But I don't think they know what they're watching.
Yeah.
And I get, they both somewhat played football at Arkansas. Jerry, I think, played more than Steven. But I just don't think they're smart enough to really... They're screwed. Like, no, I know they can't say that. This is the thing, is I know that sometimes general managers, presidents of whatever operation, they won't say publicly what they know privately.
Sure.
I think Jerry gives you everything he knows.
I could see that.
And I don't think he knows a lot.
Yeah.
And he's the leader. Will McClay, I think, is a very smart person. I think Will McClay, if he had total control, I think I would trust more that the Cowboys could eventually turn around this, well, how come they can't stop the run? How come they don't have the identity of being tough? Well, because they don't have a tough general manager and son that's a general manager.
Okay, but don't you think, I know you're right about, like, you don't say everything that you think.
Yeah.
Well, maybe with the exception of Jerry, who I do appreciate that from a content perspective. But don't you think even the canned answers we get from the Cowboys are probably indicative of what a lot of people think happens behind the scenes? Like, for example, with the Rangers, Chris Young was on with G-Bag, and he is like, this season's been embarrassing. Yeah. And then we asked Bruce Bochy about it, and he goes, yeah, that's probably a fair way to put it. And if we get to the end of the season and the Cowboys are 7-10, I feel very confident you're going to get only one team's going to win the Super Bowl. So even the canned answers are frustrating.
And I do think the Cowboy fan will feel better about this season later on. You know, like I still think they're going to win more than they lose.
You beat the Ravens this week. Yeah. A lot of things. Everybody's in a different mindset.
But remember, Jerry and Steven are salesmen at heart. Sure. They're not football people. Chris Young is a baseball person. He's not a salesman. If you're a salesman, you wouldn't say what he said on 105.3 The Fan, but he's not a salesman. He's a baseball person, and he's a very smart person. He went to Princeton. He's a very smart guy. But ultimately, are you a salesman or are you a person in that sport?
Yeah.
And that's the big difference. Now, I do want to play this, and this goes to the environment. Obviously, I wasn't at the New Orleans Saints home game here in Arlington, but I did get to go to Seattle for the first time. I didn't play against Seattle in Seattle. I played against the Mariners when they would come to, whether I was in Cleveland or in New York with the Mets. So they play this song. They play this Macklemore song in the 7th inning. Now, first of all, there is energy in that building that, to be honest, is different than in our building. And when they play this song, that place goes nuts for the last 3 innings of baseball.
This is a good beat song.
This is after
whether or not you
Take
like
Me Out to the
Macklemore.
Ball Game. And he is a Seattle guy.
Yep.
And they play this. And I mean, yes, you stand up for the 7th inning stretch. They're dancing and flashing their phone light, and they are going nuts. And they don't stop. So this song goes off, and then they start the bottom of the 7th inning. They all are still standing and cheering, and there's this energy. And you know how in 2010 and 2011, Napoli, they do that Julio every time he comes up. Now, I will say to start the game, they don't. In the first inning, they don't. But every other, and he's had a horrible year. He's having a good finish to the season. But it feels like a play. The way, if you've ever gone to a Rangers playoff game, their regular season games are like Ranger playoff games.
Hey, Mike, I don't want to lose this point, but this involves a player that you have lots of thoughts about. Remember how I told you earlier that the Panthers coach said Bryce Young is our quarterback?
Oh, my God.
Tom Pelissero is reporting that he is being benched for Andy Dalton.
Breaking news.
Thanks, Lucy.
I didn't know Andy Dalton was still in the
I didn't either.
And I know you have lots of Bryce Young-based opinions.
Bryce is our quarterback.
That's crazy.
But with the season quickly slipping away, Canales decided to make a change.
What season is slipping away?
Yeah.
Your season is over. It was over before it started. Just roll Bryce Young out there the rest of the year. Make sure that you're positive that he ain't the guy before you
I'd
move
stick
on.
If him up with the coordinator so he could get an overhead view finally.
You know, here's the deal, though. Oh my gosh, Mike. If Andy Dalton goes out there and looks like doo-doo too, then
he can't look worse.
As the owner and everything, you have to look at your GM and go, what kind of team are you putting together?
He's traded up to
it's
get
not
this
just
dude.
Bryce Young that looks bad, Mike. It is the whole team is miserable.
No, I'm with. He doesn't have a good offensive line. He doesn't have.
Everything's
One of
bad.
the issues is they traded the first overall pick, which they didn't know was going to be, to go get him the next year. So the pick that Caleb Williams was the Carolina Panthers pick. So I would say that, look, they're in big trouble because they invested a lot more than just the first overall pick into Spuds Young. But now they have to look at it and go, all right, we're probably going to have a top 3 pick, and now do we stick with Muggsy or do we go in another direction? And that's going to be a really tough decision when you've invested that much money in such a short guy. All right.
He's short. I don't know if you got that yet, Corey.
So
it's a long contract for a short man.
Oh, my God.
Now, Phoenix, the Diamondbacks environment is just like the Rangers. In fact, I'll say it's even worse.
Kind of empty. And
it wasn't empty. It was
empty in terms of sound.
Yeah, so like they are the 14-4 game. I'm just like, gosh, I would feel like they should be cheering more, and I do think the Rangers cheer more. But it's fun to get to go to these other ballparks. Atlanta, I got to go to Atlanta. They have a good vibe going on there too. Whether you like but they I don't know, but I like it, and it's really fun to be there, and it gets the crowd into it. And I don't think they're trying to be offensive on it, but if it is,
I hope not.
Sorry, but anyways, the Seattle crowd, because next door, obviously, it's the home of the 12th man. They have a big sign up there you can see from.
It's not the home of the 12th man.
They have a sign.
It's the home of we pay Texas A&M, so we can use this as a sad knockoff.
Well, okay, it's there. And you know how loud that place gets.
It
At least
is
we
big.
hear. I've never
Yeah.
been to a Seahawks game. But those same fans are Seattle Mariners fans. And so it's like they have this vibe about them. They just stand up. There's like, I'm going to stand up and start cheering. You know what? We have a runner on first and one out, and we're down by a run, or the game's tied. You know what? I have been sitting here quite a bit during the game, but let's just start cheering our brains off and see if we can score a run here.
It does say, Mike, it says it right there. It says home of the 12th man inside the Seattle stadium.
Yeah, I saw it's even outside.
They pay money
It's outside the
for the
stadium,
right
too. But it
to
says
use
home.
that
It says
terminology.
home of it. So
Yeah, it looks like they've taken the
I
home.
believe
Hey,
that that's
I know a
theirs.
place that says breaking sports news first guaranteed, and that's not true either.
All right, you know
so
what?
sometimes you can say things that aren't true.
I really liked the city of Seattle. I thought it was clean. It was green. Obviously, I'd like to have more sun in Seattle.
Okay.
But I did really like that city. The one thing that I don't like is everywhere you go. Now, maybe weed heads like this, or I guess they call them pot heads. I hate the smell of weed. I'm not like...
Does it bother you to go up through our stairwell every day?
I don't do it. I don't
Okay.
go through the stairwell. But like, there has to be a way to make weed smell better. It just smells like a horrible toot, or it smells kind of, it's a skunk, right? It smells kind of farty, skunky. And it's a horrible, lingering smell. And I mean, everywhere you go in Seattle, it has that horrible, it's not, in some places it's super potent, and in other places you have that subtle smell of it.
Serious question.
Yeah.
Is it possible that all the people smoking weed while walking the streets are just getting that skunk weed, and the people who are smoking at home, they're like, my weed is top notch. It doesn't smell bad at all.
I don't know.
Question.
I don't know the world of weed that well, but I know that it smells really crappy.
The stinkier, the better.
Is there a way to make weed smell better, or is it just always going to smell that bad when you smoke it?
If it was an hour later, I
Can
feel
they
like
put-
we'd have a lot of answers for you.
Yeah. Can they put ingredients in it? Can they just use a little bit of vanilla extract in it or whatever?
Then you're going to have vanilla
like,
skunk?
Like horrible people accidentally put, well, they don't accidentally, and then they kill people with, what's the drug that kills people?
Oh, is it, the GHB, THC?
No, that kills people.
Oh, the fake weed?
Fentanyl.
Yeah. Fentanyl.
They'll throw like fentanyl in there, and then
then
people will die.
But isn't that what vape pens are for? Aren't they like, hey, you want to look like a bigger jerk?
That's the one thing about Seattle. If you can figure out how to make weed stop smelling like weed, that would be the discovery. That would be a peace prize.
If you're a smoker, you like the smell. It's part of the it's part of the
No
communal sit down part of it, like the whole smell and smoke of
Like,
it.
can you imagine if you were the scientist that figured out how to get weed not to smell like weed?
You're not going to win a Nobel Prize for that.
Dude, whoever the guy was that made Brussels sprouts not taste like Brussels sprouts has done a really good job. He made it genetically better to not be as bitter. So now we all eat Brussels sprouts.
We need to genetically engineer our weed to smell different.
I think so. Now, the last Mike likes that I have is I wasn't here for the debate. What did you guys think of the debate?
All right,
the
coming up
K&C
next.
Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Winners and losers and Vomit Ball. Next on the Fan.
Oh, no.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. We're going to get to some winners and losers from week 2 in just a few moments. But before we get to that,
are you encouraged? Can I ask a quick question? I'm sorry. Are you encouraged that Stephen was like, oh, absolutely, we think Jake Ferguson's going to be back for the Ravens?
Oh, I'm encouraged for that.
There's a lot of things to not be encouraged.
I don't know what the solution is for the lack of defensive tackle and the fact that you got destroyed on the edge.
Sure.
I have no clue what their solution is going to be.
Yeah.
But yes, to get Jake Ferguson back, Kevin, that kind of answers a question I asked earlier, which was where's the second dynamic player coming from?
Yeah.
And Ferguson does set the tone for gritty, aggressive play. He's one of those kind of, Jerry will tell the story multiple times this year. When it comes to Jake Ferguson, he walked up to him one day and he said, "How you feeling?" He said, "Dangerous." And you'll hear that story multiple times. And that is a reality when it comes to Jake Ferguson. He's a Dak protector and he wants to fight for his team. So yes, I am happy to see that he's going to be back out there. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Still baffled by the fact that they didn't expect that or see that coming.
Yeah.
This is the story though that I just love. I think it's hilarious. And Mike, when you were playing baseball, did you ever get so nervous that you threw up on the field? Did you ever have a moment like that?
No, but the nerves are real.
Okay.
I was Jacob deGrom was getting interviewed the day before he pitched, and he's like, "Man, I'm nervous." And Evan Grant was trying to tell him, "No, you're not." And I'm like, "Evan, like there's literally nothing in my life." And I hate saying it because it sounds like, oh, what about this? What about that? What about all of these things? There's nothing in a professional athlete's life, if they make it that far, that will ever give you that nervousness, that adrenaline rush, that feeling leading up to the moment. Now, once you get out there and start performing, you have to use that as a positive. If it can become a negative and cause you to not perform well, but I never got to the point where I felt like I was going to throw up because of the nerves.
All right, and my son Carter just started football, and he threw up.
Big game tonight.
He threw up a little bit of exhaustion, and also got hit in a certain spot, but he did in his first practice. Since then, though, he's loved practice. Well, Malik Willis, the quarterback for the Green Bay Packers, in place of Bryce Young, not Bryce Young, Jordan Love.
Bryce Young got benched somewhere else, Corey.
In place of Jordan Love.
He's going to have to stand up on the bench if he's going to watch.
All right, I get it. He's short.
Malik Willis refused to throw the ball on a third down play. This is Matt LaFleur after the game discussing that moment.
I asked Malik why he didn't throw the ball on that third down, and he told me that Josh threw up on the ball. I was like, that's the first time I've ever heard that. Matter of fact, the official came over to me, Sean came over to me and said, we saw your center thrown up on the ball. Do you want us to take him out next time? I said, absolutely. Please do that because, you're talking about a critical situation, and it's third down, and I've never had a throw with vomit on a football. So I don't know. I don't think Malik probably didn't appreciate that.
I hope it was a handoff.
That's a great point right there. He probably didn't appreciate that.
He snapped the ball, Malik Willis. I don't know if he looked down and was like, there's puke all over this thing, or if he just noticed. Oh, my God. He noticed that it was a little slippery. I don't know exactly what he was dealing with there, but he kind of got back, and then he just takes off running and is like, I'm not throwing this thing because it. So I'm sorry. When I saw this story yesterday, I didn't expect for it to get me like this.
Can I ask you this? It sounds like you didn't, and I didn't either. Is there video of it?
There is.
There is video,
I'm not going to find it. I'm not searching for that. I don't want to see a person do that because I don't like seeing people throw up.
Look, man.
Fair. I feel like most people are like that.
What's the line?
Okay, but I don't.
Hold on, can I
What's
tell
the
you a
line
story?
from Four Christmases when Vince Vaughn, the baby, pukes?
You know
and he's
for
like,
a fact I've not seen that movie.
I'm going to do it too.
We were in Delaware, And man, oh man, I don't know what happened, but we were at the stoplight and this car, like 2 cars in front of us to the left, this person opened the door and it just all came out. Then they shut the door and Jess like, oh, that's so gross. 3 seconds later, open the door back up again. Like you would have thought that person had eaten like 8 meals with the amount of stuff that came out of them. And then guess what? The light turned green and they just drove off.
Where's the worst place to throw up?
Okay, can I tell you one more story? On my mom's carpet. Now, I learned this when I was a kid. This is a true story. She knows this is a true story. So I was like crawling to the kitchen from my room. I felt terrible. And
like when you were a kid, you were how old?
Probably like 8.
Okay,
7.
gotcha.
And so I just was like felt terrible. And I don't think I had gotten to the point there where like, hey, I'm probably gonna throw up. And so I was like crawling into the kitchen. I tried to tell my mom I don't feel good. And I just started to throw up. And I was still technically like in the dining room. And she goes, can you just move up a little bit? Because she wanted me to get on the kitchen floor. Yeah, where it would be significantly easier.
When our dogs throw up, I'm just like, can't you just
compare me to your dogs?
On the hardwood floor. You're just like, please do it on the hardwood floor. That is so easy to clean up. On the carpet, and you have to dab it and then, spray it and let it kind of soak up and then dab it. And you're like, if you would have just thrown up on the hardwood floor, everything would be a lot easier.
I'm sorry, Mike. I didn't really think that through as a little kid.
Yeah. There was a night Carter came in and gave us blue spaghetti because he ate a bunch of Sour Patch Kids and spaghetti.
What?
They're the strings, the Sour Patch strings or whatever. They were all the blue ones. And I was like, oh, man. Well,
what a segment, huh?
He refuses to eat spaghetti now. All right, let's go on to the winners and losers.
Segment with weed.
Winners and losers from
we didn't really need to separate these two.
Week 2 of the NFL. Week winner, the Packers quarterback room. Except for Malik Willis having to take the snap of the vomit ball.
Right.
But Jordan Love goes down. Green Bay's season looks like it's going to fall apart, right? And Malik Willis actually throwing the ball with confidence, getting immense support. What did he throw 14 times in this game?
And he threw a touchdown.
And threw a touchdown, and they get their first win. So that is a winner right there. Losers, the Jaguars' entire offensive setup. It is not looking good for the Jaguars right now, guys.
Sorry, Mike.
It's over.
Oh no, it's only 2 games in.
You can't fire the quarterback. You just gave him a new contract, but you can fire old Peter. Doug Peterson.
I didn't know that his nickname was Old Peter.
Oh yeah. Let me ask you this. How many of the quote nicknames that Mike gives people along the way do you think are actually the accepted nicknames?
I don't know.
3%?
I don't think I've ever heard anybody called Old Peter before.
He says all kinds of weird stuff like that all the time, though.
Old Scooney, right? I mean, that was how we got Old Scooney.
I was on the plane and saw like on Barstool or whatever, like it's just Trevor Lawrence in the post-game press conference goes, "We suck," and I'm like, at least he's honest. At least he knows. And I don't know this. I don't know the Khan family. We've interviewed.
Yes.
But I would strongly consider firing Doug Peterson next week if it's this bad. And I'm not saying it's his fault. It might be all Trevor Lawrence's fault.
But you can't change that.
But I can't change that. And so if I've invested $55 million a year with a lot of guarantees in there where he's my quarterback for the next 3 years, like it or not, and obviously I don't like it with the, being a guy who thought he was going to be really good, is I think you have to fire the guy who's put this offense together and go, can I get another guy to simplify this for him, to get the most out of this? Because you are making him the worst version of Trevor Lawrence anybody ever thought. Whoever doesn't like Sean, he doesn't like any quarterbacks, right?
Right.
So Sean Sharif doesn't like Trevor Lawrence, thought he was horrible at Clemson, was never going to be good, and really wanted, I have no clue. But you could have never guessed he was going to be this bad.
Yeah.
No, not at all.
And so at that point, if you're the Khan family, you go, hey, we're getting the worst version out of a guy who we believe in and we thought was a franchise-changing quarterback. We hired Fingers Magoo to start off. Worst hire.
See, that's not an accepted nickname. I think it's very clever and funny, but nobody called Urban Meyer Fingers Magoo. They go, oh, coming up next, Fingers Magoo fired in Jacksonville. That didn't happen.
Every once in a while when we refer to him, Michael go, no, the finger. He'll just call him the finger.
Because he was just like, whoop.
And so, that worst hire ever. So his first year, he has a horrible coach. So they get Doug Peterson, who won a championship in Philadelphia, and it looked like, hey,
fixed it,
made the playoffs, beat the Chargers, lost in the second round, but we're on our way. And then last year, they didn't do good in the bed. We said we have to change the way we say it. So
I'm sorry, was that for Urban Meyer or the Jags?
He wasn't in bed at the time.
He was on a bar stool.
Yeah, sports.
Oil check.
So at this point, I do think Doug Peterson, to me, he's on the hottest seat in the NFL today.
I got you. That's a great part of this conversation. Winner, the Saints NFC South chances.
Dude.
I know.
They're good.
Tampa looks pretty good too. Like they look like they could hang in games, but the Saints are blowing people out of the water.
And one thing I know, you blow out the Cowboys, you're a good team.
Yes. Usually it's true. Yes.
There's a lot of times, Mike, where I would be like, come on, you're right. Like that's a real reality with the Cowboys. That's overdone there. But the reality of the Cowboys is they're a good team. And so if you blow them out, you're better than good. And you did something that beat that team. Cowboys have not shown or proven they can be a great team or one of the elites. And that's why, Kevin, that was one of the reasons I was like, this Saints team isn't as good as you. That's why you should be able to win.
And the thing that's going to be tough is obviously this week's game is going to do nothing to disprove the people who feel that way. Because if you beat the Ravens, now the Ravens are going to be 0-3, and you're going to be like, oh, wow, you beat an 0-3 team.
Yeah.
So, just keep stacking up wins. And don't worry about changing people's minds because that's not going to happen until January.
The loser, the Panthers rebuild. Kevin, we've talked about Bryce Young.
He got benched for Andy Dalton
today. That is something we just learned. So there is another loss for them. Winner, Baker Mayfield's comeback journey. He's on fire right now.
Let's go to cut number 20. That was really loud. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's not ready.
Okay.
First down, Mayfield looking down the sideline. He's got Godwin again inside the 10, and he'll walk it in for a Tampa touchdown.
They beat the Lions.
Yeah, it was
pretty impressive.
Their defense was really good too. It kept them in that game. That's a team. Baker on that team gives them a fighting chance. They give him a fighting chance each week too. And so Baker Mayfield, Kevin, you asked last week, he is a good to even a really good quarterback.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that because he wasn't great this week either, but they had a fighting chance and they came out on top in this one. Loser, Will Levis's job security, or Will Levis, as one caller said earlier, and I love it. And I think he did it on purpose too, just so we would know that one. But Levis right now, second-year quarterback, probably going to lose that starting gig, and his coach thinks he's an idiot. His coach was like, hey, you're a dummy. Winner, the Vikings.
Yeah.
They spoiled that for the San Francisco 49ers. Justin Jefferson is absolutely on fire. Loser, John Harbaugh's crunch time track record. Right now, Kevin,
I could see that.
The Ravens have been notoriously poor at closing out double-digit leads under John Harbaugh, and they're still talented, but they have to prove themselves.
I think all but one of their regular season losses last year, they had a double-digit lead.
Yeah, and they had a double-digit lead in this game, too, and Devontae Adams and Gardner Minshew went nuts. So that's pretty impressive there. And then lastly, I don't know who's the winner and who's the loser here, but I saw on Facebook moments ago, there is something called Oreo Coke Zero, and Oreo Coke Zero sounds absolutely terrible. Now, I do want to point out,
put it in Pepsi. They need to change that flavor.
Whenever I said this, Alec Medford said that he tried one this weekend.
Shut your mouth.
Y'all know how much I hate Oreos.
I do.
Alec, do you want to try and sell this thing to people?
Yeah, I even recorded myself. Maybe I'll rip the audio trying it. It was surprisingly good. I can't even lie. Just
Is it
think
like chocolate?
Just think about Coke Zero. If you put it in a blender with 2 or 3 Oreos, hit blend, and got it to the same consistency. Like, they nailed the flavor. That was the thing. I thought it was just going to be like maybe like a cream soda kind of thing.
It sounds like you're describing a G-bag punishment drink.
Yeah, it kind of does.
Really
but I promise
Nobody
you,
wants to put cookies in soda. In milk, if you take a cookie and put it in milk, that sounds right.
And you know, it gives me like dessert wine vibes, something that you wouldn't want to have it all the time, because it is a very unique and odd flavor, but it is a lot better than you would expect. They nailed the Oreo flavor. Like, it tastes like both the cookie and the cream. So I like it. Like, it's not something I'm going to drink every single day. I probably won't drink it again, but I enjoyed it. I honestly enjoyed it.
I can't do it. I'm sorry. I can't bring myself to that.
It just doesn't sound. First of all, I drink sodas and they're not good for you. So this doesn't sound good. So I don't want to take something that I know is bad for me, that I shouldn't drink, that I do some.
But it's got 0 sugar. So.
I know.
Well, it did before you put the Oreos in there.
Yeah, you put Oreos in there. There's no such thing as 0 sugar.
It still says 0 sugar on it.
How
so
did they do that?
We took all the sugar.
Blend in Oreos.
Oreo cookie. Now, that's a good question. Although, for the record, Alec, I don't know if it's the best endorsement I've ever heard. It was pretty good. I don't know if I'll ever try it again, though.
I'm just not a big soda person. That's the thing. Yeah, so like I was at the gas station getting an energy drink, and I saw that, and I was like, okay, I got to try this. This looks vile. And I tried it. I was like, this is not vile. This is actually kind of good.
Alec, what do you think of the debate? I didn't get to hear your response.
Nope. You
and
can
that's
ask
the
him
C
that off
block,
air.
ladies and gentlemen.
Coming up next, let's go around the NFC East with a game-winning field goal. A.J. Brown is out, and hey, at least the Cowboys have one good player. Lou next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Soda weight loss and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And play action. Prescott back to throw. Deep to the right side. Lamb made a man miss and running down the sideline. And Lamb's on the horse. And Lamb's in the end zone. Touchdown C.D. Lamb. 65 yards. Boy, did they need that.
Boy, did they.
What happened next?
We got demolished in every sense of the word.
That's tough.
All right.
Live to fight another day.
It's a long season.
That's true.
There's already 15 games left.
All right. You guys ready to go across the NFC East? Always.
Oh, yeah.
Choose your
I get to
own
choose.
adventure. You want the Cowboys, the Eagles, the Giants, or the Commanders?
Who's in first place, Corey?
I guess the Eagles are.
E.
No. Stop it.
S.
No.
It's in the game.
All right. The Eagles.
He was just doing the EA Sports thing.
Okay,
Kevin.
but you could see how.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
Okay.
This is Mike we're talking about.
All right. Next time we'll let it go and see what happens. All right. So the Eagles play the Falcons tonight on Monday Night Football. A.J. Brown was downgraded to out for tonight's game. So I wanted to throw this out there. Devontae Smith in week 1, 7 catches for 84 yards. How much attention is he going to get both offensively and defensively tonight?
I mean, tons of it. But as we discussed a little bit last week, Kevin, Barkley, significant importance there, right?
I'm sorry. You were making a great point.
Is Saquon
but
Barkley
then
eligible
Mike
to play
started
tonight?
to bark, and it really threw me off there.
He's playing tonight, right? Like he's
Heck
okay.
yeah, he's
Yes.
playing
Okay.
tonight.
Then I understand Smith might be extreme covered. Barkley's the key for this offense this year.
Who has a better game tonight if you had to put money on it? Bijan or Barkley?
Barkley.
Probably Barkley. I would put my money. I think Bijan has a good game, but Barkley's. I think he's kind of like the Christian McCaffrey to the Niners.
Is this crazy? Are the running backs the key to the games tonight?
I do not think that that's crazy at all, and I'm really. But I actually, you know
Yeah,
what?
You're right.
I'm going to argue that they're the best players offensively, but I think the key to the game is going to be Kirk Cousins because I really want to see hey, we were all worried about last week. How
Dude.
bad is it going to be? Or maybe not.
He looked old last week. He
How
looked
bad
old.
did they want this game to start at noon today?
What did they say?
trouble.
1-7, 1-6 in Monday night games.
Oof.
So it's just he has one win. I know that.
Okay.
Maybe it's 1-9. I don't know. They even let
Either
him
way,
on?
it's not good.
It could be 1-15.
Oh, my God.
Nobody knows the answer.
Okay.
Will it make you feel better, Cowboy fans, if the Eagles lose tonight?
Yes. It will.
It make you feel worse if the Eagles win?
Because it'll make you feel like the NFC South is the dominant division now.
Yeah, oddly, I'll be like, man, that division's just good.
What happened in this
We shouldn't have been trashing them.
Yeah.
And Dalton's back in that division.
Andy Dalton,
What a
as
weird,
they've always said.
what a weird thing to say.
They're going to
Right in
have
the head.
fun.
You guys,
They're going to play
Means he
hard
can
and
play
have
some
fun.
football.
you guys want to go with the Eagles? Excuse
We
me.
just did.
I'm sorry. The Giants,
Pay
the
attention.
Commanders, or the Eagles? You can see how I get thrown off with you barking, with Corey going, if they're red in the head. Like, you could see how I would be distracted.
Who won the division last year, Corey?
Cowboys.
That's right, and went all the way. Cowboys.
All right. For the Dallas Cowboys, I did my best. Okay.
Oh, there wasn't. There was not a lot to
There
talk
were
about.
plenty of teams that didn't score 19 yesterday.
That is true. Your team was one of them. With 90 receiving yards yesterday, CeeDee Lamb passed Frank Clark for 7th on the Cowboys' all-time receiving list. So there's
The
that.
defensive end.
No,
from Michigan?
it's different. Frank Clark
The
is
guy who ran for 3 yards a carry for 26 years.
Is that Frank Gore?
Yeah.
The guy who has the New Year's thing every
That's
year.
Dick Clark. He's dead.
Hey, when you guys, last time I was on this show, you talked about Josh Jacobs. See, we're doing football talk. And we both, Corey and I, were like, we're just not big fans. It's not he's a bad player. You know who he is? he's Frank Clark. I mean, sorry, he's Frank Gore. He's Frank Gore. Like Josh Jacobs.
I gotcha.
I don't know if he's going to last a long time. He probably won't. Frank Gore, you got to give him credit for the longevity. But to me, Josh Jacobs, in my mind, reminds me a lot of Frank Gore. At the end of the year, he's going to rack up yards, but you're never going to be impressed by it. And
151 yards yesterday for Green Bay on 32 carries. That's 4.7, no touchdowns.
All of it.
But he carried for 151 yards yesterday, and
that's good. He's good. I just am never like, man, did you see that Frank Gore, Josh Jacobs run? No. Boring.
Brandon Aubrey made 4 field goals in Sunday's game. He has 8 field goals thus far through 2 games, which is tied for the franchise record with, you're usually pretty good at this,
Raphael Septien.
A little later,
James Jett. John Jett.
Richie Cunningham.
Oh yeah, man. Great producer and director. Happy days.
That is the fictitious character that he played. That is Ron Howard.
Dallas Bryce.
Yeah, he
Dallas
met up with the Fawns lately.
Richie Cunningham was what I was getting at.
Richie Cunningham. In fact, I'm already forgetting. Who was the guy that was really good at kicking, and then we were over at the Omni in downtown Dallas, and we released him, and I was really shocked, and I thought everybody was joking, and I asked
Dan
you,
Bailey?
Kevin. Dan Bailey. Thunder Dan Bailey.
Also, not a good sign for the Cowboys. Alvin Kamara is the 5th player in the Super Bowl era to have multiple games with 150-plus yards from scrimmage and 4 or more touchdowns.
Really?
He accomplished that now by tagging on another one with the Cowboys.
He got another touchdown?
Against.
Can you imagine?
No, he had 4 touchdowns.
Can you imagine how mad Emmitt Smith would be if Kamara got to play the Cowboys every week and had over 100 touchdowns in one season?
Yes. Very mad, I believe.
What's 6 times 17?
102.
Oh, my God. That's like receptions in a year.
That would be very
That
impressive.
would be his touchdowns. We'd shut him down. We'd figure it out.
You guys want to go with the Commanders or the Giants next?
Just think if the Cowboys would have had bad practices this week, what it would have looked like. I'm going to go with the Commandos because they got a big W against those Giants.
Cut number 15. Here's how it sounded.
From 30 yards out for a win. Seibert, 2 steps to the left. Way asks if he's ready. Tyler Ott is the snapper. Way turns, gets the snap. It's down. Kick on its way. It is up, and it is good. Washington wins 21-18.
Now, all of Washington's points came via Seibert, who kicked 7 field goals. This is his first game with the Commanders ever. The previous franchise record was 5. He came in, first game, kicked 7. Ooh. That's how they got their 21 points.
I just want to point out who was one of the Cowboys coaches when they found Brandon Aubrey? Dan Quinn. Mm-hmm. And who's the Commanders coach?
Dave Campo.
No, Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn's the Commanders coach. So, can we say that Dan Quinn knows how to find a kicker?
Heck yeah.
He does. That he
medicine.
does. Now, that is Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman. I hate that I get all of your references straight away.
Dude, she was in a Bond movie,
Oh
and I don't know,
God.
he was in Jamaica, I think. And I was like, who is this? And then I found out it was Dr. Jane Goodall and Jane Seymour. What? Yeah, and I was like, oh my gosh.
Is Jane Goodall the one who talks to the monkeys?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They were kind of like a knockoff
She
of the Beatles.
live with them. No, not the band, the monkeys. Shut up, all of you.
Hold on, I got to find out what Bond movie it was. It was Live and Let Die, 1973.
Can you imagine the game against Washington and Dallas and all the field goals that are going to happen this year?
Well, the other thing I was going to tell you about Washington is they had a whole bunch of brown spots on their field.
Ooh, they went hog wild.
And the Commander's spokesperson said that there was 3 irrigation heads that malfunctioned, and they had to repair and alter the aesthetics.
They should rehire the guy they fired to bring back and tell him it went well. Now they're telling the truth. The other guy was a liar.
That's probably a great point, I guess. By the way, for the Commanders, Brian Robinson ran for 133 yards. That's good.
No touchdowns.
That is less good. It was the first time Washington has had a rusher go above 100 yards since 2021. So the last 2 seasons,
they've been bad, man.
Nothing.
Was it Alfred Morris or I don't think it was.
John Riggins.
No, not John Riggins. Clinton Portis.
You guys miss me?
Who do we know who that running back was?
Heck
Kevin?
yeah.
You know what? For the sake of this conversation ending, I'm going to say it was John Riggins.
No, it wasn't John
It probably
Riggins.
was. I don't know.
Antonio Gibson.
Oh, yeah.
It was
old
Antonio
Antonio.
Gibson.
I really thought for sure you were going to say old Gibby and just quit giving a damn at all.
Yeah, he used to be the guy that was the lead singer for the Bee Gees.
No, that's
San Antonio.
That's Barry Gibbs. Stop whatever you're about to say. All right, let's go to the Giants. I don't need any feedback on any of these things. Graham Gano left the game with a hamstring injury for the Giants. He did not return. Whatever you're showing me on your computer,
Picture
I'm not
Jane
looking
Seymour.
at.
I just was trying to.
Let's talk about Malik Neighbors. Malik Neighbors was targeted 18 times. He caught 10 passes for 127 yards and a touchdown. He tried. All other Giants pass catchers had 6 receptions for 51 yards. Malik Neighbors is the youngest player in NFL history to have a 10-catch, 100-yard, 1-touchdown game. He defeats the record of, I'm not going to bother, you're not going to guess it, of Gern Nagler from the Chicago Cardinals in 1953. So Malik Neighbors surpasses that record. And if you tell me you were going to guess that, I'm going to call you a liar.
Did something happen in 1939 on this show today?
On this show?
Did we reference 1939?
I wasn't alive in 1939.
Yes, that's when Texas A&M won the national championship, and you go before World War II.
That guy was alive to see it.
That is wild. Malik Neighbors. There were a bunch of wide receivers in this year's draft that I was excited about. Obviously, Marvin Harrison Jr. was one that you were like, that dude.
Yes.
But Malik Neighbors was the next one that I was like, he might be the best. He might be the best one in this draft, but he went to Daniel Jones, and I was like, oh, it sucks.
Daniel Jones. What a mistake.
Well,
everybody knew it.
I know.
Everybody knew it except for the person who signed Daniel Jones.
This will really hammer home that point, even though I know he's been hurt some in this time. Devin Singletary ran for a 7-yard touchdown in the first quarter. That broke the streak for the Giants. They had gone 27 straight games without scoring a touchdown on the opening drive.
Are you kidding me?
So they broke that streak and still lost. For the K&C Masterpiece.
From the 214 from Black and Gold Bee, he said, dang, I was just texting that name in before you said it, Kevin.
Lies.
I don't know that.
Coming up next.
The show's already over, huh?
How could it be there?
Man, I know you feel like it went by fast. I have a different experience to share with you.
Tomorrow we get to do it all over again.
His truth is different than yours.
Yeah,
today.
my truth is different.
It's just called an opinion or
Coming up next.
It's not truth. Let's stop changing that word.
Why are people encouraging Mike? Oh, yeah, Mr. Gibbs, fake Dr. Pepper. No, that's Mr. Pibb. And another person, old Gurney. No, I have one Mike. That's enough. I don't need more.
I see the YouTube. Text in. How great was this show today?
Coming up next.
We didn't give up 44.
Let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation.
245.
Yeah, from the 214. I would love for y'all to do an entire show of these random thoughts. Just listen to the entire show. You'll be shocked at how many of them make their way
I feel
in.
like we stay on track pretty good.
G-Bag next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
2:54 left, second quarter. Saints lead 21-13. Second and 10 at the Dallas 13. Carr under center. Handoff Kamara left side. Look at all the room. 5-yard line. First down. Did he get in the end zone? Touchdown Saints.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the Gag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome, Hagee. How are you?
It's been a tough show with just, there's a lot of Cowboy sadness out there, you know?
Well, I thought you guys did a great job, though.
Thank you very, very much for saying that. I appreciate it. I wanted to ask you, as if it wasn't already shattered, but when you look at what happened at home yesterday, and then the last home game in the playoffs, we can stop talking about like this unbeatable aura at home and all of that stuff for the Cowboys, right?
Absolutely. And I think that's what made yesterday more surprising for me. In fact, Brian, I heard you in the pregame show, and we might have that as a highlight for Two Guys, One Booth later, but you mentioned like kind of maybe having some Arizona vibes heading into this one. And I was like, yeah, weird stuff happens in Arizona, though, historically. Cowboys are at home. Like, even if they were to lose, I don't know if it would go that way, but it certainly was a carryover in terms of just getting your ass kicked to what we saw the last time they played a meaningful game there against Green Bay. So, yeah, it's it is a different year, and it looks like that home cooking is not carrying over.
Yeah, I think it's run its course. You know, there was never a time where that was super sustainable, like you were going to go 7-1 or 8-0 at home, even when you have a good team. You know, those kind of things happen. But I don't know if you caught the show about in the 3:30, I flip-flopped and picked the Saints. So, you know, I think this is more just kind of like
to that. Yeah,
there was just a discussion going on about their offensive scheme, you know, and
yeah,
I feel like we've seen it over the years when the Cowboys come across this, it's kind of their kryptonite. You know, they can't stop it. And what you're looking at is over a decade of building one style of defense, and it's game 2 for Mike Zimmer. He's going to need some time to cook in order to change the culture and the bones of what this defense was really constructed to do for a long period of time.
Is it concerning that, like, there are a lot of teams that run this style or variations of this style? And, like, when we were talking with Steven earlier, he goes, hey, the Ravens are a lot different system. And I was like, I appreciate that, and I see what you're saying, but there's a lot of variations of what you saw yesterday in the league.
Well, the variations are not that much with the Ravens. They play a lot of 21 personnel. That's what you saw in that game yesterday. You know, the teams that play with the fullback and play with the H, the tight ends and the move guys and stuff, it's the Dolphins, it's the 49ers, it's the Saints, it's the Ravens, it's the Vikings. So, you know, you better get ready you're going to get the same type of personnel. You didn't handle the ability of handling a fullback, handling a move guy. It's not all about the motion. Sometimes they'll get you in, and what they did yesterday was really kind of very creative in a way of they got you to play base defense basically the whole game, you know. And so now that it takes Overshown off the field, it puts a rookie out there at linebacker. You didn't handle all that very well yesterday playing. So, but yeah, the Ravens are going to look at that and they're going to say, heck yeah, let's get in 21, 22 personnel. You know, 2 backs, 2 tight ends, and see if they're good enough to handle that.
Yeah, that's definitely a carryover from last year where those teams just completely bullied you. The teams that were running out the 21 or 12 personnel.
Yeah.
But you say they go into base and Overshown has to go off the field and the rookie has to be on the field. It doesn't have to be though, does it?
No, but that's
why are they doing that? That doesn't make any sense.
I'm not in the building, so I can't tell you that. But I mean, to me, it is one of those things where, you know, even when Overshown was on the field, the defensive tackles were so bad in the game
for sure
that it affected the linebackers. And Overshown wasn't perfect, and neither was, you know, Kendricks or none of those. I mean, Kendricks overran the screen. I mean, everybody was going, gosh, you could have put Overshown on him, or you could have spied Micah, and you're like, well, man, you had Kendricks over there in coverage, one of your best tackler, best space players, and all of a sudden they run a screen and the thing goes out the gate. So, yeah, they got matched up pretty badly yesterday.
Now, Corey asked this question earlier, and I know the answer is probably like somewhere in the middle, but you saw a blowout against a team that we thought was going to be good in your favor, though the NFL flips really quickly, and then a blowout against a team that I hope is going to be good now. Which Cowboys team do you think they more closely resemble? The one where we were all stoked about Mike Zimmer in week 1, or this one in week 2?
And I heard, Brad kind of disgustingly throw it over to y'all for the postgame show last night. And I heard, like, Wolchuk, you immediately, this team folds whenever they're faced with adversity. And so I feel like you're going to kind of lean towards that's what this team is, rather than they're the team we saw against Cleveland.
Yeah, they don't handle any type of adversity, getting down. I mean, if they're not able to build a lead and then the defense can settle in with basically no real pressure on them, this team has not proven that they can compete and beat a good football team or a team that is really on par with them. I mean, you can look at Detroit last year. Maybe that's the one that we could look at. But, man, you might have gotten bailed out of that one by the officiating, right? So, to me, it's very hard to believe when they're in a situation against a team that has the ability to line up and run the football, or that is able to spread you out and present motion. And I did believe, and I still do think Mike Zimmer is a very, very good coordinator, and I'm hoping he gets this corrected. But I can't have faith in picking them to win a game against a good opponent. And if things aren't going great for them, this team has shown no backbone or toughness or mentality to shake out of that and be able to bounce back.
I'm not trying to cause problems. I'm seriously asking. I attempted to ask Stephen Jones this question. Do we say Mike Zimmer is a good defensive coach, or is there any part of you that wants to say Mike Zimmer was a good defensive coach? Because you look at the last couple defenses he ran in Minnesota, those were tough too. And sometimes I do kind of wonder if the game or the scheme or however you want to put it passes somebody by.
No, I think it's just a matter of his last couple of years in Minnesota. The good defensive personnel that he'd had was sort of transitioning into being washed up.
Okay,
and now you're dealing with the remnants of Rod Marinelli and Dan Quinn. And then the failure on Mozzie Smith. Just get one good defensive tackle, please. It's really probably been since Jay Ratliff. Is there somebody I forgot in these last 12 years? I don't, I think if Corey said it earlier, if you want it to have a physical, tough defense, you got to have good defensive tackles. Everything that's sort of the center of it, in the heart of a physical defense.
And that's why I just want to say for the record, when we were at training camp, you had people that I thought were being more honest, and I thought you had people who were blowing smoke about how Mozzie Smith's going to kick ass right out of the gate this year. Now, it's only been 2 games, but I feel like that dishonesty about what was happening is showing.
Well, they were bad as a unit.
I agree with that.
The defensive tackles were bad as a unit, and they struggled. And what happens, they're not going to be able to play really good run defense if their linebackers get blocked.
Yeah,
that's going to be a problem. Micah at times played really well against the run, but it wasn't nearly enough. But if they are going to continually get their linebackers blocked or have to deal with blocks, they're going to struggle playing run defense here.
I mean, when you're watching it on TV, you're like, wow, how is he getting to the edge and there's nobody there again? And then, Brian was showing me just one clip before the show, and it's like, wow, this guard is all up in, I think it was Overshown's face.
Yeah.
How are you guys feeling about Monday Night Football tonight?
Excited. I'm hoping Atlanta can do something.
Yeah, we got 2 guys that owe us a payoff on Friday that took the Ravens.
We're going to be live at Shakerton's in Arlington.
That's a really nice place.
Love that place.
So, we had Dawson and Eric are going to have to step up this week. But I've got it on the line tonight. I took the Eagles against Atlanta. So
Go Falcons.
I'll see if I'm a...
Cousins has won a game on Monday Night Football in his career. A game.
It's a great point. So
he hasn't won very many, though. Only the one, actually.
And then
he's won a Sunday night game, too.
He's lost a bunch more.
We know that one.
Real quick, I'm just curious, y'all surprised at all, short-term, long-term, that they're benching Bryce Young?
Stunned.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I was, too.
I am. I feel like them, and you get a rookie coach, basically, head coach, you would kind of figure that you were going to be joined at the hip at the guy and try and get him through some of the rough patches. But man, this seems very knee-jerky. But that's a knee-jerky organization, though, the way they operate.
I mean, some of the lowlights from yesterday were horrible. So maybe it's not the worst thing in the world to give him a couple of weeks off. I think that's probably their plan.
Okay.
Let's have him watch from this perspective, see if it can slow things down for him.
What do you guys got coming up on the program?
Mike's saying he needs to get taller is basically what to throw in there.
I said sit him up with the coordinator so he can finally get an overhead view of what's going on.
He is a short guy.
Jeez.
Maybe they could get him a mound back there, see over
I
the
say
top.
put lifts in his shoes. Give him 2 inches in his shoes.
Worth a shot. Have him go talk to Drew Brees, the look through the face mask technique. Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. Machota 520.
All
Do we have a McCarthy presser today?
I think it's at 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock, Mike McCarthy presser.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the K&C Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say flush it, Kevin.
No. Sit there and linger on this one.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation here on an Overreaction Cowboys Monday at 877-881-1053. The Franklin Injury Attorney text line is open for you. And please leave your name and city you're texting from. I don't know what you could say, that would be an overreaction at this point. Everything seems pretty logical to me if you're saying the Cowboys are the same as last year. I mean, how far could you take it? What kind of an overreaction do you have? General at your service. There's Broadus. He's breaking the film already. And he has Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40. He'll have a batch of takeaways there. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup at Master Control here, 75 and fits you. Of course, Wolchuk and Chia follow. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Have at it, boys. What do you say? I mean, we do have a double bet payoff coming, so that is cool. Friday,
is it cool?
I think so for the Tolos. It is. It's
pretty excited.
Definitely not.
Very excited for this double bet payoff Friday.
What the hell? You're up 10 with 10 minutes to go against a bad football team and you lose?
Yeah, at home.
Woo. That might be the only fan base that might be as frustrated as we are right now.
Yeah, and now it's a Sunday collision course at AT&T Stadium between two teams with a bad taste in their mouth.
Two desperate teams.
Yeah, you can say that 0-2 Ravens coming in after they just got bloodied up and
It's
embarrassed
a
at
must-win
the
game
end.
for them, man.
Yeah, it does. It does feel like an early season must-win game. Taking that L was extremely painful. I'm heartbroken today. Yesterday was as bad as a day could go, from the Cowboys to Survivor. Sucks.
It was just a terrible football weekend all the way around. Need to apologize to the Red Raider fans out there. Really thought North Texas had a chance going into Lubbock and putting up a good game. That was dead balls wrong. Texas Tech kicked our ass. Then I got to apologize to the New Orleans Saints. Thought you were fool's gold.
Yeah.
You're not. I did not respect the Saints' offensive line nor defensive line. They dominated this football game. So I apologize to both of those fan bases. I was wrong. And New Orleans, man, that's a tough team right there. I mean, I'm interested to see watching them the rest of the year. I mean, that could be a division champ and a team that if you're the Cowboys and you have any hope of making the postseason, you might have to see them again.
Yeah.
I don't know that it'll be any different, but I agree with what you said there, Gavin. I mean, to me, this felt a lot like, and I know Brad didn't agree in the postgame. We'll get to that in two guys, one booth, but
at 6.
Yeah,
6:20. Yeah.
But it felt like a lot of the L's that this team took last year against good football teams, whether it was San Francisco or Buffalo or the playoff game against Green Bay or you name it. But the second things start to go wrong, there's a snowball effect. And there's no kind of backbone or fight back, especially on the defensive side of the football when you're facing adversity to say, like, guys, can we shake out of this? Like, you just don't see the correction. And offensively, I understand fans that are, hey, you got a $60 million quarterback. I need touchdowns. I don't need field goals. I will say yesterday to me was more about the defense than the offense. They put up points their first 5 drives. But I understand you need to cash in for touchdowns. You need to be better in that area. You couldn't settle for field goals in that game. And I think that was very apparent once it was 14-3. Like, guys, you got to finish in the end zone. Field goals are doing you no good.
Yeah, I think the red zone offense needs to be examined here.
Yeah.
I think the fact that the Cowboys, what happened to them physically on defense with the Saints running game is something that we've examined and really talked about a bunch. But when you go back and you look at the all-22, there were things in the red zone. The Cowboys could have made this an interesting game.
Sure.
Could they have got a stop? Yeah, that was debatable.
No.
That was debatable. But the fact of the matter is that they missed some passes down in the red zone. The red zone execution wasn't very good. The quarterback missed a swing route. He missed a flat route. There's a couple of things that he, like I say, the wheel they could have thrown for a touchdown. He had some opportunities, and your defense was so bad that it really overshined the. I think I'm saying the
overshadowed.
Right word.
Outshined.
Yeah.
There you
Shadowed
go.
the
team effort.
Yeah, how bad? Thank you, appreciate it. Sometimes I don't get this right.
We've worked with you long enough. I kind of know where you're going.
It was a long day yesterday too, man. I bet you haven't slept.
No, I'm fine. The thing, but when you watch, there's some things that they absolutely could have done better in the red zone, and now I'm thinking about everybody's about, well, Cowboys' lack of a running game, this, that, and the other. I'm like, man, this red zone offense isn't very good, and I think it kind of, you look at what the play caller, and what they're trying to do, the creativity. Yeah, there's there's things that you can do that they tried. They tried to flip. They tried the reverse. They ran the reverse, the same reverse that the Saints ran for a first down, and but they don't block the edge. So now it's a negative play, and it's just that goes to show you though they kind of feel like, oh, this we can maybe take advantage of this, and they don't. So it just not all about the defense here. The offense. It had its moments where it wasn't very good or where it needed to be to win that game.
I love the 6A too. He says that, well, the Cowboys said if it ain't broke, don't fix it with their game plan and got absolutely destroyed. Yeah, I think that's one of the frustrating things about watching this all go down is they did make an adjustment on defense, and I think if you give Mike Zimmer time, the end result's going to be pretty
well,
dang good.
They weren't very good yesterday.
No, they weren't.
They weren't good.
But that's always the case with Mike Zimmer in his first year.
Yeah,
we could see this coming.
Yeah, if you look at how they handled certain plays, and the Saints, you got to give them credit for the way that they were able to. I thought it was super creative the way that they made it appear that Micah Parsons was going to be singled, and then they brought like the wing all the way across at the snap.
Yeah,
not motion him across, but like wait till the snap's made and then run him across, like how running backs are in the backfield and then they look inside out to do blitz pickups. There were a couple different times where they had two tight ends, fullback and a tight end blocking on Micah, and then they could slide the line to where they needed to pick everything else up. It's almost like they said, we're not going to let Micah kill us in the passing game, and we're not going to let Tank hurt us in the running game. That's kind of what they identified.
It's a good strategy against the Cowboys
They identified
defense.
who your best players were in those particular situations, and there were a couple of times with the crack tosses, the ability. Like I said in the cross, if Dallas's linebackers are not making tackles, their run game is in trouble. It just they don't have anything else that can help them defend the run, But if they're going to allow blockers to get up on them as quickly as they did in that game,
it's game over.
Game over.
And Overshown's not helping that. That was a big Twitter chatter after the game, like the lack of snaps for DeMarvion Overshown. I was alarmed watching the game as well, thinking, where is he? But that's a player where if the defensive front isn't keeping your linebackers clean, which they weren't yesterday, Overshown's going to struggle when a lineman gets to the second level and gets on him to shed blocks. He's also a guy that is a converted safety at Texas that has that type of build. He's bigger than Marquise Bell. He certainly is, but he's also not your typical huge built linebacker. He is going to struggle to shed at times. You've got to keep him clean so he can use his speed and athleticism.
Yeah, they as a group though, they overran some plays too. They, if you look at the way that Kendricks played, there, like I say, the screen play. That was really on him. He's got the one-on-one coverage. He went too far to his right. The ball went back to his left. That's a huge play. Carson took a terrible angle to get to the ball.
Yeah.
Could have made the tackle in the open field. They didn't get that done. Just really all around pretty bad in what they needed to do with their fits and their finish.
If I'm the Cowboys today, I'm thinking, man, can we fix this? And, I think the defense is going to take some time. It'll have great games,
It will if the offense. It will if the offense is able to score right along with the other team.
See, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah,
is,
that's what you have to have.
This could have been a game where you go back and forth with them and it turns into a shootout.
Right.
And right now, that this offense doesn't have the potential to do that, and they can't play ball control because it's 3 yards an attempt.
Right.
They have got to address this running game because, as you coined them so well last year after the Packers lost, they're front runners. And if they can't play with a lead, they look like one of the worst teams in the NFL.
They do.
We continue to see that. So how do you play with a lead? You do it like how the Saints did. You open up the third quarter and you hold the ball for a bleep load amount of time, And right now the Cowboys have no ability to do that. They need broken tackles where dudes just whiff on CeeDee Lamb or penalties to move the ball down the field against anything resembling a really good defense, And other than the first half against Cleveland, it was clear they were dealing with rust, but snapped back into life, into form in the second half. And now this New Orleans team who's, just above average defensively? They looked really toothless. Dak missed a bunch of throws. I still have confidence this team is going to be in the playoff picture. I think this is more a result of what they do. They lay a massive egg once a month, usually against a physical team, and a team that runs schemes that give them trouble, and both those things happened yesterday at the same time. So the Cowboys are right back to where they were last year. It's just a slightly different flavor. And how can you look at that running back situation and have any faith right now? Both those guys are stuck in quicksand. That's the last time I want to see Zeke or Deuce Vaughn for the rest of the year. That's depressing. Yeah. Like, Jerry wants you to turn on the TV and get excited. That's why they never rebuild, because he wants How can you say that's happening with those running backs? Does he know they're that bad? Does he know they inspire meh as you're sitting there on the couch or just wanting to go to sleep? 29-year-old Alvin Kamara is coming into the game and looking like a blur. You know, that's what speed looks like. You know, and it's crazy. I think in football, all these guys are fast, but there's a huge difference in the levels of speed. Like on CeeDee Lamb's touchdown, there was a gentleman that came from the opposite side of the field absolutely flying, right? That's the difference in like good playmaker speed and amazing speed. And the Cowboys are just punting on that at running back. You know, I just, you know, so why are they doing this? Why are they re-racking essentially the same thing? It has to come down to lack of awareness or just intentional engagement farming. Like, this is how good we have to be relevant and to keep America talking about us. And we're not going to risk the future in order to try to win now. Like, we got a report yesterday, the 49ers were trying to trade for Justin Jefferson.
Yeah.
You know, already the best team in the NFC. They're like, oh, I know, let's add $35 million to our payroll right now.
Well, yeah, they did that with McCaffrey. I mean, even though McCaffrey was hurt all the time and stuff, but that's worked out really, really well for them. Now he's hurt again, but to your point, yeah, they're going out and getting like the best player if they can.
Yeah, we have a need at this position. Who's the absolute best player available? And the Cowboys continue to, you know, pass on that idea and take a more sustainable year-to-year approach than, you know, trying to build a great team. So, you know, other than that, I think there's, you know, a lot of ways we can talk about this. The Franklin Frankel injury text line is open for you. 940, I woke up and saw Kamara had 2 touchdowns and decided to not even watch the game. Most productive Sunday. Anybody else have that feeling yesterday, like in the fourth quarter of, holy cow, I don't even want to watch any more of this. I'm good. I mean, there's no chance of winning and there's no entertainment value.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, why would you continue to sit through that? It was an absolute bludgeoning, and it was very similar to what you saw in that playoff game. It was an easy change the channel game, no question.
214, you get boat raced and you call the Saints defense average. Gavin, you're awful, dude. Well, that's what they've been. You know,
their offense has helped their defense a ton.
Yeah,
and I give them credit though for some of the red zone plays they made. You know, they did a good job of when they had to be in position or get off a block or knock a ball down, or, you know, I think sometimes you kind of helped them along the way. Quarterback, like I say, missed a couple of passes that could have been a difference making. And people say, well, he was running for his life. Well, sure, still wasn't very good in the game yesterday. That was a big departure from where he was in week 1. But yeah, you know, with the things with Dak, you know, you're going to need him to make plays, and when the guys are open or they call a route and it's up the field to Rico Dowdle on the wheel, they miss the pick, but they get the route. You got to throw the ball up the field. Mm-hmm. That guy's got to make that play. You know, you can't miss a route inside to CeeDee Lamb on the goal line right there. You got to fit it right in there. You can't throw the ball to the outside. Is that on Lamb or is that on Prescott? Well, you know, figure that out. You know, that play needs to be hit in a game where you needed points. You needed to find ways to put pressure on the Saints, and you never could offensively.
Yeah, it's really rough. 410, bring up Dalvin Cook. Zeke was slow, and on that play when Dak almost got sacked.
It's like we're clinging to hope now. Dalvin Cook's your answer.
Yeah.
I mean, Dalvin Cook couldn't really get playing time on a bad Jets team last year. He was been available for a reason. I mean, hey, I'm hopeful. Maybe Dalvin Cook shows you a little something, but the odds are very unlikely that Dalvin Cook is fixing that issue.
No, he's been washed for a while. The idea that the Cowboys would go get Zeke and Dalvin Cook to solve their running back needs, that's the blinking red light position of get younger at every turn.
Yeah.
And that's what they decided to bring in here, and that's what happens when you're bringing in like August players.
Yeah.
Your defensive tackles are going to get pushed around and embarrassed because you're trying to solve an issue in August.
Well, they tried to draft a guy to play one technique, and it didn't work. I mean, if you look at it right now, I mean that's the problem is you're compounding problems is what you're having to do. if Mozzie Smith turns out to be the type of player that you think you drafted him for, well, then maybe you don't have to go out and get guys. But I personally feel like, the running game's a problem. I think the red zone offense is more of a problem. I just do.
That's been a problem for years.
That to me right now is, there's the way that the design of it, the routes. I mean, you look at Prescott and it's 5 vertical and it's like he gets sacked because he's trying to fit the ball inside to Tolbert when Cook's on the outside has got some space. It's throwing the ball to Span Ford on 4th down when he's double covered.
Like, what are we doing?
No one was really open on the play. I see what he's trying to do. He's trying to bring Span Ford over and see, but that's his first target in the NFL, and we're going to throw it to him. And the game was out of hand. I'm just telling you. But you're trying to kind of just work on and get any kind of little bit momentum. But the play caller, the execution, the quarterback, the receivers, the offensive line, take your pick.
Yeah.
Take your pick with the offense right now. I mean, just take your pick. And that's kind of where it's at. They just don't, but that red zone offense is more of an issue, and hopefully that won't be the case much more. But boy, we need to talk about that.
Absolutely. I'd love to have that chat. I feel like it's been something throughout Dak's career that's popped up in more than half the season since red zone efficiency.
Yeah.
Yesterday, he was talking and said, I'm thinking it'd be nice to be doing that on our side of the ball about the Saints offense. He says credit to the play caller over there and to that team for coming out and being ready on a noon start.
Maybe a little shot at the head coach there.
I wonder. I do think if you're a quarterback, you're paying attention to the things the other teams are running and how much hell that they're giving your defense, and thinking, wow, I wish we could do some of that, would be one of the first things that would come to mind. I mean, how many more times do we have to see it? This has been going on for 8 years now, basically, this offensive revolution. And the Cowboys are still being like, yeah, look, they just, more than one way to skin a cat. But wow, those teams. I mean, Steve was talking about the Houston and San Francisco and Miami and all these teams at the top. How the bleep can you not say, let's get a coach that does this? Like Clint Kubiak should be at the top of your Rolodex right now. Just that card sitting there until whenever you can talk to them, right? What is that? After the wild card weekend?
Yeah.
They'll probably win a wild card game. You ask me, this New Orleans team actually pretty good.
If I found out that Jerry was doing some tampering yesterday in that building, trying to go ahead and get ahead of the thing with old Kubiak, I'd be fine with it.
It's
cost us a draft pick, whatever.
It's not even that hard. Like when they ended up moving on and they wanted a new offensive coordinator, I sat here during a break and I went through who are the assistant coaches for those type of offenses. Bobby Slowick was on the list of guys that I pulled up. If I'm able to do this, just a radio host schmuck myself, why can't you do it there in the building?
Schmuck because you care. Because you care, Wolchuk. Because you want to work hard and turn over every stone to make this football team better. Some people are just living the billionaire sports owner lifestyle.
I wish I didn't care as damn much because it still sucks.
You want to win. Jerry will tell you that.
I want to claw with my fingernails for that inch.
He is not in line with the fans. Okay, Wolchuk, where are we going next before the G-Bag of the day?
Well, it is an overreaction Monday. Let's play some NFL True or Fart with these overreactions. That's next in the nation. But let's talk
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, Nation. 210 says left during the third quarter to buy a slab of ribs. Took a great nap after the second quarter, says Constable Scott. 469 says I picked taking wife's pictures for a social media thing over watching the Cowboys. The end of the world is here. I know that feeling of, oh no, it is just like last year, hit a lot of people. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. McCarthy presser at the top of the hour, by the way, Lucius. My bad. I missed that on the show sheet. Here's Wolchuk with some NFL overreactions.
Let's do it. Let's overreact to week 2 in the National Football League with some NFL. True or fart?
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or fart? False. Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
Thank you very much, Robert Flores, for birthing this game. 877-881-1053. You can play along with us as well if you agree with this statement. True. If you disagree, it is a flatulence, a.k.a. a fart. All right, I'll start with you. Eric Chiafalo, true or fart? The Saints have the best offense in the NFC.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, currently, right now, I think that is pretty fair to say. The Packers are super interesting to me, though. I still think once Jordan Love comes back, I mean, what Matt LaFleur did with Malik Willis, that dude's legit, that dude being Matt LaFleur. And that's another guy that, is out there and running an offense that gives you fits and you still don't want to steal it, and it's pretty frustrating. But, yeah, I think that's fair when McCaffrey gets back. I think that's going to be the Niners will be right in the mix here. But what the Saints are doing right now, and they're catching people off guard to some extent. Yes, this is San Francisco, but it's like a new iteration of it. It's the same when Miami Mike Daniel comes to town, and for the first month of the season, everybody's heads are spinning, and then they kind of catch up to it. So it's still early, but right now the Saints are as good a football team as there is in the sport.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and buy that as well. I think you could definitely scoreboard them for their quality of competition, but you just don't score this many points. It's 3 games in a row now going back to week 18 of last year without being incredible. So, I think ultimately you're going to be tested by great defenses, and we'll see how they execute against them for the ultimate answer in January. I'll probably end up picking San Francisco in the long run, but as it sits right now, I'll go Saints.
I'll tell you, the balance they play with is impressive for the first 2 weeks. Their ability to run the football and then the way they pass it and the efficiency that they pass the ball with, I think, is a real plus. So, yeah, the Carolina game was a nice win for them. The Dallas win, I mean, kind of all felt like Dallas's defense was better than this. Probably better than Carolina's defense, but they sure didn't play like it. So, yeah, I'd have to say for the balance, their ability to put you in bad situations. Yeah, best offense. But you'll people talk about San Francisco. I didn't see exactly what they did. I didn't see Tampa. Tampa looks like they're on a little bit of a run.
Tampa's got a good offense. They put up 20 points against Detroit.
So I need to figure out what they're doing offensively, but they're 2-0 right now. But the Saints, I think I would say that's true.
Offense was about 24 points per game last year for New Orleans with a long-standing, stale offensive coordinator. I think it just goes to show you how important coaching is.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, they're averaging 32.5 points per game in the first half this year. They've got 91 points this season, tied for the 4th most through 2 games in NFL history.
See, I was looking at there because I was talking about the 21 personnel stuff with the 2 backs, 1 tight end, or 22. They're getting like 7.3 yards a play in that 2 tight end, 2 back offense.
You got to bulk up to stop the run. It makes you susceptible to the pass. It's perfect.
And they've got a real, he's not going to be a headline player for you on the stat sheet, but the way that they're able to use Taysom Hill in such a variety of roles, I was like, damn, that is so impressive.
I did look down here. Tampa's quarterback has thrown for 5 touchdowns, 1 interceptions, which is the same as the Saints quarterback right there.
Yeah, so, Chris Godwin's playing great. Look, all of a sudden we were making fun of the NFC South. Now you look at the Bucs and the Saints, you're thinking, damn, those are 2 legitimate contenders here in the NFC. So I'm going to go true on that as well. Okay, we unfortunately for Brian and I, we were doing the post-game show, so we didn't really get to have a full focus. But yet again, we get another classic, Bengals, Chiefs. The Bengals, true or fart, Gavin Dawson, still remain the biggest threat to the Chiefs in the AFC.
Oh, 100%. I mean, a 50-50 call at the end of that game to keep the Chiefs' drive alive. I feel like Cincinnati had that game won. And a call win against Kansas City on that same drive just a few plays earlier, so maybe it all comes out in the wash and you say that's equal. But I don't think as a Kansas City fan you want to see Cincinnati in January at all right now.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference with Cincinnati and everybody else is Cincinnati, whether in Arrowhead or not, plays this team with like real confidence. And nobody else does. Buffalo, they're always close, but they never can really figure it out. But you also have to have an eye on Houston. That's the team
Houston
lurking.
Looks good.
But right now, I think it's still the fighting Joe Burrows.
Yeah, I like what Cincinnati's doing. In fact, I think I just went back and looked at something. The Chiefs weren't very good on 3rd down. So, and sometimes you can play a poor game and your defense bails you out. It looks like that's what Kansas City got yesterday. But, the Bengals know how to play the Chiefs, and I think that's always something that we can learn from.
Well, how about Cam Taylor-Britt? He was talking the bleep, and we're like, who the hell is this guy? He has the interception of the year yesterday as well. Last one very quickly, Brian brought us. Sam Darnold, true or fart, is going to lead the Vikings to the playoffs.
I'm going to say that's probably true. They look like they're playing very, very well right now. They're dealing with some injuries and stuff, but overall, though, he looks very comfortable playing the game. They had a nice goal line stand basically against San Francisco to kind of finish off that game. That was a great win for them. So yeah, give me the Vikings to be in the mix.
Yeah, in the mix for sure. I guess with Green Bay hurt, I'll take it. Wild card team.
I'll just fart on that.
I'm going to fart too for now.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup. We're Lucius. How's your G-bag of the day?
I'm going to fart on that too, by the way. Feeling farty.
Been a gassy weekend.
Yeah. Hey, all right, so our winner right here is Babe Laufenberg. He is part of the Cowboys radio broadcast. He joined the RJ and Choppy show for some trivia. He has some trivia for him. Sound like Babe got his numbers mixed up. He is our winner and champ of G-Bag of the Day so far. Do we have any idea how many days? Anybody?
I think this is just one.
Okay, hey. Yeah. All right.
So Derek Carr has the third most touchdowns by a player who has worn the number 4, passing, 73. Dak Prescott has the second most, 74. Who is the leader in terms of touchdown passes with the number 4?
Brett Favre.
Yeah.
Yeah.
September trivia.
Suck it, Peyton.
Dang
it. In your face.
How many did he have? How many did he have, guys?
How many career touchdown passes?
Yeah, Prescott has 74. Carr has 73.
507.
482.
Peyton, do you know?
I believe it'd be 186, right?
Yeah, 186. Yep.
186.
There's not a chance in hell that Brett Favre
That's
is
the
only
number of games he won.
Remember, he wore a different number.
What?
This is just by one of the number 4.
There's no way. I'm looking this up.
What was his other number? What?
He wore number 4 his whole career, Babe.
Oh my God! Did we get Babe Laufenberg? Did we turn his own trivia against him?
Even still, I was wrong. He only threw 336 touchdown passes. Or no, 508. 508.
I said 504. I said 507. I knew Manny snapped it.
Freaking Peter.
But they were all his number 4, babe.
Yeah. 508. Yeah, you're wrong.
Dak has way more than 73, I think.
Yeah. Dak had like 40 last year. Babe, I think you butchered all of this.
No, Dak's got 203.
That's amazing.
Shit, boy. It's hilarious. All right, let's see here. Get the vibes right. R.I.P. to that boy Tito. R.I.P. to that boy Tito. I'm not sure if there would be a Jackson 5 if it wasn't for Tito sneaking off with Joe's guitar. Learning how to try to play a guitar. Sneaking off with Joe's guitar. That's how they built that squad. All right, let's see here. Kevin Harlan. Kevin Harlan kicked it to himself. There were some technical difficulties during the broadcast. He tried to swing it to Nate Burleson in the studio for an update, but Nate didn't hear anything. So Kevin, professional broadcaster that he is, took care of it himself.
And let's take you to Nate Burleson in New York.
I can't hear anything.
I can hear you. Rodgers against Tennessee, and they're going deep, and it was caught by the Titans. Ridley with a touchdown reception. The former Jacksonville Jaguar, Will Levis, with a long throw for Tennessee. Back to Minneapolis. All right, Nate, thank you. 2nd down 6. Outside they go. There's Ayuk with the catch, and out of bounds he goes. Shoved over there by Gilmore and Harrison Smith. And he's got the ball.
So
Another first down catch out to the 42.
You have called 2 games at one time, and now you called a studio and a game at the same time. So you never cease to amaze me. Incredible.
It is unbelievable.
Kevin's the best.
That guy is amazing.
He is amazing.
Yeah, he did that. I like how he threw it to himself.
Like nothing bothers him. Yeah, just nothing bothers him.
Nah, he's in the flow, man.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the Cowboys radio broadcast. Eric, you're becoming like appointment radio for the pregame.
Don't tell that to the listening audience.
You're becoming appointment radio. You had old girl dunk on you the first week.
That's right.
What's her name?
I'm on a poster.
Just Andrew, but Aaron Andrews.
Aaron Andrews. And now we have Brad Sham. He just gave you a yellow light. He gave you a yellow light right here.
Pause. Yeah.
He said your mouth might be a little too big. Pause.
we had Mike Haas, voice of the Saints, on earlier. And,
yeah, I know. I was sitting right next to him part of the time.
He was very impressed with the sushi halftime spread there. Just a tip of the cap.
Yeah, well, you know what?
Haas.
Can I just say this?
Yeah, absolutely.
You guys just need to go on the QT with the sushi halftime spread. That's our thing. And
Yeah.
the more you advertise that over the intercontinental, interballistic airwaves, then the more people are going to be saying, "Hey, wait a minute, what is this? Just listen to the old man. Just shut up and come in and enjoy the sushi." Can you do that?
Yes.
Pretty incredible.
Just shut up and enjoy the sushi.
Drew him off sides there. I thought that was funny. Brad. I didn't take that personally, even though I know he was being very serious.
You were laughing the whole time.
Yeah, he gave you the yellow light. It's just a temperature check. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
That's all that was. Now, if you do it again, you might hear a different Brad.
No question.
That was a temp check.
Yeah, it was warranted as well.
A little straightening.
Did you go have sushi at halftime?
Dang right I did, man. I can't believe you guys saved me a couple pieces.
Yesterday was the church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my doctor, Pastor Freddie Haynes. I'm running into people out here on these streets, and they say, "Man, we love that you big up Pastor Freddie Haynes out here." So here's y'all. Shout out to you, man.
Salute.
And Reverend Ike, that's my boy too. I'm telling you, man. I'm confused. Let's see here. We got a youth pastor. He's trying out being the major pastor, but I don't understand his point.
I'm just getting this image of the throne room of God, that the elders are castrating themselves in front of the Lord. And it is just a beautiful picture.
What was he trying to say?
Beautiful picture.
What was he trying to say right
It
there?
was castration. It was beautiful.
Just quite the painted picture there.
Throne room of God, that the elders are castrating themselves in front of the Lord.
No, not castigating. I don't know what the word could be. I don't know.
He didn't say
quite a
castrate?
visual. He said castrating.
That's what I thought.
I was wondering what he meant.
Wow. It was vulgar.
In front of the Lord.
Woo. Is it something like kneeling before the elders were kneeling?
Throne
maybe?
room of God, that the elders are castrating themselves in front of
Anything come to mind, Chief?
of the Lord.
You should
What
get
do
into
people do?
heaven.
There's
You
got to
should
be
get into
a
heaven,
word.
bro.
There's got to be a word for kneeling or something.
Can I
that-
just sacrifice my son? Dear God.
There's got to be something. You should automatically get into heaven, though, if you're willing to do that right there at the front
I'll give you my
gates.
first and second born. Let me keep those.
You're in there, bro.
You've already
Gabriel
given
gonna let
him
you
up.
on in. Ain't that Gabriel at the front? Who is that at the front?
The text is saying prostrating.
Prostrating. That's what I'm trying to.
That sounds wilder.
That doesn't sound right.
Is that like bending, kneeling,
Yes.
bending?
Lay oneself flat on the ground, facing
Yeah,
downward.
there we go.
In reverence or submission.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, text.
Boy, he was all the way off.
I was about to look it up.
Yeah, I hope I don't have to do that. You're one with the Lord. Okay, is it Babe Loffenberg, our one-time champ? Is it Kevin Harlan's football play-by-play? Is it Eric Chiafalo getting the yellow light from Brad Sham? Or is it the youth pastor trying out for lead pastor, main pastor, major pastor? Yeah, I'm going to go with Kevin Harlan, Chief. How about you?
Yeah, I am actually going to go with the champ.
All righty, we're tied at 1, Lucius.
Babe.
2-1, Wolchuk.
She said, why does he keep calling him Babe?
I'll go with the sushi conversation.
Kevin Harlan.
By a score of 2-2, we have a tie. Jump onto our X account at Gag Nation. We're going to create an Insta poll here over the break where you will be able to vote on who it should be. Okay, and when we get back, Chief, where are we going?
Best of the weekend. We got Big Man TD's whooping cough and the worst kick of all time next year in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. Time now for Eric Chiafalo's Best of the Weekend. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. We had all of our water gun / water hoses teams go 0-3 over the weekend. So we keep a tally there. FSU is a part of that. You have the Titans.
Too much lollygagging.
That's right. You have the Tennessee Titans, a part of that one. And then, of course, the Baltimore Ravens, who completely bleeped me and Dawson in Survivor. Do you have any type of idea what you want to do for your payoff at Shakerton's in Arlington on Friday?
I'm leaning towards that new one Spittle posted with the mister, where you get sprayed in the face for a whole segment.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And we get to put a mystery
bottle
mix in there of spray?
Yeah.
Oh,
I think you get to have super soakers. You can have whatever you want. Drink water at me.
But it doesn't. But it doesn't just have to be water, right? It could just be any type of mystery mixes that we're spraying on you and stuff. Isn't that part of it?
Yes, anything you can buy at the store.
Anything you can buy at the store. Okay,
Yeah.
that's perfect. Because remember that one thing?
Shakertons.
Remember that disgusting smelling thing we bought at the store that one time?
That was quite the
And
purchase.
we've hung on to that. I think it's gotten more and more rotten over the years.
You still have it in your trunk?
It expired, but I think that'll, for these purposes, make it actually better.
As long as it's not a human or animal fluid, it's fair game.
We got to check the animal fluid part.
Can't really confirm on that one. I don't know. Or would you guys be all right with me doing the live at Shakerton's, a live rendition of the national anthem?
Yeah, absolutely.
At the break, belt it out.
front of the studio audience?
I think it's got to be on the air, but
all
also
3 verses.
But also in front of, or I have to, even worse, I have to reenact that one guy's who, like, the Rockets were still there and still there.
Definitely the Rockets were involved.
And then nobody at Shakerton's will know that I'm butchering it on purpose, and they'll just think I'm a total schmo. I don't know, but I'm workshopping that right now. We'll see. But Friday, another back-to-back double bet payoff Friday in the G-Bag Nation.
Bright Lights Big City seems fun, as well as your co-hosts get to apply your proper makeup for the HD cameras.
Ooh, that's actually pretty good, right?
I know you have experience doing that with your daughters.
That's right.
That's
right. They could probably pitch in a little bit on that one.
Well, y'all gonna do each other's makeup? That's what you said?
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
I was making
the
sure I heard
idea,
it correctly and clear.
You're just gonna draw a bunch of dongs
fam.
on your face. I know that's what Wolchuk's gonna do to mine.
Yeah.
You get to use the makeup
You're
with
the
like
mascara
Sharpie
pen.
markers. Is that what we get to do?
Yeah, I don't know. Not Sharpies, dude. We're not doing the Sharpies.
I'm going Sharpie, and I'm leaving hairs.
So yes, the water hose and water gun teams went over the weekend, and now Florida State, congratulations to them. Very exciting. They have become the first team to clinch their under projected win total for the season.
Oh, yes.
And they didn't even quite pay $2 million to Memphis to get their asses kicked in front of their fans, which I say fans, and that was like a very few amount of them showing up after the start that Florida State's had to this season.
Yeah.
So between Florida State and Florida, it's about as bad as it gets. And I don't know if it gets any worse than for this guy here, this Florida fan, after Florida once again is in some serious trouble there. Their fans are dejected, and there is a mustache frat star with a nice Florida Gators overalls outfit on, shirtless underneath.
Yeah.
He's surrounded by some girls, but Jesse Palmer's on the call. He's also the Bachelor guy, so he's the host for that, and he has some Bachelor-ish analysis for the Gator fan in the stands.
What do we got here with the striped overalls?
Yeah, he's got a mustache. Can't see it now, but he's whipping his hand with his shirt. I'm going to make a bold prediction here. I'm going to say that guy's in the friend zone.
Tess loves it.
Listen, you are a top analyst. I'm just going to say, you know how to give analysis.
Years of relationship and dating. I see it up close and personal on my other job, and I think I'm going to say he's a good listener.
Bachelor Nation is in desperate need of this kind of analysis, Katie.
Don't kick a man while he's down, Jesse. Leave him alone.
No, I think he's a great guy. I didn't say he was a bad guy. I'm just saying I don't think he's dating anybody in the shot right now. I think he
just gets completely roasted by Jesse Palmer for no good reason, absolutely catching strays. And the thing that's funny for that guy or sad is like he has no idea in that moment what's happening to him.
No clue.
That's like a future self is going to realize what took place in that moment where you just went viral. And it was all for all the wrong reasons. So Florida teams and Florida fans just cannot get away from it. But I'll tell you what, the Gamecock fans had it rough over the weekend as well.
Is he talking about the guy in the mustache, though?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more so Jesse lashing out. He can't grow a lip ferret like this guy can. A dude with that kind of stash is not in the friend zone.
I can feel that.
I detect some hater.
Mustache envy just oozing off of Palmer.
Right, because immediately he's like, he's got a mustache. You can't see it now. You'll have to wait for him to turn around. And he's just envious. It's the one thing he doesn't have going for him is the facial hair.
That's surprising from a good-looking guy. You know, usually you would see that from somebody pretty average. You know?
Yeah, exactly. That's that type of beta behavior that you would not expect from a guy who probably pulls, you know?
Yeah.
Now, here is before the Gamecocks got embarrassed after being up 17-0 on Broadus's team. They were actually shamed on College Game Day because they had the Pat McAfee kicks for money deal, where everybody gets a chance, or not everybody, but one special fortunate member of the Game Day crowd gets to step up, college kid, and win thousands and thousands of dollars for themselves, their school, local charities, all sorts of good stuff here. McAfee was crushing this kid, and rightfully so. This kid's kind of a bleed bowl.
Have you ever said anything terrible about kickers before?
All the time.
Why?
It's just so easy. They aren't real kickers. Like, it's not a sport.
Okay. Have you ever kicked a football before?
No.
Are you going to make this?
Have you ever had a beer before? Because it seems like it. No, I haven't.
No, completely sober?
Yes, sir.
You never kicked a football before?
No, sir. But I'm going to make it because it's easy.
Okay, relax, dude.
You got no shot.
All the trash he's
got no shot.
Calling them bums. Joshua, you're a good man.
Who got no shot?
$120,000.
Be ready, kid.
$60,000 to a scholarship. $60,000 in your pocket.
I told you. He lost his
Worst kick of all time. Worst
farther than the ball.
Worst kick of all time. Shoes over there. Ball is here. This guy sucks. You don't want that again.
I think Pat's been saving his money since he had to give away some.
We will still donate. This kid sucks. Back to you, Rick.
This kid sucks.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to talk smack about kickers and then also do a bunch of flexing and then have the worst kick. I mean, his shoe did go further than the football on
That's
that
amazing.
one, which was pretty embarrassing for the kid. And now maybe the coolest thing I saw this weekend was Weber State pulling out a play that I've never seen before, getting a big man TD by design.
Yes, this is. We got tagged in this, and I was like, "What just happened?"
Yeah, so take a look at the fan cam, Twitch and YouTube. Carter Freeman will pull up the video, but it is a fantastic touchdown play where the left tackle ends up taking the hook and ladder from the wide receiver and barrels into the end zone. It is absolutely fantastic. I didn't even, when I saw it first, I'm like, I guess this is legal? You can draw it up like this? We have enough athletes. We should have been doing this with Tyron Smith.
Yeah.
Because that's a guy I would have loved to see, like with the ball in his hands, just stumbling down the sidelines a little bit. But what an awesome design there from Weber State, getting their left tackle to pay dirt.
It's a big weekend for the big man TDs, man. Can't wait for TD Tuesday.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be absolutely legendary. And then Portland State had to cancel their game shortly before kickoff because their entire locker room was riddled with whooping cough.
Whooping cough, yeah.
Ooh. That was not something I was expecting from the football weekend, but that's what Portland State granted us. They must have had some type of party, team gathering,
super spreader.
Got a little bit, went a little bit haywire, and then 3 hours before kickoff, you have a Dakota team flying to Oregon, and they're being told, "Sorry, kids, we're not going to play today because your opponent, after you tackle him, is going to be coughing all over you. We can't do this." So, whooping cough, big man TDs, and the worst kick of all time, I would say, was a hell of a college football weekend.
Yes, sir, it was. And we will move now to maybe some NFL news of the day for 5-10 minutes. Mike McCarthy presser as well here as we continue on a Overreaction Cowboys Monday. C-Notes coming up at 3:20. We're less than an hour away now from Krusty's Corner and Brian's Film Takeaways, and we're back here in the Nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Mike stands up and starts talking. I don't know about you guys last night listening to him on the post-game show. I watched it on YouTube later last night. What I heard from Mike is a guy, that kind of sounded defeated. Is he done at this point? That's what I would be thinking. I'd be thinking, holy cow, we are not any better. As soon as we get up against quality teams, if we even make the playoffs, it's going to be a very similar and sad story. And I'd be thinking about, I'm going to probably have to be relocating here before too long. Going into this season, I've remained open-minded, because of how many good things we saw in Oxnard. I said it's possible here that this team can surprise us. And while everybody is down, they're getting ready to unleash hell on the league. It's clear though that status quo has put them back in the same spot, and now for the next 15 games, I'm hoping that the message gets driven home as hard as possible. I think the best thing that can result from the rest of this season now is a great draft pick and the potential to take an all-pro difference maker inside the top 10. That's the best thing that could happen right now, unfortunately, because we need the Jones boys to get such a massive serving of humble pie, they can't hide from it. Okay, Mike McCarthy coming up here in just a minute. Let's see if we can get in some NFL news today, Wolchuk. What do you say?
Yeah, absolutely. We got some news hot off the press. Running back of the Kansas City Chiefs, Isaiah Pacheco, has a fibula injury. He's expected to miss approximately 6 to 8 weeks, according to Jeremy Fowler. Now, they might be turning their attention to an old friend, as Shefty is then reporting that Kareem Hunt is going to come in for a visit tomorrow, so he could help fill the Chiefs' running back void. I think they still have Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who is not available yet. Yeah. They brought in Samaje Perine, former Oklahoma Sooner running back, but maybe Kareem Hunt could come in, add some depth for them. But the story so far today is the Carolina Panthers benching Bryce Young. Number 1 overall pick. They hired Dave Canales, did an excellent job revitalizing Baker Mayfield's career last year, and that's carried over. I mean, Baker's still playing tremendous football, But Coach Canales, on benching Bryce Young, said this is the best decision for our group moving forward. Andy Dalton gives us the best chance. I watched the film. Ultimately, this falls on me. I feel this is the best decision to help the Panthers. Crazy scenario developing there in Carolina. And now you look at kind of what the Panthers traded to just get that number 1 overall pick and draft Bryce Young, which to me, if you're benching him now, it means you don't believe he's any good. You're moving on. So Bryce Young's going to be playing for a different team at some point.
Why hire Canellis then if you're going to bench the guy in the week 2, after week 2? I don't get that.
The whole thing does not make any sense to me.
To me, you play through and you see, okay, let's find some things this kid can do. Maybe he can't do anything. But I just wonder, you make a hire of an offensive coach, one that has a pretty good reputation of, working with quarterbacks and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden Andy Dalton does nothing for you. I mean, maybe it doesn't lose the team.
Yeah, maybe you win a couple more games.
Yeah, but why, if you're the coach, you stand up there and you say, hey, maybe, they're giving me 4 years to do this, but if I could turn this kid around, that buys you, maybe it gives you some more time there. But I just don't see going to Andy Dalton in week 2 unless he's totally worried about losing the team. That would be the only thing. But if I was ownership, I would say, listen, you were brought in here to play this kid. I get this kid better.
I think you hit it. Like, you're worried about losing the team, and Canales has been working with the guy for 2 months now. I think there's probably a lot of people frustrated last year. And how many times do you see a kid play 19 games and be horrible and then become a good quarterback? You probably have seen what he is already, haven't you?
Yeah.
And if you're a great quarterback coach, you see that.
For sure. I mean, he was pressured on just 4 of 29 of his dropbacks in yesterday's game. So it wasn't like, hey, you're just being hounded at a ridiculous rate and your offensive line's so broken. This is just a guy who is clearly, there's nothing about him that is NFL quarterback worthy from a size standpoint, trying to read defenses he can't even see. He's throwing interceptions because he didn't even see the guy there. He can't see over his offensive line.
We got to go to McCarthy. Those are great points, Chief. Here's the coach.
Mike, David Moore, Dallas Morning News. Swings in performance are always exaggerated in September because you have less of a sample size.
Thanks for saying that, David.
But from week 1 to week 2, that was a pretty dramatic swing. Do you read more into it, or do you try to put it in that context?
Oh no, I think it's part of your data for evaluation. I'm a huge believer. And, you have, education, and really is part of your preparation, and then you go play it. That's the application of it. Then you evaluate it and start all over again. We need to be better, in this week's preparation. We weren't quick to the first punch, so, with that, that's the confidence and just being totally on top of the details of, each and every contest. And I thought that they finished better than we did. So, those are two of the biggest constants throughout the evaluation process today with the players. So, we need to learn from it.
And in this too, when you're talking about it's about preparation and response, which goes beyond just scheme or preparation sometimes. How did you feel about the team's response when things started going against it very early in that game?
I thought the emotional was, as far as the focus was good. All the feedback from the coaches, the interactions, the corrections on the sidelines, halftime. There was really never no blink. Everybody felt that we're going to get back and, momentum, change the momentum with some, consistency. The disappointment, obviously, on defense was an inability to, win first and second down and never really getting into, an opportunity to rush the passer, so they controlled the sticks and predominantly with the, with their action pass game and run game. So, and then, offensively, our biggest, was not scoring touchdowns. We felt if we could have just, went 1 for 1 and slugged it out. I mean, what do we have? 14-play drive, 13-play drive, 9-play drive. So I mean, the ability to drive the ball was there. We just didn't put in the end zone. So and then, then it got away from us here in the fourth quarter.
Clarence Hill, All City, Dallas. So much talk about the scheme and going against that offense. Was it
And Michael said it was more of an effort issue than a scheme issue. What did you see on tape? Was it effort?
I would say it's an effort issue, and I just spoke to the team today at 2 o'clock, and I'm one that has access to all the information. Was at the game on the sidelines. I think it really came down to, I thought they were quicker to the first punch more often than we were, and I think that was just in, I think it leads back to your preparation. But the 2.3 is really what we use as if you measure it, and it just to put mathematics to it. They finished better than we did. I thought they played better than we did at the end of each play. Not every play, but overall as far as the evaluation. So, and that's what we're focused on moving forward.
Mike Todd Archer with ESPN. Kind of like what Clarence was saying, but why is the Shanahan offense giving this defense trouble? From Dan's scheme to what Mike has done, even Mike's time in Minnesota, they had some issues with facing that scheme as well.
Well, I think it's the run game's difficult. I mean, it's a commitment to run, run that run game, and there's benefits of it, and then there's things that why you go in a different direction. But yeah, it's tough to play if you don't play it all the time. There's no question about it. But at the end of the day, it still comes down to fundamentals.
John Machado with The Athletic. I was just wondering, kind of off of that, the run defense specifically, the defensive tackle position. What gives you confidence that you guys do have the answers for other teams?
Well, I mean, we made some technique adjustments that we need to be better at. I mean, you can't get gapped, and we were gapped, time and time again. That puts more pressure on your second level defenders, obviously your linebacker and your primary support elements. So, but yeah, we have to, it's that first step, the discipline of playing the technique and making sure the fit behind them is in order. And we definitely were not clean, and we weren't consistent.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. Very early in the season, but is it not too early to reevaluate where you are with the running game with the personnel there?
Reevaluate.
In terms of Cook being moved up, moving.
Well, I think you're always looking at. Yeah, I mean, we treat everybody in the building as the same as far as consideration. Yeah, so I mean that's a constant. That's the beauty of having a competitive environment. So I wouldn't just put it, just in. Focus just on that one area.
When you look at the running game offensively, how would you evaluate it so far?
I think a better evaluation come when we get the attempts up. I think we've had 2 games and really haven't had a full dose of lining up and playing 4 quarters of running pass mix. So.
Saudis, The Athletic. Mike Tyler Guyton, after making his debut. How did you feel he had the encore?
I thought he played solid. I thought he did a lot of good things. So I mean, he's getting better. I thought both him and Cooper took a step forward, and I think that's really a very fair expectation to have for rookies, playing in their first and second game. So I thought they both took a step from last week.
And for Dak, when the game does kind of get out of hand like that, is it just quarterback's thing that you're going to try to get it to your best playmakers? Did you feel like he missed reads or anything later in the game trying to get the ball to CD in particular?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. You want to be more specific, or I mean, we're two minutes. Yeah, I think he just might have played that a little fast, because Tyron was cutting to CD, and if you saw the route that went through first, I mean, a little more patience here may have helped us.
Nick Harris for Star Telegram. Just in your evaluation of today and how today has gone, what's been the response from the team?
Good response. I mean, a lot of work was, got done there in the weight room early, and then, went through the medical checks, and then, we met special teams, offense, defense, and I had the team meeting at 2. So everything's been looked at, everything's been talked about, everything's been corrected, and we have moved on to Baltimore.
As far as Zach Martin, is he probably a guy that maybe does some rehab work this week?
Zach's in that Wednesday group, so I think, once we get past that, I think he'll be fine. But, I never like to. Trust me, we were talking about this before I come in here. I'd love to tell you everything. Just who's playing right now would be done with it, but you got to wait the week. Things can happen, So I'm not going to, unfortunately, practice Wednesday, Thursday, and then again on Saturday. So, but Zach will be in that Wednesday vet group.
Scott. It's Carter Dixon with the AP.
more specifically on the defense, the wild swing from week 1 to week 2. So good week 1 and then just couldn't get a stop in week 2. How do you kind of come out of that and evaluate things? I think it really falls more in the category, it's never as good as you think it is, and it's never as bad as you think it is. Now, it was not good yesterday. I'm not saying that, but, I stood here 7 days ago on a Monday and said we got a lot of work to do and won by 3 scores, and that wasn't lip service. We have a lot of work to do. We looked like a young, inexperienced football team at times in that game yesterday. That was my first impression when I finished watching all 3 phases last night. So then after going through all the eval with everybody, we need to be better. Our young guys are going to, they made some mistakes at unfortunate times that were costly, but that's part of playing young players. This many young players early, but so with that, I'm calling on the veterans to help pull us through those moments, and that starts in preparation.
Babe. Babe Loffenberg, 105.3 The Fan. Mike, so you coach long enough like you have games like this. Have you found, in high school you run your team to death. Have you found that you kind of don't have to say too much because at this level these guys are embarrassed and they don't want to see the same thing happen again? Or how do you handle this?
Yeah, this is, I think you have to be very consistent in your correction and during your evaluation process. Days like this are hard on everybody, because and I think when you see your team not beating the other team to the punch, more than they're beating us to the first punch, I take it very personal. So I know these days are really you got to get past them, So obviously I'm looking forward to getting out of here, so then I'll get to go watch the Baltimore film. But it's a grind, when you put so much into these, and I think it gets harder. It's been my experience. The older I get, these losses are harder. But you want to just make sure you're being consistent with your coaches and being consistent with the players.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports. What is your thought on where Jake Ferguson is at, and just can you also speak to kind of the intangible impact he brings when he does play? Dak kind of touched a little bit on that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Jake's a big part of the heart and soul of that locker room. No question about it. I was told he had a good workout today, so that's good news. But we'll see how he comes in tomorrow and so forth. I mean, I'm hopeful he can play.
Mike Edwarder, WFAA. You mentioned Dalvin Cook a few minutes ago. Could you give us a sense of how you view his physical readiness to play and his understanding of the offense and so forth at this point?
Dalvin looks good. Understanding that he's a big thing for a vet is just the terminology, frankly, and just the language adjustment. And I think he's progressed very, very nicely since he's been here. He's as natural as an outside zone runner that I've competed against. He looks good. He's getting there.
Clarence.
Speaking of just wild swings from week 1 to week 2, the snap counts for DeMario and Overshawn, that's a great game week 1. What is he not doing to be in the base defense? And certainly seemed like an impact player week 1. And what is the difference?
Well, I just think like anything, you got a new scheme, you got young players, you make decisions on training reps in base, training reps in sub. So, obviously last week he was primarily, going to be, part of the sub package. We weren't anticipate being in that much base going into the game, but that's the way the game went. Those things happen.
John.
Mike Jones, WFAA. This question's kind of Shanahan offense related, but we see so much pre-snap motion now in today's NFL. Just kind of curious about maybe your history of coaching in football and maybe why we see so much of it now and maybe why it took so long for some of the offenses, I guess, to get to that point.
I think just like anything, I mean, everybody has a philosophy. The shifts in motions. I think if you watch historically football, I know in the 3 decades that I've been in, pro football had such a big effect on college football. And then I'm going to say about 15 years ago, I think it's kind of now you're seeing the effect of college football that came into the pro game, and it's more in the passing game, the shotgun. When I first got in the league in the early 90s, I had quarterbacks that had never been in the gun. You know, it was always under center. I'd never been in a shotgun until 2000. So, you know, and then it obviously flipped. Now you got quarterbacks that come in and have never taken a snap under center. So my point is, I think that, you know, the wide open offenses in college, you know, out west, and hey, I was one of them used to stay up and watch the WAC and, you know, those games because they were doing some really cool things. You know, it's different field, different spacing and things like that. So I do think the college game has, you know, affected pro. I think that was definitely part of the migration there. And so because, you know, I mean, you know, in the old days, you know, everybody played either a 4-3 defense or just a 3-4. So, I mean, I just think it's part of the evolution of football, and I think that's why it's so important to just stay on top of the trends. You know, when you hear about, you know, offensive schemes and so forth, you know, they're really being regenerated from past decades, you know, because this game is about a cycle of scheme, and it just kind of, you just got to try to stay on the front end of it too. So, but why it took so long, I mean, I can't really, I don't have an opinion on it. I just think it's part of the trends, and, you know, people tried it, and the first guy that tried it was having success, and, you know, it'll always be a copycat league.
Joe.
Joe Hoyt, All City, Dallas. You mentioned being quicker to the first punch a couple times. I was just wondering if you could kind of elaborate on the meaning of that and how do you go about being quicker to the first punch?
Well, just things like anything. You know, you got to get lined up. You know your assignment, and, you know, play your technique, you know, as fast or faster than the other guy. I mean, so you know, they got their hands on us a little quicker up front than we did to them. It's, you know, one area, the breaking points and route running. So just, I mean, you can take that all the way through, you know, the competitive area of the game.
There.
Like Aaron Kasnick's Lone Star Live, this is obviously the first time reviewing film of a loss with Mike Zimmer. What were your discussions like with him, and what did you learn about the way he likes to move on from a performance?
Well, consistency. You know, once again, I think you got to remember it's not like we're sitting there, you know, evaluating it. I mean, it's same answer. You know, you got the alignments, assignments, make sure the mental part of it's intact. Then you go through the fundamentals and techniques, make sure that's intact, and then, you know, then you're always talking about the finish and the ability to make plays. So, you know, we evaluated. You know, Mike's an early guy, so we talked for a while beforehand, and then, you know, I went in and watched it with his staff at 7 o'clock.
No.
Louis Scruggs, NBC5 Dallas. Mike, you spoke about, you know, being in the game 30 years and then getting ready to watch Baltimore tape. When a team like this has expectations of Baltimore and they're down 0-2, what's that kind of pressure like trying to get that first win?
You talk about their pressure?
Yeah.
I just think, you know, speaking on behalf of other teams is always a reach, but, you know, I've known John. John has an excellent football team. You know, they have confidence. You know, they played in the AFC Championship game, so I mean, I think if anybody understands the, you know, the length of a season and how far out this, you know, we are away from, you know, the most important games. But yeah, I mean, they definitely, you know, 0-2 definitely brings a sense of urgency. You know, we're 0-1 at home. It brings a sense of urgency for us. So I think it's just more about being urgent.
Mike, you guys went 10 personnel and a bunch of, was that due to Jake being out, or is that just the way the game is?
That's part of it, yes. Yeah, definitely.
What do you like about having, you know, going no tight ends? Because you guys have been successful with multiple tight end formations on the field.
Well, I think it's more situational based. I think if you go back and look at the situations that we use 10 in, you know, it could give you clarity to the why. They're a dime team too, you know.
Mike, when Jalen Brooks kind of has an unfortunate situation where he slips and the ball gets intercepted, do you talk to him about that? Do you let Dak handle that, or for his confidence or anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't talk to him yesterday, but yeah, I mean, that to me, that's part of playing and coaching in this league. You're always talking through the highs and lows of every game. That's part of the ebb and flow of the game. That's part of the communication network on the sidelines. So, you know, Dak went back to him. So, I mean, 2 other times after that. So, I don't see why it was a big, you know, that big of a deal.
How surprised were you when you saw that tape again? Because you had said you looked like an inexperienced team and we didn't finish. How surprised were you when you came to those
Oh,
conclusions?
I wouldn't say surprised. I was just, I was disappointed like everybody else. So it's first home game, and had some momentum come out of week one. And you always want to improve. At the end of the day, the result is it's the ride, it's the competition. That's what counts. It's the process. So, and we did not improve. We did not improve from week one to week two. That's the biggest disappointment. And then obviously the result speaks for itself.
All righty, thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
There it is, Mike McCarthy press conference here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. A lot to react to in there. We'll do that, resume the NFL news of the day and more when we get back here in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Welcome back, Nation. Just had the Mike McCarthy press conference here on your home of the Cowboys. And Overreaction Cowboys Monday continues. Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. Yeah, the question, why has Shanahan's offense given you trouble? And Zim's scheme in Minnesota apparently had problems with it as well. He said it's tough to play if you don't play it all the time. He says there's some things that make it good and some things that make you go away from it. I'd love to know more about why they have decided it's not for them when it's having significant amount of success. I think it probably comes down to pride, ego, and just not knowing how to coach it or scheme it properly. If you ask me, I think the evidence is pretty overwhelming. Here's Wolchuk with more of your NFL news of the day.
Thank you very much. We'll start with our bad NFL stat of the day, but it's good. If you're a Cowboys fan in the NFC, the Giants have become the first team in NFL history to score 3 or more touchdowns, allow no touchdowns, and lose in regulation.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a terrible stat. The Commanders
had bad red zone offense too.
They did. They kicked their field goals all the way to victory.
Not bad enough to lose
points.
to the Giants, though.
But not bad enough to lose to the Giants, no. So, the Giants, the cellar dwellers still in the NFC East. Now, we do have some audio to play for you. This was Justin Fields, and he's got the Steelers now at 2-0. They beat the Broncos 13-6 yesterday. He, I guess, was feeling for his guy, Russell Wilson, who, of course, wanted to play in this game. Former team, probably meant a little bit to him, but they're giving away a new type of game ball.
I mean, I think we all know Russ kind of did dirty last year, so I know he wished, he could have played today in this game, but it's awesome, getting a win for him. He got a petty game ball, so, it's great getting a dub for Russ, for sure.
Petty game ball?
Petty game ball. Because he was here, so.
He got a petty game ball. Didn't play a snap.
Is that a pity?
Yeah,
petty.
A petty. Oh,
yeah, not a pity.
They gave
I
him
thought
a
they gave him a pity game ball.
Not that he had anything to do with the win, but they felt for him because it meant something. So they gave him a petty game ball. I didn't know this was a thing.
It's got to be a pity ball, right?
It's also a pity game
He's just saying it wrong, man.
Yeah, I thought so.
Pity or
Maybe.
petty?
I mean, it could be petty because he has such resentment for Denver.
Right.
Yeah.
That, if you're playing your former team,
right,
you get a petty game ball.
Exactly. But since he contributed nothing to the win, it's also a pity game ball.
Either one works.
Yeah, not good. And it's not, Bryce Young definitely taking an L today, lost his starting job, but Will Levis was not having a good day yesterday either. And his head coach, Brian Callahan, was not shy when he took the podium postgame.
On the fumble, I know you looked very upset on the sideline.
I think the camera caught it pretty clear, if I had to guess. So, I was upset. It was dumb. It was the same exact thing he did last week, and he cost us points in the red zone. And that is what it is. He's a grown-up, and he knows better. And so, I was really irritated that he cost us 3 points in a game that we probably needed it.
You could see Brian Callahan on the sideline mouthing, "What the F are you doing?" to Will Levis in this moment in the second quarter where he attempts to lateral the ball. The Jets scoop it up. It takes away scoring and a scoring opportunity for the Titans. Not good. And that head coach is probably doubting, should I bench Will Levis as well?
It's the same coach who last week said we would have won if we would have just punted on 1st and 10 every time.
Ooh.
So he's quickly becoming one of our favorite coaches in all of football, Brian Callahan, who is the son of football or running game Moses.
Running game Moses, yeah.
So he's got that old school bite your face off mentality, and it's fair because Will Levis went from last week executing one of the single worst interceptions you can ever see just by flipping the ball, trying to flip it like an option pitch 15 yards for a pick six, and then he does the same thing, underhand toss. What are you doing?
Yeah, it's
you
not
can't
looking
have any
good.
other reaction than that the coach had.
What the bleep's going on? The Dolphins and Tua came out and said he is not retiring from the National Football League. He will be playing as soon as he is cleared. But the Dolphins did sign Tyler Huntley, who is a Pro Bowl quarterback.
That's right.
Off of the Baltimore Ravens practice squad. So
There you
that's maybe a contingency plan for them.
It's just a bummer that Joe Flacco wasn't available.
No, I know. Oh, Joe. And hey, how about that game yesterday with the Packers beating the Colts? Anthony Richardson, Malik Willis ends up getting the win there. I mean,
made some plays.
Didn't see that happening, but they ran the ball very, very well, did the Green Bay Packers, to make it 1-1. Really poorly officiated game. Yeah, you could say maybe all around in the NFL, but last night some weird things going down with the Texans and the Bears. You had a punch thrown by Al-Shaair that they're just like, hey, that's cool. We're not going to call a
Roshan
flag
Johnson
here.
just ate one on the sideline, and kudos to him for having the
I thought the Bears handled that
discipline.
great.
Yeah,
They're
to
like,
just
hey, we're not going to respond, but it still didn't matter. There was no flag thrown, and then Joe Mixon gets hurt, ankle injury on a hip drop tackle.
Yeah.
Now, the NFL was supposed to be enforcing this. Well, he was ticked off. He went on X, a.k.a. Twitter, said the NFL and the NFLPA made it a rule and an emphasis for a reason. Time to put your money where your mouth is. Now, the good news is Mixon did come back in the game and played, so hopefully that's not something that lingers on, but that was ugly. Could have been worse.
They've had a couple of these hip tackles that they haven't called. We had Dean Blandino on yesterday, and he was kind of trying to talk about it a little bit, but it didn't make a lot of sense. It's kind of like these crews are told, hey, keep an eye on this, player safety, and then they don't call it.
They're balancing a lot of things, trying to keep the TV product watchable at the same time.
Yeah, as their players get just taken off the field.
It's crazy.
Not good.
Yeah, not good.
Last two things, some wide receiver updates for you. Amon-Ra St. Brown has a contusion, and he was cramping. That's the reason he left the game yesterday. They're hoping that's nothing serious. And then Cooper Kupp gets hurt yesterday for the Rams. The Rams are just
Hip
beaten.
tackle, I believe.
It's it's just awful. It's a left foot, lower leg injury. They don't have Puka Nacua for at least a month. Their entire offensive line's injured. I don't know what they're doing there with the Rams, but it's rough.
It's an effective technique.
It is,
safe.
It is, but not safe at all. Yeah.
All righty. Thank you, Wolchuk. NFL news today, most every afternoon, 3 o'clock. We had the Mike McCarthy presser at the top of the hour if you want to go back and listen to that. Okay, it is time now for the most anticipated segment of our Cowboys Mondays. Is Brian first to look at the film? What's coming up, buddy?
Yeah, let's do the autopsy on this one. We'll do that next.
All righty.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, Jerry Jones. What?
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It's an overreaction Cowboys Monday, but Krusty's watched the film. He's got the real deal for you. Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Yeah, McCarthy, he said something interesting. It's never as bad as it seems and never as good as it seems. He said that.
Yeah. One of the 15 cliches he said in the first 4
He had a
seconds.
bunch of cliches today. You guys have more questions about the offense or defense today?
Defense.
What way?
I mean, how bad was this defensive line? What was it when it came to not being able to stop the run, especially along the edges, which is where the Saints had their success?
Yeah, there's people that I know that John Owning and I kind of got into it a little bit of some discussion about, I felt like that the edges weren't particularly good, and John was arguing that the tackles weren't particularly good and the run fits weren't good. I think there's some of that too. I think there's really kind of some blame to go all around with the run defense and the way they played.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like, though, that there were times where the Saints did a really nice job of making you feel like that you were going to be single blocked, and then it turned into double team blocks. And then when it turned into double team blocks, then guys were able to get off of those double team blocks and then get to other blocks. And this was one of those games where the defensive tackles, and I think John's right in this way, did you no favors in this football game.
They were awful.
Yeah, when it comes to and I said this in the crosstalk and some other things and some discussions we had, if this run defense is going to be any good at all, it's going to have to be because the linebackers go make plays. And your linebackers had absolutely no chance really to make plays yesterday when it came to playing run defense. Now, the ability of the Saints to come off the football, to use what I was talking about, the 21 personnel, the 22 personnel, they were able to secure edges, and then they were also able to take their guards and centers and then get them up onto your linebackers. And you played in this game, you played 88% of the time you played your base defense. That was most in the league by far. Well, we have a game tonight, but I don't expect the Atlanta or Philadelphia to play base defense the entire game. That's
well, to be fair, the Saints are playing basically every play with a fullback or an extra tight end.
Exactly.
So you were just matching personnel.
It was a matchup, yeah. You were trying to match up the best you could, and where the Saints were able to make things happen was inside when they got those. We talked about McCoy, the center, and the way that he was able to play, Ruiz, the way he was able to play, Patrick, the other guard. They just basically said that they took care of your triangle inside. Those when you look at the defensive tackles and then the linebackers, and then they at the point of attack were able to take, and I said this earlier, I felt like that they took really a good advantage of knowing that where Tank was or where Micah was in this. And there were a lot of times where those tight ends, those tackles, were able to come off the ball and get in. And once they secured the inside, then they worked on the edges. And once the edges were secured, then that left your corners and your safeties to have to come up and make plays. And you just weren't good enough to do that. Last week, Eric, we were talking about that Carolina last week was before Kamara got hit in the game, almost 3 yards before he was even touched.
Yeah, 3 yards before contact.
Yeah, this was very, very similar before. The Cowboys just could not get anybody in position, and like I say, a lot of it had to do with the fits, but the fits weren't allowed because the blockers were on the linebackers before they even had a chance to react.
What do you think about when McCarthy said that it looked like a young and inexperienced team?
Well, on the defensive side of the ball?
He was talking generally. Would that apply to the defense?
Well, he was probably talking a little bit about Leofau and what his situation was. You look at when Overshone got on the field, he was there was some struggle with him, getting off some of the blocks. Some of the main problems that they had, though, it's the veteran the veteran defensive tackles.
Phillips and Joseph.
When you look at Phillips and Joseph, and
Mozzie, I think, is better than those guys.
It was just so clear that these guys, that the Saints really didn't have to worry about those tackles as much. It's like, okay, let's try and secure, but we got guys that already got him cut off, and now you just take the guy and run him to the second level. It was no like play the double teams and then allow the linebackers to go. It was like brush and then go onto the linebackers. So the inexperienced part I can understand. He's probably talking a little bit about Carson as well.
Yeah.
If you look at the touchdown pass that they had, the one that Shaheed, the 70-yard bomb, they're in cover 2. And what Carson has to do is he's in a position where he has to jam that receiver. He doesn't do anything. He doesn't do anything to affect Shaheed. And all of a sudden you've got a vertical route, which is on Hooker, and then he takes it to the middle. And now you've got the safety, Wilson on the other side trying to find he sees what's happening, but he can't make the play over there. It was there was only 1.6 yards of separation. I looked that up.
Perfect pass. Wow.
Yeah, that's how close that play was. And so with 1.6 yards, I think Wilson did the best he could. But Carson has to help on the play by if he gets some type of jam on Shaheed, then maybe that allows, because you had late pressure from Osa on the play, and that would have allowed maybe that if Carr has to hold the ball just a little bit longer because he's waiting for the route to clear, well, maybe you get Osa home on that particular thing. But all around, that was just a poor defensive. And I don't know if I can't say the effort. I just say that physically, if you look at how the Saints played, he was talking about, beat them to the punch.
They're just quicker off the ball.
Well, they just got into their blocks and they were able to turn you, move you, wash you. They were able to kind of handle. Now, you made some self-inflicted mistakes. I talked about it on the screen that went for 57 yards for a touchdown. You've got Kendricks in coverage there. They run a blitz coming to Carr's right. They run the screen going left. That's a one-on-one right there with Kendricks, and then also with Alvin Kamara. He overshoots the play. Now it goes back to the inside. Here's a young guy, inexperienced again. Carson takes a terrible angle to the ball, and now you're out the gate, and it's going to be a touchdown that way. So, there were some things that happened to you on defense that were self-inflicted in a lot of ways. Yeah, the Saints got after you really well, but there's some things that you could have done to help yourself, and you didn't do that.
The one other big defensive question I would have is, what'd you notice when it came to Micah Parsons and them being able to mitigate his effectiveness?
Yeah, there was when Parsons against the run, and this is where John and I kind of got into it a little bit, because there were some times where I felt like that Parsons got widened on the play. There was a couple times where he was able to play off the block and get into play. Okay, 3-yard gain, fine. But they had some 7-yard gains. They had a touchdown run where he got knocked too wide. But John was arguing that the tackle was so bad. Well, no, it was a one-on-one block. It was they got the tackle. He's thinking like, oh, well, Parsons is playing wide in order to, if the tackle fills that spot, and then
he's free.
Then the line. But they had all 3 guys blocked at the point of attack. Yeah. I don't know how you could say that Micah played that particularly well.
He got too far upfield.
Yeah,
on that one.
he's out. He's washed. They hook the tackle, and then they get a guy up on the linebacker. John's arguing, well, he's got to squeeze. If the way that he played, they should have filled that better. Well, Micah could have taken that on better. He could have played a little bit stouter at the point of attack. Yeah, the defensive tackle wasn't particularly good on the play. But, Micah could play with a little bit more power on that and kind of squeeze that a little more. Instead, Kamara gets up through there and they gets in the secondary, and it's a touchdown run. So the way they mitigated him, though, with Micah in the pass rushing stuff is that, to me, they when you watch, they were able to take a fullback or take a tight end, put him on one side of the field, and bring him across, so Micah feels like that he's got a one-on-one. But now it's a double team block on the outside right there. So he's like, all of a sudden now he's being double teamed. Mm-hmm. They also motioned to him as well, and then kind of kept him there. And then they also blocked him one-on-one. So they gave him a lot of different looks as far as a back chipper, a motion chipper and then a across the pocket chipper to kind of help out with the pass rush. They clearly did not have any respect for anybody else rushing the passer
right
on that defensive line with Tank and others. But no, Micah was their main concern there, and they were able to, like I say, create situations where he was always at least had one guy on him or two guys on him and not letting him have they didn't get many third down situations either in this football game.
Yeah.
There were a lot
the second quarter.
Yeah, there
really,
were
I
a
think.
lot of big plays that they were able to make, and at one point in time they were like 4 for 4 on third down.
And
they were in the third quarter, well into the third quarter before, so Dallas didn't do anything to slow them down on first down or second down to be able to get them to third down to where they could really get after the passer.
Yeah, they were playing ahead of sticks the whole time, and then they never really do just like traditional drop back passes either. It's like, Kubiak has this thing dialed. It's screens, it's play actions, it's moving stuff. So it's never just a traditional drop back pass where you get to rush the quarterback the same type of way. It's a brilliant offense.
Yeah, and and I was thinking again, Dawson, about your question that you asked, but there was a crossing route too, and I just remembered that there was a crossing route with Olave on third down, and so what happens? They're playing zone coverage and it passes all the way to Overshown.
Yeah.
And he looks inside to see, he sees the crosser, but he doesn't react. So now Olave's to him, past him, and then they fire him the ball, and he's able to get up the field for the first down. So now you're looking at it, you're thinking like, okay, the crosser goes all the way from Leofau to Kendricks to Overshown, and now he's late to react, and he looks inside to see the crosser, but he doesn't react quick enough to get to the play, and Olave makes the catch and then goes up the field that way.
Quickly, Brian, I know we're on defense here. I think it's great Zach Martin wasn't hurt worse.
Yeah.
Is he still really good? How would you say he's playing?
I think that Zach Martin is playing at a level right now that is not to where his standards are. I think Zach Martin is playing, just if you look at, and I'm not even going to say, to me, it's, his bar is so high the way he plays. And maybe if we have time later on, I know we have a full show. Can I circle back on the offense?
We absolutely should.
Because there's some things I want to get in. I've got this whole red zone thing broken down, and I'd like to get into that if I could too. But I think with Zach Martin, you're looking at a situation right now where clearly he is not at the level that he once was playing at, but it's still a winning level. And I don't think there's any huge drop off here. I just think that he's more kind of a medium player than the great player, the Hall of Fame player he's been in the past.
Okay, we'll do that coming up at 4:40.
Okay, I'd like to get
into the Crustaceans corner.
Yeah, there's some things on this offense I want to get into, the interceptions, Tolbert extensions, and then I want to talk about this red zone if I can.
No, you take it. We don't need it. We can skip around the bases, man. I'd rather listen to that.
We got C-Note coming up next. Cowboys news of the evening. Did you see what Dak said after the game? John Machota's coming up at 5:20 from The Athletic. He'll be chatting Cowboys with you here coming up in the Expressway. That's next in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for a C-Note. Cowboys news of the evening on an overreaction Cowboys Monday. Fire burning in Deer Park at this energy transfer station. Just incredibly surreal video to watch everything charred within, 400 or 500 yards circumference of this massive gusher that's just throwing out incredible flames. I don't even know how you try to get close enough to cap that bad boy or what the technique is, but it's the biggest story in the state of Texas today, down there at Deer Park, Houston area. Of course, other than the Cowboys getting whooped by the New Orleans Saints.
Did you guys ever see, this is like an old school movie, The Hellfighters?
No.
I did not see The Hellfighters.
You ever seen The Hellfighters? It's like a story, but it's actually based on a true guy, Red Adair, down there in Houston.
John Wayne?
Yeah, they fight fires. They're like professional, like oil well fighters, firefighters, and they're like had all kinds of techniques, and blowing out wells and stuff like that. It's actually a pretty cool movie.
I remember all those stories from the wars in the Gulf of the wells getting lit on fire by the opposing troops as they were vacating the area, and how you'd have to go around and try to cap everything. So I'm sure they got some techniques.
Well, that's what Red Adair's company did. They went through and their job was to go when you felt like that those Christmas trees is what they call them, and they get blown up, and then now they have all these different techniques that they use to take the oxygen away from the fire, and all kinds of, they use robots now more than they use like shields and stuff like that.
That's a 1968 movie, Brian. How do you remember such detail on that? When's the last time you saw that movie, you think?
It's been a while, but I just remember because when you were talking about
I love it.
oil wells and
it.
stuff, the Hellfighters. It's actually, like you say, it's a true story about a guy, this crew that goes and puts these wells out, which they know how to do them better than anybody else.
Yeah. Well, salute to Red Adair.
Red Adair.
Okay, I think the Cowboys should be listening to Dak even more. We can talk about him having control of the offense to the line of scrimmage. That's an interesting subject. But more than that, I think you should be listening to him throughout the week. On this, quote, Shanahan offense that Clint Kubiak is running, Dak's quote, "It's surprising, but it's the NFL as far as, how well the Saints did against the Cowboys defense." He said, "Hell, I'm thinking it'd be nice to be doing that on our side of the ball more than I'm worried on critiquing our defense." Obviously, that's a good team. Alvin Kamara looked damn good. Derek Carr put the ball where it needed to be. That offense is rolling right now, but credit to the play caller over there and to that team of coming out and being ready on a noon start. Made it tough on our defense, which made it rough on the whole team. I'm trying to get there with our offense. So taking a little bit of accountability as well, but is he pointing at the offensive coaching staff here, Brian?
I tell you what, it sure sounds like it, though. I mean, watching that game, and I know Zach and I were sitting next to each other, in the press box, and I'm sure everybody was watching at home. It just seemed like it was such a struggle for the Cowboys to move the ball yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, just a struggle. Like every time I looked up, it seemed like it was 3rd down and 2. I think just there were no really easy plays. Did they miss some easy plays? I think there were a couple. I mentioned the wheel route that I think that Rico Dowdle, if it's thrown out a little bit further, could have been a big play. The flip to Zeke out of the backfield.
Like
that's a
football.
ball. That's a ball that Dak Prescott usually gets enough air on it, and Zeke catches it, and it's probably going to be a race to the pylon. But he might get stopped short. But still, it's a chance that if you get the ball over Grandison like he did, but get it with a little pace, then maybe it's a little bit different story. I'll get into all that on what I saw in the red zone. But yeah, it's just a struggle. It's just a struggle. They need these heroic plays. I mean, Dak having to run, and he flips the ball basically to Zeke for a 15-yard run when it looks like a sack, or a miracle catch from Tolbert down the sidelines, or CeeDee Lamb, or Tyrann Mathieu overrunning the play and allowing CeeDee Lamb to score. It just nothing really comes easy for this offense.
Amen, dude.
Saints sure made it look easy at times.
No, they
yesterday.
do. They absolutely do. And I think that's where Dak is probably a little envious of, like, man, okay, so you're averaging 7-8 yards a shot, running the football, and then you
got some guys running open, like the Saints forcing 10 tight window throws. They allowed just 3 catches for 56 yards on those targets with an interception. So their secondary made things very difficult. But we've talked about this before, like, my thing with Mike McCarthy is he has built the winning culture here, right? This team wasn't consistently winning 10-plus games and making the postseason. He deserves credit for that.
Absolutely.
But on Sundays, when you are evaluating him as a coach on the sideline, is he giving you an advantage anywhere? I can't really tell you where he is. And he certainly isn't when it comes to as an offensive-minded head coach anymore.
Yeah,
he's not.
I mean, it's a copycat league. It's a hot trend league, and the Cowboys, I think, have decided, and Mike McCarthy is part of it, that instead of trying to keep up with the modern trends that are obviously asking questions of the defense that a lot of them are ill-equipped to answer, they're going to stick with what's got them there. And I think that's a big-time problem.
Yeah, remember when we interviewed Brian Schottenheimer, and I asked him the question, he kind of swatted it back in my face, like Matumbo, that I asked him, do you steal? You guys, who do you steal from? Are you can,
Yeah, it's a good question.
No, we really, you really don't do that. I'm like, okay, I was with Andy Reid. He stole all the
Seems
time.
like everybody steals.
He still steals. He steals ideas from high school coaches and stuff like that. So you just wonder, oh no, hey, we're good enough. We can do this. And you also wonder, do you want to teach another offense? Do you want to?
You're turning over your offensive line now. The Saints did it in one off season.
Yeah,
without great players.
No, they forever that was a Sean Payton offense for what 2006 until maybe longer, until last year, and then and they moved on from Pete Carmichael. That was a Sean Payton offense forever, and Dennis Allen's thinking, damn it, if I don't get an offense that can move the football, I'm going to get fired. So he might have done something to save his job here with the way that Clint Kubiak's doing a nice job, and they got the right kind of personnel to play this way. You got a back that's looks like he's found the fountain of youth. The quarterback has been always much maligned. They've got, a Lobby makes plays down the field. They got a guy that can run in Shaheed. They got tight ends in Foster Moreau and those guys. They've got, Taysom Hill. They finally found something that he could we'll hand the ball to you guy, go be a blocker guy.
Tight end, fullback, H-back.
They've got the right type of mix of personnel to be able to do that. And folks are probably saying, well, damn, Broadus, what's Hunter Lipke? What's Ferguson? What's CeeDee Lamb? Your creativity turns into, hey, let's throw the ball to Vaughn, or let's throw the ball a couple more times to Turpin.
Well, and then the execution's poor too, right? Like these little bubble screens that you're going to throw to the outside, they'll work when your receivers want to block. When Brooks is not making his block on the outside and Tolbert's not getting hands on anybody, now all of a sudden you think you have a numbers advantage. Nope, you don't have a numbers advantage. Where's Turpin going? Yeah. He's going nowhere. He's got nowhere to run. So cool, cute idea, but if your guys aren't going to go out there and execute the play, then it's all for naught.
Yeah, I just think, if with the modern defenses, what they are and what has happened over probably the last 20 plus years is you're built to stop the chunk passing game, and you're really good at that.
Yeah.
So now if you're not making defenses second guess themselves or get tricked in that half second as the ball is being snapped, good luck creating the space. Yeah. And what the great offensive minds have done is they're like, well, these teams are fast and they're lighter. Let's bulk up on them and put a fullback in the game and bully them. Yeah. And, it's exactly what the doctor ordered for this kind of, era that we are in. So until defenses say, hey, we better get bulkier, this is going to be the meta. We're in year 8 of it. And the Cowboys still don't know it, Chief. What do you think?
No, I'm with you. It takes them forever to get going here. And they keep talking about how they were slow off the ball yesterday. And a lot of that has to do with now you have the combined element of the sort of flashy offense with all the deception coupled with the physicality of we can have a fullback or an extra tight end on the field, and now you're confused because you're thinking we're probably running the ball when in reality, out of this set and the way we can disguise things, we can pass out of it and have great success as well. You're just on your heels all game.
Yeah.
You got it. Micah doesn't. They're doing deception within the guys who are blocking him. You're describing it like at the snap of the ball, Micah thinks it's a one-on-one situation, and here comes a guy, and boom, now he's doubled and out of the play.
Right.
And so there's all that type of deception, and your offense has none of it, dude. You're not making defenses guess at all. Demario Davis knew every play you wanted to run yesterday. Just ate your freaking lunch. Exactly like the average Packers defense did last year as well. Below average Packers defense knew everything you wanted to do. And the week before that and the week before that. The offense was great last year for about an 8-week stretch, and then defenses figured you out. And the last month and into the playoffs, you absolutely sucked. And then yesterday was the exact same thing. They're 2 steps ahead of you. And then your defense is playing on its heels, and they don't know where they're going. Oh my gosh, is it a run? Oh my gosh, it's a screen. God help you for your screen game too. I mean, my goodness, you can't run a screen to save your life.
Yeah, the things you were talking about with that 2 tight end and like the fullback package with the tight end, it helps them also too in protection. They just go max, and then they're able to launch the ball like they did, down the field. I mean, it could look like, oh, we're going to run the ball here, then all of a sudden it turns into max protection, And now they've got everything kind of covered. They've got extra blockers, and the quarterback, he looked super comfortable throwing that ball yesterday, and he didn't have to throw it very much. No. He looked more comfortable yesterday throwing the ball than he did against Carolina.
Yeah.
You know, the way that thing was coming out of his hand.
And the per play probabilities back this up. The film backs it up. Logic backs it up. There's like no reason other than you being a complacent status quo organization that you should be resting on your laurels like this. You know, the thing that's in play here is the worst team in the NFL now makes cash $500 million a year. Worst team. You don't have to be good to win. So a lot of these owners are just being comfortable living a great lifestyle. The product is good. There's no incentive to try to win. That's why the Cowboys aren't winning more. And, you know, again, back to my original point, the premise to start the segment, Jerry, Steve, if you're out there listening, what you want to do is lean into what Dak wants. Okay? He's been in the league. He knows what's happening. And when he says, you know, it'd be nice to be doing that on our side of the ball more than I'm worried about critiquing our defense, he's telling you that even though you gave up 44 points, the bigger issue is that we are stuck in the past offensively.
Yeah.
And there's a number of teams out there that supposedly don't have good offensive lines that keep running it right down your throat because you're ill-equipped for it. And, you know, I would hope the answer might be Dak, right? It's he can point you to the next offensive coach, right? It's not Schottenheimer, it's not Mike McCarthy. There are guys out there, right? I just don't understand how you could see throughout history the NFL as a copycat league, but now decide you want to, you know, stick with what is tried and true for decades. I think it's a bigger cost than ever of going with an old guy, unless your old guy is like Andy Reid, you know, unless he's proven that I'm going to be on top of the trends every year as a matter of principle in the process that we build for coaching this football team. Okay, so listen to Dak more if you're out there, Jones boys. We got to run. It's the G-Bag Nation here on a Overreaction Cowboys Monday, and coming up next is Wolchuk's Top 10. What do you got, buddy?
Well, the people get what they're asking for. Put up a poll, so we're doing Top 10 Cowboys thoughts from that shellacking yesterday. We'll do that next in the Nation.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, Nation. Segment's brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art, by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org, and the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one hurt in an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels for your free consultation. 214-817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. Yeah, I just saw that that Deer Park fire. They just have to wait more hours for it to burn out there. That's liquid natural gas that's burning. It either jumped or went under the bridge and moved into another town because there's like pieces of liquid propane that are flying through the air. So like hundreds of yards away, they're having to spray down the neighboring houses just in case one of those fireballs hits it. And it looks like there's already been extensive damage in the area. So condolences to property and personnel losses, I believe. Definitely in order, a tragic day for the oil and gas community here in the great state. It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Here he is, Zach with an H. Your Willie Bullet.
What were some of your biggest thoughts from the Cowboys bleep storm that was yesterday against the Saints? 877-881-1053. I did see this. Prosper Zone and Texas center Jake Majors. We had Texas, the Longhorns, are number one in the AP poll for the first time in 16 years. So congratulations, Horn fans. But Jake Majors was asked where he was on Sunday when he learned that the Horns were ranked number one. He said, "I'm pretty sure I was on the couch watching the Cowboys get smoked."
Oh, yeah, they did get smoked.
Yeah, that did happen. Unfortunately, I wish it wasn't true. But let's go through some of these, courtesy of Blogging the Boys. They do an outstanding job. Number one, it is the defense. And what the hell happened? They gave up 44 points on 432 yards. They gave up 35 points in the first half alone, which tied a franchise worst record for the most points in a half by a Cowboys defense. Saints scored a touchdown on all of their first 6 possessions of the game. I know Zim was talking to the media after Coach McCarthy, and he said he doesn't really think it was an effort issue. The team beat us off the snap quite a few times. We didn't get moving quick enough, and he threw back to the pickle juice game. First game of that 2000 season where the Cowboys just got destroyed. They gave up 200 yards to Deuce Staley and the Eagles. And he said, I made corrections then. I wouldn't be here now if I didn't do that. Yeah. Cowboys defense bounced back that season, was ranked one of the best in the National Football League, so he believes he's able to do it. Now, I really wonder, though, if he's got the personnel at certain spots. I mean, defensive tackle, and hey, I mean, at least they went out and tried to bring in some new bodies with Phillips and Joseph.
I feel like, and I hope, I'll apologize to folks, because to me, when you watch Phillips play, when you watch him play at Buffalo, and I'd love to sit down with everybody, but I watched the Buffalo against the Cowboys, against the Chiefs, against the Eagles. This doesn't even look like the same player. It just doesn't even, the movement, the range, the violence that he played with in the game, it doesn't even look the same. I can understand Linval Joseph. I can get that one. That's a 35-year-old guy that is probably
he
is who he is, and that's kind of what you're dealing with right now. But Phillips on tape was a much, much better player, and I'm guaranteed the Cowboys probably saw the same thing. I was watching those games, and you're like, man, this guy looks like he's got something. And then the Giants, they move on, and everybody at the Giants will say, no, the guy was good for us. We just got younger guys that we want to play with, and I'm like, okay, cool. So it wasn't nothing, it wasn't like he was a bad dude or anything. This doesn't even look like the same player, and that's disappointing to me that you kind of evaluate a guy and you think, well, God, this guy can actually help us as a 3 technique. And it was awful. I mean, all the defensive tackles were not good in that football game yesterday.
Yeah, and it's a problem because now if you're getting washed inside, part of the reason why I was excited.
Well, it's not washed, it's hooked. Yeah. It's hooked, it's moved, it's turned.
They're getting completely destroyed.
Yeah.
And now the linemen are able to get to the second level. And I thought, like, the linebacking play, you've got good team speed, you've got instinctual players with Eric Kendricks, but now these guys are not able to be running cleanly either. Yeah. And now they're forced to now have to get off the block.
You're not going to run clean every play, but yesterday was a great example of when you don't get the opportunity. Mm-hmm. And when you do get the opportunity to run clean, you better go make the play.
Sure.
because
there were a couple times that were there, and the linebacker like Leofau, just not hitting it right.
Not hitting it right. And I think that's what the Dawson's question that he asked earlier, what McCarthy was saying. I think they had some young guys that the game was a bit difficult for him yesterday.
It's a lot different, once you put Leofau and Clark in compared to Kendricks and Overshown. You know, and I think putting the Cowboys defense in base has to have the people on their schedule licking their chops right now.
Yeah, because I saw a clip of McCarthy being asked why Overshown didn't get as many snaps this week, and he said, well, he isn't in the base defense.
Right.
That is Clark.
And we said that 80. They played 89% yesterday.
Would you move Overshown, Brian, or would you leave him how it is?
No, to me, you have to be able to prove that, like, okay, Leofau probably has more instincts as far as the recognitions and stuff. He's not as good of an athlete as Overshown, but I would make sure that if I'm going to make a mistake, I need to make it full speed. I need to have the threat to be able to run. But there's times I could sit down with you and Dawson, I showed you the one play, with what happened to Overshown. They got up on him, and he is fighting to get off that block.
Yeah, none of these guys are going to be good enough if your defensive tackle is going to play like that. It really doesn't matter.
The edges, the tackles, the whole front seven. The whole front seven against the Browns played really, really well.
They were incredible.
Against the Saints, they were awful.
And then you're able to have a game where Eric Kendricks is getting 11 tackles and 2 sacks and an interception. That's when your linebackers are going to be able to eat.
Right.
And Damone Clark being in the base.
Well, Zim loves Clark.
I don't. That's tough to fathom.
Yeah. I mean, I could understand Overshown for Damone Clark, because there were also times where I felt like Damone Clark was in position and just wasn't able to finish.
Yep.
Obviously, the Shanahan tree continues to be an issue with Clint Kubiak and that offense. I mean, we've seen that going back to, how many years now? And look, maybe that, again, we were critical of Dan Quinn with that. Maybe that it is more of a player and a personnel issue, and it's less on DQ if this continues to be a problem moving forward this year and they're not able to make corrections. Alvin Kamara, I mean, he was unbelievable yesterday. He finished the game with 180 total yards, 4 touchdowns. I mean, he did it receiving. He had a pass block. I think it was the opening drive. One time the Cowboys decided, all right, we're gonna send some pressure. He did a great job in pass protection. I think it was when they allowed, it was either the Shaheed touchdown or the crossing route with Olave. One of the two is a huge play.
Route, yeah.
And I thought to myself, damn, well, that's not happening if Alvin Kamara doesn't step up and make a great block in pass protection. He was fantastic. And, I mean, this was one where it was the huge plays. I mean, the chunk plays that they gave up in this game. Yeah. And then also, you combine the chunk plays, but also long, sustained 10-plus drives from the Saints.
Well, everything.
The thing that, to me, when Zimmer brought in here was that he wasn't going to give up the chunk plays, and they gave up a lot of them yesterday. That was really the difference in that game yesterday, that the Saints' ability just to dial things up and then to get huge plays out of it. And that defense, they play the cover 2. They play a lot of zone, and it's built not to give up big plays. They gave up a lot of big plays yesterday.
Yeah, Saints were like, we could score on you in 3 or 4 plays, 1 play, or we can do
you want
like
a slow or a quick death.
Yeah, we can give you like a 7-minute drive as well.
Either way, we got you.
Yeah, you're done.
And it was also disheartening because we had heard Micah and Zim talk about, hey, like the communication between the two. This is what I'm seeing. And to your point, like maybe Micah didn't know what was coming all the time. Give the Saints credit, right? They had a good plan for him.
Well, they mixed it up for him.
But maybe, moving him around, like that was some of the stuff we got excited about. And, I mean, for him to just be,
But you wonder how much do you move around in base?
Yeah, well, then get out of the base.
If they're going to force you to play against a fullback and multiple tight ends, where else? I'm just asking. And that's a question I need to ask somebody, because if you're playing base, how many spots can you play Micah Parsons? Where can you put him? Can you is he basically put him at one of the linebacker spots?
Yes, please. I think you still need to put him head up over the center, being in that A gap at least a handful of times, and let him just disrupt crap.
Yeah, did we see that at all?
Oh no, you didn't.
I don't think you did at all.
No, you didn't. But that's what I'm saying. When you play base, and I need to ask Zim this, when you play base, how many places can you play him?
Yeah,
that's the problem. I mean, you pretty much have to say, okay, our 3 linebackers are this guy. So if you put him over the center, that to me, that's getting him into third down. that's getting them into. But you might not on a third down play base. I think you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't.
It's one of those things where you're getting your ass kicked regardless. So
you have to almost dictate what he's going to play.
Yeah,
you're going to either say, hey, in your base you're a linebacker or base you're a defensive end. If you get teams that are going to play 21 and 22 personnel against you.
Yeah, you just have to have an answer. Like, it just can't be like, hey, we have this unbelievable potential defensive player of the year, but we just have to acquiesce to the offense when if they're just going to do this, then they can just completely erase him.
Well,
He's a defensive player of the year candidate, but when they do this, we have no answers for you. You have to have something.
You get erased when you can't play run defense.
No question.
And that's on
that's on the other 10 dudes.
His greatest strength to you is his ability to rush the passer. And yesterday
but I would say he's a disruptor. Like, just let him blow up the middle of the offensive line. It's a rundown. It's first and 10. Okay. They're going to turn around and hand it off. Fine. Let him just blow up McCoy right there in the middle of it and just see what happens.
Yeah, try something.
He is a disruptor.
Yeah, he is. But also, I mean, hey, he's got to get off blocks as well when it comes to run defense.
Sure.
I mean, I hear what you're saying. Yeah. Right, 1-versus-1. There were some times like Kamara was the one that stonewalled him on that play that I was talking about in the pass protection. Missed opportunities on offense. I mean, you had the Rico Dowdle play.
I think the Rico Dowdle play. I think the flat pass to Zeke could have been a touchdown right there.
Some underthrows.
The throw the sack that he took that Steele gave up. I felt like he could have thrown it to Cooks to his left. I think he was looking for Tolbert inside, but instead he tried to fit it. He got sacked. Yeah, they missed some opportunities, and if they were going to score, that's the only chance. I mean, keep up. And I think McCarthy even said that, right? I mean, they just needed to find a way just to keep up. Field goals weren't going to get it done.
Wanye returning kicks. That one didn't look great.
No, makes no sense.
Didn't. I mean, he did it in college. I guess they wanted to see what he could do. It didn't work out. Thank God for Brandon Aubrey. He's now 13 on 13 kicks over 50 yards the last 2 years. And he's still the man. I mean, right now you can make a case he's the MVP of your football team.
Is Turpin okay? He got thrown down hard pretty good a couple times.
I didn't hear anything.
Okay.
And there were no reports.
I saw nothing about Turpin now. And then you're still searching for your running game. Now, probably a tough evaluation there with kind of how the game flow went, and you fell behind. But the running game's certainly a big question moving forward.
Okay, they zoomed in on some of these houses at Deer Park. They're blowing the dang shingles off the roof with these fire hoses. They're hitting them so hard with the water in a couple of different spots. I'm sorry, I can talk about it with a little bit more of a smile and energy because I read further down in the story. No loss, no injuries.
Oh, thank goodness.
Nobody hurt.
It's crazy because we are looking at a geyser, but it's fire coming out.
Is this
water.
a missed opportunity for the Tennessee Titans to practice some wet weather returns with the fire hoses in the?
This is actually like watching Will Levis play football. It's just fire all over the place, wreckage and frustration.
Krusty's Corner Part 2 coming up next.
Yeah, let's talk about there's some offensive things I want to get into if we can do that next.
Yes, sir, we can. I also want.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023, y'all.
Thank you, Lucius. Krusty's Corner is every afternoon, 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by Reliant. He's so loaded with film takeaways that we're back right here in the 440 for Krusty's Corner Part 2, the offense. Here's Brian.
Thank you very much, Sean. I appreciate that. Appreciate the latitude of allowing me to do this.
I want to know, were either of Dak's picks a problem in your eyes?
The second one was, because I didn't feel like he had a chance on the play. The way that, I felt like that he forced the ball in there to Lamb. The way the coverage was playing, it was really just was that
kind of a YOLO ball?
I think it was. The one to Brooks, and I was going to get into that. Matter of fact, the Brooks one, when we were coming back, I wanted to start with that if I could, because it's going to be a big play.
Yeah, if he keeps his feet.
Yeah, Brooks stumbles. I mean, literally, he is, as he's running out of his break, he literally loses his balance, and Dak's thinking like, okay, I'm going to put the ball right where it needs to be, and if Brooks keeps his feet, that thing's got a chance. And instead, he's running, and as he tries to cut off his right foot, he just completely stumbles and falls. And I thought it was one of those things when we first saw it. Zach, you and I were talking at the halftime show. Mm-hmm. I was thinking maybe a little bit of a lack of courage.
Ooh.
On Brooks' part?
Yeah.
Maybe heard some footsteps.
You never know when you make those in-breaking cuts. Are you doing it thinking like you're going to get whacked? With the inside route there, and are you not sure? And then your body will go limp as you're running the route, and then he legitimately slipped. I mean, he just fell. I thought that, because sometimes you get a guy like Tyrann Mathieu that's playing in the middle of the field, and you're thinking like, oh my gosh, if he's anywhere around, I'm about to get hit. We saw what happened with Tolbert. That was a whole nother thing with Tolbert. That's a play. Dak buys time, throws you the ball. Just extend your hands.
Attack the football.
Go get the ball. Don't sit there and wait on it. You by waiting on the ball, and maybe another young guy thing that we're talking about. But yeah, go get the football. Don't sit there and wait for the ball to get to you. But by doing that, you gave Tyrann Mathieu the opportunity to drive and knock it away from you.
Yeah.
Go attack that football. That's your ball. Go get it. And unfortunately, though, it ended up being an incomplete pass.
I hear what you're saying on that Brooks pick, though. I feel like that clumsiness is just, you're not present because you're thinking about something else, like the tackler, you're in your own head.
I kind of felt like this is a young guy, and you're going inside here, and you're thinking, this could be a big collision if I go get this football.
Now, how bad were the running backs? I tweeted mid-game, like, we got to get a different runner. I talked about it a couple of times last week. What was the biggest reason that they only got 3 yards an attempt?
Yeah, a lot of it was when, for example, I'll walk you through some of the red zone stuff, and I'll tell you why. And then once you hear, as I walk through the plays, you'll get a theme.
Okay.
You'll get a theme for this. Okay. First red zone play, and I just want to, because I think there's an issue here.
Okay.
I think there's a red zone issue. And is it execution? Is it play call? Is it all the above?
Yes.
But here we go. Vaughn at left tackle. Lipke doesn't control his man, unable to get blocker up on Davis, makes the tackle for a 3-yard gain. Reverse to Cooks. Brooks can't control Taylor off the edge, loses sustain, tackle for loss. Granderson sack. Prescott appears to want to hit Tolbert inside. It's bracketed. Cooks adjusts wide to try and get open. He's able to. Granderson spins inside on steal for a sack. So there was that pass play. Prescott short to Elliott. Play had a chance for a walk-in. Prescott has Granderson closing, but can't get enough on the pass to get it to Elliott. Incomplete. Flip to Elliott. Steele laid out to secure block. Saints have more defenders than blockers. Smith and Beebe appeared to go the wrong way. Linebackers run to make the tackle. The linebackers they were responsible for. Prescott sacked, no route open. Prescott tries to climb the pocket to escape, has a lane. Breesy able to reach around Martin to knock the ball loose, caught a break to recover the fumble by Tolbert.
Yeah.
Prescott fade to Lamb, good coverage by McKinstry to hold Lamb up and contest the ball. Harris breaks well in order to help knock the ball loose. That was the big hit that Lamb took that was incomplete. Prescott to Tolbert, moved the pocket to the right. Tolbert covered well by Adobo on the play. Nowhere to place the ball, has to throw it wide. Span forward, fourth down. Could have been the defensive holding on Harris, but not called. Prescott tries to work him from the middle of the field, but he's unable to adjust. Tough chance there. Several plays on the running plays and things like that. Was it unblocked guys?
Mm-hmm.
When, here are the Saints, they're hat on hat with every one of your guys. And then when you have to be able to try and run the football, you can't get a block on a linebacker. You miss a sustained block. They put you in position to block on the play like a Tolbert, and you can't sustain, or a Brooks, and you can't sustain blocks. They're asking guys to throw blocks and get blocks, and then all of a sudden they're thinking that the play, how the play is going to work is, hey, all right, we're putting you in a position to block. You got to get somebody on the second level. We can't let the linebackers run over the top. We can't go the wrong way here. We got to get a guy over there, or we got to get this block. It's a lot of the common theme for the Dallas Cowboys right now in offense when it comes to some of the running game stuff.
Yeah, that's
Especially
what Mike McCarthy said in the presser.
Yeah.
Young guys making mistakes.
Yeah, you've got guys that they're counting on. They're counting on BB. They're counting on Guyton. They're counting on Tolbert. They're counting on these guys to get blocks, or in order for the plays to have some success. And they're counting on Vaughn. They're counting on these guys to make plays, and they're just not making the plays. But the stuff, to me, the red zone stuff, I just kind of, okay, they're trying to trick you here, trying to do this, trying to do that, and you're wondering, like, okay, is this really the best way to do things? I mean, the quarterback himself made a couple mistakes. That's a veteran quarterback right there. Their quarterback's not making mistakes. Your quarterback's making some mistakes here. So I kind of feel like that some of the red zone, I think it's on McCarthy. I think they're asking some of their young guys to maybe do a little too much.
Yeah.
And then also the veteran quarterback has got to help you with some of the plays that he needs to make.
I mean, in fairness to them, it is a young team as they're going through their version of a rebuild.
Yeah, to me, I don't think they'll tell you that it's not a rebuild, but you're right. You're right. I mean, I just can't believe they were just so bad. They were so bad. The defensive stuff was bad, but if the defense was so bad, the defense being bad overshadowed the offense and some of the struggles they had.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
both Mike and Dak were saying, hey, we weren't super satisfied with the Cleveland game. So this is like 3 games in a row.
Yeah, the second half, we said the same thing about that.
I don't think it's scaling it back because you got the veteran quarterback, but I think you have to look at it like, okay, some of these guys are we asking some of these guys too much? Are we asking too much of some of these guys?
For sure.
Are we setting them up for success as well?
Yeah, that's what I think the coaching's all about. When you sit there and you look at red zone problems, the veteran quarterback. But okay, you're trying to throw the ball, you're looking at Tolbert to try and throw the ball inside there, and all of a sudden you get sacked where a veteran receiver has found himself open. He's worked himself. He's breaking inside, but he sees what's happening, so now he works outside, and you can see he's kind of looking around like, bro, just throw me the ball. I'll walk this thing in. But he's looking for Tolbert on the inside break and stuff like that. So, and then Tolbert has to find a way to try, and he's not open. Brooks has to run a route inside. Where does Dak throw the ball? Throws it to Brooks. He's stumbling, interception right there. There's just a lot going on for some of these young guys, and especially it showed up yesterday in that football game.
We're talking about young skill guys failing to block. Might be fishing for something positive here. Scooney had a couple of catches. How did he look?
Yeah, Scooney was, to me, they needed Scooney to make some plays. The one-handed catch was really athletic on his part. There was times, like I say, that when they got down the red zone, where when I mentioned the play on the reverse, like he had his guy taken care of downfield. but they don't get, Brooks loses his guy, and now, so here's Schoonmaker, he's going to get a plus for his block, but, they need more from Schoonmaker like that. They need more. I mean, I don't know why Dak threw the ball to Span Ford on fourth down. I know the game was out of hand, and you're just trying to, but he's not open.
You don't have a coach that's giving you easy buttons.
Yeah, there was nothing easy about them playing offense yesterday.
We all think Dak Prescott's better than Derek Carr. What was the difference? He had a coach that was helping him out for 4 quarters, or 3. That's all it took to just kick your ass.
Yeah, I think you're on.
Carr made all the plays.
They did.
When he was there, Derek Carr made the plays.
Made a lot of plays.
Derek Carr was better yesterday.
For sure. He absolutely was. But his play caller was really good.
He was. And
his teammates were good too.
You even mentioned Dak didn't at times. There was stuff there. Dak didn't hit it.
I just feel like that there's throws that we've seen Dak make before. That like that pass they threw short to Zeke. That's easily, that's something I've seen him make. That's a throw, an off balance touch pass. Seen him make throws on the wheel route down the field.
Right.
Lead him out there. Don't bring the ball back. Where the defender can make the play. There were a couple of passes like that where you just throw the ball out in front. And you got a shot there to make a big play.
Dak would have had to been perfect yesterday, but it's
well, they needed him to be perfect.
Yeah.
They needed something. Their defense wasn't going to stop the Saints, and but he has an opportunity. But so the play caller's got to help him too.
For sure.
The play caller, the scheme's got to help him. I mean, if you continually put young guys in position to think that, okay, well, let's see if they can make a play. Now like, hey, we can't put Brooks in that situation. We can't put Tolbert in that situation. We've got to think of other ways to get blocks, or don't run the plays. If you're going to have negative plays down in the red zone, then don't run the plays. No.
Yeah, indeed, man. Red zone issues, a big problem for the Cowboys. I feel like they have been quite a few years in Dak Prescott's career, and usually it's only good when they have a good running game going.
Yeah,
that's what he's got to do to consistently score. Field gets crunched. You're asking Dak to read tighter windows and throw with more anticipation. Don't be surprised.
I asked you about that yesterday in the post game, right? Like, that can make things easier. You figure out a way to get your running game going in the red zone. That's going to help a lot.
All righty. An edition of The Finest is coming up next. Eric, what do we got?
We'll take a next-gen look at the football weekend, and we'll ponder the meaning of this Cowboy audible next here in the nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. You're about 20 minutes away from the Expressway. Cowboys beat writer John Machota is going to join us for his takeaways from the Saints game. It is time now for an edition of The Finest. Here's Eric Chiafalo.
All right, I didn't get to listen to much of Brady. We were at the game yesterday, but I did see this clip after the Jalen Brooks trip and interception, and I appreciated it from Tom.
Let me ask you this in that spot, I'm not saying right now, young guy, you're trying to, get that third receiver, build up his confidence. You go back to him, does that make you trust him less?
Not today.
I thought that was just a fantastic response there. Not today. Maybe another time. Maybe another scenario.
You'd also be MFing him and chewing him out, screaming on the sideline too.
That's true.
That was the Brady way.
That's true. Now to the rushing attack. I mean, my goodness, it's so bad. The Cowboys ranked 24th in success rate, despite seeing 8 or more man boxes on the second fewest amount of plays this season.
That's what was so notable yesterday, is they're begging you to run and you can't do it.
Can't do it. Dallas.
If I was the Ravens, I would play dime against you the whole game. Nick Harris came up with this idea, and I like it. You think about it. Play dime the whole game and dare you to run the ball.
Yeah.
If you're the Ravens, just say, okay, fine. We'll cover up all your guys. We'll double your guys, and we dare you to try and run the football against that.
Yeah, saw from John Owning, Cowboys have the 5th worst success rate when rushing against light boxes.
It's amazing there's 4 teams worse.
Yeah. Second worst rushing yards over expected in the NFL, and their ball carriers have forced the 7th fewest missed tackles per carry so far through the first 2 games. Like, Rico hasn't forced a missed tackle yet, neither has Zeke. Deuce has forced, I believe, 3 missed tackles, but it hasn't really resulted in much in the way of yards for him. So the running back room is a disaster. That's offensive line and running backs. It's just all not good. The scheme's not good. There's no nuance to it. No defenders on his heels. I'm telling you, just go back and watch Demario Davis. And that's a guy who, when you studied him last week, you're like, he's kind of, not quite the same, not the same Demario Davis that he's been dominant for the last better part of a decade. He's getting a little bit older now, a little step slow, and he knew everything you were wanting to do yesterday.
If you took all of their traits and could make the running back out of 3 of the best things they do, like Rico's speed, Zeke's size, and Vaughn's shiftiness, you might have an above-average player.
Maybe.
Yeah.
And even that's a stretch. There's no guarantees.
You need speed and size. Yeah. It's not a difficult evaluation here. It's just, another reason to believe the Cowboys have punted on this season already.
We did have at one point the mics on the broadcast picking up Dak at the line of scrimmage, doing a Kim K audible at the line.
Okay.
And I thought Lucius's hypothesis and theory on what that meant was probably the best. What is it? What do you think that is, Lucius, when your quarterback gets to the line of scrimmage and hit you with the Kim K audible?
I'm thinking there's probably too many men in the box.
Yeah, I think you probably
too many men in the box.
Too many men, ref. Too many men.
I think so. So much so that you're gonna have to call a timeout and gather yourself a little bit before you make a decision like that.
Kim K situation on our hands.
Kim K.
That was the tweet of the day, brought to you by Lucius Alexander.
Or he was calling for a bubble screen.
I like
naked bootleg. I don't know.
All good theories. All good theories. Can you beat Lucius's theory on what that Cowboy Kim K audible means? We'll take your text at 877-881-1053. By the way, Micah, of course, doing his podcast today. It's not Tuesday, though, so that's weird. But he has full control over his content, so maybe he's hitting a little back-to-back action with a little Monday, Tuesday episode for his listeners, which is pretty incredible. His stuff on the effort, though. The effort was not there by all 11. You have a standard. We didn't uphold that standard. I'm determined to get this thing right. So, I mean, it's tough to have effort after you've played a really good game versus a really bad football team last week. You can easily forget what happened to you the last time you were at AT&T Stadium in a game that mattered, and you got completely embarrassed. But even that wasn't enough to show up with a little bit of effort there yesterday, according to Micah Parsons.
I kind of feel like that's not giving the Saints any credit for how they played.
100%.
I think the Saints, I feel like that they blocked you well. They did everything they had to do to move the football. To say you didn't play with effort is kind of disrespecting the Saints. And I don't think that was fluky offense or anything like that. I think that was, if you want to say, hey, we played, I don't know the word. I mean, and it's not even like technique or anything like that. You got your ass enough. Yeah, you just got your ass kicked. And to say you didn't play with effort, that doesn't give that's not giving the Saints any credit for them kicking your ass.
Well, the coaches haven't wanted to say that they didn't play with effort. McCarthy and Zimmer both didn't want to say that.
Yeah. I mean, that can kind of get on criticisms of the coaches, but I think it just doesn't, give enough credence to the idea that you're not good enough. It goes to this Cowboys entitlement syndrome that we're awesome. If we could just play our hardest and be coached well, we're going to win this. It doesn't recognize that the same freaking thing happened to you like 4 times last year, and it's happened twice in a row at your own stadium because you're not good enough. Depending on Damone Clark and Maris Leofau and your defensive tackles, Malik Hooker at times, that's just too many guys on your defense that are below average players to be a good defense right now. So maybe you don't want to say that as Micah Parsons, like we got to try harder. No, you got to get better players.
Yeah, you got to try harder to build a better football team.
Yeah,
looking at you in the front office.
That I would say that's fair criticism right there. But
I don't think they've got the personnel, specifically a defensive tackle, to do what they need to do.
They clearly don't. They clearly don't. That's something that, if you look at how it all broke down, the biggest problems were that their inability to control the line of scrimmage. And then it's, but some of their really good players, like, with Tank, I mean, for him to get hooked on a couple of plays, he's really good against the run. It's kind of like it was like,
those crackbacks ate his lunch.
Yeah, it's like you kind of feel like, though, that Tank's seen a lot of those, and he kind of has that awareness that I'm about to get cracked here, or he didn't get a crack call, from somebody, but you're feeling like, hey, they've got 3 guys over here. There's a good possibility with how tight they are to the formation, and I'm about to get a crack here. And sometimes you have to be able to read that too if you're everybody else. Like, the safeties, the linebackers, they're setting the formation into the boundary and then running the ball the way they did. Man, that's tough stuff.
Well, speaking of cracks, the 940 thinks the Kim K audible was a change to the tush push. Okay. The 682 thought they meant that they were going deep on that play. You have the 972 thinking that it was just a fake. The Kim K audible was just a fake of some sort. You have the 682. The Kim K audible was because everybody was coming defensively. Okay. They were engaging 8. Just one of those all-out blitzes. So you got to be careful of that. But that was a little bit of a surprise. I don't think we heard that in Oxnard, that particular audible. But they brought it out in a huge way yesterday for all of the Fox microphones to pick up. Now, we did get a good Marvin Harrison Jr. outing and Kyler Murray outing yesterday as they absolutely throttled the Rams. The Rams are just a broken disaster. Cooper Kupp is now going to be missing an extended period of time, according to Sean McVay. So they just continue to get more and more injured, and the Cardinals are a frisky bunch. And it was like Kyler realized that throwing to Marvin Harrison Jr. is actually going to be good for you. That's going to work out for you more often than not. I mean, he put up a monster game, 4 catches and 130 yards and 2 touchdowns in the first quarter of the game. And no receiver has done that since Marvin Harrison Sr.
No way.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah. It's amazing.
No player has done what Marvin Harrison Jr. did yesterday in quarter number 1 with the amount of receiving production. No one's done that since his own dad did it, which is just incredible. That was back in 1996.
It's a wild thought. The quarterback's job is to throw the ball to his best receiver. Who would have thought that?
Kyler Murray didn't realize that was his job until yesterday. And it's all starting to come together for him. And
hope it works out for Arizona. Maybe now they can start winning games.
Yeah, and Marvin Harrison Jr., by the way, topped out at just over 20 miles per hour yesterday. So he was running with a little bit more purpose. Remember last week he was only 16 miles per hour, which is like very, very shamefully slow. But maybe he was just jogging in frustration last week because his quarterback didn't think it was his job to throw him the football.
They have the Lions this week and then the Niners 2 weeks after that. Can they do it? Are they that good? Oof. Well, I mean, I'll tell you what,
they always play well? Which one of those teams in the Arizona always plays well?
I think it's the Rams.
It's the Rams.
And they just beat them.
They just beat the Rams. So okay,
that's tough sledding though. Having Detroit and then San Francisco like that. I know the Cowboys are going to have that coming up as well here, where Detroit and San Francisco are hitting you. Sort
I didn't
of
realize
back-to-back.
that Dallas has a Thursday night game after this one.
Yeah.
Play the Giants on a Thursday night.
Oh, that's going to be a nice get-right game.
It's a weird earlier in the season type Thursday night.
Yeah, so it's like, you go to New York, so you're going to play this game. It's going to be over, 6:30, and then you got to be Thursday night against the Giants at the Meadowlands.
I say shout out to the schedule gods.
Yeah, thank God. Flush the 1 and 2 start, then just go get even at 2 and 2.
Yeah, dude. Short week, you get the bad taste out of your mouth, and then you get extra days to prepare for your next loss, which is super, super exciting. Bryce Young is benched, and that's big news in the football world today. And apparently his expected points added through his first 18 career games is quite a bit worse than what even Zach Wilson's was through his first 18 games. And there's plenty of people that are coming out right now like, hey, I know this is a surprise and nobody was expecting this benching, but we're talking about Bryce Young just not being capable at all. He has struggled so bad. And so what happens now, some people are trying to get him traded somewhere. I wonder if the Panthers are already at that point where they're willing to just punt on him and then just accept the fact that it was an awful trade up to go get him, and then you're going to be the worst team in the league this year and you go get your new number 1 overall pick at quarterback and you just trade Bryce Young. The Dolphins could use him.
Lovie Smith affected the draft in a way that, like, he won that game against the Colts, the final game of the year, that gave
he saved the Texans franchise.
The second overall pick, right?
Yes.
So
he saved them.
They were going to take. I mean, it's
the Texans could have drafted Bryce Young, and everything could be different right now.
They're going to do a deep blue on this one.
The day Lovie Smith saved the Texans.
The day that Lovie saved the Texans.
I like this from the 808. I love how Eric sits on his high horse looking down at other teams. Guy, your team is trash too. Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about the Cowboys all show.
The Dolphins are trash.
Could be Dolphins, could be Cowboys, could be anybody. I don't know exactly, but we've spent the entire program talking about how bad the Cowboys have been. So now it's time to talk about some other teams. But yeah, I'm sorry, Bryce Young and the Panthers are not good. I don't know what you want me to say other than just the honest fact that they are probably the worst football team in the sport. And I don't understand what the NFL is doing, trying to grow the game by sending the Giants and the Panthers to Germany here in a couple of months. It's
a tough one.
Those are the two just NFL sewage. You would pay money not to watch those football teams, and that's what you're taking across the world to sort of advertise your sport. That makes no sense.
Well, they might be used to low scoring.
That's true. Yeah, they love field goals. If they love field goals, then they love watching these rookie quarterbacks try and play football because that's all their teams can do is kick field goals and punts. Remember when Caleb Williams was drafted and then they drafted a punter a few rounds later and Caleb Williams texted the punter and just be like, hey, just so you know, you're not going to be punting too much this year. And, of course, he's already punted the ball 12 times through 2 games. That offense with the Bears right now, Seth Waldron, play caller, he's struggling mightily. Caleb Williams with that offensive line, big-time struggle. And now you have Caleb Williams on pace for 0 touchdowns and 17 interceptions and being sacked 77 times. Woo. I mean, he was running for his dear life yesterday and was still sacked 7 times. Well, Chuck, he could have been sacked 15 times yesterday.
I mean, like Anderson was running around like, what the hell is going on? This dude's Houdini. It was unbelievable what Caleb Williams was able to do just to try and like keep that offense alive at times. But, I mean, we were talking about that Washington offensive line and Jaden Daniels maybe getting killed. Caleb Williams might not last the season. This is a dangerous deal for him with that Bears front.
All these rookie quarterbacks are having some big-time struggles here, and I think J.J. McCarthy right now, who hasn't played a snap due to injury, is still tied at the top of the touchdown pass leaderboard for rookie quarterbacks because none of them have thrown a touchdown pass. But they have thrown some interceptions. I liked this interaction yesterday with the rookie in Denver, Bo Nix, on one of his multiple interceptions.
Bo, can you take us through the interception in the end zone?
Drop back, threw it to the other team.
Okay, very good. Thank you for the analysis, Bo Nix.
Very literal.
There it is, football's finest.
Thank you, Chief. It is an overreaction Cowboys Monday here in the nation. We have the Expressway, LA Live, coming up at 5:40. John Machota, Cowboys beat writer, joins us with his takeaways next here on The Fan. I want to chat with you about my friends at Men's T Clinic. If you're struggling to keep your weight optimized, battling stubborn fat along your weight,
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Commercial free to the top every night at this time. John Machota of The Athletic joining us in just a few seconds. Okay. Highly esteemed beat writer of America's team. Longtime morning news, now with The Athletic. And he'll join us in just a second. Segment is brought to you by the On-Time Experts and by Cars for Kids. Donate your vehicle today at carsforkids.org. Did get a couple of programming announcements there. Heard from Rich Rice over at the Rangers. And tomorrow at 3:10, guess who? Rangers Player Show. Who would you most want to talk to right now?
Kamar Rocker?
You got him. Let's
Give
go!
It to me.
Yeah, Kamar Rocker at 3:10 tomorrow. CY at 4:20 talking about his new contract. By the way, Rocker not throwing until Thursday, if you were wondering, if you're doing the math in the 5 days. I got a lot of guys to layer in there and stuff, so that's what you're looking at. By the way, salute to Leiter to get another 6 Ks, like 4 innings over the weekend. Mark Schlereth will be on with us tomorrow at 4:40 as John Machota from The Athletic joins us now on a Overreaction Cowboys Monday. John, how the hell are you?
I'm good. I'm ready to overreact.
Let's overreact, John.
What did you take away from yesterday's game as far as the overall outlook of this team? Are there issues, too big to overcome?
Yeah, that's a good question because while the team is different, there's different players than there were last season and in previous seasons. It's tough to watch that game and not see some similarities to whether you want to talk about the Green Bay game or more so for me, that Arizona game last year early in the season. It just doesn't make sense why you can have the high highs that you had on those first 2 weeks last season and then have that Arizona stinker and then do the same thing to start this season with, I guess, maybe if the Saints go on to be, I don't know, like make the NFC Championship game, maybe we look back and go, well, that was just a really good team. I just don't get the sense that that's going to happen. And so because of that, you factor all of that in, and there's parts of it where you're just like, it makes it tough for me to sit here and tell anybody that, I think that this will all get fixed and this team will go make a deep playoff run and get to a Super Bowl and everybody will just look back and laugh at that because, that was an outlier game. We've just seen it too many times over the years, particularly the run defense is the biggest thing for me. I really question, the coaches and the players don't want to talk about January, but to me, that's what I judge this team on is what happens in January. And I just don't know that I see a run defense happening anytime between now and January that's going to be able to hold up consistently to win multiple playoff games.
Yeah, and John, you were there and got to hear what Zim said. I don't know if there was anything that stood out to you from Zimmer's approach to this, thinking he can fix it, but I wonder if this is it's a personnel problem. They're just not good enough at defensive tackle.
So I will say this. I'm not a person that I wasn't around the team, covering the team when he was here previously. So since I've covered the NFL, he was, the Vikings head coach. And so when he was asked questions about today, I will say he does come off as like, you really do believe what he says. Like he is adamant that he's going to get it fixed. He mentioned the whole, getting it fixed back in 2000 when they opened the season and got blown out by the Eagles and he got it fixed then and he'll get it fixed again this time. And so we'll see. I specifically asked him about the defensive tackle position just because, this isn't like the last couple of years this hasn't been up to, defensive tackle, it's been a long time since it's been a team strength. And he maintains that they have the guys that he thinks can get it done against the run at defensive tackle. He feels comfortable about that, and he thinks that if you can just get these teams to have to be in third and long situations, that their pass rush will take care of itself. And I do believe that. I wonder against good teams that really want to run the ball. Like I said, in January, I wonder if they have the guys inside that can get the job done.
What was the locker room like after the game?
Pretty similar to most losses. I will say this: when you cover a team that has Micah Parsons, you're always going to have like Micah's not going to be a guy that just leaves without talking to the group, and he's going to give you thoughtful answers. And so when you have some guys like that in the locker room, it's never too bad. I've covered teams before where you go in after a loss like that and really no one's talking. You might get like one or two players and that's it. But most of the guys talked, and Micah's the only one that mentioned the effort. Nobody else I heard had said that. People talked about, I think Eric Hendrick said about, it humbles you, and other players talk about it being unacceptable and that. But I will say, we've heard that stuff before. I remember that Arizona loss. It was, maybe we got too high on ourselves, and you sit there and you scratch your head and you go, you got too high on yourselves. It's 2 games. You blew out the Jets and the Giants. They're not good teams. How did you get too high on yourself off of those 2 games? And so, like I said, there's just a lot of stuff that happened in that game that I take the Saints out of it. I know that you guys deal with this a lot with Cowboys fans, and when things don't go well, people like to take shots at like, well, the team isn't that talented. It's not that team. There is enough talent in that locker room that what happened yesterday should not happen against any team in the league. They shouldn't get blown out by the Chiefs, whoever you want to say is the best team in the league, the Niners, whoever you think it is. Nobody should blow them out like that. Nobody should go their first 6 possessions and just go right down the field and score touchdowns. And real quick, I just want to say the part that I thought stood out the most is when CD makes that miraculous catch. They get the touchdown, they answer, and it's right back in the striking distance. You got a ball game, and then the defense gets back on the field, and I think they let them go 70 yards, like 11 plays.
Yeah.
That, to me, was the most disheartening part.
Yeah, it really felt like the Packers game as John Machota is joining us. Back to Zim to jump ahead to the Ravens game. He said Micah Parsons could be used as the spy for Lamar Jackson, which is interesting by itself, but also is Overshown not favored by the coaches as much as the fans and media thought maybe he was? What do you say?
Yes. So when I tweeted that out, I've noticed there's been people that have commented that, no, that's not it at all. This is just my take on that. I think that Zimmer standing at the podium and he doesn't want to tell the Ravens, Overshown's going to be the spy. I will be surprised if Overshown isn't the spy on Lamar Jackson. It just worked too well against Deshaun Watson, and not that he's anywhere near as mobile as Lamar, but more so than a Derek Carr would be. And it isn't about DeMar being Overshown with the coaching staff, like them not liking him. It's that they wanted to be more in their base defense yesterday, and because of that, that's where you got more Maris Leofau. And then the other factor in with it as well is that because Overshown has come off that knee injury, I do think there's a little bit of them wanting to not give him the number of reps he would get, let's say, if he was coming in off of he had never had the knee injury. I think they're slowly trying to ramp him up. I think that factors in as well. But I'm interested to see DeMar be on Overshown next week, just because I was stunned at how he couldn't. He was so amazing in that first game. I just thought we would for sure see a handful of plays where you could notice his speed and it really wasn't there. And I don't think it's an Overshown thing as much as I kind of think that the defensive line never really gave the linebackers a chance to really eat and do what they do. I think that factored in as well. And so, no, I don't think it is anything with the coaches. Now, if he's barely out there against this Ravens team, I'll be a little bit more surprised. But no, I still think that they think they're expecting a lot out of Marvion Overshown this year.
John, take your pick. You want to talk about the Cowboys' run offense or red zone offense? Which one would you like?
I'll talk run offense. Let's do that.
Okay, this when you look at this Cowboys run offense, yesterday probably, the game got out of hand, but do you have any confidence at all? If there's anything, is there anything you feel like you can hang your hat on going forward with this run offense?
I do think the offensive line will continue to get better the more snaps you get with Beebe and Guyton, and I think they'll figure some things out there. I'm not confident in it. The top confidence for me would be 2014 with DeMarco Murray. I'm just going off the teams I've covered.
Right.
14 Murray, 16 Ezekiel Elliott. It's obviously nowhere near that, but I think it's probably it's closer to maybe 15, where they come back, they let Murray go, and they come back with Darren McFadden and Joseph Randall. And it's not great, but it's still, McFadden ends up being 1,000-yard back. I think Randall might have had 350 yards or something like that. Obviously nowhere near what Murray did, but it was good enough to win. It could win you games if you had a good rest of your team around it. Obviously in 15 they didn't when Romo went down. But on this particular team, if you had that run game, I think it's good enough. I think it's good enough that it can get things going to where this team is strength is its passing offense, but you're not going to be able to meet the peak of that if you're not running the ball at all. I do think it can get better, and I will say, whether it's Dalvin Cook or somebody that's not on the team right now, I think you can add running backs at a pretty low cost, and if it's not working with the group they have right now, in another week, 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks, maybe they kick their tires on that. I just think that's more fixable than when I was talking earlier about the run defense.
John Machota with us from The Athletic here on 105.3 The Fan. I did wonder, John, and Gavin read the quotes from Dak yesterday in the press conference, and he was kind of referring to man, I kind of wish our offense could do some of that stuff. I think Dak's kind of getting maybe a little frustrated with how this offense is.
It's interesting you say that, because I do think it's weird to say this, but as a reporter, there are times where I'll read a quote and then I'll listen to the person say it, and I'll have a little bit different feeling off it. So when I read Dak's quote on that, I do think it does sound like that a little bit. But I asked him that question about the defense and being surprised, and that was his response to it. And when he was saying the response to me, I took it more as, I don't know what you want me to do here, but I'm not going to throw this defense under the bus.
Yeah.
I got to say something right now. So let me sit there and say, I wish we could score every single time we went down there, because I'm not about to trash our defense because plenty of you guys are going to do it anyway. That's just the way I took it, though.
John Machota of The Athletic here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Did you guys pepper Shoddy with questions about the Shanahan offense like they were flying at Mike?
He didn't get as much of those as Mike did, and I don't know. I mean, I think it's fair. I mean, it's certainly something that we're seeing around the NFL. But I also wonder with that is, so are we looking at a future where every single team has an offensive coordinator or offensive head coach that's going to run that system? I know it's a copycat league, but I feel like none of these trends last forever. So eventually that people are going to figure that out, and then it'll be something else. And so there's just a part with the Cowboys, like, I get that people, see that and they're just like, well, why don't we have an offense like that? But there's a part of me that covers the Cowboys and I'm just like, yeah, when the Cowboys will turn to that offense, when it's like that cycle is already coming to an end, instead of catching it at the early stages, because if you want to take the Cowboys out of it, I just think of it from a perspective of, as bad as you think the Cowboys are, they're nowhere close to being as bad as Washington's been.
Sure.
And the fact that they had the whole crew on their sideline at one point, I mean, they had their pick. They could have Shanahan, McVay, whatever. I mean, they let them all out the building. And so there's a part of me that does wonder. I get that they're coming off of this, a bad loss. That that's the thing that needs to change. And that I don't see that as being the issue with this Cowboys team. And I really haven't for the last few years. It's really been the stinker of a games that particularly happen on defense that is the reason that I feel that they can't take that next step.
Any idea what the Kim K audible is?
That's a good question. Yeah, I knew when he said that. Because I was listening. I've been listening to the game broadcast live on YouTube TV while I'm watching them, so they're probably about 30 seconds behind. I knew as soon as he said that was going to be a thing. But no, we haven't got a chance to ask, and there's no chance I was going to ask in the post game after that awful of a game. But I'm going to get to the bottom of it for you guys because I am interested in that as well.
Yeah, get to the bottom of the Kim K thing, please.
It's John Machota here with us. What can you tell us about Zach Martin, Jake Ferguson, and the chances they play against Baltimore?
Probably the best thing that's happened for this team over the first 2 weeks is that they've been able to dodge injuries that when they happened, they look like they could potentially be maybe not season ending, but ones where kind of like we've been hearing today, whether you talk about Cooper Kupp and some of these guys where it's like, Christian McCaffrey looks like he's going to be IR out 4 games. Like there's just the way that Martin went down yesterday. I was thinking that was the case. And then I thought for sure when he came out of the injury tent, he'd go right to the locker room and he didn't. And when he got on the exercise bike, I kind of thought that was kind of a good sign. And then they put him back in that game. And I was like, oh yeah, no, that's a really good sign. And so it sounds like that they expect him to play this week and that he's not going to miss any time. And then everything I've heard on Ferguson is that he was close on Sunday. Well, actually on Saturday when they had their practice, but they wanted to give him a little bit more time. So I fully expect him to be on the field again this Sunday.
So fixing the defense, are you trying to trade for a defensive tackle then, or how could you do it in what's left of this season?
I mean, it's a great question because I just don't think it's doable. And the reason why I say that is because it's defensive tackle, like the elite of the elites. I just feel like it's almost like quarterback where there's so few of them. When I say that, I mean one that you'd immediately plug in. You're like, no, this is fixed. And the problem is that when you've paid the contract to Dak and to CD and you're planning on paying Micah in the future as well. So I don't know if you can be giving up the picks that it would take to get a really good defensive tackle that would instantly come in and fix this thing. I'm pretty sure that the Rams have Aaron Donald's rights, even if he decided to come out of retirement. But if there was some way they could work a move there, that's the one I always say to people when people are like, when they give the hypothetical, whether the season started or right now with the whole, well, there's no chance that I'm going to ever believe that the Cowboys are going to be any different. I'm like, well, if you woke up one morning and you found out that they got Aaron Donald, I bet you that your tune would change on that. Mm-hmm. But I still think the Rams own his rights on that. So I wish I had a good answer for you, but I don't think that you can just fix it mid-season. I mean, the hope was to fix it with Mozzie Smith, and it just didn't happen.
Do you believe 1993 Jerry would get him out of retirement in a Cowboys uniform?
I do. Yeah. No, absolutely.
Thank you, Johnny. You're the man.
Thanks,
Have a great
John.
one, and we'll catch up with you soon.
All right, guys. Take it easy.
John Machota of The Athletic. Yeah, that's why they won. They got Charles Haley. They got Dion. Sure. Yeah. It's the blueprint's already there, Jerry. We know you know how to do it. By the way, police have terminated, I think is the right way to a chase that started in Kaufman. Guy shot at police during the chase, came up 75. They stopped him at 635 and 75, and now there's a body laying next to an SUV. If you're going through that area, that's what's responsible for that slowdown. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup.
Oh, my God.
I couldn't resist.
Oh,
Here's
my
Lucius
God.
with LA Live.
Oh, my
There's a
God.
guy laying in the street, Lucius.
Just was terminated.
It was just terminated. Let's go to Lucius in the Pimp Cup. Hey, I told y'all about them Saints fans.
Yeah.
I told y'all about
They
the
were
Saints
there.
fans. They are obnoxious.
They were there.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Did you see them? They had a whole parade
They had a
out
parade,
there
yeah.
at Jerry's World.
Yeah.
Multiple trombones.
Boom, 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 boom.
Lucius, we were doing
Tubas in their pockets.
Eric and I were doing the pregame show outside, and two Saints fan, a lady came up and goes, I listen to you guys every day. You're the best. And then we're like, remember the lady?
Yeah,
and the
oh,
guy?
yeah. She's
And
decked out in Saints gear.
She's got full Alvin Kamara outfit on.
They are so obnoxious.
And
They
they're
have
like, we
blinking
listen to you
lights.
every day. We love you
Blinking
guys. You're the
lights.
best.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Yeah, they are ridiculous. Bro. The beads with the blinking lights and the hats all flash up. Saints fans
They were
are
still
so
partying after
obnoxious, bro.
6 o'clock postgame when I left.
It was like a very friendly confidence there in the pregame. You know, it wasn't like as disrespectful as Eagles fans.
No, they're not nasty.
They're not nasty.
They're not nasty. They're just obnoxious. They want you to enjoy the fun, but my team got his ass kicked, fam.
Yeah.
Boom, boom,
And
boom,
they were
boom.
not. It was not like a slow start for that noon kick either.
No.
It was 9 a.m. and they were already ready
at
to
it.
go.
Yeah, they got it in their system. I remember the Saints fans took over the Buffalo Wild Wings in Cedar Hill, and they ran them Cowboy fans out of there. I'm talking about to the point where there's helicopters and stuff flying over. Exit the building. I ain't lying. I'm not lying. All right, let's get into a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
All right, Square.
It's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Yes, sir.
Everybody get high.
R.I.P. Tito Jackson.
See, that's Michael's hooks, his sensitivity. That's what women be saying, Michael's just so sensitive. And they eat that shit up. Mike know too, he be using women in concerts. I seen Mike walk up to girls on the stage, be in the audience, he say, is it all right if I come down there and sing to you? And the women go, ah! Then if you don't scream, Mike will get real sensitive and cry on your ass. You ever hear that record, She's Out of My Life? Mike will go, so I've learned that love's not possession. And I've learned that love won't wait. I've learned that love needs expression, but I learned too late. Tito, get me some tissue. Jermaine, stop teasing.
Yeah. R.I.P. to Tito Jackson, baby. I'm telling you. I'm not sure if we would have had the Jackson 5 the way we know it if it wasn't for Tito sneaking off and grabbing Joe's bass guitar and learning how to play that thing.
Was he the leader of them? Was he the older one?
Well, for a while.
Yeah.
I think Jackie is the oldest one.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I say, yeah, I'm acting like
Hey, you might, man. You were there. You were outside.
I was there.
You've been around for a long time.
I've been a long time, yeah.
You when they had the cameras at.
I was like
when
a
the
kid.
bulb explodes.
Yeah, I was with the I was there with when they were kids. I was a kid.
Yeah, you sure were, man. Shout out to that guy. They were still on tour and everything, man. The Jacksons. I hate to hear it. I heard he was like driving home from a road trip and may have had a heart attack while driving.
Oh no,
that's scary.
Yeah, I saw a medical incident.
Yeah, that's scary, bro.
Yeah.
LA Live for Monday, September 16th, 2024. It is a Monday, Friday here in LA Live. Word to the great Dallas group PPT for the name Monday, Friday. Yeah. Monday, Friday in LA Live is just where I go over a few things I've seen over the weekend. Shout out to the Tolos. I asked you on Friday to send me as many clips as you possibly can. When you wake up and take your Saturday morning poo, think of me. And you guys did it. You did it. Y'all did the damn thing. My inbox is overloaded, fam, and I appreciate that. Speaking of G-Back of the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything out there, which you did, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook, and you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Our winner right here is the great Kevin Harlan. Boy, that man was in his bag doing his job. They had technical issues. He was supposed to throw it over to Nate Burleson in the studio. Nate Burleson was going to do an update, but it wasn't working, so Kevin Harlan made that technical issue his bitch.
And let's take you to Nate Burleson in New York.
I can't hear anything.
I can hear you.
I can.
Go, Nate, go. Here we go. Rodgers against Tennessee, and they're going deep, and it was caught by the Titans. Ridley with a touchdown reception. The former Jacksonville Jaguar, Will Levis, with a long throw for Tennessee. Back to Minneapolis. All right, Nate, thank you. Second down 6. Outside they go. There's Ayuk with the catch, and out of bounds he goes. Shoved over there by Gilmore and Harrison Smith. And he's got the ball. Another first down catch out to the 42.
You have called 2 games at one time, and now you've called a studio and a game at the same time. So you never cease to amaze me. Incredible.
It was, man. No hesitation.
No hezzy.
Can't hear anything. I got this. Don't worry about it.
I got it. It didn't even ask or what or nothing. You just went right to it, bro. Get the vibes right. Get the vibe right. Hey. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Monday, Friday. Oh, something I seen over the weekend. I'm starting to think Uncle Shannon Sharp may have planned that whole Instagram situation on us.
Really?
Here we go.
I'm coming around. Pause.
Fred Davis with that call too, right when he came in.
Yeah, Fred.
Fred was right. I feel, but I don't. His reasoning may have been off.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe Fred's spidey senses was on, but the reasoning was wrong, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I'm starting to think he pulled a Kardashian on us, put the sex tape out there for clout.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
How many steps does it take to go live, folks, on Instagram? Can somebody grab the phone? I'll try.
I've never.
I think you just open the app and then press the live button, right?
You can't like throw it on the ground and let it bounce, that kind of thing?
Yeah, I think it's 2 steps.
Open it up, you click the middle button. Wait, no.
See?
Oh, yeah. Click the middle button. Yeah, but then you also have to turn it over.
See?
Yeah.
And then if it's your first time, you're like, there's things you have to press. Like, okay, I'm okay with this. I'm okay with that option. Like, you have to set it up, right?